Chapter 7. The Ecology of Human Labor and Social Reproduction. A thick fog has always obscured the origins of the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, Engels's most specifically ecological work. It was first drafted in May to June 1876 as the introductory portion of a planned work originally titled The Three Basic Forms of Slavery, later changed to The Enslavement of the Worker. The book was never completed beyond the introduction, which itself breaks off mid-sentence, and no plan of the work as a whole exists. Engels later gave the incomplete introduction its present title, The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man, and incorporated it into the plan for the dialectics of nature as part of the concluding section of that work, Part 11, which was meant to address the interrelations between nature, society, and human evolution, and the social Darwinism of Ernst Haeckel and Oscar Schmidt. The Part Played by Labor was first published as a separate article in 1896 in Die Neue Zeit, shortly after Engels's death. All of this leaves a host of unanswered questions. How are we to understand the original context in which The Part Played by Labor was written? What was the likely intent of the larger work, The Three Basic Forms of Slavery, for which it was originally planned as the introduction? How was that work related to Engels's Dialectics of Nature, which was then his main focus? What are we to make of the fact that Engels was writing The Part Played by Labor in May 1876, at the very time that he finally committed to putting aside his work on the Dialectics of Nature to write Anti-Dühring? How was all of this related to Darwin's The Descent of Man, published in 1871 with a second edition in 1874? Finally, what did Engels mean by the three basic forms of slavery, and how is this connected to his conception of human origins, human ecology, and the oppression of women? Answering these questions requires that we look at both The Part Played by Labor and at Engels's later 1884 work, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, so we can grasp his wider anthropological and historical objectives. What Engels meant by the title The Three Basic Forms of Slavery or Servitude, constituting the overall context in which the Part Played by Labor was written, is obvious from his wider writings. In The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, he wrote, "With slavery, which attained its fullest development under civilization, came the first great split of society into an exploiting and an exploited class. This split has continued during the whole period of civilization. Slavery was the first form of exploitation peculiar to the world of antiquity. It was followed by serfdom in the Middle Ages and by wage labor in modern times. These are the three great forms of servitude, characteristic of the three great epochs of civilization. Open and latterly disguised slavery are its constant companions." Following Charles Fourier, Engels saw civilization, which he associated with the development of monogamy and private property, as based on the development of slavery and class society in general. The emergence of slave labor as the prevailing form of production in civilization following the development of economic surplus was correlated from the first, in his thought, with a definite form of family, namely monogamy, the supremacy of the man over the woman, and the individual family as the economic unit of society. From all of this, it seems clear that Engels's original intention in The Three Basic Forms of Slavery was to address the emergence of human beings through labor, in a process of metabolic interaction with external nature, leading to the development via human ecology of human society. Originally, communal forms and a more generalized equality predominated, but with the growth of an economic surplus class society emerged, taking the form of three great eras of servitude slavery: ancient slavery, serfdom, and wage slavery. Moreover, class bondage in history, including capitalism, had its origins and basis in the first and most fundamental form of oppression: monogamy, the supremacy of the man over the woman, and the individual family as the economic unit of society. Human history at every stage of the development of class society was characterized by widening contradictions associated with the domination of nature together with the domination of human beings, forcing, in the end, a revolutionary shift toward a planned, sustainable, collective, and egalitarian form of production. This was the overall argument, which no doubt would have pervaded the three basic forms of slavery, as foreshadowed by The Part Played by Labor. Engels appears to have been seeking to provide a more coherent answer to the Darwinian theorizing then going on with respect to human evolution and its relation to the evolution of human society, especially with regard to its neglect of labor and its treatment of slavery. As anthropologist Eleanor Leacock writes, Engels was concerned with providing a materialist alternative to the views propounded by Darwin's followers, who were so caught up in idealistic modes of thinking as not to perceive the centrality of labor, as expressed in tool-making in human evolution. Darwin himself was more concerned to prove man's kinship to the higher primates than to define basic differences, and to demonstrate this for human development in such things as their sociability, curiosity, and display of Darwin was particularly concerned in The Descent of Man with combating the then prevalent polygyny, or the notion of the separate origin of the human races, in which they were viewed in effect as different species, rather than races or subspecies. Polygyny was commonly used as a racial justification for slavery, but while strongly insisting on common descent, extending this to the human races, and while adamantly opposing slavery, Darwin nonetheless contended that contact between different races would necessarily lead the civilized races to exterminate the savage races, resulting in the extinction, partial or complete, of the latter, a view that seemed to justify as inevitable the extirpation of human populations then going on in the era of European conquest and colonization. In his rejection of polygyny and slavery, Darwin sought to account for human races based on sexual selection, which was to constitute a core argument of The Descent of Man. The human races were the product of different conceptions of beauty manifesting themselves in peoples in different geographical areas. This argument on race, however, carried with it a conception of sexual inequality characteristic of Victorian society. The male part of the species, Darwin argued, had inherited the greater energy and perseverance required by the incessant competition among males for the most attractive women. Turning to barnyard analogies, such as the stallion and the mare, he argued that males in their competition for females had inherited greater intelligence as well. Engels, as a dedicated materialist and egalitarian, sought to counter all such views of inherent human inequality with a materialist anthropological approach emphasizing labor as the basis of human self-creation, and slavery, servitude as a product of the development of class society. Insisting on the innate equality of women, he accounted for male domination in social rather than biological terms. Hence, the origin of the family was to focus on the historical development of patriarchal forms and oppression of women. Attempts to explain human evolution by purely biological factors and its relation to the development of moral faculties left out, he argued, what was most important, the active role of human beings in their self-creation through the transformation of nature and their relation to nature by means of labor. This, however, raised issues of human ecology. As Leacock observed, the part played by labor was directed at an issue most pertinent today, the complete interdependence of human social relations and human relations to nature. In this wider human ecological perspective, a purely biological approach that excluded the social was undialectical and wrong. Nor could a social analysis idealistically exclude human corporeal existence. What is clear is that for Engels, the dialectics of nature argument culminated in a complex conception of the dialectics of nature, and there is a continuity between Engels's the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, and his anthropological arguments almost a decade later in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. An ecological anthropology, the part played by labor opens by emphasizing, as in all of Marx and Engels' political economic works, that wealth as opposed to value is a product of both nature and labor. Engels goes on to observe that labor is the prime basic condition for all human, that is, social existence, and this to such an extent that, in a sense, we have to say that labor created man himself. From there, he proceeds to sketch out a distinctive theory of the evolution of the human species from its pre-human primate ancestry. Engels' research in this area was undoubtedly thorough. As Paul Heyer wrote in his Nature, Human Nature and Society, Marx, Darwin, Biology, and the Human Sciences, with respect to the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, Engels' description of the behavior of modern anthropoid apes, which he used for comparative purposes, is quite accurate and indicates a thorough familiarity with the available primate literature. Perhaps like Darwin and the anthropologist E.B. Tylor, Engels made sojourns to the London Zoo to observe anthropoid behavior. And, even more explicitly than Haeckel in The History of Creation and Darwin in The Descent of Man, Engels argued that the descent of human ancestors, hominins from the trees, and the development of erect posture had resulted in the gradual evolution of the hands and the making of tools, constituting the key to human evolution. Engels' argument on the evolution of the hand seems to have been closer to Darwin's than Haeckel's, given Darwin's emphasis on the evolution of the hand. Yet Darwin, true to his notion of the struggle of existence, stressed the appearance of weapons, as opposed to tools and thus labor. For Engels, it was clearly the development and gradual perfection of the hand, following upon the bipedal motion of human beings, that was most important. It stands to reason, Engels wrote, that if erect gait among our hairy ancestors became first the rule, and then, in time, a necessity, other diverse functions must, in the meantime, have devolved upon the hands. Before the first flint could be fashioned into a knife by human hands, a period of time probably elapsed in comparison with which the historical period known to us appears insignificant. But the decisive step had been taken, the hand had become free, and could henceforth attain ever greater dexterity. Thus the hand is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. Labor, adaptation to ever new operations, through the inheritance of muscles, ligaments, and over longer periods of time. Bones that had undergone special development and the ever-renewed employment of this inherited finesse in new, more and more complicated operations have given the human hand the high degree of perfection required to conjure into being the pictures of a Raphael, the statues of a Thorvaldsen, the music of a Paganini. As Engels explained in the introduction to Dialectics of Nature, the specialization of the hand implies the tool, and the tool implies specific human activity, the transforming reaction of man on nature, production. With the evolution of the hand, and partly owing to it the brain of man, correspondingly developed as a consequence of human labor. Demonstrating a complex notion of coevolutionary processes, Engels explained that the impetus of labor in the form of work with the hand and the resulting increased, if still crude, mastery of the immediate environment placed a premium on the development of articulate speech and intelligence, leading to the enlargement of the brain and further development of human labor through mutual interaction and positive reinforcement. Hand did not exist alone. Rather, it was, he emphasized, only one member of an integral, highly complex organism. And what benefited the hand benefited also the whole body it served. Here he turned to the law of correlation of growth, as Darwin called it in The Origin of Species. In Engels's words, this law states that the specialized forms of separate parts of an organic being are always bound up with certain forms of other parts that apparently have no connection with them. The gradually increasing perfection of the human hand and the commensurate adaptation of the feet for erect gait have undoubtedly, by virtue of such correlation, reacted on other parts of the organism. Nevertheless, of greater importance was the direct, demonstrable influence of the development of the hand on the rest of the organism, through the development of human culture and sociability, and the effect on speech, requiring the evolution of the larynx and the development of language. Mastery over nature began with the development of the hand, with labor, and widened man's horizon at every new advance. Humanity's hominin ancestors were continually discovering new, hitherto unknown properties in natural objects by means of their increased interaction with their environment through their labor. Concurrently, the development of labor necessarily helped to bring the members of society closer together by increasing the cases of mutual support and joint activity, and by making clear the advantage of this joint activity to each individual. In short, men in the making arrived at the point where they had something to say to each other. Necessity created the organ, the underdeveloped larynx of the ape was slowly but surely transformed. First labor, after it, and then with it speech. These were the two most essential stimuli, under the influence of which the brain of the ape gradually changed into that of the man. The reaction on labor and speech of the development of the brain and its attendant senses, of the increasing clarity of consciousness, power of abstraction and of conclusion, gave both labor and speech an ever-renewed impulse to further development. According to Stephen Jay Gould, what Engels presented here was the best 19th century case for gene culture coevolution, that is, the best general explanation of human evolution in Darwin's own lifetime, since gene culture coevolution is the form that all coherent theories of human evolution must take. Commenting on Engels's theory, Gould noted that with the development of the hand, tools, and labor, an enlarging brain, biology, or genes in later parlance, then fed back upon tools and language culture, improving them in turn and setting the basis for the further growth of the brain. The positive feedback loop of gene culture, the evolution of human corporeal organization that leads to the development of the brain was, anthropologist Thomas Patterson notes, a complex process, one that began with human interaction with the environment in a fundamentally new way through the development of the hand and tools. Engels' speculation in the 1870s, like that of Haeckel and Darwin upon whom he relied, was based largely on deduction and the results of comparative anatomy, rather than anthropological evidence. Apart from Neanderthals, first discovered in 1856, 3 years before the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, no fossils of early hominins had been found. Engels' argument was therefore necessarily developed deductively along the lines of historical materialism, which suggested that it was the physical interaction with the environment resulting from the freeing of the hands that gave the primary impetus to human evolution. Engels not only pointed clearly to the most likely development of human evolution, he also highlighted why the process of human evolution seemed so mysterious and convoluted in current accounts. With the development of tribe, nation, and class, religion had more and more come to dominate over human minds, inverting the real relations in the form of a fantastic reflection, in which everything was attributed to the mind in idealist fashion, while the productions of the working hand retreated into the background. Consequently, men became accustomed to explain their actions as arising out of thought instead of their needs, which in any case are reflected and perceived in the mind. And so in the course of time there emerged that idealistic world outlook which, especially since the fall of the world of antiquity, has dominated men's minds. It still rules them to such a degree that even the most materialistic natural scientists of the Darwinian school are still unable to form any clear idea of the origin of man, because under this ideological influence, they do not recognize the part that has been played therein by labor. Gould argued that Engels's critique of cerebral primacy in the dominant treatment of human evolution was one of his most brilliant insights. The idealist tradition, Gould wrote, had dominated philosophy right through to Darwin's day. Its influence was so subtle and pervasive that even scientific but apolitical materialists like Darwin fell under its sway, preventing them from seeing the centrality of labor and thus the hand in human evolution. Darwin was not the first thinker of his school to address human evolution. During the intervening years between his publication of The Origin of Species in 1859, which carefully avoided the issue of human evolution, and his publication of The Descent of Man in 1871, works on the subject had been produced by Thomas Huxley, Haeckel, Alfred Russel Wallace, John Lubbock, Ludwig Buchner, Karl Vogt, and others. But Darwin's own account, which placed considerable emphasis on the hand, seems to have influenced Engels the most. Still, even in the case of Darwin, a cerebral emphasis was present, while the role of labor in human evolution was largely excluded from his conception of evolution. Hence, Engels's analysis stands out in its clarity and its consistent materialist perspective. Engels's contention that conceptions of human evolution were dominated by a kind of cerebral primacy born of idealist discourse was to receive strong, if indirect, confirmation in the notorious Piltdown Man fraud that hindered the understanding of human evolution for decades. In 1912, Charles Dawson, a successful solicitor and amateur archaeologist, supposedly uncovered fossil fragments of a skull and the jaw of what became known as Piltdown Man, Eoanthropus dawsoni, Dawson's Dawn Man. The Piltdown skull was indistinguishable from a modern human. While the jaw appeared to be ape-like, it was to be discovered many years later to be from an orangutan. Flint implements were found nearby. Leading figures in the British anthropological establishment, including Arthur Smith Woodward and Arthur Keith, accepted the authenticity of the find. And the Eoanthropus was for decades recognized as the missing link in human evolution. It was only in the late 1940s and early 1950s that the physical anthropologist Kenneth Oakley was able to use chemical fluorine dating analysis to demonstrate definitively that the fossils were not from the lower Pleistocene at all, but of recent origin. In 1953, the question arose as to whether the fossils were actually a consciously perpetrated fraud. Upon examining them from that standpoint, Oakley, together with Joseph Wiener and Wilfrid LaGrosse Clark, discovered evidence of deliberate deception throughout, for example, coloring and filing of teeth. In the end, it turned out that the specimens associated with the Piltdown finds, including the various flints found, were all fraudulent, either a forgery or an authentic item deliberately put in place to deceive. As Engels's argument suggested, there is little doubt that it was the assumption of cerebral primacy and the desire to perceive human evolution in these terms that contributed to anthropologists and paleontologists being fooled for so long by this deliberate fraud. Grafton Elliott Smith, one of the principal scientific figures in the Piltdown find, argued on the basis of this supposed paleontological evidence for cerebral primacy in human evolution, stating in The Evolution of Man, "The outstanding interest of the Piltdown skull is the confirmation it affords of the view that in the evolution of man the brain led the way. It is the veriest truism that man has emerged from the simian state in virtue of the enrichment of the structure of his mind. It is singular that so much biological speculation has neglected to give adequate recognition to this cardinal fact. The brain attained what may be termed the human rank at a time when the jaws and face, and no doubt the body also, still retained much of the uncouthness of man's simian ancestors. In other words, man at first, so far as his general appearance and build are concerned, was merely an ape with an overgrown brain." The importance of the Piltdown skull lies in the fact that it affords tangible confirmation of these inferences. Smith went so far as to argue that the erect posture that characterized human beings was itself a result of the development of the brain. However, not only those who believed in cerebral primacy were deceived by Dawson. One figure who was fooled and whose being taken in by the fraud was essential to the hoax's whole success, since he was so closely associated with Darwin and Huxley, was Marx's friend and Engels's acquaintance, E. Ray Lankester. Although not one of the principal figures associated with the discovery, Lankester, next to Arthur Keith, who was to devote about half of his 1915 book The Antiquity of Man to Piltdown, was clearly crucial to its acceptance. In John Cook's famous 1915 painting A Discussion of the Piltdown Skull, Lankester was pictured as sitting to the side, Keith sat looking directly at the skull, and Dawson, Smith, and Arthur Smith Woodward all. In this way, the two main scientists, Lankester and Keith, were presented as verifying the discovery, with the discoverers themselves in the background observing the process. Lankester was a strong materialist. ironically in his 1915 Diversions of a Naturalist, in which he addressed the Piltdown discovery. He presented perhaps the closest argument to that of Engels on the course of human evolution. In the chapter From Ape to Man, he wrote, in a manner very similar to Engels' by then published, the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, though there is no indication that Lancaster would have read it, or even known about it, that it was the hand, following erect posture and a bipedal gait, that was crucial to human evolution and that led the way. I think we are justified in taking the large opposable thumb and fingers as the starting point in man's emergence from the ape stage of his ancestry. The exploring hand with its thumb and forefinger is the great instrument by which the intelligence, first of the monkey and then of man, has been developed. The thumb of the gorilla is, in proportion to the size of the fingers, very much smaller than that of man, but bigger than that of the chimpanzee, and much bigger than that of the orang and of lower monkeys. It is evident that the thumb has increased in size in the man-like apes, and in man himself this increase has been carried much further, and led to the perfecting of the hand as an instrument of exploration and construction. Contributory to the perfecting of the hand has been the gradual attainment of the upright carriage, and the use of the feet alone for walking. The upright carriage enabled the early ancestors of man to survey, and so to judge the conditions of safety or danger at a distance from them, as well as to devote their hands to new and special uses. Lancaster thus avoided falling prey to the notion of cerebral primacy in the origin of hominins, in spite of the Piltdown hoax, which was designed to suggest cerebral primacy in the evolution from ape to human ancestors, thereby contradicting the materialist interpretation of human evolution. Nevertheless, he was enormously excited by the announcement of the Piltdown discoveries and visited the pit in the company of Dawson. He wanted to see about obtaining a government grant to carry out systematic digging. "I feel sure," he wrote in his enthusiasm, "the whole family of Eoanthropus are there, leg bones and all of a dozen individuals." No doubt Lancaster thought that the discovery of fossils of entire individuals would verify the materialist thesis presented in Diversions of the Naturalist, that the development of the hand was the starting point in man's emergence. Yet he went on in his discussion of human evolution in that book to write a chapter on Piltdown Man titled The Missing Link. Lancaster was clearly disturbed by the paradox of Piltdown Man, with its developed skull pointing to a brain the size and shape of modern humans, together with an ape-like jaw. If it had been found under other circumstances, he noted, the jaw might quite well have been described as that of a simiad, a large ape. The skull was human-like. In fact, he concluded, the only ground which at present justifies the association of Eoanthropus with the hominidae or human series, rather than the simiadae or ape series, derived from a common ancestry, is the man-like rather than ape-like size of the brain, which we must attribute to Eoanthropus on the assumption, which is at present a reasonable one, that the half-jaw and the incomplete skull found near each other at Piltdown are parts of the same individual. Lancaster, the dedicated materialist and opponent of cerebral primacy, nonetheless accepted the authenticity of Piltdown Man merely on the word of Dawson, who claimed to have found the jaw and the skull fragments in close proximity to each other. He certainly did not suspect an elaborate fraud. Hence he concluded that the supposed Eoanthropus represented a real missing link, an animal intermediate in great and obvious features between the two stocks, Simiadae and Hominidae, and either to be described as an ape which had become man-like or a man who still retained characteristic ape-like features. 33. Lancaster, who was known as perhaps the greatest detector of spiritualistic frauds in his day, fell prey to the greatest scientific fraud in history. The bias towards cerebral primacy and the supposed confirmation in that respect provided by the false Eoanthropus meant that when Raymond Dart discovered the first of the Australopithecines, Australopithecus africanus, the first word standing for southern ape in South Africa in 1924, it took 2 decades before they were accepted as human ancestors by the anthropological establishment. The reason is that the Australopithecine fossils that began to be found, including quite distinct species within the genus, pointed to beings of erect posture with more developed hands but brain sizes that were still akin to those of apes, precisely what Engels had strongly hypothesized, and Haeckel and Darwin suggested. Yet, there was enormous resistance to such conclusions due to notions of cerebral primacy and due to the African origin of humanity that such fossils suggested. Arthur Keith, who had made his reputation based on Piltdown, immediately announced that Dart's Australopithecus africanus was nothing more than a remarkable ape. As S. L. Washburn and Ruth Moore were later to explain, it was assumed that a human brain might go with a subhuman body, but surely it could not be the other way. It was not until more discoveries of Australopithecines were made in Africa, and Eoanthropus had become more and more of an anomaly, followed by the discovery of the fraud, that the myth of cerebral primacy in human evolution began to break down. Even then, some prominent paleontologists like Louis Leakey, who had studied with Arthur Keith, continually leaned toward the view that the small-brained Australopithecines could not have made tools, and with the discovery of Homo habilis in 1964, viewed all signs of tool-making as evidence of the genus Homo, a supposition that is now broken down due to subsequent paleontological finds. Still, the discovery of the Australopithecines and the acceptance of them as human ancestors would so alter evolutionary theory that Oakley, best known for uncovering the Piltdown fraud, wrote Man the Toolmaker in 1950, summarizing the evidence that human evolution had primarily occurred through toolmaking and the evolution of the hand. Writing in a manner reminiscent of Engels's argument, Oakley stated, "Man is a social animal distinguished by culture, by the ability to make tools and communicate ideas. When the immediate forerunners of man acquired the ability to walk upright habitually, their hands became free to make and manipulate tools. Activities which were in the first place dependent on adequate powers of mental and bodily coordination, but which in turn perhaps increased those powers." The discoveries of Louis and Mary Leakey in Olduvai Gorge in East Africa in 1959 further raised the question as to whether the Australopithecines were tool users with hands developed beyond those of the apes. The key to human evolution, once erect posture freed the hands, it was increasingly believed, was tool-using making and the effect that this had on the hands, language, the brain, etc., in a feedback process. As Gould declared, this was a view best described in the 19th century by Engels. This was encapsulated in Washburn and Moore's famous phrase, "Tools maketh man." The Soviet anthropologist V. Chakimov, in 1964, drew the conclusion that the discovery of various hominin species pointed to the Engelsian conclusion that the most progressive bipedal fossil anthropoids were those that systematically employed various objects as tools and weapons, which became the basis of their ecology, distinguishing them from all other animals. This systematic tool-making took man's ancestors out of the framework of purely biological adaptation, constituting the forerunner of human labor. Today, the overall story with regard to human evolution has shifted somewhat. Paleoanthropologists have for some time focused, in their accounts of the origin of the first hominins some 6 to 7 million years ago, on the advent of bipedalism itself, and less on the relation of this to the evolution of the hands and tool-making, although the evidence of stone tools dates back as much as 3.4 million years. It is still assumed that the evolution of the hand, the making of tools, language, and the development of the brain were related, but bipedalism, it is thought, may have anticipated tool-making by a considerable lag. The evolution of bipedalism has most recently been explained by climate change and by alterations in the ecology associated with tectonic geological shifts, particularly in an evolutionary hotspot stretching north from Gona to Ledi in Ethiopia, part of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, where Homo habilis was found. In the context of such immense environmental changes, it is believed, natural selection took over and led to more efficient and varied forms of movement among human ancestors. Nevertheless, it is now recognized that stone tools extend back 3.4 million years, long before genus Homo, in the time of the late Australopithecines. Hence, it is now thought likely that Australopithecus afarensis lucy species, with their developed hands but ape-like features and relatively small brains, were tool makers, although other Australopithecine species are also possible candidates. In 2015, stone tools, 3.3 million years old, were found in Kenya. Indirect evidence of stone tools has been found in Ethiopia, dating back 3.4 million years, the evidence consisting of marks on bones, pointing to stone tool use in the butchering of meat. These early tools took the form of flaked implements with sharp edges, made from hitting stones against each other, which could be used for cutting. It then became possible to cut through even the toughest animal hides, and meat eating became possible, adding to the diet and making it more secure. As Richard Leakey wrote in The Origin of Humankind, those hominins who made and used these simple stone flakes thereby availed themselves of a new energy source, animal protein, which would not be otherwise available. Around this time, the brain expanded substantially in size. Labor, which Marx and Engels saw as material exchange with and transformation of the environment, thus becomes the key to a process of gene-culture coevolution. The argument of many contemporary anthropologists is thus similar in this respect to that made by Engels in The Part Played by Labor. For Engels, it was the growth of a meat diet, made possible by tool-making, that enhanced the overall nutritional intake by providing in an almost ready state the most essential ingredients required by the organism for its metabolism. Adaptation to a meat diet, side by side with a vegetable diet, greatly contributed towards giving bodily strength and independence to man in the making. Two contemporary anthropologists likewise argue that the added nutrition, made possible by tool-making, played a key role in the evolutionary track. Further tool development, particularly the stone hand axe, was associated with the emergence of Homo erectus around 2 million years ago. With the emergence of Homo sapiens some 300,000 years ago, There was a tripling of the size of the brain in relation to the earliest Australopithecines. This increase in brain size was associated with the development of language. For Engels, writing in the 19th century, language, along with the associated development of the brain, was the result of natural selection tied to human sociability arising in conjunction with labor. In contrast, today's anthropologists commonly see theories of the evolution of language in terms of either man the toolmaker or man the social animal, technology, or sociability. Nevertheless, such distinctions are rooted on reified notions, in which technology and sociability are seen as ideal activities separate from each other and human labor. As Engels insisted, the evolution of the hand implies toolmaking. Toolmaking implies labor. Labor implies social cooperation, and this leads over evolutionary time to the development of language and the brain. It is the process of labor, associated with the increasing mastery of the environment, that constitutes the dynamic natural material explanation for human evolution and human history. What contemporary anthropology has shown us is that this evolutionary process occurred over millions of years. Nevertheless, there is every reason to suppose that it was the human interaction with the environment through labor, that is, the development of a distinct human ecology, that was the central factor setting off gene culture coevolution. Building on his discussion of human evolution through labor, Engels went on to distinguish human ecology from animal ecology. Departing from simpler forms of Darwinian survival of the fittest notions in which animals merely adapt to their environment, he argued that animals, too, change their environment. Animals, he insisted, have a kind of consciousness, have been known in the higher primates to use simple tools, and sometimes engage in patterns of behavior that appear to be planned, premeditated. In animals, the capacity for conscious, planned action is proportional to the development of the nervous system, and among mammals it attains a fairly high level. Non-human animals, Engels contended, have in common with humans all activity of the understanding, induction, deduction, and hence also abstraction, Dido's, Engels's dog, generic concepts, quadrupeds and bipeds, analysis of unknown objects. Even the cracking of a nut is a beginning of analysis, synthesis in animal tricks, and, as the union of both, experiment in the case of new obstacles and unfamiliar situations. In their nature, all these modes of procedure, hence all means of scientific investigation that ordinary logic recognizes, are absolutely the same in men and the higher animals. They differ only in the degree of development of the method in each case. Animal ecology was a complex process of two-way interaction, in which the environment impacts animal life, and animal life alters the environment. Animals change the environment by their activities in the same way, even if not to the same extent, does. But all the planned action of all animals has never succeeded in impressing the stamp of their will upon the earth. That was left for man. In short, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it. This is the final, essential distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction. Engels's analysis here was dependent on an understanding of the dialectical complexity of the environment. In nature, he wrote, nothing takes place in isolation. An example of this web-like ecological interdependence could be seen in the effects of the introduction of goats and pigs into St. Helena, which in the 19th century was one of the best-known cases of ecological destruction of colonialism. In 1839, in his Journal of Researches into the Geology and Natural History of the various countries visited during the voyage of the HMS Beagle, Darwin had commented on the devastating deforestation wrought since the introduction of goats and hogs to the island at the beginning of European settlement in 1502. So late as the year 1716, he wrote, there were many trees in the area previously called the Great Wood. But in 1724, the old trees had mostly fallen, and as goats and hogs had been suffered to range about, all the young trees had been killed. The extent of surface, probably covered by wood at a former period, it is estimated at no less than 2,000 acres. At the present day, scarcely a single tree can be found there. It is also said that in 1709 there were quantities of dead trees in Sand Bay. This place is now so utterly desert that nothing but so well attested an account, records left by Alexander Beatson, could have made me believe that they could ever have grown there. On such basis, Engels observed that the goats and pigs brought by the first arrivals to St. Helena have succeeded in exterminating its old vegetation almost completely, and so have prepared the ground for the spreading of plants brought by later sailors and colonists to replace the established species. This demonstrated three things: how animals change the environment, sometimes irreversibly, how this effect on the environment is altered and made invasive by human intervention, and especially colonization of remote areas, and how the flora and fauna of islands and indeed whole continents are thus changed through the combination of human and other animal action, often with devastating ecological consequences as suggested by Darwin in the form of desertification. This leads to the wider ecological critique to which the entire argument in the part played by labor is directed. For Engels, labor is the key to human evolution and to the subsequent development of human society. It leads the way from natural history of human beings to their social history, from the mastery of tools, hunting and gathering, the domestication of animals, the planned cultivation of crops, to tribe, nation, state, and the development of modern human society with its developed science and technology. All human development is in the final analysis dependent on the development of the labor process and production in their widest senses. Like Marx, Engels saw the labor process as the interdependent social metabolism between human beings and nature. But if humanity, in contrast to animals, was distinguished by its capacity to master as opposed simply to use, nature, this mastery had its limits in the social, economic, and ecological construction of human society itself. As he famously put it, "Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory, nature takes its revenge on us. Each victory, it is true, in the first place brings about the results we expected. But, in the second and third places, it has quite different unforeseen effects, which only too often cancel out the first. The people who, in Mesopotamia, Greece, Asia Minor, and elsewhere, destroyed the forests to obtain cultivable land, never dreamed that by removing along with the forests the collecting centers and reservoirs of moisture, they were laying the basis for the present forlorn state of those countries. When the Italians of the Alps used up the pine forests on the southern slopes, they had no inkling that by doing so they were cutting at the roots of the dairy industry in their region. They had still less inkling that they were thereby depriving their mountain springs of water for the greater part of the year, and making it possible for them to pour still more furious torrents on the plains during the rainy seasons. Thus, at every step, we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside of nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them correctly. Engels here raises the question of how the generation of ecological catastrophes in areas such as Mesopotamia resulted from the unforeseen long-term consequences of human production. In this respect, he was strongly influenced, like Marx, by the work of the German agronomist Carl Nicholas Frass's book, Climate and the Plant World, which focused on the human destruction of the forests of Mesopotamia, Persia, Palestine, Egypt, and southern Europe. Arguing against seeing such environmental change as simply due to natural causes, Frass emphasized the importance of human beings in generating more arid climates in these regions. The developing culture of people, he wrote, leaves a veritable desert behind it. 52a Engels observed in his notes on Frass. This desertification constituted the main proof that civilization is an antagonistic process that in its form up to the present has exhausted the land, devastated the forests, rendered the land unfertile for its original crops, and made the climate worse. Prairies and the increased heat and dryness of the climate are the consequences of culture civilization. At around the same time as Frass published his book, the German biologist Matthias Jakob Schleiden, one of the pioneers of cell theory, published The Plant, a biography, which also influenced Engels. Schleiden was particularly concerned with regional climate change in historical times, and saw humanity as a factor in triggering such changes. Man, he argued, brings about results which surprise even himself, because he does not at the moment mark the gradually accumulating consequences of his labors, nor, led by necessary knowledge, foresee the final results. There were strong indications in the historical records, Schleiden declared, that those countries which are now treeless and arid deserts, part of Egypt, Syria, Persia, and so forth, were once thickly wooded, traversed by streams, but were later dried up or shrunk within narrow bounds, and exposed to the full force of the sun. He attributed these changes to the environment in historical time primarily to the disappearance of forests by human hand. Behind him, Schleiden concluded, man leaves the desert, a deformed and ruined land, and is guilty of the thoughtless squandering of vegetable treasures. Here again, in selfish pursuit of profit, and consciously or unconsciously, following the abominable principle of the great moral vileness which one man has expressed, après nous le déluge, he begins anew the work of destruction. 5. Marx, like Engels, was strongly influenced by the arguments of Frass and Schleiden, pointing to the catastrophic effects on entire civilizations resulting from the undermining of the environmental conditions of human development, what Marx called the whole gamut of permanent conditions of life required by the chain of human generations. In the classical Marxian critique, desertification, dust bowlization, was a natural result of the course of civilization, meaning historical class societies, with the destructiveness of capitalism in this respect far greater than in any previous society. underscoring the short-term aims and long-term irrationality of bourgeois society, particularly in its most destructive colonial forms. Engels, in The Part Played by Labor, exclaimed, "What cared the Spanish planters in Cuba who burned down forests on the slopes of the mountains and obtained from the ashes sufficient fertilizer for one generation of very highly profitable coffee trees? What cared they that the heavy tropical rainfall afterwards washed away the unprotected upper stratum of the soil, leaving behind only bare rock?" In relation to nature as to society, the present mode of production is predominantly concerned only with the immediate. The most tangible result, and then surprise is expressed that the more remote effects of actions directed to this end turn out to be quite different, are mostly quite the opposite in 58 character. In all of this, Engels had in mind Francis Bacon's famous scientific maxim that nature is only overcome by obeying her, that is, by discovering and conforming to nature's laws. In Marx's and Engels's view, the Baconian principle, to the extent that it was applied in bourgeois society, was primarily a ruse for conquering nature so as to bring it under capital's laws of accumulation and competition. Science itself was made into a mere appendage of profit-making, treating nature's boundaries as mere obstacles to overcome, then rationally mastering the human metabolic relation to nature, in conformity with genuine human needs and potentials, and the requirements of long-term reproduction. This pointed to a contradiction between, on the one hand, science's own dialectic, which more and more recognized, in Engels's words, our oneness with nature, and, on the other hand, capital's myopic drive to accumulation ad infinitum. What finally distinguished human ecology from animal ecology was thus the fact that we have the advantage over all other creatures of being able to learn its laws and apply them completely. It was this that removed human beings from the mere struggle for existence. But all progress was also regression, and society was constantly being thrust back into the Hobbesian war of all against all that characterized capitalist society. Under prevailing social conditions, no rational long-term course of action was possible for humanity. For the human oneness with nature to be realized, there needed to be a regulation, not only of the short-term effects, but also the indirect, more remote social and environmental effects of our production activity. This regulation, however, requires something more than mere knowledge. It requires a complete revolution in our hitherto existing mode of production, and simultaneously a revolution in our whole contemporary social order. Without this, Engels believed, society would be prone to long-term ecological catastrophe, metaphorically expressed as the revenge of nature. The English capitalists, in conquering India, he observed, had failed to do what every other conqueror before them had done. They had failed to take responsibility for the collective maintenance of irrigation throughout the river valleys, without which no agriculture was possible there. The enlightened English let the irrigation canals and sluices fall into decay, and are now at last discovering, through the regularly recurring famines, that they have neglected the one activity which might have made their rule in India at least as legitimate as that of their predecessors. 2. It is this perspective which denies the bad infinity of infinite linear quantitative progress, that informs Engels' discussion of the human destruction of ecological systems in The Part Played by Labor in the transition from ape to man, along with the introduction to the dialectics of nature. Humanity is capable of destroying the natural bases of its own existence, which are not permanent and need to be sustained. However, in order to generate a sustainable social metabolism, it is necessary to create a productive mode that breaks with this bad infinity, metaphorically represented, as in Friedrich Schelling, by the English national debt, and with a system of unplanned competition for unlimited capital accumulation. Instead, society needs to be organized on a planned basis by the associated producers, regulating our productive relation to nature on a sustainable basis, recognizing our coevolution with nature and our place within its universal metabolism. Such regulation, Engels argues, requires something more than mere knowledge. It requires a complete revolution in our hitherto existing mode of production, and simultaneously a revolution in our whole contemporary social, as Leacock observed. Engels' brilliance in The Part Played by Labor is that he pointed to the destructiveness of nature as a result of man's profit-making course and the necessity for revolutionizing society in order to arrest its pernicious. Engels drew hope at every point from the communal past of humanity. In The Mark, written in 1882, he delved into the early German commune. The demise of the Mark, the early German system of communal association, came with the loss of the commons on which the peasants had grazed their cattle. Hence, there was no longer any manure with which to fertilize their small plots of land, resulting in the decline of the soil, peasant agriculture, and their means of subsistence. All of this fed the so-called primitive accumulation and the rise of the large estates. The remaining peasants were thus gradually squeezed out of existence. What Marx called the social metabolism between the population and the land was disrupted, a crisis of peasant agriculture that constituted a precondition of capitalism itself. Engels's works on the origin of the family, private property, and the state and the mark are explorations in prehistory associated with the emergence of anthropology as a discipline, and hence are closely connected to his argument on the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State was published in 1884, the year after Marx's death, and was based in part on Marx's ethnological notebooks. It represented Engels's attempt, like Marx, to build on the early anthropological work of Lewis Henry Morgan, particularly in his Ancient Society. As Engels' title indicates, the purpose of this work was to point to the historical origins of the family, particularly the patriarchal family, private property, and the state. The intent was to demonstrate that the central bulwarks of modern class society had not existed throughout human anthropological development, but had arisen in historical time, although before written history. Much of the early anthropology on which Engels, and before him Marx, relied was mistaken on crucial points. For example, the emergence of an economic surplus and crucial changes in the division of labor between men and women are now seen as arising at an earlier stage in gatherer societies. Yet the basic character of his argument with respect to the historical origins of patriarchy can still be seen as holding in broad outline. Engels thus provided a radical extension of historical materialism, focusing on the intersections of gender and class, of production and reproduction, viewed as dialectically related. According to the materialist conception he observed in the preface to his book, the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life. But this itself is of a twofold character. On the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter, and the tools requisite therefor. On the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. The social institutions under which men of a definite historical epoch and of a definite country live are conditioned by both kinds of production, by the stage of development of labor on the one hand, and of the family on the other. The emphasis of the book was on how the early kinship group known as the clan or gens from to beget, associated with matrilineal descent, collective production, and communal property, had preceded the development of the patriarchal monogamous family as the individual, economic unit of. This was part of the revolution in ethnological time, giving rise to anthropological studies in the early 1860s at around the same time as Darwin's theory of natural selection. It emphasized the similarity in the processes of development within early human society, reflecting the interaction of chance and necessity in a manner similar to Darwinian natural selection. This social evolution of kinship and property relations was the result of changing conditions of subsistence and their effect on kinship rules governing sexual relations and group marriage. Basing his analysis on the research not only on Morgan, but also such figures as Johann Buchhofen, Lubbock, Maxim Kovalevsky, and John McLennan, all of whose ideas were dealt with in detail in Marx's ethnological notebooks, Engels pointed to the combined, progressive-retrogressive origins of the monogamous family. Monogamy does not by any means make its appearance in history as the reconciliation of man and woman, still less as the highest form of such a reconciliation. On the contrary, it appears as the subjection of one sex by the other, as the proclamation of a conflict between the sexes entirely unknown hitherto in prehistoric times. In an old unpublished manuscript, the work of Marx and myself in 1846, The German Ideology, I find the following. The first division of labor is that between man and woman for child breeding. And today I can add, the first-class antagonism which appears in history coincides with the development of the antagonism between man and woman in monogamous marriage, and the first-class oppression with that of the female sex by the male. Monogamy was a great historical advance, but at the same time inaugurated, along with slavery and private wealth, that epoch, lasting until today, in which every advance is likewise a relative regression, in which the well-being and development of the one group are obtained by the misery and oppression of the other. It is the cellular form of civilized society in which we can already study the nature of the antagonisms and contradictions which develop fully in the latter. Seeing monogamy, therefore, as both the first-class antagonism and the cellular form of all oppressions built up over the course of civilization, meant that Engels gave an importance to the historical origin of gender oppression that went far beyond that of most of today's gender researchers in this respect. Highlighting the historicity of the family, Engels abandoned the view of all prior written history, which had taken as its point of departure the absurd assumption, which became inviolable in the 18th century, that the monogamous individual family, an institution scarcely older than civilization, is the nucleus around which society and the state gradually crystallized. Rather than viewing the monogamous family in this way, as constituting the original natural condition, Engels insisted that it was the first form of the family based not on natural but on economic conditions, namely, the victory of private property over original, naturally developed common ownership. Following Marx, he gave priority to the genetic constitution as a stage in human development, representing the phase of group marriage and preceding the pairing family and the monogamous family. It was Morgan who had, through his research into the Iroquois and other American Indian tribes, pointed to the kinship relations associated with the ancient gens, each tribe consisting of a number of gentes, or gens related, by blood on the mother's side. Here lineage was traced through the female line. Although marriage existed within tribes, sexual relations with partners within the same gens were prohibited. Relying on a large number of sources, including, in addition to Morgan, the full range of Greek and Latin literature on the ancient gens, as well as Tacitus Caesar, and the Icelandic Edda on the Germanic gens, Engels highlighted the relative equality between the sexes, genders, communal property relations, and egalitarian political institutions associated with the original genetic constitution based on mother right. That woman was the slave of man at the commencement of society, he wrote, is one of the most absurd notions that have come down to us from the period of the Enlightenment of the 18th. However, the relative equality of women nurtured in the earliest societies had broken down in lower and middle barbarism, particularly in Europe and Asia. With the widespread domestication of animals and the development of cattle, a new form of mobile, women's domestic work, which under communal production and the genetic constitution had equal importance as a form of public industry carried out in common, lost its public character and receded in relative status. The economic basis of the society thus shifted more to the province of men, resulting in the institution of patriarchal family-based relations along with male-dominated property relations. Cultivated land eventually came to be alienated and treated as private property. The economic surplus grew, concomitant with slavery once the scale of production grew. The state originated in this context as an institution over and above society to protect private property. Hence, for Engels, the fall of the early genetic constitution represented a revolution, the world historic defeat or overthrow of the system of mother right embodied in the gens, a revolution that fell entirely in prehistoric times, and with the patriarchal family we enter the field of written history. The individual family gradually becomes the economic unit of society, displacing communal life and production. According to Marx, the modern family contains within itself in miniature all the antagonisms which later develop on a wide scale within society and its. Engels's designation of the monogamous family as the cellular form of class society gave a much more coherent materialist basis to Marx and Engels's repeated references to the class divisions within the family. With the patriarchal relation between men and women variously described in their work as relations between master and slave, bourgeois, and proletarian. In this framework, the reference to class divisions within the family were not to be seen as constituting a sex-gender analogy, as some socialists were later to argue. Rather, class relations, as Engels explained, and Marx too had concluded, had emerged out of patriarchal relations with the displacement of the genetic constitution. As Marx put it in his ethnological notebooks, the modern family contains in embryo not only slavery, but also class society not only developed simultaneously with, but was also, in important ways, based upon the patriarchal family, viewed as the individual economic unit of society, and as the cellular form of class divisions. As Tristram Hunt put it in his introduction to the origin of the family, private property, and the state. Engels went further in this work than he and Marx had previously gone in suggesting that antagonism between the social classes was first predicated upon male oppression of the female within the monogamian family. Indeed, in its etymological origins, Engels pointed out that the word famulus means household slave, while familia signifies the totality of slaves belonging to one individual. 8.4. In the monogamous patriarchal family that emerged with civilization, inequality, not equality, is established as the basis of the family, as it is rooted in the economic oppression of women. Equality before the law in the marriage contract, Engels argued, is hitherto mainly a way of disguising, on paper, this real inequality. The essential basis of the patriarchal family is the fact that women's household work, which in early modes of production had the character of public industry, has now become private. In the old communistic household, which embraced numerous couples and their children, the administration of the household, entrusted to the women, was just as much a public, a socially necessary industry as the providing of food by the men. This situation changed with the patriarchal family, and even more with the monogamous individual family. The administration of the household lost its public character. It was no longer the concern of society. It had become a private service. The wife became the first domestic servant, pushed out of participation in social production. Only modern large-scale industry again threw open to her, and only to the proletarian women at that, the avenue to social production, but in such a way that when she fulfills her duties in the private service of her family, she remains excluded from public production and cannot earn anything. And when she wishes to take part in public industry and earn her living independently, She is not in a position to fulfill her family duties. What applies to the woman in the factory applies to her in all the professions, right up to medicine and law. The modern individual family is based on the open or disguised domestic enslavement of the woman, and modern society is a mass composed solely of individual families as its molecules. Today, in the great majority of cases, the man has to be the earner, the breadwinner of the family, at least among the propertied classes, and this gives him a dominating position which requires no special legal privileges. In the family, he is the bourgeois, the wife represents the proletariat. Engels concluded from this that full equality before the law made materially possible by the reintroduction of the entire female sex into public industry constituted the first premise for the emancipation of women, and that this demands that the quality possessed by the individual family of being the economic unit of society be abolished. The full emancipation of women, he argues, requires that household work again be transformed into a public industry, not a private service within the family, and that women be enabled to pursue a full public role in all endeavors. Indeed, the emancipation of women and their equality with men are impossible and must remain so as long as women are excluded from socially productive work and restricted to housework, which is private. Needless to say, the free entry of women into industry as the first premise of their full emancipation was to be regarded simply as a necessary step in a long struggle for substantive equality. Along with the abolition of private domestic work, it would also be necessary to do away with the special male privileges of adultery and the accompanying institutions of prostitution that had characterized the hypocritical patriarchal family during the entire period of civilization. The new form of the marriage contract or cohabitation agreement must be sex love between men and women, a form more characteristic of the propertyless proletarian family than that of the propertied bourgeoisie. As Eleanor Leacock wrote in the 1970s, in support of Engels's analysis, it is crucial to the organization of women for their liberation to understand that it is the monogamous family as an economic unit, at the heart of class society, that is basic to their subjugation. Such understanding makes clear that childbearing itself is not responsible for the low status of women, as has been the contention of some radical women's groups. And more important, it indicates the way in which working-class women in their obviously basic fight on the job, but also in their seemingly more conservative battles for their families around schools, housing, and welfare, are actually posing a more basic challenge than that of the radicals. By demanding that society assume responsibility for their children, they are attacking the nature of the family as an economic unit, the basis of their own oppression, and a central buttress of class exploitation. Engels's achievement was thus to undermine all theories of biological determinism used to justify the social inequality of men and women, eliminating any notion that the patriarchal monogamous family was the original, natural form of human society. In the words of Peter Abbe, Engels's problematic was the transition from a complementary relation between the sexes to the reification of, in this respect, Engels contradicted socialists like August Bebel who, in his work Woman and Socialism, saw women's oppression as a primordial condition, a position that remains dominant within anthropology with its androcentric biases, despite conflicting evidence. Thus, in his influential 1967 Kinship and Marriage, Robin Fox flatly declared in reference to men controlling women, one does not need to recapitulate the evolutionary history of man to see why. For the greater part of human history, women were getting on with their highly specialized task of bearing and rearing the children. It was the men who hunted the game, fought the enemies, and made the decisions. This is, I am convinced, rooted in primate. In sharp contrast to such views, commonly voiced both in his day and ours, Engels historicized women's oppression, a position that was to be reinforced around a century later with the development of feminist anthropology in the 1970s. Like Fourier before him, Engels argued that the periods of barbarism and civilization, that is, the forms of society from the point of the domestication of animals and the development of agriculture, had introduced inequality in the family and an industry that broke with the longer history and evolution of humanity. Human progress, with respect to the monogamous family, was at the same time a regression. The full emancipation of women was central to the emancipation of society as a whole. Nature did not establish any fundamental inequality within humanity. Writing in 1986, Stephanie Kuntz and Peta Henderson declared, "A growing body of evidence supports the broad evolutionary perspective, first suggested by Engels. Relations between the sexes seem to be most egalitarian in the simplest foraging societies, and women's position worsens with the emergence of social stratification, private property, and the rejecting essentialist biological determinist views of gender relations. Engels also strongly rejected all essentialist biological determinist views of race. The aversion to social Darwinism and essentialism with respect to human populations, evident throughout his thought, could be seen in his praise of indigenous peoples in the Americas and Africa in relation to their social organizations and even civilizations. The early Gentile constitution of the Iroquois, he observed, is wonderful in its childlike simplicity. Everything runs smoothly without soldiers, gendarmes, or police, without nobles, kings, governors, prefects, or judges, without prisons, without trials. All quarrels and disputes are settled by the whole body of those concerned, the gens or the tribe or the individual gentes among themselves. All are free and equal, including the women. There is as yet no room for slaves, nor as a rule for the subjugation of alien tribes. When the Iroquois conquered the Eries and the neutral nations about the year 1651, they invited them to join the Iroquois Confederacy as equal members. Only when the vanquished refused were they driven out of their territory. And the kind of men and women that are produced by such a society is indicated by the admiration felt by all white men who came into contact with uncorrupted Indians, admiration of the personal dignity, straightforwardness, strength of character, and bravery of these barbarians. We have witnessed quite recently examples of this bravery in Africa. The Zulu Kaffirs a few years ago, like the Nubians a couple of months ago, referring to the Zulu-British War of 1879 and the Nubian-British War of 1883, in both of which tribes Gentile, that is, related to gens or clan institutions have not yet died out, did what no European army can do. Armed only with pikes and spears and without firearms, they advanced, under a hail of bullets and breech-loaders, right up to the bayonets of the English infantry, acknowledged as the best in the world for fighting in close formation, throwing them into disorder, and even beating them back more than once. And this despite the colossal disparity in arms, and despite the fact that they have no such thing as military service, and do not know what military exercises are. Their capacity and endurance are best proved by the complaint of the English that a Kaffir can move faster and cover a longer distance in 24 hours than a horse. This is what mankind and human society were like before class divisions arose. This analysis by Engels, lacking any trace of the racist and imperialist values of most Europeans of his day, but rather emphasizing the social institutions and material conditions that govern humanity, was quite unlike virtually any analysis of his time in its exhibition of a strong affection for humanity as a whole, extending to the Zulus in their war on the British. As Heyer has observed, nowhere in the 19th century has greater admiration for non-Western society been expressed than in the origin of the family. 96. Unlike most prominent authorities on human evolution in his day, figures as varied as Lyell, Louis Agassiz, Charles Darwin, and Wallace, representing a variety of views on the origins of the races, slavery, etc., and the relations of these to human evolution, but all believing in the biological fact of race and in racial inequality, extending even to the extirpation of so-called savage races. Engels' analysis is almost completely devoid of any treatment of biological race whatsoever. Here, his analysis seems to prefigure the principle later enunciated by Gould that the reality of human equality is a contingent fact of history. In this area, too, Engels demonstrated his revolutionary and egalitarian materialism. Engels' argument at the outset of the origin of the family, private property, and the state that the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life, which he interpreted as having a twofold character in the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter, and the tools requisite therefore, on the one hand, and the reproduction of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species, on the other, set up a complex ecological relation between labor and social reproduction. The metabolism of human life was one of both production and reproduction. Although this twofold character of the human social metabolism was not fully developed in his thought, it nonetheless established an essential unity crucial to the development of any future ecological critique. For Engels, not only production, but also social reproduction within the family were necessary objects of revolutionary change. In 1890, Paul Ernst, an editor of the German Social Democratic Party journal Die Neue Zeit, was caught in a dispute with the Austrian dramatic critic Hermann Bahr. Ernst had initially engaged in a debate with a writer from the German naturalist magazine Freie Bühne für modern Leben, where Bahr was an editor. Ernst strongly criticized Henrik Ibsen's plays, including A Doll's House. For Ernst, women's liberation had to await the inevitable development of the material means of production. At the same time, he ridiculed Ibsen as a petty bourgeois figure who concentrated on moral and psychological issues. Bahr proceeded to attack Ernst in 2 installments of an article on the epigones of Marxism, presenting what he saw as a more authentic Marxist view. Ernst then appealed to Engels for support, the authority on Marxism, in a private letter in reply, in which he explicitly declined to enter the fray. Engels refused to support Bahr's interpretation of Marx's views, which stripped away all historical evolution in the treatment of women and the women's question, but more important, he indicated his strong disagreement with Ernst with respect to Ibsen and the women's movement. Engels made it clear that it was wrong to criticize Ibsen or the Norwegian women's movement along the lines that Ernst had advanced. Specifically, the nascent women's movement could not be denounced on the basis of a mechanical argument on the necessary prior development of the material means of production. As Engels put it, the materialist method is converted into its direct opposite if, instead of being used as a guiding thread in historical research, it is made to serve as a ready-cut pattern on which to tailor the historical facts. Moreover, to deride Ibsen and the Norwegian women's movement on the grounds that they represented petty bourgeois views ignored the historical specificity of the development of the petty bourgeoisie, in Norway in particular, where it had come to play a more progressive role. Nor was the women's question to be shortchanged or treated as a minor matter. The field covered by what is generally designated as the woman question, he wrote, is so vast that one cannot, within the confines of a letter, treat this subject thoroughly or say anything halfway satisfactory about it. What was needed was deep analysis of historical evolution. Whatever weaknesses there were in Ibsen's plays from the standpoint of a class critique, Engels indicated, they nonetheless pointed to the possibility of progressive action, not determined simply by class relations. This reflected the fact that the condition of Norwegian women, with which Ibsen was especially concerned, had reached a superior level of liberation as compared with their German counterparts. Engels' sensitivity to the issues raised in Ibsen's plays, some of which he knew, were no doubt deeply affected by his deep affection for Eleanor Marx and his involvement in socialist circles where there was an enormous enthusiasm for Ibsen. Eleanor Marx Aveling was the first translator into English in 1888 of Ibsen's plays An Enemy of the People and The Lady of the Sea. Eleanor was a great Ibsen enthusiast. In 1884, Edward Aveling read part of Ghosts to Eleanor and Olive Schreiner. In 1885, there was a performance of A Doll's House, the first ever in England. At Eleanor's residence, with Eleanor as Nora Helmer, Aveling as Torvald Helmer, George Bernhard Shaw as Nils Krogstad, and May Morris, William Morris's daughter, as Christine Linde, Engels was likely present, as was Hélène de Muth, on such occasions. For socialists, Ibsen and the issues that he raised about women's conditions were central. After the death of Mary Burns, Engels had taken up a common-law marriage with her younger sister, Lizzie. He openly referred to her as his wife, and they lived together until her death in September 1878. As Gustav Meyer refers to their relationship and of Engels' attitude toward marriage, neither his conviction nor his sentiments would allow the claim of state and church to legitimize his closest human relationship. Nevertheless, standing for the second time before the deathbed of comrade and lover Engels, chose, at Lizzie's request, to honor her by marrying her in a legal ceremony. Later in 1891, writing to Julie Biebel, the wife of August Biebel, who was known for his women and socialism, and who had found in Julie a proletarian companion, Engels said of his wife Lizzie, with his own parallel work on the origin of the family, private property, and the state clearly in mind. Though written years after her death, my wife was also of genuine Irish proletarian blood, and her passionate feeling for her class, a feeling that was inborn, was of immeasurably greater value to me, and has been a greater standby at all critical junctures than anything of which the priggishness and sophistry of the dedicated and sensitive daughters of the bourgeoisie might have been capable. But my wife has now been dead for 12 years and more, while August is fortunate enough to have you still at his side. That is the difference. 103. Engels and the New Materialism. Engels' dialectical argument with respect to nature and society, along with production and reproduction, taken as a whole, arose, as with Marx, from his materialist dialectics. Its inspiration thus went back to Hegel and Feuerbach, a topic that Engels returned to in his Ludwig Feuerbach and the outcome of Classical German Philosophy, published in 1888. In the essence of Christianity, Feuerbach had led the way in the critical revolt against Hegelian idealism. Thus Feuerbach and those immediately influenced by him in the period leading up to the 1848 revolution placed materialism on the throne again, recognizing that nature exists independently of all philosophy, that nothing exists outside nature and man. 104. The most active and critical of those who separated themselves from Hegelian idealism, including Marx and Engels, were therefore driven back to the tradition of Anglo-French materialism. Here materialism, in its widest and only meaningful sense, could be seen as related, most fundamentally, to the critique of religion and to the rejection of teleological thinking or final causes. The question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature, the paramount question of the whole of philosophy, could achieve its full significance only after European society had awakened from the long hibernation of the Christian Middle Ages. The answers which philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps, those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, and among the philosophers, Hegel, for example, this creation often becomes still more intricate and impossible than in Christianity, comprised the camp of idealism. The others who regarded nature as primary belonged to the various schools of materialism. These two expressions, idealism and materialism, primarily signify nothing more than this, and here also they are not used in any other sense. Materialism without a dialectical understanding of nature as forever in motion was, however, in part a regression. Thus, there re-emerged in German philosophy after Hegel the tendency to see materialism in mechanistic terms, related to 18th century metaphysics, which created a narrow, reductionist set of views that divorced materialism from the comprehension of the real complexity of a natural world in ceaseless motion, and hence interconnected and forever changing. Philosophy, which was at the center of this regressive movement, was transformed into a self-supporting, if contradictory, of skepticism, dualism, or neo-Kantian philosophy, and of crude empiricism, mechanism, or positivism, monism. What all such analyses had lost, according to Engels, was the dialectical outlook that classical German philosophy had enunciated at its highest level, if in inverted, idealist form in Hegel's philosophy, neo-Kantian. Philosophers raised the question of the possibility of any cognition, or at least of any exhaustive cognition of the world, while mechanistic materialists and crude empiricists in the philosophy of science, represented most clearly by Buchner, Vogt, and Molschat, interpreted nature in lifeless, fixed, mechanical terms, simultaneously denying the complexity of both thought and reality. Such perspectives were, for Engels, antagonistic to the more dialectical understanding of nature propounded in Darwin's evolutionary theory and Marx's and his own historical materialism. Mechanistic materialism, although capable of important insights, ultimately contradicted genuine history since nature was reduced to mere passivity, thereby undermining any realistic foundation from which to understand either human praxis or natural evolution. The proof of the centrality of the dialectical method to science and the complex reflection determinations tying thought to objective reality, Engels argued in Feuerbach, lay in the three great scientific revolutions of the 1840s-1860s, the discovery of the cell, the development of thermodynamics, and the understanding of the laws of the transformation of energy, and the Darwinian theory of evolution through natural selection of innate variations. These three revolutions in science, he contended, demonstrated the interconnected, contingent, transitory, transformational, in short, the dialectical character of natural necessity. Moreover, as opposed to those who argued from the standpoint of the inherent limitations in the human cognition of the natural world, what such scientific revolutions proved was that human understanding arose through praxis, as part of the development of human society, industry, and science. Humanity could know the natural world and establish universal propositions with regard to it because it was part of it, able to comprehend the conditions of its existence rationally and through social action, that is, dialectically. Part 3. Toward a Critical Human Ecology. Chapter 8. Ecology as a System. In 1889, the students in Professor E. Ray Lancaster's course on zoology at University College, London, led by a young, 18-year-old Arthur George Tansley, presented Lancaster with a petition. Lancaster's lectures were celebrated at the time. Each was a carefully staged event. Before the lecture commenced in a large theater lit by a skylight, the elderly laboratory steward would set the stage, hanging up various diagrams. Promptly at one, greeted by applause, the professor entered, well-dressed, a powerful, confident figure with strong black hair and muscular torso, his height harmonizing his bulk. In no way the learned man of popular conception. He supplemented his prepared diagrams, of which he had around 500, by drawing with colored chalks on specially designed sliding chalkboards. His treatment of zoology did not begin and end with the comparative anatomy of dead animals, in the manner of his own mentor, Thomas Huxley, who had been frequently criticized for being a mere necrologist or laboratory anatomist. Instead, he emphasized animal life in its environment and living interconnections, in the context of what he called bionomics or ecology. Lancaster thus provided his students with a depth and breadth of analysis that was breathtaking. Lancaster's students were, but they were also hungry. Lancaster lectured at 1 p.m. and invariably continued well beyond 2 p.m. and sometimes until 2:40. Most of the students had been attending lectures and working in laboratories continuously since 9 a.m. The practical explorations in zoology were supposed to take place from 2 to 5 p.m., and the students desperately wanted a few minutes for lunch and relaxation. Arthur Tansley thus wrote a petition asking that Lancaster stop his lectures at 2 p.m. and got most of his fellow students to sign it. Lancaster, obviously taken aback by this student rebellion, responded with something about allowing for a light lunch, indicating that he would endeavor to stop at 2. But after a few days, he fell back into his old habits. This was the first known interaction between Lancaster, the protege of Charles Darwin and Huxley and friend of Karl Marx, the leading British zoologist of his time and a major figure in the development of materialist ecology, and Tansley, who was to be the founder of the British Ecological Association and the originator of the concept of ecosystem. The young Tansley's boldness in confronting Lancaster was no doubt due to his own experience growing up in the environment of higher education in London, albeit of an unconventional sort. His father, George Tansley, was a very wealthy businessman, a ball and rout furnisher, who had made his money selling high-class furnishings such as polished dance floors to the wealthy for Victorian social events. He became a volunteer teacher and the managing director of the Working Men's College London, and a supporter as well, along with Tansley's mother, Amelia Tansley, of the Working Women's College London. George Tansley had himself been a student at the Working Men's College, where such figures as John Ruskin and William Morris, and pre-Raphaelites like Dante Gabriel Rossetti taught. It was also where John Lubbock, the close friend and colleague of Darwin, and an anthropologist, one who had influenced Marx and Friedrich Engels, was to be the principal from 1883 to 1898. The founder and first principal of the Working Men's College, from when it was established in 1854 until his death in 1872, was Frederick Denison Maurice, a minister in the Church of England and a Christian socialist. The Working Men's College was reputedly Europe's first higher education institution devoted to adult education. The intellectual atmosphere was materialist and broadly socialist, mostly of a Fabian variety. Many of the teachers in the school were part of a Fabian socialist group organized by Frank Galton. But socialists of other varieties taught at the school as well. Morris, by then a follower of Marx, taught classes at the college. In October 1885, he delivered a lecture titled Socialism. Marx's friend, Edward Spencer Beasley, a professor of history at University College, delivered a series of lectures at the Working Men's College, which were turned into his book, Catiline, Clodius, and Tiberius. A Comtean positivist rather than a historical materialist, Beasley was nonetheless a strong fighter for worker rights and chaired the inaugural meeting in 1864 of the International Working Men's Association. Beasley's fellow positivist, Frederick Harrison of the Church of Humanity, also taught at the college. Engels's friend, Eugene Oswald, who, along with Engels, had taken part in the Baden-Palatinate uprising in the 1848 revolution and had been a member of the Revolutionary Provisional Government, taught French at the school. Arthur Tansley, born in 1871, the second child and only son of Amelia and George Tansley, was clearly influenced by this intellectual atmosphere, one that was part of his everyday life growing up. It provided an early acquaintance with materialist, radical, and socialist, as well as free-thinking and humanist ideas. The Tansley home was a center of continual discussion and social intercourse related to the Working Men's College and the Working Women's College. The working class and socialist orientation of the college and the focus on science gave it a strongly materialist ethos. As Tansley's biographer Peter Ayres writes, an ancient philosophy originating with the Greek philosopher Epicurus, materialism was being reaffirmed both by new discoveries in chemistry, geology, and biology, and by new necessities in politics and economics. The intellectual life at the Working Men's College was governed by the relation between theory and practice. An associate of the college, who was a woodturner by trade and an enthusiastic amateur field botanist, helped the young Tansley discover his scientific vocation. George Tansley took a cottage high up in West Melbourne, and his son was entranced with the flora and fauna of the Malvern Hills. In Ayres's words, in an age when much was talked and written about socialism, Arthur Tansley was able to grow up in an environment where socialism was practiced, albeit of a gentle, Fabian kind. The expansion of educational opportunities was generating an awareness among ordinary men and women that they had a right to share in, and even take some responsibility for, the countryside and the natural world. The Working Men's College may have stolen too much of his parents' attention and encouraged what became a lifetime's habit of introspection. But in other ways, it left him a rich legacy that included not merely a love of botany, but first-hand evidence that the world could be changed by someone like him. In 1889, after several years at Highgate School in London, Tansley began his studies in intermediate science at University College London, taking courses with both Lancaster as professor of zoology and Francis Wall Oliver, lecturer and soon professor in botany. University College had been founded as London University in 1826 and incorporated in 1836, together with King's College, as the University College London. University College was also the first institution to admit women students on an equal basis with men in 1878, after absorbing the London Ladies' Educational Association. University College encouraged innovative approaches to learning, which Lancaster took over from his mentor, Huxley. The latter introduced a novel form of teaching at the Science School in South Kensington, where laboratories were included, so that students could get first-hand experience with the anatomy of animals and plants. When Lancaster was appointed chair of zoology at University College, he immediately went about introducing these same methods, incorporating experience with specimens and laboratory work directly into the classroom experience. These methods were then taken up by Oliver in botany, who brought 6 specimens to every class. Tansley was later to recall that the lectures in these years were the high point of his entire student life. Lancaster, who insisted on the need to view species in their entire environment and placed emphasis on bionomics, ecology, and such issues as nutrient cycling, was unique in his time. Ironically, Darwin's evolutionary theory, though the product of the work of a great field naturalist, encouraged biologists to retreat into laboratories and museums to explore comparative anatomy and morphological characteristics, allowing them to delineate evolutionary lineages. Lancaster, like Huxley, a specialist in comparative anatomy of invertebrates, contended that the future lay in understanding life in its natural systems and in relation to species interactions. Lancaster's insistence on the need for a more bionomical approach to the study of marine animals had led to the creation of the Marine Biological Association under his leadership in 1883, and the establishment in 1888 of the Plymouth Marine Laboratory under his supervision. The Plymouth Marine Laboratory had just opened when Tansley was studying with Lancaster, and the force of the professor's wider ecological initiative, representing a radical departure at the time, was undoubtedly deeply impressed on his students, including Tansley. Lancaster was a charismatic figure, infectious in his radical commitment to science, not only for its own sake, but as a better way of living, forming the basis of an alternative to the dominant commercial ethos. In Biology in the State, his 1883 presidential address to the biological section of the British Association at Southport, he had declared, "Good as science is in itself, the desire and search for it is even better, raising men above vile things and worthless competitions to a fuller life and keener enjoyments. Through it we believe that man will be saved from misery and degradation, not merely acquiring new material powers, but learning to use and guide his life with." There is no doubt that Tansley, who recalled the brilliance of Lancaster's lectures, was affected by his materialist approach to science and society, by his systematic, environmental approach to the study of life forms, and by his strong commitment to natural preservation. Oliver, a botanist who shared Lancaster's wider ecological concerns, would exert a more direct influence on Tansley's intellectual development. Oliver had been appointed to a lectureship in 1888, and in 1890 was given a full professorship. Tansley took Oliver's advanced botany course, which he later recalled as the single most important course in his training as a botanist. In October 1890, Tansley entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he studied botany, zoology, physiology, and geology. There he struck up a lifelong friendship with Bertrand Russell, with whom he shared interests in socialism, science, and philosophy, as well as a common love of Shelley's poetry. In 1893, while in his final year at Cambridge, Tansley accepted an offer of an assistantship with Oliver at University College, London, rising to the position of assistant professor and then lecturer. In 1907, he secured a lectureship at Cambridge. In 1903, he married Edith Chick, the daughter of a lace merchant, who was a trained botanist and Oliver's assistant. Chick and Tansley had co-authored 2 articles, in the second of which she was the first author, but after they were married, Edith abandoned her career as a botanist to take care of household duties. They had 3 daughters, all of whom became professionals: a physiologist, an architect, and an economist. Tansley's evolving role as assistant to Oliver, assistant professor, and lecturer at the University College during these years was largely determined by his work with Oliver, who encouraged him to shift his research from plant anatomy to the nascent field of ecology. Oliver had a wide vision of the development of botany as a science, having studied in Germany and briefly held a fellowship in the United States. He was known as a radical and rebellious figure. He transformed his department into one of the most progressive sites for botanical research and analysis. Plant ecology, in his view, grew out of studies of plant geography. He was especially interested in the effects of pollution on botanical life and conducted studies into the effects of urban smog on cultivated plants, setting up pollution monitoring sites around London. Urban air pollution, he declared, was an increasing source of dismay, requiring action. A winter never passes now without one or more prolonged spells of fog, contaminated with the products of coal combustion. For weeks at a time, during the winter, the London suburbs are enshrouded in semi-darkness, whilst the air is tainted with foreign and offensive matter. In 1903-1904, Oliver introduced England to the practice of botanical field excursions, which had already commenced in the United States, during which he stressed the importance of understanding botanical life in terms of dynamic systems. Under his tutelage, Tansley came to see ecology as a practical subject based on field exploration, leading to the analysis of plant communities, biomes, and what Tansley was later to call ecosystems. In 1894, Tansley taught himself German. He was thus able to read Danish botanist Eugenius Warming's great conceptual work, Plantesamfund, Grundträg auf den ökologische Plantegeographie, in the 1896 German translation. Warming's work was later translated into English as Ecology of Plants in 1909. The word ecology, although introduced by Ernst Haeckel in 1864 to refer to what Darwin had called the economy of nature, had previously attracted little attention. It was thus Warming's book that more than anything else led to the development of plant ecology as a discipline. Warming contrasted traditional floralistic plant geography, or the taxonomic listing of plants growing in distinct areas, to ecological plant geography, concerned with the relation of species to habitats, communities of species, and the physiognomy of plant communities. In 1900s and 1901, Tansley spent about 3 months on 2 botanical excursions in Ceylon and in the Malay Peninsula, and visited Egypt. He was thus introduced to both the wet tropics and desert environments. When he arrived back from the East, he started a new botanical journal, The New Phytologist, which he financed and edited for the next 30 years. The goal of the journal was to emphasize botanical discussions and push forward new approaches. Tansley's paper, Problems of Ecology, presented to the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1904, became British ecology's founding statement. In 1908, at the International Geographic Congress in Geneva, Tansley proposed a series of international meetings inspired by Warming's work in plant ecology. This became the International Phytogeographic Excursion, organized by Tansley in Britain in 1911. That same year, Tansley edited the first systematic survey of British vegetation, titled Types of British Vegetation, authoring a theoretical introduction. The vegetation committee behind the project shortly metamorphosed in 1913 into the founding council of the British Ecological Society, the world's first ecological association, with Tansley as its first president. He became editor of the new society's Journal of Ecology, a position he occupied from 1917 to 1938. In 1915, Tansley was made a Fellow of the Royal Society. All of this led the leading U.S. ecologist, Frederick Clements, to declare in a letter to Tansley in 1915, "You not only are the managing director, so to speak, of British ecology, but you are the outstanding European figure and thinker, which is much more important." Tansley's introduction to Types of British Vegetation laid out some of the conceptual elements of the new ecology. He contrasted the taxonomic study of the distribution of plant species, which he referred to as floristic plant geography, to ecological plant geography, from the Greek oikos, a house habitat. Adopting the notion of plant communities, a concept he would later largely reject, Tansley wrote that ecology includes more than the study of vegetation units, or plant communities. It deals with the whole of the relations of individual plants to their habitats. The Tansley Manifesto. The rise of ecology under Tansley's leadership created conflict with the botanical establishment, consisting mainly of figures who, in the aftermath of the Darwinian revolution in biology, had come to specialize in the comparative morphological structure of plants and their evolutionary lineages. For these thinkers, the new emphases on ecology, plant physiology, and genetics, seeking a wider balance, were threatening. The 2 key figures in this respect were Frederick Orpen Bauer, Regius Professor of Botany at Glasgow University, and Isaac Bailey Balfour, Regius Professor of Botany at Edinburgh. Balfour had been one of the 2 translators of Warming's book, published in English in 1909 as The Ecology of Plants. But the English edition was in fact a different book with a much greater emphasis on morphology. Despite Tansley's successes in establishing ecology as a discipline with the founding of the New Phytologist, the formation of the British Ecological Society, and the rise under his editorship of the Journal of Ecology, ecology remained a small affair, dominated by the older traditions of British botany. Tansley himself, though the leading figure in ecology, was still a mere Cambridge lecturer, not yet having attained a chair as a professor. Balfour had played a leading role in the founding and editing of the Annals of Botany, established in 1887, and no doubt saw Tansley's New Phytologist as an upstart rival. An open conflict emerged between the 2 in March 19, 1917, beginning with the December 1917 publication of a 12-page article, The Reconstruction of Elementary Botany Teaching, signed by F. F. Blackman, V. H. Blackman, F. Keeble, F. W. Oliver, and a G. Tansley. So dominant was Tansley's role at this point that the article quickly came to be referred to by its opponents as the Tansley Manifesto. Despite that, it had been a jointly initiated article, and Tansley, in drafting it, had done so in mutual agreement with the other signatories. The Tansley Manifesto, as the Reconstruction article, will heretofore be called, though its signatories preferred to refer to simply as an article or a memorandum, created a rift with the old guard of botany, ensconced most powerfully in the Scottish universities, dividing the parties on both political and intellectual grounds. The political aspect was the support the New Phytologist and the Tansley Manifesto gave to the National Union of Scientific Workers, a new radical organization in which the Marxian mathematician and physicist Hyman Levy played a significant role. Its goal was to organize scientific and technical workers into a broad union. On March 11, 1918, the following spring, prior to the publication of Bauer's Botanical Bolshevism letter, the New Phytologist, under Tansley's editorship, published a memorandum by the nascent National Union of Scientific Workers, providing tentative support to its proposals. In the Tansley Manifesto, such economic issues related to the economic demands of scientific workers had already been raised. This then divided off the signatories and the New Phytologist from the more conservative elements of the scientific establishment. Moreover, it encouraged the view of them as representing radical socialist interests within the profession. However, most of the discussion in the Tansley Manifesto and in the subsequent dispute had to do with the intellectual and pedagogical orientation of botany itself. Botany as comparative morphology in the period after Darwin had been largely concerned with phylogenetic relations, or the evolutionary branching process of the phylogenetic tree. The physiological processes within botany, along with such emerging areas as ecology and genetics, tended to be subordinated to morphology. As the manifesto stated, botany in this country is still largely dominated by the morphological tradition, founded on an attempt to trace the phylogenetic relationships of plants, which began as the result of the general acceptance of the doctrine of descent. Elementary teaching, as well as a very large part of advanced teaching, is mainly occupied with the endless facts of structure and their interpretation from a phylogenetic standpoint. Side by side with this, there generally goes a discussion which is often limited to a crude Darwinian teleology. Plant physiology is relegated in most cases to a subordinate place and is taught as a separate subject. The newer studies of ecology and genetics play a very small part in the curriculum. The result is that the student's introduction to the study of plant life is unbalanced and has a definite morphological bias. He inevitably comes to regard the most vital parts of the subject, those dealing with the plant as a living organism, as specialized studies of subordinate importance. The elementary student is not clearly shown the essential basic importance of these studies, which should be fundamental, because his teaching is mainly in the hands of men who are primarily morphologists. In a statement that represented a crossing of swords, the 5 authors wrote, "Comparative morphology should be reduced to a subordinate position in the curriculum and should be used primarily to illustrate the principle of division of labor and the progressive ecological adaptation of the great phyla." The reasons for this they made clear. What is maintained is that morphological botany ought not to be made the main topic of elementary education in botany, because, in its current form at least, it is sterile and leads to little but further refinements of itself, and because it has no outlets on practical life. Balfour, as noted, was one of the translators of Warming's Oecology into English, which had also been revised extensively by Warming at the same time to incorporate a much greater emphasis on morphology. The Tansley Manifesto was thus an attempt not only to alter the botany curriculum, but also to define, in dynamic, physiological terms, the emerging field of ecology. The credo of the 5 authors, as a D. Boney called it in his discussion of the Tansley Manifesto affair, was to be found in the following declaration: there should be a treatment of the physiological as well as the structural life history of the individual plant, passing on to different ecological types with the physiological as well as their structural characters, and leading to an elementary treatment of competition and the social life of plants. The field of ecology should thus be developed on a physiological basis. 20. The emphasis on physiology and its relation to ecology, on the one hand, and genetics, on the other, was meant to promote a more comprehensive materialist perspective. The Tansley Manifesto highlighted the growing awareness of the close relations between metabolism in plants and similar problems in animals, and the need to bring them together within a common ecological perspective. All physiology, whether of plants or animals, ultimately had biophysical and biochemical bases, out of which broader ecological relations of competition and social life were derived. What was being proposed, therefore, was the shift of botany toward a more systemic ecological analysis. The reaction of the botanical establishment, surrounding Balfour and Bauer in particular, as evident both in their direct replies in the New Phytologist and in their private correspondence, was one of outrage. The best-known intervention was by Bauer in a letter published in the New Phytologist titled Botanical Bolshevism. Bauer was explicit in charging Tansley and his co-authors with socialistic objectives. The signatories appear to advocate immediate botanical Bolshevism. They propose that in order to secure improvement, comparative morphology should be reduced to a subordinate position. In order to secure their own utopia, they propose to subordinate something which they admit is a good in itself. That is the spirit that has ruined Russia and endangered the future of civilization. Are the signatories prepared to follow a like course? Bauer characterized the Reconstruction article as both a manifesto and an encyclical, arguing that it was the signatories who were narrow in their conception, since they wanted to subordinate morphology rather than pursue a more coordinated approach. Bauer opined, "I would say, physician, heal thyself." Although numerous figures openly entered into the Tansley Manifesto botanical Bolshevism debate, Balfour, one of the key players, did not. Rather, his views were conveyed in correspondence with Bauer. The first draft of Bauer's letter to the new phytologist has not survived. We do have, however, the response of Balfour to the draft, in which the first extant mention to botanical Bolsheviks is made, a term that may or may not have been in Bauer's original draft. In his April 17, 1918, letter to Bauer, responding to the latter's draft, Balfour wrote, "You may well ask who makes them lords over us. Their pigeonholed brains seem unable to understand that the work of nature can only be understood if the construction is known, and conversely. I am not at all sure that it is wise to accept the challenge on the grounds put forward by the Bolsheviks. We are not morphologists with the limited outlook suggested. I think your excellent counterblast would be stronger if, in refusing to admit the Bolsheviks' position, you pointed out that it is impossible to discuss a matter of this kind on such false premises." The conflict over the Tansley Manifesto had an aftermath that carried with it serious consequences for Tansley's career. In 1918, the chair of botany opened up at Oxford University. Tansley at that time was 47 years old and still occupied a mere lectureship at Cambridge, having not yet attained a position as professor. Chairs were hard to come by in the British system. Yet Lancaster, Oliver, Bauer, and Balfour, figures with whom Tansley might have reasonably compared himself, had first gained their chairs as professors at ages 26, 27, 30, and 26, respectively. Although Lancaster was made a Fellow of the Royal Society at age 28 and Oliver at age 33, Tansley did not receive this honor until he was 44. Despite his enormous reputation and importance as the founding figure of British ecology, he undoubtedly felt himself to have been held back in his career. Balfour, along with a C. Seward and D. H. Scott, were the botanical representatives in the selection for the Oxford chair. Balfour, in his correspondence in relation to the chair, left no doubt about his strong personal bias against Tansley, describing the latter in a letter as a persona irritans. F. W. Keble, who was one of the 5 signatories of the Tansley Manifesto, but was disliked less by Balfour, got the Oxford chair. Seward went so far as to tell Keble that, in his opinion, Tansley's qualifications were greater, but that he was. In a letter to Bauer in 1921, Balfour referred to the Tansley Manifesto and said, "I laughed in my sleeves when at the election of the Oxford professorship Seward, solemnly and at great length, gave as one of Tansley's chief claims to the appointment his signal services as a reformer on botanical teaching. My word, Bauer, how I chuckle when I think what a bombshell your botany of the living plant must have been to the coterie of botanical Bolsheviks." The effect of his being turned down for the Oxford chair was devastating for Tansley. It contributed to a remarkable turn in his intellectual development. In 1915, Tansley had a dream in which he was in Africa, surrounded by a number of savages armed with spears with no way of escape, and as his wife approached him unhindered, dressed in white. Before she reached him, however, his rifle somehow went off. It was this dream that led Tansley to study Sigmund Freud's work intensely, no doubt because of the obstacles he was facing in his chosen profession, but also responding to a society in the grips of war. He turned to psychology with a vengeance. He quickly completed a book interpreting Freud's analysis, The New Psychology, and its relation to life. The New Psychology was an instant bestseller and Tansley's first huge public success. Ernest Jones, Freud's English collaborator, wrote a highly favorable review of the book. In 1922, Tansley spent 3 months undergoing analysis with Freud and played an important role in the 1922 meetings of the British Psychological Association. In late spring 1923, he resigned from his position at Cambridge and moved with his wife and daughters to Vienna with the intention of resuming his analysis with Freud. Upon returning to London 6 months later in 1924, he took on a psychoanalytic case that Freud referred to him in order to further acquaint himself with the discipline, and in 1925 was elected to full membership in the British Psychoanalytic Society. He had indicated in a letter to Clements that he intended to switch his career from botany to psychoanalysis. Tansley's New Psychology was an extraordinary work for its time, seeking to synthesize the social psychology of William McDougall, as presented in his highly influential An Introduction to Social Psychology from 1908, with the ideas of Freud, while also drawing heavily on Wilfred Trotter's Herd Instinct and its bearing on the psychology of civilized man, first published in the Sociological Review in 1908. Tansley approached these issues from a materialist standpoint, drawing on Freud's notion of the libido and the framework of psychic energy and moving to issues of herd instinct and the herd complex. His object was to comment on the social psychology, and increasing social tensions associated with the First World War and its aftermath, and the growth of the proletarian movement and feminism. The actual borrowings from Freud were fairly thin, for although Tansley addresses the unconscious mind, repression, sublimation, and dream therapy, the treatments for these are very general and in many ways circumspect. Such crucial areas as the Oedipus complex and the Electra complex were relegated to brief mentions in footnotes. Nor was there much discussion of particular psychological sexual problems, although insanity and hysteria receive brief mention. Rather, the emphasis of the book was toward the construction of a social psychology that addressed the major movements of the time via Trotter's treatment of the herd instinct. Two key issues in Tansley's book were the rise of proletarianism and feminism, both of which, the former more than the latter, engendered his sympathy. Class consciousness and class struggle were seen as growing out of the herd instinct and leading to the development of partial herds in the form of classes or national groups. With respect to the proletariat, he wrote, "Finally, we have the great partial herd of the proletariat itself, whose class consciousness has increased so enormously, and is still increasing with every step in better education, improved means of intercommunication, and more clearly realized demands in the society at large. Trade unionism, of course, has been the most potent instrument in this development, which took place at first on occupational lines, creating a number of highly and deliberately organized partial herds. Lately, these have reached out in different ways so as to embrace the whole, or nearly the whole, of the wage earners of the country. And although this universal proletarian organization is not yet complete, it is rapidly becoming so. At the present time, the proletariat is certainly the most intensely class-conscious of all the social classes. And this, apart from its preponderating numbers, means that it is much the most powerful and important of all existing partial herds. Potentially at least, for it has, of course, by no means reached the zenith of its political power. The defeat of the program of the Internationale in favor of the organization of the proletariat on national basis, marked by the failure of the working class to throw down their arms and refuse to fight against their brothers in the First World War, marked, in Tansley's view, a setback to the world proletarian movement, and meant that the move toward a more egalitarian society needed to be waged on a more national basis for the time being. He held out the prospect of the growth of a more universal herd, based in the formation of the working class that could lead in the direction of the brotherhood of man and world federation. 29. Society thus had to be ready for radical change. The license of individualism must be curbed. The upheaval of the proletariats of many countries as a result of the Great War, and the increasing sense of solidarity between them are working in this direction. Though the loosening of the bonds of the old social order has set free many untamed instincts which have caused and are causing much damage and destruction, the path towards the goal will inevitably be marked by many setbacks, by bitter conflicts, and much confusion, by temporary chaos. The refusal of many to believe that we shall get any sort of stable progress towards a better social order, or that the destruction of the old forms of society is anything but an unmixed evil, is natural enough. The human mind is seldom willing to believe in the accomplishment of the next step towards which the trend of evolution points. In the existing condition of the world, the path of sanity is the path of increasing objective knowledge and of increasing solidarity of the human race. For Tansley, who had been exposed in his early years to radical and socialist ideas, and to working class education through his parents' involvement in the Working Men's College and the Working Women's College, the idea of a more egalitarian society based on the rise of workers was viewed as a welcome reality rather than a threat to be warded off. At the same time, Tansley carefully considered various feminist views. He argued that women, like men, had sexual instincts and drives, and that women's sexual freedom would need to grow along with the increase in women's material resources and their expanding role in public life. The expression of love, he argued, should be free from the extreme restrictions of the current marriage laws, which limited divorce, and from the chains of contemporary sexual morality. In that way, it would be possible to do away, eventually, with the main constraints imposed by the idea of illicit character of extramarital sexual intercourse. Tansley referred critically to what feminists call a man-made world. Although he rejected the conviction of some feminists, citing Cicely Hamilton's 1909 Marriage as a Trade, that the confinement of women to the domestic sphere is wholly the result of a sort of conspiracy on the part of men to keep them there, he recognized that many feminists' claims were just, and criticized the repression of women in contemporary society. As a result, the new psychology was widely acclaimed by feminists as well as socialists. One of the most prominent authorities on hysteria at the time, and a critic of both Freud and Tansley, was the physician and neurologist H.B. Duncan. He was E. Ray Lancaster's lifelong friend and formerly Karl Marx's doctor, as well as the doctor of Jenny Marx, Eleanor Marx, and Olive Schreiner. He was a former member of the Men and Women's Club, together with Karl Pearson and Schreiner, in which Lancaster and Eleanor Marx had also participated indirectly. at the time that he wrote his famous article on hysteria for Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Donkin was not only a Fellow of the Royal Society of Physicians, but also physician to the East London Hospital for Children and lecturer at the London School of Medicine for Women. Donkin's work on hysteria is often referred to by feminist scholars and critics of Freud today as having offered an interpretation that was especially sympathetic with the plight of women, emphasizing the costs of the repression of their sexuality in Victorian society and the role of patriarchal institutions in frustrating women's ambitions and their development as free individuals. Donkin, when compared with Freud, thus provided a more directly social analysis of women's position and the psychological costs of their social repression. In acknowledging that the subjects of hysteria are, in a very larger proportion, the female sex, he attributed this primarily to social conditions, including not simply educational repression and ignorance as regards sexual matters of which the girl is the subject, but also all kinds of other barriers to the free play of her powers, set up by ordinary social and ethical customs. Young women were therefore confronted with an inability, as compared with young men, to engage in worldly activity and thus obtaining an outlet for their abilities and emotions. They were thus met with far more obstacles to their development. They were faced in their daily lives with restrictive customs surrounding sex that entailed enforced abstinence and led to dammed-up sexual emotions. The typical female hysteric was therefore reduced by society to an asocial individuality, constituting an unsocial unit cut off from her larger organic surroundings, and caught in the trap of the multiform anxieties of home life. Donkin's argument was clearly one of suggesting that the answer to the hysteria so commonly associated with women was to create a world in which women were free to develop equally with men. The contrast to Freud, who tended to ignore or even suppress in his research the terrible family situations of his patients, such as Dora, and to base his analysis on interpretations of their fantasies, is quite evident. In July 1925, Tansley wrote a review of Volume 3 of Freud's collected papers for The Nation and Athenaeum. This occasioned a number of responses and a hot debate between Tansley and Donkin, who objected to psychoanalysis on the grounds that no one was allowed to criticize it unless they had previously practiced it on Freud's own terms, including subjecting themselves to psychoanalysis. Tansley sought to defend this as sound scientific practice, while Donkin retorted that psychoanalysis was a truly mystic dogma protected by the Freudian fortress. He contended that its imperviousness to normal scientific inquiry established it as a Freudian cult. The new psychology demonstrated the breadth of Tansley's social commitments but had little direct relation to ecology. At most, one can see in it his later emphasis on the human dimensions of an ecological worldview. Some, however, have suggested a closer relation. Historian Peter Enker has put forward the intriguing argument that Tansley developed his ecosystem analysis of the mid-1930s during his brief time studying Freud's psychoanalysis and social psychology, and particularly in his New Psychology. But there is no meaningful basis for this inference. As direct connections are absent, the two intellectual developments in Tansley's life are separated by more than a decade, and the sources upon which Tansley erected the ecosystem concept are presented in his 1935 article, and were distant from the investigation of mental phenomena. Tansley approached basic psychic phenomena from a mechanistic materialist perspective, like Freud, emphasizing energetic phenomena, specifically psychic energy and questions of equilibrium. Hence, there are formal similarities between Tansley's analysis in psychology and ecology, stemming from basic materialist methods of inquiry. Nevertheless, the notion that Freud's concept of the libido led to Tansley's notion of ecosystem, however intellectually appealing such an idea may be to some, is devoid of foundation. Even while he was pursuing his interest in psychoanalysis, Tansley did not ignore his ecological studies. He engaged in them concurrently, but without a direct relation between the two pursuits. Thus, he continued to edit the New Phytologist and the Journal of Ecology, and in 1923 he wrote Practical Plant Ecology, followed in 1926 by the Aims and Methods in the Study of Vegetation, a dual-edited, multi-authored volume in which Tansley had the leading role. In Practical Plant Ecology, Tansley declared, "In its widest meaning, ecology is the study of plants and animals as they exist in their natural homes, aimed at the study of the living populations of the globe." It was closely related, he emphasized, to what Lancaster had termed bionomics. Ecology, he wrote, is nature study par excellence. However, as in his other works up to this point, Tansley largely adhered to notions of plant community, succession, and climax, as developed by Clements, the doyen of plant ecology in the United States. As represented by his two major works, Research Methods in Ecology and Plant Succession, Tansley was critical of Clements's more teleological concepts and would break fully with Clements in the 1930s with the development of the ecosystem concept. In 1927, the chair of botany at Oxford again opened up, and this time Tansley was offered it. For the next 2.5 decades, until his 1952 book Mind and Life, he rededicated his career to ecology almost entirely. Oxford and the Magdalen Philosophy Club. In obtaining the botany chair at Oxford, Tansley was finally able to organize botany in his department in line with the philosophy enunciated in the Tansley Manifesto. He thus emphasized the development of a very broad range of studies with ecology at its fulcrum. At Oxford, he became part of a larger ecological culture, which encompassed not only botany and zoology, but a number of fields, including wide-ranging philosophical discussions in the Magdalen Philosophy Club on materialism versus idealism and the relation of nature and society. A frequent presence at Oxford was Julian Huxley, Thomas Huxley's grandson and Lancaster's friend. Huxley had left his position at Oxford in 1925 for King's College London, but he remained a significant presence in and out of Oxford. In leading the first Oxford expedition to the Arctic island of Spitsbergen in northern Norway in 1921, Huxley had chosen as his assistant Charles Elton, who was to emerge as the principal figure in the development of animal ecology. In 1923, following the completion of his dissertation, Elton was made a departmental demonstrator, departmental lecturer at Oxford, and in 1929 was appointed university demonstrator, university lecturer. In 1925, Elton became a consultant for the Hudson's Bay Company, which was interested in the systematic examination of fluctuations in fur-bearing animals. As a result, he obtained the records of trappers going back to the early 18th century. All of this was to lead to his well-known research on the fluctuations in mouse and vole populations. Huxley provided the introduction to Elton's classic work Animal Ecology in 1927, which Elton wrote in 85 evenings while he was teaching at Oxford during the day. Elton's book introduced many of the staple concepts of ecology, such as ecological niche, the food chain, the food cycle, and the pyramid of numbers, referring to the fact that the relative few animals at the top of the food chain relied on larger numbers at the bottom. In all, Elton presented a complex, dynamic, and dialectical view of ecology. In his 1930 work Animal Ecology and Evolution, Elton argued, the balance of nature does not exist and perhaps has never existed. His emphasis on migration of species led him to conclude that animals, in large part, select their environments, rather than simply adapting to them, as in the standard theory of natural selection. Selection of environment by migration, he wrote, allows of a certain choice on the part of animals. Animals also possess a fund of characteristics, which may on the one hand remain unborn for many years, and then suddenly possess the value of a casting vote at some novel environmental crisis, and result in the preservation of one section of the population rather than another. His later influential works, Voles, Mice and Lemmings, Problems in Population Dynamics, 1942, and The Ecology of Invasions by Animals and Plants, 1958, exhibited similar dialectical tendencies. Elton began his animal ecology with accolades for Tansley's work in plant ecology, while Tansley wrote a very favorable review of animal ecology, in which he referred to Elton as one of the keenest and most successful of our very small band of animal ecologists. Animal ecology, however, grew by leaps and bounds from this point, and by 1932, the number of articles in animal ecology had grown to such an extent that Tansley and Elton recommended, on behalf of the British Ecological Association, the founding of a new journal of animal ecology, which was to be edited by Elton. Another figure at Oxford, from 1934 to 36, was the Nobel-winning physicist Erwin Schrödinger, who in 1944 was to write his little book, What is Life?, relying centrally on the concept of metabolism. Tansley and Schrödinger were apparently well. In 1931, 33 Tansley participated in the Magdalen Philosophy Club at Oxford. The Magdalen Philosophy Club was unique in that it included extensive discussions and debates between idealists and romantics, mostly in philosophy and literature on the one hand, and materialists, mostly in the physical sciences on the other. Both groups, moreover, were interested in issues of nature and ecology. The idealists were led by John Alexander Smith, best known for his 12-volume commentary on Aristotle. Smith argued that reality at its core was the creation of the self-conscious mind, a view he put forward in his Gifford Lectures on the Heritage of Idealism, presented in the academic years 1929-31. Smith had served as the peer reviewer of Jan Christian Smuts's Holism and Evolution, a work that was later to be the subject of Tansley's critique of idealist approaches to ecology, leading to his development of ecosystem theory. Next to Smith was Robin George Collingwood, who presented a series of lectures at Magdalen in the 1930s that were later published as The Idea of Nature. Collingwood's treatment of the issue of nature took the form of a strong defense of idealist views, including Smuts's Holism and Evolution, and a condemnation of all realist and materialist views, which he associated with technological determinism and a retreat from Christian values. Others sitting around the Magdalen dinner table and connected, at least indirectly, to these discussions were the literary romanticists Clive Staples Lewis and John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. Lewis was an Oxford tutor who converted to theism and then Christianity in 1929-31. In the late 1930s, 40s, and 50s, he was to write the Screwtape Letters, the Narnia series, and the famous space trilogy, Out of the Silent Planet, Perelandra, and That Hideous Strength. J.R.R. Tolkien was an Oxford philologist, professor of Anglo-Saxon, and later author of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. Tolkien had been directly inspired by Morris's epic poem from the Icelandic sagas, the story of Sigurd the Volsung and the fall of the Nibelungs, and by Morris's historical fantasies. The House of the Wolfings and the Roots of the Mountains, based on Germanic prehistory. These works by Morris played a considerable role in inspiring Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Morris wrote his historical romances as a socialist attempting to explore the historical aesthetical roots that would inspire a revolt against the capitalist society of his day. Tolkien, from a conservative romantic perspective, was also rebelling against capitalist modernity and technology. It may seem odd, Meredith Veldman has written, that Tories such as Lewis and Tolkien should find Morris, the revolutionary Marxist, so appealing. But the common quest for community overcame these political barriers and drew Lewis and Tolkien to Morris. Both Morris and Tolkien drew heavily on ecological themes. Tolkien was quite explicit about the nature-loving character of his work, telling the Daily Telegraph in 1972, "In all my work, I take the part of trees against their enemies. Lothlorien is beautiful because the trees were loved." With respect to England of the 1970s, he wrote, "The savage sound of the electric saw is never silent wherever trees are still found growing." The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings referred to 64 species of wild plants, as well as a number of invented varieties. How much figures like Lewis and Tolkien interacted with Tansley is unknown, but it is clear that both idealists and materialists around the Magdalen dinner table were discussing nature and ecological ideas, whether by way of romantic culture or materialist science. Typically, there was a strong affinity in their views when it came to nature conservation. The materialists, realists at the Magdalen dinner table included the Nobel Prize-winning neurophysiologist Charles Sherrington. In addition to his pioneering work on the nerve systems, Sherrington had an interest in philosophy nurtured by the Magdalen Philosophy Club. In 1937-38, Sherrington delivered the Gifford Lectures, published in 1940 as Man on His Nature. John Zachary Young, a tutor in zoology, took a strong materialist stance. Young was a neurophysiologist. He was to become an influential scientist and scientific publicist, who broadcast the Reith Lectures on Doubt and Certainty in Science in 1950. He eventually became president of the Marine Biological Association established by Lancaster. One of his last works, in 1987, was Philosophy and the Brain. Tansley's main contribution to the Magdalen Philosophy Club discussions, and his most ambitious effort in the philosophy of science, was a paper he delivered at the Magdalen dinner table in May 1932, titled The Temporal Genetic Series as a Means of Approach to Philosophy. This paper, which was not actually published until 2002, 70 years after it was written, and nearly half a century after his death, was Tansley's response to the philosophical discussions with respect to emergence, associated in particular with C. Lloyd Morgan's theory of emergent evolution. The concept of emergence, which was to become an essential element of modern science, was aimed at providing a philosophical scientific explanation of the rise within material existence of whole new levels of organization and novel forms, constituting at each successive level of reality fundamentally different orders of scientific law. The higher levels in the sequence were products of, and yet irreducible to the lower levels, since they gave rise to qualitative novelty and whole new principles. In Lloyd Morgan's work, the various levels of existence were presented as a pyramidal scheme, pointing from matter to life to. In the work of Samuel Alexander, author of Space, Time, and Deity, with whom Lloyd Morgan's work was closely associated, the base of the pyramid was designated as space-time. Emergent evolution, as the philosopher of science David Blitz explained in the 1990s, is associated with three general propositions. Firstly, that evolution is a universal process of change, one which is productive of qualitative novelties. Secondly, that qualitative novelty is the emergence in a system of a property not possessed by any of its parts. And thirdly, that reality can be analyzed into levels, each consisting of systems characterized by significant emergent properties. What was meant by emergence, he explained, was the rise of qualitatively new relations. Within the British tradition, the idea of emergence is usually traced to John Stuart Mill's distinction in his A System of Logic between homeopathic and heteropathic laws. Mill had observed, all organized bodies are composed of parts, similar to those composing inorganic nature, and which have even themselves existed in an inorganic state, But the phenomena of life, which result from the juxtaposition of those parts in a certain manner, bear no analogy to any of the effects which would be produced by the action of the component substances considered as mere physical agents. To whatever degree we might imagine our knowledge of the several ingredients of a living body to be extended and perfected, it is certain that no mere summing up of the separate actions of those elements will ever amount to the action of the living body itself. It was to deal with this problem that Mill introduced the distinction between homeopathic laws operating horizontally within some sphere and heteropathic laws that arose at a new level and represented processes that were discontinuous with the lower level of material reality. The general problem was taken up in the 1870s in the work of philosopher and critic George Henry Lewes, who introduced the term emergence for the qualitatively distinct laws at a new level, leading to Lloyd Morgan's adoption of the concept of emergent evolution in 1915.51. A central element in Lloyd Morgan's analysis of emergence was the notion that a higher emergent reality could react on a lower level, affecting processes from which the new emergent level had arisen, a phenomenon to which he gave the term supervenience. As he put it, when some new kind of relatedness is supervenient, say at the level of life, as opposed to mere matter, the way in which the physical events which are involved run their course is different in virtue of its presence, different from what it would have been if life had been emergence as an evolutionary process occurred over time, reflecting irreversible change. Because it was aimed at integrating evolutionary theory with what could be considered to be fundamental dialectical conceptions, the theory of emergent evolution was attractive to both idealists and materialists, who engaged with each other in quite remarkable ways in the development of the concept. Lloyd Morgan, like Alexander, conceived the theory of emergent evolution in idealist terms, culminating in God. Although emergent evolution, particularly in Lloyd Morgan's work, was generally couched in a way consistent with Darwinian evolutionary theory, explicitly rejecting vitalism as in the case of Bergson, it generally sought to superimpose on this idealist notions such as an inexplicable, all-embracing activity of a teleological nature. We acknowledge God, he concluded his book, as above and beyond, but unless we also intuitively enjoy his activity within us, we can have no immediate knowledge of causality or of God as the source of our own existence, and emergent. Alexander insisted that emergent evolutionary processes be viewed with natural piety, a notion that Morgan also took up. In his Life, Mind and Spirit, Lloyd Morgan wrote, "There is no disjunctive antithesis of evolutionary progress and divine purpose. Indeed, the acknowledged activity in divine purpose is monistic to the core. It is that activity which is manifested in all action, in that which obtains in the atom, as in that which obtains in man, each according to its status." But he indicated that a consistent naturalism, that is, materialism, needs no divine activity to explain emergence, and hence the inclusion of God within the schema was more a preference than a logical necessity. In Emergent Evolution, Lloyd Morgan devoted a lengthy appendix to the ideas of the U.S. socialist and materialist philosopher Roy Sellers, author of Critical Realism and Evolutionary Naturalism, and later The Principles and Problems of Philosophy. As a critical realist, Sellers argued, no motive has entered to cause us to doubt the existence of physical things co-real with the percipient. But reflection has discovered that the objective content with which we at first clothe these acknowledged realities is intra-organic. In other words, we can no longer believe that we can literally inspect or intuit the very external existent itself, the content of which we are aware is clearly distinct from the physical existent with which it was erstwhile identified, though it is in causal relation to it. In order to explain the temporal increase in complexity, Sellers incorporated a notion of emergence, of evolutionary levels, into his materialist philosophy. He accepted Lloyd Morgan's fundamental notion of emergent evolution, although in entirely materialist naturalist terms. Lloyd Morgan declared that he and Sellers were in substantial agreement with respect to the naturalistic basis of emergent evolution, but not with respect to the supplementary concept of activity, whereby Lloyd Morgan reintroduced teleology and God. Although emergent evolution found its most influential early proponents in the idealist camp, the general concept was ultimately to be far more important to critical or dialectical materialists, allowing them to surmount mechanistic and reductionist forms of materialism and crude positivism. In Sellers's critical realism, the different evolutionary levels reflected in the phenomenon of emergence were associated with increasing organizational complexity over time. Such a broad concept of emergence has always been implicit in Marxian theory, with its Hegelian heritage, and had been developed further by Engels in his exploration of the dialectics of nature. This dialectical emergentism was to be carried forward by Joseph Needham in the late 1930s. Needham valued the evolutionary naturalism of Sellers, but saw it as falling short of Marx and Engels. Instead, Needham was to develop the Marxian approach in line with materialist science as one of integrative levels, involving levels of organization, which encompassed both envelopes and succession. Emergence was to be reappraised and to play a central role in the dialectics of the critical realist Marxian philosopher Roy Bhaskar in the 1990s. Today, a distinction is often made in the philosophy of science between ontological emergentism and epistemological emergentism, with the former insisting that there is a change in laws at the new level due to changes in organization, and the latter arguing simply that the higher level is not predictable based on the conditions of the lower one. This is often characterized as well as strong emergentism and weak emergentism, respectively. Strong emergentists argue for a kind of downward causality, in addition to upward causality, in which the new relations and processes at the higher level can turn back and affect the lower. Tansley's own contribution to this discussion in his 1932 presentation to the Magdalen Philosophy Club, The Temporal Genetic Series as a Means of Approach to Philosophy, was intended as a materialist ecological approach to the question of emergence, at one and the same time rejecting both idealism and mechanical materialism. Tansley began by modestly emphasizing his lack of credentials for the grand subject he was to approach, indicating that he was not an experimentalist in biology. He stated, "I fully realize that I have missed the chance of contributing humbly to the progress of biology in any significant sense, though this does not in fact greatly distress me." He designated himself as an amateur in psychology, despite his work with Freud, and an ignoramus in philosophy, in spite of his close association with Bertrand Russell and familiarity with his ideas. His goal in his paper, he stated, was to depict what he called the temporal genetic series, from inorganic matter to living organism to mind. In Tansley's argument, there were three gaps that needed to be examined, between the inorganic and the organic, between the physiological and the psychical, and between psychical activity in general and judgments of value involving the intellectual, aesthetic, and ethical realms. His analysis of the temporal genetic sequence thus sought to follow each of these out successively along materialist lines. He insisted that there are no phenomena of life leaving mind for the moment out of consideration that are not theoretically capable of explanation in terms of chemistry and physics. Moreover, there was no sharp boundary, he insisted, between organic and inorganic compounds. Here he referred to the materialist theory of the origin of life developed simultaneously by J.J.B. S. Haldane in Britain and A.I. Oparin in the USSR in the 1920s. A materialist approach, in order to avoid reductionism, thus required the notion of emergent evolution as introduced by Morgan, emphasizing the qualitative differences in existence. Despite what Tansley called continuity throughout the universe, in its basic physicochemical material character, the origin of organisms could be seen, in accordance with the Haldane-Oparin theory, Tansley claimed as an excellent example of emergent evolution, in the sense that something new had appeared, which was nonetheless implicit in previous inorganic development. If organisms were unique, it was therefore a limited uniqueness. Similar problems were presented by the gap between the physiological and the psychological. Tansley, based on his knowledge of psychology from William James to Freud and his biological training, explored the extent to which the mental neurological activity could be seen in physiological terms. He emphasized the similarity of the mental processes of humans and higher animals. "We cannot escape the fact," he wrote, "of the continuity of life and organic structure with which, in its higher ranges, mental phenomena are associated. But supposing awareness, and therefore mind, have arisen in this way, it must be quite freely conceded that when they have arisen, they are something new. Something sui generis in a sense in which physiological perception is not. Something of which we cannot give a clear account of in terms of anything else." Again, Tansley insisted that the continuity throughout the universe was reflected in the lack of any real material discontinuity between the physiological and the psychical, which again had to be seen as a qualitative leap or, in approaching the issue of mind itself, Tansley argued that self-consciousness was really a social product and hence could not be approached primarily from the standpoint of the individual ego. The human mind developed only in society, a fact he would have applied to the higher mammals as a whole. This was related to the third gap in his temporal genetic series, between psychical activity in general and the development of values of an intellectual, aesthetic, and ethical nature, which could only occur within society. "We cannot," he wrote, "conceive of values created in minds of a much lower degree of complexity than our own. Values are a new kind of attribute arising from the specific activity of the human mind, though like all other phenomena we have been considering, they are not without antecedents. What is good," Tansley insisted, "was in no way transhistorical. It arose out of definite material social relations. Each society forms its own ideas of the good life, according to its own nature and circumstances. That is why it is difficult to be satisfied that one is leading the good life in the modern world of the 20th century. Freedom and determinism both existed in this view of the world, with freedom consisting of each thing being allowed to develop according to its own intrinsic nature, and determinism consisting in the fact that the complex of relations and interactions meant that freedom in this sense was always limited. For Tansley, the world as a whole could be seen as evolutionary in the sense that it represented the progressive appearance of integrated systems, successively in the inorganic, the organic, the psychical, and finally in the intellectual, the aesthetic, and ethical spheres. But like other sophisticated theorists of material evolution, he insisted that this progressive appearance did not necessarily imply, especially in the higher realms, the achievement of the good life, and that the struggle of freedom in determination would continue. Tansley's entire analysis, although it remained unpublished, was consistent with the argument on emergence that Needham was to introduce 5 years later at Oxford in his Herbert Spencer lecture, Integrative Levels. Like figures such as J.S. Mill, Engels, and Needham, Tansley's perspective pointed to a strong emergentism. This was to play a role in his later development of the ecosystem concept. The nature of living matter. More important than Oxford Ecology and the Magdalen Philosophy Club in determining Tansley's ecological thinking and the rise of ecosystem analysis were the debates taking place internationally over the questions of materialism versus idealism and the nature of ecology. Here, too, the main lines drawn were between conservative, idealist, and vitalist views on the one hand, and socialist and materialist ones on the other, with the Romantic tradition often seemingly straddling the two. A kind of showdown occurred at the meetings of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in the summer of 1929, which Tansley attended. The British Association meetings were to be the site of the now famous nature of life debate between idealists, in which General Jan Christian Smuts, philosopher of holism, physiologist John Scott Haldane, father of J.B.S. Haldane, philosopher H. Weldon Carr, author of books on Bergson and Crochet, physicist and astronomer Arthur Eddington, author of The Nature of the Physical World, which argued for a shift from materialism to idealism, and socialist biologist and mechanistic materialist Lancelot Hogben, all took part. However, it was the stark conflict between Smuts and Hogben that was to stand out and to be remembered as constituting the core of the debate, and which was to impact the development of ecology. Smuts, though primarily an army general, statesman, and public philosopher, was also a gifted amateur botanist and had been on several major botanical expeditions. Smuts's knowledge of botany was substantial, and he was recognized worldwide as an expert on the savanna grass. Smuts claimed that his philosophy of holism was an outgrowth of science, and indeed represented a major contribution to the philosophy of science. A number of influential figures in the scientific community, such as John Scott Haldane, agreed. Haldane, who arranged the nature and life debate, saw the promotion of Smuts's holism as its principal goal and chose Hogben as a strong mechanist materialist and socialist, simply for contrast and to attract attention. That Hogben spoke so effectively and subsequently developed his ideas into a major work in response was no doubt. Commonly referred to as General Smuts because of his military role in the Boer War, he fought on the side of the Afrikaners. Smuts had also been a legal advisor to Cecil Rhodes and was one of the principal figures in establishing the apartheid system. During the First World War, as South African Minister of Defense, he conquered German Southwest Africa, Namibia, and German East Africa, Burundi, Rwanda, and mainland Tanzania. It was Smuts who coined the word apartheid, meaning literally apartness, in 1917, almost a decade before he coined the word holism. Though Smuts is often ironically viewed as a moderate in the history of white South African racial politics, he is also referred to as the real architect of. He was a strong advocate of the territorial segregation of the races and what he called a grand white racial aristocracy. He indicated at one time that he had a simple message: to defy Negrophilists, a derogative term used to refer to a person, usually white, who was supportive of the rights of black people. He is perhaps best remembered worldwide as the South African general who arrested Gandhi. Smuts tried to impede the flow of immigrants from India to South Africa, imposed martial law against labor strikers, and deported labor leaders from the country. Smuts was the South African Minister of Defense from 1919 to 1929, and Prime Minister and Minister of Native Affairs from 1919 to 1924 and 1939 to 1948. He was to be a longtime leader of the Union Party, the liberal, pro-British Empire Party, opposed to the Nationalist Party. He was a figure soaked in blood. In 1920, when the Native Labor Union demanded political power and freedom of speech, Smuts crushed it with violence, killing 68 people in Port Elizabeth alone. In 1921, when a black religious group referring to themselves as Israelites in Bull Hoke, near Queenstown, squatting on land surrounding their place of worship and refused to relocate, Smuts deployed regiments armed with artillery and machine guns, and close to 200 people were killed. In 1922, when the Bondelswarts, a group of Khoikhoi, the nomadic non-Bantu populations in southwest Africa, now Namibia, refused to pay their dog tax, and complained about white penetration of their lands. Smuts sent 400 troops armed with 4 machine guns supported by 2 bombing planes. As Edward Rue wrote in Time Longer Than Rope, to the mechanized slaughter that then took place, even the determined Bondelswarts could offer no manner of resistance. Over 100 men, women, and children were killed outright, and many more mutilated or seriously injured. No white man died. Horrified by these actions, the South African poet Roy Campbell wrote the poem Holism, which included the following lines: "The love of nature burning in his heart, our new St. Francis offers us his book, the saint who fed the birds at Bondelswart and fattened up the vultures at Bullhoek." The new St. Francis was Smuts. His book was his 1926 Holism and Evolution, although Smuts asserted that we do not want to recreate nature in our own image. His concept of holism was grounded in the social political climate of South Africa, and it represented a transfer of social relations to nature and back again to society of the kind criticized by Engels as a sort of double transference. It embodied issues of domination and control. He argued that life is a process of change and that evolution is a creative process in the sense of the vitalist Henri Bergson. Rejecting the perceived rigidity of mechanism or mechanical materialism, Smuts sought a universal principle to explain the organization of both nature and society. The whole is a self-generating cause. For Smuts, the world comprised an ongoing, evolving series of wholes which were constantly interacting. For each whole, the parts are in constant reflexivity, sustaining a dynamic equilibrium. The parts act to fix and repair any damage to the whole because they are subordinate to the whole. The new science of ecology, he wrote, is simply a recognition of the fact that all organisms feel the force and molding of their environment as a whole. There is much more in ecology than merely striking down of the unfit by way of natural selection. 76. Holism and evolution began with 3 premises. First, life evolved from matter. Thereafter, matter as life, reflecting its emergent evolution, is no longer bound by mechanistic principles of motion and energy. Instead, matter has become a realm of life, and the entire world is alive through progressive developments. Second, the natural world is essentially beneficent and moving teleologically toward constant improvement, which involves cooperation, service, and order. Third, the universe is concerned and guided by the principle of holism. The production and advancement of wholes is part of the essence of life. For instance, wholeness generally as characteristic of existence is an inherent character of the indeed evolution of the universe. Inorganic and organic, he wrote, is nothing but the record of whole-making in its progressive development. As for holism as a philosophy, Smuts rhetorically asked, what else is holism but an attempted ground plan of the universe? In its wider sense, holism is really no more than an attempt to extend the system of life and mind to inorganic evolution. In arguing that evolution was a process of creating ever more complex and important wholes, and establishing that there was a hierarchy of wholes, some of which were more exalted than others, Smuts was able to organize, order, and divide the world from high to low species. He assumed, in contradistinction to materialist thinkers, that evolution was a series of ordered advances toward perfection. The organism was the center of control, given that this was the site of the development of personality. As opposed to Darwinian natural selection, Smuts contended that the higher teleological process of holistic selection is much more subtle in its operation and is much more social and friendly in its activity. Its favors go to those variations which are along the road of its own development, efficiency, and perfection. Nature's hierarchy was then seen as directly social and friendly, or cooperative. Within the hierarchy of wholes, there was a hierarchy of personalities, reflecting the different levels of wholes. This was Smuts's famous concept of personology, which he related to ecology. The notion of superior personalities as the highest form of life was a view that seemed to present an almost religious striving. Smuts declared that is in very truth an offspring of the stars, a quasi-religious view that was meant to be counterposed to materialism. Smuts's outlook was influential with Alfred Adler, Freud's great opponent within psychology. Adler argued that a body shows a struggle for complex wholeness, and saw this as connected to Smuts's emphasis on personality and holism. The most advanced complex wholes personalities, in Smuts's view, had greater independence freedom from the immediate environment. The less advanced did not have the same degree of freedom and control over their environment, which they could not socially construct to meet their needs and ends. Such people remained at the mercy of nature. They were seen as children of nature. The hierarchy in the natural and social worlds was, he argued, the result of natural inequalities rather than social structures and social history. Although holism and evolution was primarily abstract in its discussion, its concrete meaning was not hard to discern. The lectures on Africa that Smuts presented at Oxford in the fall of 1929, with Tansley again present, a few months after the nature of life debate in South Africa, were much more explicit with respect to his position on natural and racial relations and the meaning of his holism. He had been invited to speak on holism at Oxford, with the idealist John Alexander Smith playing a leading role in the invitation. Instead, Smuts chose to speak more concretely on Africa in the context of his holist philosophy. The views that Smuts presented helped to explain the depth of the conflict that emerged in the nature of life debate in South Africa between Smuts and Hogben, and the subsequent politicization of the whole question of ecology. In these lectures, he made explicit connections between his hierarchical teleological ecology, in which nature is turned into a hierarchy of wholes, and the system of racial stratification based on his notion of personology, justifying the construction of the apartheid system in South Africa. Indeed, from the late 1920s on, in the words of South African Marxist ecologist Edward Roux and his wife, mathematician Winifred Roux, segregation in South Africa, while always present, was raised to a philosophy. Ives Smuts prepared his Oxford lectures to counter those who questioned the dominant presence of Europeans in Africa and their right to influence African development along imperial lines. As a politician centrally involved in the organization of the League of Nations, he framed white European interest in naturalized humanitarian interventionist terms, even when advocating outright racism. W.E.B. Du Bois, many years later, when Smuts pleaded for an article on human rights to be adopted by the United Nations, did not miss the twisted contradiction of thought being revealed. Given that Smuts had once declared that every white man in South Africa believes in the suppression of the Negro except those who are mad, quite mad. In his Oxford lectures, published as Africa and Some World Problems, Smuts presented the colonial explorations of David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley as those of early Europeans seeking to bring civilization to the people of Africa. He asserted that their historic mission must be continued to save Africa from barbarism. Smuts argued that Britain must take a humanitarian and commercial interest in Africa. Labor would be recruited from various African nations. But this development would also raise new questions regarding what happens whenever a superior culture came in contact with a lower, more primitive. We cannot mix the two races, for that means debasement of the higher race and culture. 7. In accord with these views, Smuts insisted that blacks naturally lacked an internal impetus for creating the world. The Bushman was, in his words, a mere human fossil. Verging to in his ecological theory, they were seen as lacking the evolutionary development of a complex climax personality, a notion that represented a convulsed double transfer from society to nature via Smuts's holism, and then back again. Thus, it was the duty and right of Europeans to organize the social and natural structure of Africa, in an account that drew on the concept of recapitulation, ontogeny. Follows phylogeny, introduced by Ernst Haeckel and heavily relied upon by 19th century biological racism, Smuts wrote. It is even possible, so some anthropologists hold, that the African was the original mother type of the human race, and that Africa holds the cradle of mankind. But whether this is so or not, at any rate here we have the vast result of time, which we should conserve and develop with the same high respect which we feel towards all great natural facts. This racial type has some wonderful characteristics. It has largely remained a child type, with a child psychology and outlook. There is no inward incentive to improvement. There is no persistent effort in construction, and there is complete absorption in the present, its joys and sorrows. Wine, women, and song in their African forms remain the great consolations of life. No indigenous religion has been evolved, no literature. No art since the magnificent promise of the cave men and the South African petroglyphist. No architecture since Zimbabwe, if that is African. Enough for the Africans, the simple joys of village life, the dance, the tom-tom, the continual excitement of forms of fighting which cause little bloodshed. They can stand any amount of physical hardship and suffering, but when deprived of these simple enjoyments, they droop, sicken, and die. These children of nature have not the inner toughness and persistence of the European, nor those social and moral incentives to progress which have built up European civilization in a comparatively short period. It is clear that a race so unique and so different in its mentality and its cultures from those of Europe requires a policy very unlike that which would suit Europeans. Smuts's reference to adult Africans as children drew, as noted, on the recapitulation theory in biology, which was already falling out of favor at the time Smuts was writing and has long been rejected by modern biologists. Recapitulation was the notion that each individual of a species in its development passes through recapitulates in telescoped fashion, the main stages that the entire species over historical time had previously passed through. It argued that the children of higher races passed through and went beyond in their development the stage in which adults of lower races were permanently stuck, making the latter in effect equivalent to permanent children. In Stephen Jay Gould's words, the primitive as child argument stood second to none in the arsenal of racist arguments supplied by science to justify slavery and imperialism. To justify On this basis, Smuts proposed that separate and parallel institutions and segregation were required to save and retain African wholeness. He argued that this policy of nascent apartheid would maintain a healthy, good society. Any unnatural mixing of the races, contravening the natural hierarchical principles, would lead to the moral deterioration of the species. The old practice mixed up black with white in the same institutions, and nothing else was possible after the native institutions and traditions had been carelessly or deliberately destroyed. But in the new plan, there will be what is called in South Africa segregation, separate institutions for the two elements of the population living in their own separate areas. Separate institutions involve territorial segregation of the white and black. If they live mixed up together, it is not practicable to sort them out under separate institutions of their own. Institutional segregation carries with it territorial segregation. The new policy therefore gives the native his own traditional institutions on land, which is set aside for his exclusive occupation. For urbanized natives, on the other hand, who live not under tribal conditions but as domestic servants or industrial workers in white areas, there are set aside native villages or locations adjoining the European towns. This separation is imperative, not only in the interests of a native culture, and to prevent native traditions and institutions from being swamped by the more powerful organizations of the whites, but also for other important purposes, such as public health, racial purity, and public good order. The mixing up of two such alien elements as white and black leads to unhappy social results, racial miscegenation, moral deterioration of both, racial antipathy, and clashes, and to many other forms of social evil. In Smuts's intellectual system of natural hierarchy, the concept of ecological holism was seen as justifying racial segregation. His notion of a complex or climax personality and of natural holism emerged as a kind of integrated ecological racism. Nevertheless, Smuts's views had a wider attraction, divorced from this aspect of his thought. His emphasis on wholes was seen as a more sophisticated scientific idealist replacement for Bergsonian vitalism, and even for Lloyd Morgan's notion of emergent evolution, and as justified by the breakdown of traditional mechanistic physics. Yet Smuts's teleological conception of wholes, though viewed by some, like Karl Popper, as a new Hegelianism and condemned as such, lacked the concepts of totality and mediation that characterize dialectics. In the end, holism was used to provide teleological, quasi-religious justifications for hierarchy in both the natural and social worlds, though Smuts coupled with this a defense of human rights, which led Du Bois to characterize him as that great hypocrite. Smuts's philosophy was to give rise to a whole school of ecological racism within the botanical sciences in South Africa. Eleanor Marx's friend Olive Schreiner was a close friend of Smuts, both in their early support of the Boer cause and later. Schreiner frequently indicated her love-friendship for Smuts, but was later critical of his more conservative racial policies. Schreiner was a supporter of the Russian Revolution, and in her last year, 1920, she was elated by the triumph over the White Army. In October 1920, she wrote to Smuts, "The next few years are going to determine the whole future of South Africa in 30 or 40 years' time. As we sow, we shall reap. We may crush the mass of our fellows in South Africa today, as Russia did for generations, but today the serf is in the palace, and where is the Tsar? This is the 20th century. The past is past, never to return in South Africa. The day of princes and bosses is gone forever. One must meet the incoming tide and rise on it, or be swept away forever." Lancelot Hogben was 32 years of age at the time of his arrival in Cape Town in 1927. Born in 1895, the son of a Methodist preacher, Hogben was educated at Cambridge and quickly emerged as a productive scientist and prolific scientific writer, as well as a socialist with a strong Marxian bent. Although distinguishing his view from the Marxism of the Communist Party of Great Britain, and thus sometimes counterposing his views to those of the dominant Marxism, and extremely skeptical about dialectical materialism as a philosophy and scientific method, Hogben was strongly attracted to historical materialism and counted among his close friends Marxian scientists Levi Haldane and J.D. Bernal, as well as Marxian classicist and philosopher Benjamin Farrington and social archaeologist V. Gordon Childe. He saw the progress of science and humanism as making possible for the first time the kind of utopian developments identified with William Morris and Edward Carpenter. Hogben insisted, as did Lucretius, that not the least of the benefits of science was to liberate mankind from the terror of the gods, that is, from organized religion. Hogben was equally critical of state worship as he was of religious worship. When God Save the King was played, he would invariably refuse to stand and go on doing whatever he was doing. On one occasion, he was caught on the dance floor when the orchestra struck up God Save the King. He immediately abandoned his partner and walked across the room and sat down. On a journey on a luxury liner, he so enraged some of the more patriotic passengers by repeatedly refusing to stand when God Save the King was played, and instead continuing deep in conversation as if nothing was happening. that the enraged passengers planned to abduct him from his cabin and give him a dunking in a swimming pool on the ship. A number of his university students were on board the ship, and they got wind of the plan. To attack him, they established themselves as a bodyguard, protecting him when he was on deck and taking turns standing in front of his cabin at night. Hogben's appointment to the chair of zoology at the University of Cape Town in 1927, a position he was to retain until 1930, was his first professorial chair. Hogben arrived with his wife, Enid Charles, an ardent socialist, feminist, and trade unionist, who was to receive a PhD in physiology from the University of Cape Town and became a statistician and demographer. They were immediately caught up in the political as well as scientific culture in South Africa. One of Hogben's first acts in his new position was to invite the young English zoologist, G. Evelyn Hutchinson, who had been a student of Needham and Haldane at Cambridge and had been teaching in a 2-year position at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, to come down to Cape Town to do research in the summer, the Northern Hemisphere's winter of 1927-28. Hogben, who had a deep interest in ecology, encouraged Hutchinson and his wife and co-researcher Grace Pickford, also a biologist, to study the shallow lakes in the region, which had a diverse flora and fauna that were tightly connected. This was Hutchinson's introduction to limnological research, from the Greek word limni for pool or lake, which became the basis on which Tansley's ecosystem analysis was later to be operationalized in the United States. When Hutchinson's temporary position at the University of Witwatersrand ended, Hogben wrote a letter to the chairman of the zoology department at Yale, and largely through his influence was able to secure Hutchinson an instructorship there. Hutchinson was to remain at Yale for the next 60 years and became known as the father of ecology, famous for developing the metabolic and biogeochemical conceptions of systems ecology. Hogben and Hutchinson were to remain in contact over the years. Much of Hogben's time while in South Africa was taken up by political and philosophical studies and confrontation with the increasingly institutionalized South African system of racial segregation, which soon hardened into apartheid. This diverted him from his strict scientific studies. Under the influence of the Irish Marxist Benjamin Farrington, then a senior lecturer in classics at the University of Cape Town, Hogben became interested in the ancient Greek materialists, particularly Epicurus, in search of a more radical materialism. He read everything accessible about the Greek atomists, including Marx's doctoral dissertation to which Farrington had introduced him. Hogben also developed a close friendship with the South African ecologist and Marxist Edward Roux. Roux's mentor was Frederick Frost Blackman, a good friend of Tansley, and along with the latter, one of the authors of the Tansley Manifesto, and thus branded by critics a botanical Bolshevik. Roux was a strong proponent of materialist dialectics, a member of the Communist Party of South Africa, before being expelled in 1936 for taking what was considered too much of a black nationalist line. His most famous book, written in 1948, was Time Longer Than Rope, a history of the black man's struggle for freedom in South Africa. One of South Africa's leading botanists, Roux emerged as an indefatigable defender of ecology and sustainable community, criticizing capitalism's destruction of the environment. In opposition to the biological community presented by Smuts's follower John Phillips, with his philosophy of racial holism, Roux saw the protection of the environment as the key to an egalitarian social development, one in which the black struggle for freedom could be achieved. Roux was also an outspoken opponent of Smuts's holism. Roux met his future wife, socialist mathematician Winifred Lunt, at Hogben and Charles's home, and would remain closely tied to Hogben throughout the latter's Cape Town years. Like Farrington and Hogben, Roux, a materialist and rationalist, admired Epicurean philosophy and subscribed to Epicurus's views on death, quoting Lucretius. He concluded his short 1946 book The Veld and the Future, a book on soil erosion for South Africans, with the hopeful words, "To save the soil, we must all work together, the black man and the white man, the man and the woman. The soil does not really belong to this person, or that who has the right to use a bit of land. It belongs to the nation and the children who are yet." Hogben and Charles's home, Xenopus, named after the South African clawed toad they both studied, became a social hub for left intellectuals such as Farrington and Roux, a place where it was possible to be outspokenly anti-apartheid. Hogben opened his classes to significant numbers of students of non-European descent and refused to accept the color bar. "At the time of my arrival," Hogben wrote in his autobiography, "one could not remain long in Cape Town without feeling the impact of the mounting pressure for apartheid." By early 1929, it was no longer safe for a university. Staff member who opposed the emerging apartheid policy, particularly a radical who was the president of the Students' Rationalist Society, and Hogben felt increasingly vulnerable. Hogben watched in dismay and growing anger while the iron vise began to close on the black population. The most dramatic of all provisions of the new legislation, he wrote, abolished the Cape Native franchise and withdrew from the native anywhere in the Union the right of free assembly. The sentiments expressed by the opposition followers of the incorrigibly equivocal Smuts differed little from those of government. In the midst of this growing climate of apartheid, at Rue's urging, Lancelot and Enid rescued 2 black protesters from a lynch mob, concealing them in the trunk of their car, a bright blue Nash. As Hogben recounted the story in his autobiography, there followed a personally memorable incident in 1930. During the week before free assembly of natives became illegal, a conference of natives called to protest the new legislation met in Worcester, about 100 miles north of Cape Town. Whereupon local farmers who had formed a posse of vigilantes dispersed the gathering and forced into hiding 2 leaders they were out to lynch. A white man sympathetic to the native cause appealed for help to bring them to safety in District 6, the native and colored quarter of Cape Town. Both Enid and I had learned to drive since our arrival, and our second-hand car had a capacious boot. The emissary of the natives assured us that the vigilantes would not allow without search a car driven by a male to enter or leave the district where the leaders were hiding. On the other hand, they would not entertain the possibility that a white woman could have any truck with a Bantu male. Enid offered to drive by night over the range known as the Hottentots Holland to the place of hiding of the 2 native leaders, and to smuggle them in the boot of the car through the outposts of the vigilantes. She brought them safely back to Cape Town by daybreak. Lancelot and Enid had a secret cellar in their house in which they offered to conceal Communist Party members and others fleeing the South African racial system. The entrance to the cellar could be obtained by lifting a rug in the dining room and removing 2 planks below it to reveal the unattractive cavern. 1-4 Hogben wrote poetry under the pseudonym of Kenneth Calvin Page, in which he promoted ecological values and attacked the South African racial system. In his poem William Blake, written in Cape Town and opening his A Journey to Nineveh and other poems, he compared the Nineveh of capitalism to Blake's prophetic New Jerusalem. The merchandise of Nineveh, when factory chimneys tower above, Jerusalem is here with me. Factory chimneys lift upright phallic shapes against the night. Giant cranes of steel forlorn loom like gallows in the dawn chimneys, with the might of Mars belch forth crimson to the stars. Cranes as pitiless as shares would hang 1,000 millionaires. In leading off the nature of life debate at the British Association for Advancement of Science meetings in South Africa in 1929, Smuts, in his words, the audience a good dose of holism, presenting the ideas in holism and evolution, particularly the notion that there is an innate tendency in nature to form wholes that are greater than the sum of the parts through creative Hogben, countered with a mechanistic materialism that, though not denying emergence, objected to all teleological final cause thinking and attacked the more idealistic and vitalistic aspects of Smuts's creed. In developing his talk, Hogben had tried out a number of approaches, leading to several different essays, which became the basis of his 1930 book, The Nature of Living Matter. His actual Nature of Life presentation was published as Chapter 3, under the title The Nature of Life, An Introduction to the Theory of the Public World. Although Hogben started out with criticisms of John Scott Haldane, whose work The Sciences and Philosophy had strongly praised Smuts, it was Smuts who was the principal object of his critique. Holism, the newest form of vitalism, he wrote, claims to have found an alternative or supplementary principle that is essentially teleological. The holist does not specify by reference to any single concrete situation how he proposes to use his principle. In trying to demonstrate the abstract and useless character of holism, Haldane polemically queried in utilitarian terms. Does the holist wish us to believe that we can help anyone to drive a car by assuring him that at every level of complexity between the internal structure of the atom and the newly licensed automobile, there emerges an ever-increasing urge to wholeness or unity, which is somehow indefinably different than the interaction of the parts? The cleverness of Smuts's holism argument, Hogben insisted, was that it did not deny materialist principles at any given level, but argued rather that in the innate tendency to wholeness, there was a surplus reality emerging that no analysis of parts, interactions, and material processes could comprehend. This occurred principally at the levels separating matter, life, and mind in Smuts's connection, where he postulated radical discontinuities. This was quite different than the universal continuity dialectically postulated by Tansley about the same time in his unpublished temporal genetic sequence. Hogben countered with a mechanistic materialism, which, however, was as a philosophy sufficiently dialectical, though he formally rejected dialectical materialism to elude simple reductionism. In the conclusion to his book, he thus sought to provide a more complex understanding. He was not willing, he stated, to be responsible for the billiard ball theory of matter which both Dr. Haldane and General Smuts have identified with the mechanistic conception of life. I am content to foresee enormous possibilities for the extension of physical interpretations of the properties of living matter. For Hogben, the reality of different levels of existence did not contradict materialism in the least. Moreover, there was no difference of opinion concerning the statement that there emerge at different levels of complexity in natural phenomena specific properties which cannot yet be deduced from a knowledge of simpler systems. Yet, he believed that the application of the scientific method would continually enhance our understanding of such complex systems, unfolding their genetic qualities. In The Nature of Living Matter, Hogben referred to the help he had received in the preparation of the book from Levy. The strength of Hogben's view was his uncompromising materialism, which he associated with 19th century socialism and with the ancient Greek materialists. All teleological principles dissociated from materialism were to be denied. The benign and tolerant humanism, which the ancient Greek materialist Epicurus grafted on the soil prepared by the atomists. Hogben wrote in The Nature of Living Matter, influenced by Farrington and by Marx's doctoral dissertation, was ill-suited to flourish in the stern climate of the Hellenistic military state. Like Smuts's holism, Aristotle's Hellenistic system was a shrewd blending of science and statesmanship. It enabled its author to combine a personal predilection for natural history with a political partiality for slavery. In contrast to the views of Levy, Hogben was to adopt a somewhat ambivalent approach to dialectical materialism, which he pointed out was a term introduced by Joseph Dietzken and not Marx or Engels. Like Bernal, Needham, Levy, and others, Hogben was enormously impressed by the ideas of the 1931 delegation of Soviet scientists, led by Bukharin, who were to arrive unexpectedly at the Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology in 1931. In response, Hogben wrote a lengthy and complex analysis of dialectical materialism and its overlap with a critical mechanism published under the title Contemporary Philosophy in Soviet Russia, in Psyche in 1932. No less a figure than Needham thought it worth citing as one of the most important discussions of the subject. A central aspect of the paper was his criticism of Dietzken for smuggling idealism back into materialism and the alienation of Marxism from natural science. Hogben strongly supported Bukharin's basic position in his paper at the 1931 Congress and emphasized the importance of dialectical materialism, overlapping with notions of holism and emergent evolution, in describing different levels of complexity of phenomena with laws of their own. Yet for Hogben, any sense of idealism or mysticism within dialectical materialism, particularly of the Dietzken variety, was to be. Although Hogben was to distance himself formally from dialectical materialism as a philosophy, he continued to employ dialectical insights, contradiction, integrative levels, qualitative transformation, shorn of the more Hegelian vocabulary, throughout his work. Hence, his seeming departure from Marxian orthodoxy in this respect was more a matter of form than substance, and was not of the sort to create any real barriers between him and the other Marxian scientists in Britain with whom he remained closely associated. Indeed, Needham saw Hogben's argument in his Psyche article as crucial. English scholars, he wrote, owe a debt to Lancelot Hogben, who was one of the first about this time to try to translate dialectical materialism more or less successfully into English idiom. For Needham, what was most important was Hogben's declaration that dialectical materialism was similar to the tenets of emergent evolution in recognizing the importance of complexity and integrative levels. Despite his commitment to a seemingly mechanistic, if critical, materialism, Hogben was a radical humanist in orientation, deeply attracted to the vision of Morris. He argued that improvements in science had led to the possibility of what he called the bioaesthetic design of human life. This view was distinguished from a back-to-nature philosophy and associated with such early proponents of the human betterment of nature as the 17th century Baconian John Evelyn, author of Silva and Fuma Fugium. Advocating for the social use of science so as to harmonize human life with the natural landscape was, Hogben declared, at least as rational as aiming at housing everybody in skyscraper tenements with ferroconcrete. He proposed a biologically planned ecology of human satisfactions. A CO-operative commonwealth could efface the skeleton grin of silk stocking and soap advertisements along our boulevards by vegetation flowing throughout the seasons. Turning to a utopian and ecological strand of socialism, he declared, free trade accepted the urban squalor of a coal economy as the price for its own definition of prosperity. Today, scientific knowledge offers us the possibility of a new plan of social living more akin to the utopia of a William Morris or an Edward Carpenter. 116 In presenting this vision, Hogben insisted, it is important to emphasize that the distribution of purchasing power to increase the volume of effective demand is essentially different from the view held by the pioneers of socialism 50 or 100 years ago. It would have been regarded by them as a capitulation to the prevailing doctrine of laissez-faire, against which they revolted. Men like Owen and Morris were far less taken in by the glamour of capitalism than we are. They were not content to criticize it because it distributed its products unjustly, or because it was incapable of producing as large a quantity of goods as a planned economy could deliver. They also, and more especially, attacked it because it was not producing the kind of goods which are good for people to want and to strive for. They were not hypnotized by the liberal delusion that things people have been educated to demand by capitalist advertisement are necessarily the things they need most. Today, we are apt to dismiss their lament on the ugliness, which capitalist enterprise has bequeathed us as mere aestheticism, with no significance for a realistic political program. What is called realism implied a servile acceptance of the three cardinal errors of the capitalist ideology. The first is the assumption that the greatest good of the greatest number is achieved by producing the greatest number of saleable goods and ensuring that the greatest number of people can take their choice. The second is that the large community is a necessary condition of high productive capacity. The third is that peace between nations can only be ensured by a maximum division of labor with free trade. I believe that each of these postulates is sociologically false. It was Morris, Hogben insisted, who had pointed to a wider, more coherent socialist strategy, more attuned to people's real needs. Morris contended that the drabness of capitalism is its chief condemnation. Morris was a sound social psychologist in recognizing that a socialist program cannot afford to neglect the fact that people want their lives to be picturesque. He was a sound biologist in believing that we could make Britain so beautiful that people would neither need nor wish to travel. If we are to plan for survival, our first aim must be to create a social environment in which the setting of the family is satisfying because it is picturesque. It may be that the mere survival of socialism will demand the same reorientation of social values, like Morris. Hogben contended that socialism must reject the prevailing pattern of passive satisfaction and conspicuous expenditure encouraged by an increasing multiplicity of useless commodities and new distractions, or else socialism would undermine the reason for its own existence. There is no reason why socialism should identify scientific planning with an exclusively mechanical technology. Again, like Morris, Hogben supported the feminine point of view that the future required a much closer approximation to equality of wealth between men and women as well than most socialists now. In his 1938 The Retreat from Reason, Hogben took the side of William Blake and Morris against the dark satanic mills and the dictatorship of production and consumption. It is now the fashion, he stated, to regard men like Morris and Edward Carpenter as charming but ineffective cranks. Yet their ecological concerns, like those of Blake before them, pointed to the most urgent needs in the 20th century and reflected a wisdom transcending economic utilitarianism and urban socialism. The England which Blake loved was a land in which the energy of wind and water was replacing the slave labor of classical civilization. The discovery of electricity and of the light metals has now shown us how the power which drove those old water wheels could do all the work of the dark satanic mills, and do it better. An ecological society, Hogben insisted, would not see the standard of living as defined in terms of the varieties of commodities which are produced, but would be concerned with genuine human needs and the wider environment of human community. Why else has Blake's poem been sung and quoted until we are almost tired of it if the masses really prefer the passive enjoyment provided by cheap gramophones and a labor-saving flat to a life in touch with the world? Of nature? 120. Likewise, in his 1943 Dangerous Truths, Hogben was to make a strong case for following the other socialism, not concerned simply with economic expansion, represented by Robert Owen and Morris. What made this approach to socialism so vital was its wider environmental perspective. It saw the hypertrophied metropolitanism of capitalist evolution with its urban congestion as a major problem. In opposition to the liberal doctrine that prosperity is being able to choose the greatest variety of goods, this other socialism, most clearly defined by Morris, asserted the need to decide whether the dark satanic mills were making things which are good for men to choose and the effects on the environment. Hogben's social ecological perspective was especially evident in his treatment of race. The racialist doctrine, he wrote in The Retreat from Reason, has no serious title to be accepted as a biological interpretation of history until the ecological factors in cultural differentiation have been explored exhaustively. What was needed was the development of human ecology as a field. Man is bringing into being a worldwide ecology of his own. This worldwide ecology means that geographical localized communities are not more interdependent. They are less so. Any attempt to examine race independent of social and ecological conditions, that is, environmental factors, was bound to fail. As he was to declare decades later in an address on the race concept, human society is a unique ecological system, or a human ecological system, in which elements of its environment are cumulatively transformed and transmitted by cultural historical means. Mere acknowledgement of that fact proved fatal to the race concept. Beginning in 1930, when he took up the chair in social biology at the London School of Economics, Hogben devoted his efforts to combating biological racism and in criticisms of apartheid. Prior to the 1930s, biologist critics of eugenics in Britain, such as E. Ray Lankester, were extremely rare, and among geneticists only William Bateson seems to have exhibited doubts. All of this changed with Hogben's return from South Africa, determined to oppose biological racism, eugenics, and apartheid. A number of figures in the eugenics community, such as the biochemist Frederick Mott, had laid stress on the role of the environment's social, as well as natural as a major factor in the development of human beings. But there was no clear division between nature innate and nurture social environmental advocates. As Pauline M. H. Mazumdar noted in her 1992 work, Eugenics, Human Genetics, and Human Failings, it was at this time that the link between the left and environmentalism was forged. The explicit use of environment as a means of attacking eugenics began in Britain in 1931 with the work of Lancelot Hogben. In that year, Hogben published his Genetic Principles in Medicine and Social Science, concerned with racism, dedicating it to Levy and explicitly referring to Marx's socioeconomic analysis. Along with the direct introduction of environmental factors, Hogben, a sophisticated mathematician, employed various new mathematical techniques used by German geneticists. As Mazumdar explains, Hogben took up German mathematical Mendelism and the blood group studies that went with it as a means of attacking British eugenics for its naive procedures, its neglect of the environment, and above all for its subservience to class interests. 124 for these reasons, he is said to have pioneered the genetic critique of race concept. It was this work that was to inspire anthropologists such as Ashley Montagu, who, based primarily on Hogben's work, denied the significance of the biological concept of race in his man's most dangerous myth, the fallacy of race. Hogben's attack was viewed by many at the time as having knocked the bottom out of eugenics, raising the ire of figures like Carlos Blacker, General Secretary of the Eugenics Society and a strong advocate of voluntary sterilization of inferior groups. Hogben's argument had drastically undermined the work of even the most respected eugenicists, such as R. Fisher and Pearson, both from the standpoint of bringing in the environment and mathematical technique. Revealing the class as well as racial bias of eugenics, Hogben indicated in Nature and Nurture in 1933 that hope for the future lay not in changing the genotype of the human being, but in altering social relations. He presented the Eugenics Society's sterilization program with contempt and characterized eugenics in general as an apology for snobbery, selfishness, and class arrogance. One of the first figures to back Hogben's analysis was the socialist geneticist J.B.S. Haldane. Haldane's new approach to human genetics and the question of race beginning in 1932, in which he too brought in social and environmental influences in a more complex dialectical analysis, followed closely on Hogben. After that, eugenics was never the same. As Mazumdar concludes, it was the Marxist scientists who forced the change in the ideology and methods in human genetics. The attackers were left-wing radicals and sharply sensitized to the part played by class in the eugenist problematic. Nevertheless, Hogben was critical of the failure of the British left in general to take up the question of racism and apartheid in Germany and South Africa. He was especially concerned with Smuts's return to power in 1939. South Africa's alliance with Britain in the Second World War was, in Hogben's view, based on a tacit understanding that this would give South Africa continuing control of Namibia. All of this was to generate in Hogben's work a concerted attack on biological racism, as well as an explanation of the social causes of racism. Given this context, it is hardly surprising that his analysis of the interdependence of nature and nurture, arising out of his critique of eugenics, has been credited with launching the modern emphasis on gene-environment interaction in human development, or gene-culture coevolution. In addition to resisting all forms of racism and of biological race, Hogben was known for what Worski called his lifelong adherence to feminist ideals. He was adamant that his colleagues not refer to his wife, Enid Charles, as Mrs. Hogben, and was critical of the notion that women, even in progressive Sweden, were seen as destined to be cooks and domestic servants for the household. All forms of the social demotion of women were to be condemned, and, for Hogben, the material basis of the prejudices that designated women as inferior. Ecology was a theme running throughout Hogben's writings. He argued in Science for the Citizen for a planned ecology of human life, evoking the utopian spirit of Morris. Science had created a more global civilization, but it had also enhanced the potential for the battle for ecology. In the early 1930s, ecology was being promoted by reactionaries as well as radicals, and the former seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Smuts's holism was receiving growing support in the scientific community. Albert Charles Seward, who occupied the chair as professor of botany at the University of Cambridge and was president of the International Botanical Congress, saw Smuts's holism as a key to the study of the evolution of plant life. At the Fifth International Botanical Congress in Cambridge in August 1930, Smuts's views were represented by John Frederick Phillips, Smuts's leading South African follower within the botanical community. A big push was made at the conference to work out an agreed set of concepts for plant sociology, part of an international commission on concepts in plant sociology that was set up at the same time, leading to disagreements between Phillips and Tansley, who played leading roles in the international commission. Phillips read a paper on the biotic community, in which he argued that, in accordance with the holistic concept of Smuts, the biotic community is something more than the mere sum of its parts. It possesses a special identity. It is indeed a mass entity with a destiny peculiar to itself. Phillips also criticized Tansley for adopting a narrow perspective to ecology that left out animals and inorganic nature. Of greater overall significance was General Smuts's election as president of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in 1931. The election was unusual, as Smuts was not a practicing scientist. Ostensibly, this was due to the influence within the British scientific community of Smuts's holism philosophy. But it also had to do with the attempt of the British Association to extend its sphere of influence to the entire British Empire, of which Smuts was a symbol. Nevertheless, Smuts used the occasion to argue full bore for his holistic standpoint. In his presidential speech at the Association in London in September 1931, Smuts attacked the physicist John Tyndall's famous 1874 address to the Association, which was much admired by Marx and Engels as an unrestrained expression of the materialistic creed. Nature, in any truly meaningful sense, beyond mere brute fact, was to be seen as a construction of the mind. Great as is the physical universe which confronts us as a given fact, no less great is our reading and evaluation of it in the world of values. Without this revelation of inner meaning and significance, the physical universe would be but an immense empty shell or crumpled surface. The brute fact here receives its meaning, and a new world arises which gives to nature whatever significance it has. As against the physical configurations of nature, we see here the ideal patterns or wholes, freely created by the human spirit as a home and an environment for itself. A crude materialism, Smuts declared, had swamped biology for a generation, meaning the period subsequent to Darwin. Now materialism has gone by the board to be succeeded by a new monism, in the form of holism. In this holistic universe, he concluded, man is in very truth the offspring of thee. As Peter Anker writes in Imperial Ecology, Smuts's holism was by now on everybody's lips as the darling of contemporary intellectual debate. For some, his philosophical slogan, "The whole is more than the sum of its parts," represented a new synthesis of precise sciences, evolutionary biology, and psychology. Smuts's ecological holism was enormously influential in ecology. Phillips, in particular, incorporated Smuts's as well as Clemens's holism into his own ecological studies. In Phillips's construction of the natural world, humans were part of a biotic community that was filled with cooperation and harmony. At the same time, human beings were naturally organized in a racial hierarchy. That these two ideas coexisted within a single construction is no accident, since, as Anker notes, Phillips coined the term biotic community to designate this ecocentric ethics and environmental social policy of segregated, ecological homelands. He argued in his scientific writings on ecology that natives should not be granted any autonomy or freedom because it would violate the relations of races within the community. The ruling races were to regulate the stock of natives to prevent excess grazing and degradation of the environment. In Phillips's racist biocentrism, miscegenation between the lower European stock and the natives was to be avoided to prevent the degeneration of biological diversity. Women's desire for freedom should be constrained, and large families among whites should be. In his Human Ecology, John William Bewes, another South African ecologist and follower of Smuts, contended that some humans were determined by the conditions of their environment, whereas other humans were more independent of their environment. This argument developed out of Smuts's theory regarding certain organisms and personalities being more independent and stronger versus those that were affected by the environment. Bewes spoke of the ecological division of mankind as necessitating the segregation of the races. In his 1931 article on the ecological viewpoint, he transferred the concept of natural hierarchy modeled on Smuts's holism back to human society, speaking of a climax type of men exemplified by the small white population in South Africa. Those primitive peoples who were still tied to the Earth Mother, he argued, should be left as much as possible in their proper biotic communities. Underlying society was an ecological division of labor that, for Bewes, justified the economic division of labor and the class structure of society, which should not be altered. Bewes also insisted that marriage was the only natural relation between men and women, and that homosexuality was ecologically and morally wrong. Smuts's holism thus reinforced naturalized ecological racist views. At the same time, Clements and other ecologists in the United States, though free of such explicit racism, became strong defenders of Smuts's and Phillips's ecological holism. Bewes's 1935 book on human ecology was explicit on race. Racial characteristics, he wrote, while not supremely important in human ecology, cannot be altogether neglected any more than plant taxonomy can in plant ecology. It is important to know one's men just as it is to know one's plants. While the majority of the typical food gatherers are to be regarded as ethnologically primitive from the racial point of view, it remains difficult to decide to what extent their racial characteristics are the result of a process of degeneration and how far they represent true primitiveness. 140. For Julian Huxley and H.G. Wells, the ecological racism propounded by Smuts and his followers was to be strongly opposed. Huxley, a left liberal figure, declared in his African View that it was impossible not to sympathize in many ways with Smuts's proposal to establish a white backbone, that is, an extended settlement of white populations, predominantly at higher elevations from South to Central Africa. Nevertheless, he insisted that the aim should be to develop equality. He thus rejected Smuts's policy of promoting territorial segregation of the races in close proximity, claiming that this would lead to growing racial discrimination. Wells, as a socialist, was sharply critical, writing in The Fate of Man. It is one of the good marks in the checkered record of British imperialism that in Nigeria it has stood out against the development of the plantation system and protected the autonomy of the native cultivator. But against that one has to set the ideas of white man mastery associated with Cecil Rhodes and sustained today by General Smuts, which look to an entire and permanent economic, social, and political discrimination between the lordly white and his natural serf, the native African. And this in the face of the Zulu and the Basuto, the most intelligent and successful of native African peoples. The ethnological fantasies of Nazi Germany find a substantial echo in the resolve of the 2.5 million Afrikanders to sustain, from the Cape to Kenya, an axis of white masters, with a special philosophy of great totalitarian possibility called holism, lording it over a subjected but much more prolific black population. That racial antagonism makes the outlook of South Africa quite different from that of most of the other pseudo-British democracies. Obviously, it is not a democracy at all, and plainly it is heading towards a regime of race terrorism on lines parallel and sympathetic with the Nazi ideal. The strength of Wells's objection to Smuts's holism was undoubtedly heightened by its peculiar combination of racism with ecology, a field with which Wells had an early association. Wells had been a student of both Thomas Huxley and Ray Lankester. The latter had examined Wells 4 times for his Bachelor of Science degree. Wells's 1,895 time machine was based on Lankester's degeneration. Beginning in 1900s, they became close friends, constantly exchanging ideas, until Lankester's death in 1929. Wells was to draw constantly on ecological themes in Lankester's work. Lankester helped Wells in the writing of his 1920 Outline of History, overseeing the extensive introductory part on early human evolution. In his 1934 autobiography, Wells said that the exactest title for the kind of synthesis he had in mind in his 1931 work, The Work, Wealth, and Happiness of Mankind, connected to the other works in his trilogy, The Outline of History and The Science of Life, would have been The Outline of Human Ecology. But I did not call it that, because the word ecology was not yet widely. In 1923, Wells wrote his social ecological utopia, Men Like Gods, perhaps the most important attempt at a genuine utopian novel in Britain since Morris's News from Nowhere in 1890. In it, he depicts a parallel world so advanced in physical chemical science that it has become possible at last to create a more humanized, natural world, while at the same time subordinating machines to the needs of humanity. In a kind of green Baconianism, humanity in this parallel universe has subjected nature, eliminating all of its ugliness and horribleness, while nurturing its beauty, creating a kind of garden existence. As the character Earthred, one of the utopians, tells visitors from 20th century Britain, with man came Logos, the word and the will into our universe, to watch it and fear it, to learn it and cease to fear it, to know and comprehend it and master it, so that we of Utopia are no longer the beaten and starved children of nature, but her free and adolescent sons. We have taken over the old lady's, Mother Nature's estate. Every day, we learn a little better how to master this little planet. In Wells's Utopia, the entire landscape has been altered by the management of plant life and new and beautiful flora. Men and women are free from many of the previous restrictions with respect to sexual relations. No longer ashamed of the human body, they wear few clothes. At the same time, population has been limited by birth control. This reflects a theme of Lankester's, who had written in his notes for his 1905 Romanes lecture that humanity tends to cross all natural limits, insisting, "This cannot go on. Man must have a limit. Then the real science can come in." Presumably, this related to both population and economics. In 1909, Lancaster wrote to Wells that his vision of a future world republic would have to find a way of controlling population. Solving problems of energy through atomic motors and ecological restoration, such as the reclamation of deserts, would not be enough if the human population and the growing human pressure on the environment were to continue. Wells, however, like Morris and Lancaster, rejected eugenics as an answer to the future of humanity. Rather, the beautiful people that appear in men like gods are the product of healthy living and Darwinian sexual selection. Wells envisioned the triumph of humanity over noxious bacteria and other sources of disease, allowing for longer, fuller lives. Improvements in the condition of humanity are achieved not through eugenics, but, as Lancaster had argued, through education. Such issues like invasive species and the destruction of habitats required that human beings adopt a conscious attitude toward the ecological ramifications of their actions. In his 1923 review of Men Like Gods, Biology and Utopia, Julian Huxley attributed Wells's vision to the rise of ecology. Humanity, as depicted in Wells's novel, has moved on from science to the fuller cultivation of its artistic sensibilities. Thus, in Men Like Gods, humanity has moved on to a more complex, dialectical, and sustainable relation to nature. The people in Wells's utopia, as Huxley put it, are interested primarily in two things: the understanding of nature for its own sake, and its control for the sake of humanity. According to Huxley, the underlying vision of Wells's novel was that of a new, emerging relation between humanity and nature, in the idea that man is master in his own house of earth, as opposed to the idea which, with few exceptions, has until now dominated his history, the idea that he is the slave, sport, servant of an arbitrary personal power or powers. But this notion of humanity also required the growth of a humanistic materialistic attitude, recognizing the need for the creation of a more rational relation to the natural. H.G. Wells and Julian Huxley became close friends in 1925. It was Wells who persuaded Huxley to give up his academic position to pursue full-time writing. They were to undertake, together with Wells's son, G.P. Wells, a former student of Hogben and an instructor in biology at the University College London, a massive popular work, The Science of Life. The Wells, Huxley, and Wells's book was more than 1,400 pages long. It was written rapidly and serialized in 30 fortnightly installments, beginning in March 1929 and ending in May 1930. It began to appear at the very moment that the debate over the nature of life between Smuts and Hogben was taking place in South Africa, and was completed, with the final installment appearing less than 9 months after Smuts gave his lectures on Africa and Oxford, with its publication in book form coinciding with Hogben's Nature of Living Matter. The Science of Ecology and Life Under Control, the two closing chapters of Book 6, were crucial, constituting in many ways the core argument of the book, as intimated in the book's introduction and conclusion. In addition to being drafted by Huxley and worked over by both H.G. and G.P. Wells, this entire section, in particular, was scrutinized by Elton prior to publication. It drew on the work of Tansley, Elton, and J.B.S. Haldane. The Science of Life opened by defining life in terms of metabolism, emphasizing that life could not be seen apart from its interactions. The process of taking in, assimilating, and using matter, Wells, Huxley, and Wells wrote, called metabolism. Metabolism and spontaneous movement are the primary characteristics of living things. 148th. The key chapter on the science of ecology began with the heading Ecology is Biological Economics. A didactic approach clearly adopted in the work was to take scientific terms and convert them into more familiar phrases, more conducive to a popular audience, so Lancaster's bionomics became biological economics, which was seen as equivalent to ecology, while biocoenosis, then frequently used by ecologists on the continent, became simply life community. The term ecology was explained in terms of its etymological roots from the Greek oikos, or household, from which the term economics had also been derived. Ecology as biological economics, bionomics, was merely the extension of political economy to the rest of life. But the broadening of the principles of political economy in this way altered the whole nature of the problem of economics. Ecology, the three authors wrote, the foundations for a modern, a biological, treatment of what was once very properly known as the dismal science of economics. As distinct from economics, in their view, ecology dealt with accumulation and consumption in every province of life. Economics was thus narrower, and was in fact, in their terms, mere human. There followed a discussion of the chemical wheel of life, the photosynthetic role of plants as pioneers of the ecological community, ecological succession regulated by climate, the emergence of a relatively stable climax in plant life, life communities, dominant species, evolutionary equilibriums, food chains, etc. The force behind the wheel of life was solar energy, Energetics allowed the analysis of how various chemicals and energy were utilized by the ecological system and leakages in the process. It also provided the basis for understanding the human role and its disruptive influence. Much solar energy was locked up or stored in various ways, for example as hydrocarbons, while human beings learned to release it. Carbon was essential to all life, and a crucial issue was the carbon cycle. The fireplace, the factory, and the automobile, they wrote. Perhaps ironically, though the irony would take on a somewhat different meaning in our own time, are doing all they can to restore this deposited carbon to a state of gaseous. A pivotal ecological contradiction, associated with environmental crises and the disruption of the balance of nature, was the mining of the soil. In an argument related to Marx's discussion of the metabolic rift, they wrote, "When man comes on the scene, matters are altered. He crowds the country with animals. He hurries up their growth and increases the demands they make on the soil. A modern cow gives about 1,000 gallons of milk at one lactation period and produces her first calf at about 3 years. The native cattle of Africa do not breed till they are 6 and yield at most 300 gallons of milk at one lactation. And too often he ships off the meat, bone meal, cheese leather, and wool without putting anything back in the soil. He forgets that all their mineral ingredients have come out of the soil. A country that is exporting grassland products is also exporting grassland fertility. There are large areas which are naturally deficient in minerals, but man has been creating mineral deficiency over other and vaster areas. Capitalist societies faced with problems of soil fertility in the 19th century turned to guano, primarily from Peru, as a way of replacing the nitrogen and phosphorus lost to the soil. Guano, a deposit consisting of the excrement of bats and birds, is another example. Wells, Huxley, and Wells argued of locked-up material that humans learn to release. Most excrement serves to enrich the soil on which it falls, but on the southern islands where guano is found, the manure has been unused and has merely accumulated. Here again, man comes to the rescue, and by using guano as a fertilizer, restores its nitrogen and phosphates to the ecological problem facing humanity then becomes a question of releasing nature's locked-up powers, avoiding leakages in energy flows, and ensuring that humanity does not heedlessly cross natural limits or break nature's laws. Evolution is presented as a slow, inherently progressive process. Humanity is able to speed this process, but it is also faced by ecological contradictions of its own creation. The final section of the chapter, Life Under Control, titled The Ecological Outlook, explores the problem of anthropogenic ecological crises and the possible means of addressing them. Thus, we are told, in line with Lancaster, that civilization's spread has been accompanied by a trail of plagues. Colonization has gone hand in hand with the intended and unintended spread of invasive species, crowding out and killing off native habitat and species. Industrial agriculture leads to the systematic disruption of the soil cycle, robbing the soil of its nutrients. To make good these losses of the soil, he, the human being, has crushed up the nitrates of Chile, the guano of Peru, the stores of phosphate rock in various parts of the Earth's crust. But these too are natural capital, and the end of them is in sight. Linnaeus gave man the title of Homo sapiens, man the wise. One is sometimes tempted to agree with Professor Charles Richer, who thinks that a more suitable designation would have been Homo stultus, man the fool. Describing this folly, Wells, Huxley, and Wells wrote, "In the last couple of centuries, humanity has accelerated the circulation of matter, from to food and tools and luxuries and back to raw matter again, to an unprecedented speed. But he has done it by drawing on reserves of capital. He is using up the bottled sunshine of coal thousands of times more quickly than nature succeeds in storing it, and the same rate of wastage holds for oil and natural gas. By reckless cutting without reforestation, he has not only been incurring a timber lack which future generations will have to raw materials face, but he has been robbing great stretches of the world of their soil and even of the climate which plant evolution has given them. By overkilling, man has exterminated magnificent creatures like the bison as wild species. Less than a century ago, herds numbered by the 100,000 covered the Great Plains. Buffalo Bill killed 4,280 bison with his own rifle in a year and a half, and that was far from being a record. The United States government detailed troops to help in the slaughter in order to force the Indians, by depriving them of their normal subsistence, to settle down to agricultural life on reservations. Today there remain a few small protected herds. By overkilling, he has almost wiped out whales in the northern hemisphere, and unless some international agreement is soon arrived at, the improvement of engines of destruction is likely to do the same for the Antarctic seas. If he is not careful, the fur bearers will go the same road the big game of the world is doomed to go, and to go speedily, unless we take measures to stop its extinction. By taking crop after crop of wheat and corn out of the land in quick succession, he exhausted the riches of the virgin soils of the American West. and is now doing the same for the grasslands of the world by taking crop after crop of sheep and cattle off of them. The essential problem in all of this was the human economy, its speed of expansion, its ruthless acquisitiveness, its waste of resources, and its lack of planning. In the final section of the chapter on life under control, titled The Ecological Outlook, the three authors argued, the cardinal fact in the problem of the human future is the speed of change. The colonization of new countries, the change from forest to fields, the reclamation of land from sea, the making of lakes, the introduction of new animals and plants, all these in pre-human evolution were the affairs of secular time, where 1,000 years are but as yesterday, but now they are achieved in centuries or even decades. One cannot estimate such changes exactly, but we shall not be far out if we say that man is imposing on the life of the world a rate of change 10,000 times as great as any rate of change it ever knew before. Human beings were able to transform nature radically in the interest of the expansion of the human economy, but they did so under conditions in the dominant economic order, conditions that were unplanned and that showed a lack of concern and foresight for the long-term ecological consequences of such actions. Humanity is very unlikely by the light of nature to see all the multifarious consequences of such economic actions, and too often the consequences will be quite different from what was. From the standpoint of biological economics, of which human economics is but a part, man's general problem is this: to make the vital circulation of matter and energy as swift, efficient, and wasteless as it can be made, and since we are first and foremost a continuing race, to see that we are not achieving an immediate efficiency at the expense of later generations. The issue then became one of long-term sustainable development. Wells, Huxley, and Wells explain that due to agricultural chemists such as Liebig, Laws, and Gilbert, the employment of chemical fertilizers has become almost universal. But up till quite recently, man has taken little thought for the morrow beyond the single crop. It is true that he has been forced by the demands of his wheat and corn to let his land lie fallow from time to time, or to introduce nitrogen-catching crops like clover or lupins into his rotation. But that is only a beginning. Nitrogen-based fertilizer was now available in unlimited supplies, making the loss of Chilean nitrates no longer a problem. But other limits were quite severe. They wrote, "We are using up our coal and oil. Fossil fuels would eventually have to be replaced by alternative energies. Water power is always with us, and there are tide power and sun power and wind power for us to tap. We are using up our oil, but sooner or later we shall replace it satisfactorily by power alcohol made from plants." 150. The most serious problem was phosphorus. Phosphorus is an essential constituent of all living creatures. It is, however, a rather rare element in nature, constituting only about 1/700th part of the Earth's crust. From the soil of the United States alone, the equivalent of some 6 million tons of phosphate is disappearing every year, and only about a quarter of this is put back in fertilizers. Meanwhile, the store of fertilizers is being depleted, and man is sluicing phosphorus recklessly into the ocean in sewage. Each year, the equivalent of over 1 million tons of phosphate rock is thus dumped out to sea, most of it for all practical purposes irrecoverable. The Chinese may be less sanitary in their methods of sewage disposal, but they are certainly more sensible. In China, what has been taken out of the soil is put back into the soil. It is urgently necessary that Western civilized man shall alter his methods of sewage disposal. If he does not, there will be a phosphorus shortage, and therefore a food shortage in a few generations. But even if he does that, he will still have to keep his eye on phosphorus. It is the weak link in the vital chain on which civilization is supported. The conclusion was that man's chief need today is to look ahead. He must plan his food and energy circulation as carefully as a board of directors plans a business. He must do it as one community, on a worldwide basis, and as a species, on a continuing basis. 150. Tansley's landmark introduction of the ecosystem concept in 1935, in The Use and Abuse of Vegetational Concepts and Terms, was a product of the discussion that had emerged over the proper conceptual terms with which to define ecology. The intensified debate within science over materialist and idealist, including vitalistic, organismic, and Smutsian holistic conceptions, and the contentious introduction of concepts of racial hierarchy into ecological science. Tansley had gained his reputation primarily as an organizer, editor, and taxonomist, as what Clements called the managing director of British ecology. Now well into his 60s, and secure at least in his Oxford chair, he felt obliged to engage in a critique aimed at ensuring the materialist foundations of ecology and preventing what he referred to in the title of his article as the abuse of ecological concepts. Tansley, as we have seen, was in South Africa for the British Association for Advancement of Science meetings in the summer of 1929. When the nature of life debate took place between Smuts and Hogben over idealism, holism, and materialism realism, he would have been present when Phillips, Smuts's leading botanical follower, read a paper at the same conference. Shortly after, Tansley was in the audience at Smuts's Oxford Lectures on Holism and Africa in September 1929. In the following year, at the Fifth International Botanical Congress in Cambridge in August 1930, Phillips read his paper on the biotic community, a concept to which Tansley strongly objected. In his paper, Phillips directly criticized Tansley for neglecting inorganic factors in his ecological research. During the conference, Tansley and Phillips entered into a heated debate over the appropriate conceptual terminology to be universally adopted for ecology. In 1932, Tansley was undoubtedly in the audience when Smuts gave his address as president of the British Association. Tansley was also unquestionably affected by the criticisms leveled by such figures as Wells, Huxley, Hogben, and Levy at Smuts's racist holism. In the Magdalen Philosophy Club, with which Tansley was associated, Smuts's holism was being strongly promoted by some of the idealists, such as Collingwood, with whom Tansley debated. Tansley, meanwhile, was deeply engaged with the concept of emergence from a materialist standpoint, as evident in his Magdalen paper on temporal genetic series as a means of approach to philosophy. Tansley's encounter with Freud's psychoanalysis had strengthened his commitment to materialism. Ecology, meanwhile, as exemplified by Wells, Huxley, and Wells in Science of Life, was taking on a whole new intellectual significance within the public sphere and science in general. All of this overdetermined Tansley, therefore, for a major confrontation with Smuts and Phillips. In developing his critique of holism and its influence in ecology, Tansley, as we shall see, was to rely on the 1932 work, The Universe of Science, written by mathematician, physicist, and Hogben's close friend, Hyman Levy. Levy was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, to an impoverished Jewish family. His father, Marcus, an exile from Tsarist Russia, was a self-employed picture framer. The family was so poor that some of the children, including Hyman, were forced to sleep in the shop, which was across the street from a public house. His mother had a working-class consciousness and took the young Levy to hear socialist orators, leading to an early acquaintance with the ideas of Marx. Obtaining a scholarship to the University of Edinburgh through competitive examination, Levy studied mathematics and physics, going on to the University of Göttingen in Germany, followed by studies in aerodynamics at Oxford. For 4 years, from 1916 to 1920, he worked at the National Physical Laboratory outside of London as a rank-and-file scientist. During this time, he became active in the formation of the National Union of Scientific Workers and wrote Aeronautics in Theory and Experiment, perhaps the first British text to provide the entire advanced theory of both airplane design and operation. In 1920, he attained the position of assistant professor in mathematics at the Royal College of Science of the Imperial College of Science and Technology, London, and was promoted to full professor 3 years later. At the time he completed The Universe of Science, Levy was already a Marxist, having joined the Communist Party of Great Britain around 1930.164. The Universe of Science, as Levy indicated at the outset, was expressly intended as a materialist counter to the idealist views of thinkers such as Eddington and Smuts. At the same time, it was a careful exposition of the scientific method and of systems thinking. The analysis focused on the roles of isolation and isolate, or the processes of abstraction and exclusion in science. Scientific inquiry, Levy explained, is conducted by abstraction, in which various isolates or isolated systems neutral to their environment are generated as the basis for inquiries, empirical or otherwise, into particular phenomena. The truth about the universe is derived by examining it in chips. What this process of abstraction and isolates is not the same as mechanical reductionism. Rather, isolates may be whole complexes or systems, and be aimed at understanding interactions, processes, and change, with the goal of ascertaining larger systems and emergent levels of reality. For Levy, in a botanical example that directly influenced Tansley's ecosystem concept, a tree is virtually an isolated system as long as we are concerned with the lesser systems we can derive from it by further analysis: the bark, the shape and color of the leaves, its fruit, its girth, its age, and the number of its annular rings. As soon as are concerned with its growth process, however, we have to take into account its roots and the atmosphere in which it grows. We have to widen the system so as to embrace more of that environment that previously was regarded as neutral to it. We have to take in sufficient of the soil in the region of the roots to provide us with another neutral system. Not all the atmosphere of the universe is needed for this purpose, and not all the soil of the earth. The vital question, of course, is how much precisely of each has to be included. The first function of experimental inquiry is, if possible, to find precisely how little of an environment need be included to render a system neutral, that is, relatively neutral in relation to its environment, and thus a meaningful isolate. Such isolates or abstractions should not, Levy insisted, be given ontological status or be approached in an atomistic, reductionist fashion where one expects to add up all the partial elements so discovered in order to arrive at the whole. It is precisely this misconception of science, he argued, that was the source of Smuts's error, which led him to believe that there is some surplus reality encompassed in wholes as ontological realities distinct from atoms, which are then given a false ontological reality. The materialist scientific method uses abstraction as a method for ascertaining scientific laws, whereby nature's complexes can be isolated for analysis and investigated. Moreover, if there is any meaningful approach to examining nature, it lies in recognizing that the world is in a constant state of flux, so that knowledge of it at best is concerned with processes and laws, which hold only at given levels of abstraction. The environment of which we are an integral part, of which we are a chip, so to speak, is itself in a continuous state of flux. 168. In Levy's view, a crude holistic philosophy such as that of Smuts, which simply claims that nature does not proceed by atomic action, but in wholes, leads nowhere. How a self-contained whole is not an atom of a larger whole, it is not easy to see, nor how, with a continuously interrelated, changing environment, there can be either wholes or atoms absolutely isolated from the rest of the universe and functioning on their own. Instead, to each class of question belongs its appropriate isolate. Emergence in the sense presented by Lloyd Morgan made sense in Levy's analysis precisely because it recognized that qualitative changes occur through the changing organization of material reality. Here Levy drew on an argument made in ancient times by Epicurus and made familiar through Lucretius, whereby a literary work was not a mere collection of alphabetical letters, but, as elements are added to, elements there emerges from the combination something new. In another example of emergence, Levy pointed out how out of the combination of one atom of oxygen with two atoms of hydrogen there emerges a molecule of water with new characteristics independent of the original gases. The analysis of reality in terms of isolates thus requires examining certain levels of organization, or levels of abstraction in which a relatively determinate entity can be ascertained. Knowledge thus tends to be directed at examining internal relations within a given isolate, or how different systems with different internal relations come to interact. In contrast, holists endeavor to bolster an absolutist philosophy of wholes merely by exposing the inadequacy of atomism, and thinking that what is needed is the negation of the atom. They are thus inevitably driven to postulate a mystical and emergent more coming out of the less within the body of these wholes. There is a mystical birth of such wholes at each stage in the process of aggregation. In Smutsian holism, the internal relations that result in determinate entities, isolates, are thus lost in a myriad of abstracted wholes. It was this investigation of internal relations within isolates that Levy was famously to develop further in 1938 in his A Philosophy for a Modern Man as a Dialectical Outlook in Line with Historical Materialism. Tansley's Ecosystem article, although arising out of the complex debate between materialism and idealism, was primarily a response to a long three-part treatment of plant succession, climax, and complex organism designed to forward the outlook of Smutsian holism, which Phillips had published in the Journal of Ecology over the course of 1934-35. In this series of articles, Phillips, building on his earlier work, argued that it was possible to speak of a biological community that included all biota, both plants and animals. Like Clements, Phillips viewed succession in the plant community as constituting a complex organism, a notion that Phillips extended to the entire biological community. Such wholes in formation were themselves causes, determining biological processes. Retrogressive development was to be viewed as impossible in both the evolution of individual organisms and in the biological community. The evolution of the biological community, insofar as the normal processes of succession and development were concerned, was thus unidirectional, progressive only. All examples of apparent retrogression are explicable in terms of some disturbing agency. Natural succession had an internal, continuous logic that could not be substantially subverted by outside forces, including human beings. Human societies, as reflections of biotic communities, were themselves a product of this same holistic logic. Societies, nations, and nature were all part of this grand, unfolding holistic process. Tansley wrote The Use and Abuse of Vegetational Concepts and Terms as an explicit critique of Smuts's ideas, and more directly, Phillips's. At the same time, he was concerned that the work of Clements, whom Tansley considered the most important figure in plant ecology, was being unduly influenced by Smuts and Phillips. Tansley's critique extended to Clements himself, but not as an absolute rejection of Clementsian ecology. Rather, he clearly sought to persuade Clements to withdraw from his more teleological conceptions and to dissuade him from coquetting with Smutsian holism, a tendency that Clements had recently. Tansley began the Use and Abuse article with a clear crossing of the swords with Phillips and Clements, striking a combative tone that was far removed from his earlier ecological work. My return to the subject of ecological concepts and terms today is immediately stimulated by the appearance of Professor John Phillips's 3 articles in the Journal of Ecology, which seem to me to call rather urgently for comment and criticism. If some of my comments are blunt and provocative, I am sure my old friend Dr. Clements and my younger friend Professor Phillips will forgive me. Bluntness makes for conciseness and has other advantages, always provided that it is not malicious and does not overstep the line which separates it from rudeness. Phillips's articles remind one irresistibly of the exposition of a creed, of a closed system of religious or philosophical dogma. Clements appears as the major prophet and Phillips as the chief apostle, with the true apostolic fervor in abundant measure. He is occupied for the most part in giving us the pure milk of the Clementsian word, in expounding and elaborating the organismal theory of vegetation. The 3 articles by Phillips are respectively devoted to succession, development and the climax, and the complex organism. The greater part of the 3rd article, by Phillips, is mainly concerned with the relation of this last concept to the theory of holism as expounded by General Smuts and others, and is really a confession of holistic faith. As to the repercussions of this faith on biology, I shall have something to say. Phillips's idealist, organicist, and Smutsian holist constructions raise the ire of Tansley. Hence, in one fell swoop in his ecology article, he proceeded to attack a whole set of teleological notions propagated by Clements, Smuts, and Phillips, that ecological succession was inherently progressive and developmental, leading invariably to a climax, that retrogressive succession and external disruptions in the succession process were not possible. That vegetation could be seen as constituting a superorganism, that there was such a thing as a literal biotic community, encompassing both plants and animals, that an organismic philosophy, postulating a holistic universe, was a way to understand ecological relations, and that holes, in the sense of Smuts's holism, could be seen as both cause and effect of everything in nature, and extended to society. Much of Tansley's argument was a simple rejection of idealistic teleological conceptions, a notion of unilinear progress leading to climax as the intrinsic outcome of all biological processes was to be rejected as in conflict with materialism, realism, and evolutionary theory. Even more objectionable was the Clementsian notion that the plant community could be viewed, in the context of the succession process, as a real organism, or that Phillips's biological community, or biotic community, could be treated as a real organism. Such views led to Clements's superorganism and to Phillips's complex organism, standing for the climax of the biological process of succession. To use the notion of organism in this sense, Tansley argued, was to confuse ecological complexes with real living organisms. Likewise, the idea of a biological community consisting of both plants and animals was, for Tansley, a misnomer, since there was no physical basis in which both plants and animals could properly be said to constitute a community. Smutsian idealism, in which mystical wholes were the causes of all things, which was the ultimate justification provided by Phillips for his theory of biological community and complex organism, was, in Tansley's terms, a direct violation of materialist scientific ecological principles. Objecting to the growth of organicism, he pointed to Professor Whitehead's philosophy of organism and a whole school of organicists, philosophers, many of whom have not hesitated to call the universe an organism. 107. In all of this, Tansley sought to be reasonable. He did not object to treating the plant community as a quasi-organism, and rather than utilize biological community, he thought that the concept of the biome, which Clements had introduced, could be used to refer to the biota associated with a particular landscape or set of habitats, constituting whole webs of life, or the nuclei of systems in the sense of the physicist. The notion of a climax in process of a succession or development was certainly a meaningful concept in Tansley's terms, as long as it was not converted into an absolute teleological principle, representing the movement toward a single, ultimate climax, the monoclimax theory, one that excluded retrogressive succession, or the possibility that catastrophic destruction from external forces might interrupt succession and initiate new processes. Similarly, he indicated that he had no objection to the concept of emergence, which he thought necessary, if understood in materialist terms, in relation to changing levels of organization, in which something qualitatively new arises. As Tansley succinctly put it, summing up, I plead for empirical method and terminology in all work on vegetation, and avoidance of general interpretation based on a theory of what must happen because vegetation is an organism. When in 78, Tansley concluded his critique of Phillips's and more indirectly Smuts's holistic teleological view by intimating it was at least partly motivated by an imagined future whole to be realized in an ideal human society, whose reflected glamour falls on less exalted wholes, illuminating with a false light the image of the complex organism. This was a subtle way of referring to the hierarchical system of racial stratification, which was built into Smutsian holistic ecology. Tansley clearly did not miss Phillips's pointed reference in Part 3, The Complex Organism, of his article, Two More Primitive Habitats, Under Control of Lower-Level Wholes. As Anker contends, Tansley, in the passage from him quoted above, was referring to Phillips's racist biocentrism and the politics of holism, with its treatment of less exalted wholes at, for example, Bondelwart and Bullhoek, the sites of massacres of black populations ordered by Smuts. It was at this point, around 3/4 of the way into his article, that Tansley introduced the concept of ecosystem as a way of moving forward in ecological analysis without giving way to idealism, mysticism, and teleology. Here he turned to Levy's The Universe of Science as a key to describing the scientific method and systems theory. The object, he insisted, must be to conceive the whole system in the sense of physics, including not only the organism complex, but also the whole complex of physical factors forming what we call the environment of the biome, the habitat factors in the widest sense. Though the organisms may claim our primary interest, when we are trying to think fundamentally, we cannot separate them from their special environment, with which they form one physical system. These ecosystems, as we may call them, are of the most various kinds and sizes. They form one category of the multitudinous physical systems of the universe, which range from the universe as a whole down to the atom. The whole method of science, as H. Levy. The universe of science, as most convincingly pointed out, is to isolate systems mentally for the purposes of study, so that the series of isolates we make become the actual objects of our study, whether the isolate be a solar system, a planet, a climatic region, a plant or animal community, an individual organism,
an organic molecule, or an atom.
Actually, the systems we isolate mentally are not only included as parts of larger ones, but they also overlap, interlock, and interact with one another. The isolation is partly artificial, but is the only possible way in which we can proceed. Such systems, or mental isolates, directed at what Levy called chips of physical reality, had to be seen as varying in their level of autonomy and in the degree to which they could be said to represent a stable equilibrium, reflecting internal integration within a constantly changing dynamic process. The universal tendency to the evolution of dynamic equilibria, Tansley noted, has long been recognized. A corresponding idea was fully worked out by Hume, and even stated by Lucretius Epicurus. The more relatively separate and autonomous the system, the more highly integrated it is, and the greater stability of its dynamic. The great regional climatic complexes and the soil complex, with the subsoil and physiography varying more than the climate, were, in Tansley's analysis, important determinants of the primary terrestrial ecosystems, and could be considered parts of these systems, just like the organism complex or biome. An important dialectical aspect of Tansley's approach was the reciprocal action of different components. Thus, the climatic complex has more effect on the organisms and on the soil of an ecosystem than these have on the climatic complex, but the reciprocal action is not wholly absent. What we have to deal with is a system, of which plants and animals are components, though not the only components. The biome is determined by climate and soil, and in its turn reacts, sometimes and to some extent on climate, always on soil. Relative to more stable physical systems, such as chemical elements, Tansley observed, ecosystems consist of components that are themselves more or less unstable, climate, soil, and organisms. They are therefore extremely vulnerable. Nevertheless, some of the fully developed systems, the climaxes, have actually maintained themselves for thousands of years. In others, there are elements whose slow change will ultimately bring about the disintegration of the system. External, more catastrophic change can also have an effect in drastically altering the system. Owing to the position of the climatic complexes as primary determinants of the major ecosystems, marked change of climate must bring about the destruction of the ecosystem of any given geographical region, and its replacement by another. If a whole continent desiccates or freezes, many of the ecosystems which formerly occupied it will be destroyed altogether. Bringing historical societies into his analysis, Tansley argued that humanity was to be regarded as an exceptionally powerful biotic factor, which increasingly upsets the equilibrium of pre-existing ecosystems and eventually destroys them, at the same time forming new ones of very different nature. Anthropogenic ecosystems differ from those developed independently of man, but the essential formative processes of vegetation are the same. However, the factors initiating them are directed. Tansley argued against restricting ecology to the study of natural conditions independent of human beings, since this would unduly limit the range of ecology and remove it from practical problems. Rather, ecology must be applied to conditions brought about by human. 4 years later, in 1939, Tansley made another attempt to promote the ecosystem concept, both in his presidential address to the British Ecological Association that year, and also, briefly, in his 900-page magnum opus, The British Islands and Their Vegetation. In his 1939 presidential address, British Ecology During the Past Quarter Century, The Plant Community and the Ecosystem, he repeated, shorn of all polemic, some of the points he had made in his Use and Abuse article, rejecting the notion of the complex organism and suggesting that the ecosystem, addressing a combined organic and inorganic complex in relative equilibrium, is the most fundamental synecological, concerned with whole plant communities, concept. He also argued for the integration of plant and animal ecology around the category of ecosystem as a future project in which ecologists should be engaged. In The British Islands and Their Vegetation, he wrote, "My own view is that the position of relative equilibrium, corresponding with what I have called the mature ecosystem, is the fundamental concept." 185. The destructive role that human beings had played in relation to ecosystems was emphasized by Tansley throughout. Discussing the decline of virgin ecosystems in the British Islands, he poignantly observed, "With his increasing control over nature, the human animal became a unique agent of destruction of the original ecosystems, as he cleared and burned natural vegetation and replaced it with his pastures, crops, and buildings." Limited at first to the regions where civilization originally developed, this destructive activity has spread during recent centuries and at an increasing rate, all over the face of the globe, except where human life has not yet succeeded in supporting itself. It seems likely that in less than another century, none but the most inhospitable regions, some of the more extreme deserts, the high mountains, and the Arctic tundra will have escaped. Even these may eventually come, partially if not completely, under the human yoke. Tansley indicated that such alterations, for example, draining fens and deforestation to create pastures, though destructive of the original ecosystem, led to the establishment of a new ecosystem which was the result of the original factors of climate and soil together with the modifying factors which humans introduced. Yet there was also an intimation in his analysis that humans might undermine the original factors of the climate and the soil as well, raising more extensive ecological issues. This was made clearer in the last major attempt Tansley made to address the question of ecosystems in his 1951 pamphlet, What is Ecology?, written for the Council for the Promotion of Field Studies, later the Field Studies Council. Here he wrote that in a given area, the entire complex of natural plant and animal life, so long as it is not interfered with by man, together with the physical factors of climate and the soil which permit its existence, form, when mature, an integrated and balanced system, which may be called an ecosystem, and can sometimes maintain itself, apparently indefinitely, so long as the conditions which determine it continue. In designating such natural ecosystems, Tansley was not, however, denying his earlier consideration of the human relation to ecosystems. Much natural vegetation, he wrote, is annually destroyed by human agency, intentionally or carelessly, and not replaced, leaving great areas derelict, or the method of cultivation is ill-judged, or an area is abandoned after crop failure. Any of these mistreatments may lead to extensive erosion by rain or wind, or to dust bowl formation according to the climate, constituting a careless and disastrous exploitation of man's natural heritage. The complexities of the systems analysis required by ecological research meant that the field could not be drawn too narrowly. Thus he specified, there are certain non-biological subjects of great importance to the ecologist, climatology and meteorology, geology, physiography, and soil science. Ultimately, the growth of human population and the destruction of ecosystems required the development of the field of human. It was in fact the level of human ecological destructiveness that eventually catapulted the concept of ecosystem into one of the core critical concepts of the 20th and 21st centuries. According to the ecologist E.P. Odum, whose Fundamentals of Ecology drew wide attention to Tansley's ecosystem concept, the main barrier to its widespread adoption had been the reductionism that prevailed at the time in science, and the lack of widespread recognition at that time of the concept of emergent properties, which gave the ecosystem category its theoretical and practical importance. Significantly, Nicholas Polunin, who was working under Tansley at the time the latter introduced the ecosystem concept, later emerged as a major ecological theorist and environmentalist. He played a key role both in extending the definition of ecosystem in spatial terms, similar to the Soviet ecologist Nikolaevich Sukhachev's biogeocoenosis, and in integrating it with Vernadsky's concept of the biosphere. This pointed to the development of today's concept of the Earth system. Chapter 9. The Return of Engels. The Second International Congress on the History of Science and Technology was held from Monday, June 2009 to July 4, 1931, at the Science Museum in South Kensington in London, attracting some of the leading figures in the history of science of the day. Yet what would otherwise have undoubtedly been a standard, even somewhat dreary and forgettable academic conference, turned into an extraordinary historical event, with the unexpected arrival in a transcontinental flight. At that time, a rare occurrence, of a major Soviet delegation, led by Nikolai Bukharin, one of the major figures in the October Revolution. Only one Soviet speaker had been expected, the geneticist, B.M. Zavadovsky, known for his discoveries in endocrinology. Instead, 8 Russian scholars arrived, including Bukharin, then president of the Commission of the Academy of Sciences for the History of Knowledge, and director of the Industrial Research Department of the Supreme Economic Council, and they all insisted on presenting papers. For British scientists, it represented the first major introduction to the new radical ideas on science and philosophy emanating from the revolutionary Soviet Union. As late as Monday, June 22, only a week before the International Congress in London was to start, the Soviet speakers had not themselves known they would be attending. This was altered when Joseph Stalin, the next day, issued a major change of policy, allowing greater academic freedom to scientists, concluding a year and a half of conflict between the Soviet state and intellectuals. Bukharin, who had been thrown out of the Politburo by Stalin, but who still had a leadership role within the Soviet Academy of Science, had handpicked the Soviet delegates, gathering together a brilliant group of natural scientists and historians, philosophers of science, including the USSR's best-known physicist, A.F. Jaffe, and its best-known biologist and geneticist, N.E. Vavilov. Receiving the notification on June 23 that they were free to attend the conference, they threw themselves into 3 days of frantic activity getting ready to leave and rush to the Moscow airport. So hasty was their departure that they were in the air before Bukharin discovered that he had left behind the paper he planned to present. The plane had to turn around and return to Moscow so he could retrieve it. They arrived in London on Saturday, June 27, to the complete astonishment of the conference organizers, which included Lancelot Hogben and biochemist and embryologist Joseph Needham. They met with the conference president, Professor Charles Singer of the University of London, just 2 days before the International Congress was to begin. Accommodations were soon found for the Soviets, and they were integrated into the conference, with a further half-day of presentations added on to the last day, Saturday, July 4th. Yet, the difficulties of translation of the lengthy Russian language papers and the obstacles posed by the new revolutionary concepts the Soviet speakers offered presented a major challenge to the conference organizers. Hogben asked Bukharin if it were possible for the Soviet participants to get their unabridged addresses translated, edited, printed, and published as a book within a week's time. Bukharin was immediately taken with the audacious suggestion. In what the press described as the 5-day plan, the Soviet embassy was converted into a publishing house and authors worked side by side with translators. Provisional manuscripts were rushed to compositors who worked round the clock. The galleys were hastily edited to convert new Russian concepts into English. Page proofs were produced and frantically gone over. Printers' boys stood ready to rush the copy and proof pages between the Soviet embassy and the printer. When the conference attendees filed into the lecture hall of the Science Museum on the morning of July 4th, they were able to pick up the translated Soviet papers. 10 days later, the entire collection of papers appeared in a single volume under the title Science at the Crossroads. On the following Saturday, a review by crystallographer and molecular biologist J.D. Bernal appeared in The Spectator. Vavilov, director of the Lenin All-Union Academy of Agricultural Sciences, provided a stirring address on the Soviet discovery of the world. Centers of germplasm of the major cultivated plants. Soviet scientists, under Vavilov's leadership, had organized a search for the earliest areas of agricultural cultivation on every inhabited continent, based on the theory that this was the key to finding the areas of greatest genetic diversity of the major cultivated crops. This led to the discovery of what are now known as the Vavilov Centers of Genetic Diversity. It represented an astounding demonstration of the power of historical materialist approaches to the evolution of the humanity-nature relations. However, it was not Vavilov's great achievement, so much as the philosophical and historical papers presented by Bukharin. Along with Zavadovsky, director of the Institute of Neurohumoral Physiology, and Boris Hessen, director of the Moscow Institute of Physics, and a member of the Presidium of the State Scientific Council that came to exercise a dominant influence on younger, socialist-oriented British scientists at the International Conference. Bukharin's paper, Theory and Practice from the Standpoint of Dialectical Materialism, offered an epistemological critique of idealist views, particularly the subjective idealism of Berkeley, so influential in the British empiricist tradition, and of mechanistic materialism. His analysis was mainly directed at the dialectics of science, but he took as his starting point Karl Marx's 1879 80 Notes on Adolf Wagner. There, Marx had observed that Wagner perceived the relations of man to nature not as practical from the outset, that is, relations established by action, but rather as theoretical relations. Marx countered by stating, but on no account do men begin by standing in that theoretical relation to the things of the external world. They begin, like every other animal, by eating, drinking, etc. hence not by standing in a relation, but by relating themselves actively, taking hold of certain things in the external world through action, and thus satisfying their needs. Therefore, they began with production. Through the repetition of this process, the property of those things, their property to satisfy needs, is impressed upon their brains. Men, like animals, also distinguish, theoretically, from all other things the external things which serve for the satisfaction of their two needs. With Marx's argument as his basis, Bukharin contended that although it was crucial to adopt the standpoint that sensuality, sensual experience, etc., having as their source the material world existing outside our consciousness, constitute the point of departure and the beginning of cognition, nonetheless, this objective world is known only through human practice and interaction with the objective world. And this occurs not by means of epistemological Robinson Crusoes, or the first created atom, and thereby abstracted from society, but through human society and the social history, that is, historical human practice. Historically, there is no absolutely unmixed individual sensation, beyond the influence of external nature, beyond the influence of other people, beyond the elements of mediated knowledge, beyond historical development, beyond the individual as the product of society, and society in active struggle against nature. In this view, then, Bukharin laid out, in line with Marx, an approach that was materialist, rooted in the senses and in human practice, and that recognized the complex relations between human beings and external nature. Building in this way on Marx's notes on Adolf Wagner, Bukharin emphasized the objective nature of human beings as beings with their objects outside of themselves, meaning that they were sensuous beings, inherently interacting with and dependent on external nature, but also engaged in practice, and thus an expanding knowledge of nature in relation to themselves, leading to a changing relation to nature as they develop their own powers through production. In this regard, he wrote, after the fashion of the times, that society is in active struggle against nature, but this struggle was one of the development of human practice, instruments, and technology, a transformation of the human relation to nature and the relation of humanity to itself. The objective world, he wrote, is changed through practice and according to practice, which includes theory. This means that practice verifies the truth of theory, and this means that we know to a certain extent and come to know more and more objective reality, its qualities, its attributes, its regularities. In a statement that no doubt had an enormous impact on the young British socialists in the audience, Bukharin declared, "Theory is accumulated and condensed practice." This view, he insisted, made a mockery of Karl Pearson's notion in the Grammar of Science that knowledge of the world through our senses resembled a telephone exchange, an updating of Plato's cave metaphor. This constituted an idealist notion, characteristic of neo-Kantianism, in which the real, objective interrelations between humanity and nature were eliminated. Instead, Bukharin argued, humanity through social practice was changing the face of the whole of the earth. Living and working in the biosphere, social man has radically remolded the surface of the planet. In his use of Vladimir Ivanovich Vernadsky's concept of the biosphere in defining the materialist conception of nature of historical materialism, Bukharin was making a fundamental departure, in line with what was later to emerge as systems ecology. In Bukharin's terms, dialectical materialism drew its essential meaning from its rejection of all species of idealism and agnosticism, overcoming the narrowness of mechanical materialism, its ahistoricism, its anti-dialectical character, its failure to understand problems of quality, its contemplative objectivism, etc. The emphasis was on a materialist approach to science that was also dialectical, and thus directed against both the teleology of idealism, vitalism, and the crude mechanistic materialism represented by thinkers such as he. Followed Friedrich Engels's argument in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State in emphasizing that historical materialism was concerned with both material production and also the reproduction of the family and life. The real essence of the dialectical view toward nature, Bukharin argued in the 1920s in his Historical Materialism, a system of sociology, was to be found in Marx's concept of social and ecological metabolism. As he put it in his book, this material process of metabolism between society and nature is the fundamental relation between environment and system, between external conditions and human society. Similarly, in his 1931 address at the International Congress on the History of Science and Technology, he declared, "In the process of production, there takes place a metabolism Marx between society and nature." Materialist dialectics was pointing to a more holistic and dynamic, less individualist and static approach to human nature and nature-nature relations. Referring to the development of ecology and its central notion, then, of plant communities or plant and animal society, he stated, "In zoology and botany, the doctrine of heterogeneous societies of plants and animals, that is, ecology as then conceived, represented a more complex, systemic, or metabolic view of organic existence. Bukharin was to develop these ideas further 6 years later in his extraordinary, but still largely unknown philosophical treatise, Philosophical Arabesques, written in 1937 while he was being held prisoner in the depths of Lubyanka prison in Moscow. It was completed on the 20th anniversary of the October Revolution, 5 months before his execution on Stalin's orders. The title of the work was clearly meant as an ironic response to Eugen Düring's satirical reference to Marx and Engels' work as consisting of dialectical frills and conceptual arabesques. Bukharin's approach in Philosophical Arabesques was deeply affected by V.Y. Lenin's philosophical notebooks, and was designed to remove from the philosophy of historical materialism any trace of crude positivism. The natural dialectical laws that Engels had pointed to were themselves historical laws. These laws exist if certain natural, historical conditions are present. In their essence, these laws are just as historical as any law of society, only the time scale is different. At the same time, such natural laws, as we commonly describe them, are products of cognition, and should be viewed as cognized laws of nature. 10. Bukharin argued in Philosophical Arabesques that philosophy has often been Janus-faced. One of its faces has been turned to humanity, the other to nature. The promise of the dialectic was to transcend this dualism by means of an understanding of the developmental and contradictory nature of existence in the world. With respect to external nature, Bukharin declared, there exists a huge complex organic world. There exists what academician Vladimir Vernadsky termed the Earth's biosphere, full of infinitely varied life, from the smallest microorganisms in water, on land, and in the air to human beings. Human beings were to be seen as belonging to and affecting the biosphere. But this also raised, particularly in capitalist society, complex issues related to human alienation from nature. If human beings are both products of nature and part of it, if they have a biological basis when their social existence is excluded from account, it cannot be abolished. If they are themselves natural magnitudes and products of nature, and if they live within nature, however much they might be divided from it by particular social and historical conditions of life and by the so-called artistic environment, then what is surprising in the fact that human beings share in the rhythm of nature and its cycles? The feeling of a bond with nature is present in human beings in the most diverse forms, and there is nothing accidental about the longing of townsfolk for sunshine, green fields, flowers, and stars. The concept of continual progresses, pointing to where Bukharin was headed following his 1931 paper, was rejected by both Marx and Engels. They had written in the Holy Family, in spite of the pretensions of progress, continual retrogressions and circular movements occur. In the Dialectics of Nature, Bukharin observed, Engels, following the path set out by Charles Fourier, considered inevitable both the decline of humanity and its extinction, together with the ending of life on the earth, on the planet. In other words, human history cannot be divorced in any way from the history of the earth as the base, locus standi, and source of nourishment of society. Although Bukharin thought human beings might eventually move out into the cosmos, he was far from certain, writing, "Whoever lives will see." There was no smooth upward path in human history. The development of socialism would, he hoped, free progress from the hobbles which decaying capitalism has placed upon it. The kind of gloomy pessimism of a Spengler was not justified. Nevertheless, dialectics constituted a warning against immoderate worshippers of the god of progress. This followed from the complex relation of human beings homo faber to nature, according to which humanity is not only part of nature, but also often finds itself in opposition to it, requiring that the associated producers learn to regulate their metabolism with nature in a rational way. These were important reflections, pointing to where Bukharin was headed following his 1931 paper before the International Congress on the History of Science and Technology. However, with Bukharin's execution, the 310 handwritten pages of Philosophical Arabesques were locked away in Stalin's secret vault and not made available, though their existence was discovered under Gorbachev until the fall of the Soviet Union more than a half-century later. Philosophical Arabesques was published soon after in Russian with an English-language edition appearing for the first time in 2005. Bukharin's 1931 address in London was complemented by that of Zavodovsky, who astonished his audience by introducing a powerful critique of the sterile debate between mechanists and vitalists then occurring within science. Zavodovsky sought to transcend both mechanistic materialism and vitalism by means of a theory of organic evolution rooted in materialist dialectics. Drawing on Engels's then little-known Dialectics of Nature, he stressed the importance of dialectics in allowing Marxian materialism to take an active, dynamic form that was missing in mechanistic materialism but captured by vitalism. At the same time, a dialectical conception of materialism allowed for the rejection of the idealist teleological approach of vitalism. A dialectical and materialist analysis began with the fact of development. Darwinian evolutionary theory was viewed as the expansion of the dialectical process, embodying materialist thinking. Zawodowski thus argued for a strong Darwinian view, explicitly rejecting what he called neo-Lamarckianism, or attempts to depict evolution in terms of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, which he associated with the vitalist rejection of Darwinism. The key to a meaningful dialectical approach in this sphere, Zawodowski explained, was to focus on the complex relation between the biophysiological as a factor that chiefly determines the processes of individual development, of metabolism and the regulation of the activity of organisms, and the biohistorical as a factor in the formation of species and phylogenesis. Mechanists were often weak when it came to the understanding of historical development, going so far as to reduce human history to mere mechanistic biological principles, ignoring questions of history and emergence. Such barren notions played into the hands of social Darwinism, with its attempts to justify racism and capitalism. The vitalists, for their part, tended to associate the biological with internal development, seeing the external as the physical, non-biological factors, and forgetting that physico-chemical factors were conditions not only of inorganic, but also organic nature. The result was mysticism and abandonment of the materialism essential to science. These divisions, so characteristic of bourgeois thought, generated endless contradictions, reflecting the absence of a sufficiently realistic and critical method and the inability to distinguish between the laws characteristic of the different stages, levels of matter. This led to the equally barren attempts to embrace all the complexity and multiformity of the world through a single mathematical formula of the mechanical movement of molecules, or through the vitalistic idea of a single principle of perfection, in effect representing an attempt to know and explain the world through the inexplicable and unknowable. What was absolutely essential in biological work, Zawodowski contended, was a dialectical ecological approach in which the external is composed not only of the physical conditions of the external surroundings of an organism, but also of the biological encirclement by a milieu of other organisms, and also, in the case of the evolution of man, the social economic relations prevailing within human society. Only in this way was it possible to examine complex organic relations. A rational materialist explanation of the formation of species incorporating the most complex phenomena of biological adaptation, such as protective coloring, mimicry, care for the progeny, and the other instincts. Parasitism, symbiosis, etc. could thus be facilitated by a dialectically enhanced materialist philosophy. From such a methodological standpoint, he wrote, the biological is considered in its indissoluble historical connection with physical phenomena as a higher form of motion, originating out of lower inorganic forms of motion of matter, and also its dynamic connection, metabolism. In this analysis, higher levels of organization were irreducible to material properties and relations of lower levels of organization. But it was Hessen's paper on the social and economic roots of Newton's Principia that was to have the greatest direct impact on the attendees to the International Congress and on the future of the history and sociology of science. Hessen proceeded to explain systematically and with an enormous wealth of detail the extent to which Newton's Principia was to be understood, not simply as the internal product of a great brain and of pure science, but one that also grew out of the socio-economic problems of the time and the mechanistic challenges facing science and technology, generating an all-pervasive philosophy of mechanism. As the noted science journalist J.G. Crowther, present at the conference, explained, the most remarkable paper delivered at this Congress was that of B. Hessen on the social and economic roots of Newton's Principia. It had never occurred to me, or to most other people, that Newton's Principia had any social and economic roots. I knew from Marx's thought the principle that all science had its roots in society, but I had not perceived or looked for this in any concrete and particular case, especially not in the greatest case of all, Newton's Principia. I had assumed in the conventional manner that it was a purely intellectual creation. Hessen sketched an outline of the social origins of this greatest of scientific works. The argument of his paper was quite simple, and it was obvious to British historians that there was much relevant information which he did not quote, and indeed, of which he appeared to be ignorant. But the limitation of the scope of Hessen's knowledge was irrelevant. He was a professor of physics in Moscow University, not a British historian. It was the penetration of his thought, arising from his command of both mathematical physics and Marxism, that enabled him to reach new depths in the understanding of Newtonian science, which intellectually superseded other learned. More much, however, analyses, historical. Hessen's paper went on to discuss the limitations of mechanistic materialism. It had emanated from Newton in particular, a principal weakness of which was that all historical outlook on nature is missing. Moreover, not only is the historical view of nature lacking in Newton, he wrote, but in his system of mechanics the law of conservation of energy does not exist. At the end of the 19th century, Engels had grasped, with the aid of the more developed science of his day, the need for a more complex materialist analysis of the natural world and of science. One of the virtues of Engels's approach to such issues, Hessen explained to those attending the Congress, is that in adopting a more dialectical approach, he considered the process of the movement of matter as eternal transition from one form of material movement to another. This enables him not only to establish one of the basic theses of dialectic materialism, i.e., the inseparability of movement from matter, but also to carry the conception of the law of conservation of energy and quantity of movement to a higher level. This, of course, was not the product of any particular genius on Engels's part, but the result of a historical moment, a new revolutionary phase in history, when the limitations of mechanistic materialism were becoming more apparent. Emphasizing the relation between the quantitative and qualitative as seen by dialectics and its relation to thermodynamics, Hessen wrote, "This treatment of the law of the conservation and conversion of energy given by Engels raises to the forefront the qualitative aspect of the law of conservation of energy, in contradistinction to the treatment which predominates in modern physics and which reduces this law to a purely quantitative law, the quantity of energy during its transformations. The law of the conservation of energy, the teaching of the indestructibility of motion, has to be understood not only in a quantitative but also in a qualitative sense. It contains not only a postulation of the indestructibility and the increatability of energy, which is one of the basic prerequisites of the materialist conception of nature, but a dialectical treatment of the problem of the movement of matter. From the aspect of dialectical materialism, the indestructibility of motion consists not only in the circumstances that matter moves within the limits of one form of motion, but also in the circumstance that matter itself is capable of all the endless variety of forms of motion in their spontaneous development, and self-movement there in another, into one transitions. Needham depicted Hessen's paper as perhaps the outstanding Russian contribution and almost sacrilegious in its argument with respect to Newton, who had previously been presumed to be so godly a figure as to be immune to his environment. As Alexander Pope wrote in a famous couplet, "Nature and nature's laws lay hid in night. God said, 'Let Newton be,' and all was light." Hessen, however, had removed the spell. Hessen's work encouraged Needham to revise and adapt the first volume of his Chemical Embryology, converting it into a history of embryology in 1934. Bernal described Hessen's paper as the starting point of a new evaluation of science in England. Similar views on the breakthrough represented by Hessen's work were provided by Hogben, who invited Bukharin and his associates to an evening's discussion at his home. He was to describe Bukharin as a charming and humane man. Crowther recorded that he had many discussions with Bukharin and Hessen and took them to the National Physical Laboratory as well as the Patents Office Library. Altogether, the role of the Soviet delegation to the Congress was summed up by Hyman Levy as epoch-making. A strong bond was established between the British socialist scientists and the Soviet scientists who had attended the 1931 conference. It was to have an extraordinary and lasting effect on the future work of such figures as Hogben, Needham, Levy, and Bernal, all of whom were in attendance. It thus emerged as a formative event in the development over the next several decades of what came to be known as the social relations of science tradition rooted in a materialist dialectic. Crowther was to write of the warmth with which he and Julian Huxley were greeted by Bukharin and Hessen in a subsequent visit to the USSR. Yet, the fates of Bukharin, Hessen, Vavilov, and Zavadovsky were soon sealed in the purges of the Stalin era. As Needham later wrote, it would hardly be possible in a foreword such as this, written for the 1971 edition of Science at the Crossroads, to ignore the tragic fact of the disappearance of so many of these delegates in the years after the Congress, according to the dreadful principle that all revolutions devour their own children. Hessen and Bukharin, who were close allies, were both executed in 1936 and 1938, respectively, traitors to the revolution, in Bukharin's case under Stalin's direct orders. Vavilov and Zavadovsky had opposed Trofim Denisovich Lysenko, who had the backing of Stalin on genetics. Vavilov was arrested in 1940 and died in prison of malnutrition in 1943. Zavadovsky, who was directly attacked by Lysenko, was removed from his post as director of the Timiryazev Biological Museum. He died shortly. Although Bukharin's execution was known, the fates of the other three emerged only decades later. In the meantime, the ideas presented at the 1931 Congress by these luminous thinkers, the product of the Russian Revolution up through the early 1930s, continue to inspire intellectual developments among Marxists in the West, leading to important new insights into dialectical naturalism, environmental systems theory, and socialist practice. For the British socialist scientists, this was to spark an intense interest in Engels's Dialectics of Nature, in particular, more than a half-century or more after it was written. Peculiarities of the British socialist scientists. Ironically, it was in Britain rather than the USSR that the critical ideas of the Soviet delegates to the 1931 International Congress in London were to exert major, continuing influence. Gary Worski observes that Bernal and the other Marxist scientists in Britain represented an approach to the role of science in society that was closely connected to that of Bukharin, emphasizing scientific humanism as the key to socialism, one that was to be largely extinguished in the USSR. Bukharin and the other British Marxian scientists he had handpicked as the Soviet participants to the International Congress were the personification of the path not taken in the USSR. In this sense, the fact that Bernal, Needham, Levy, Hogben, and J.B.S. Haldane were directly influenced by a genealogical line of descent in critical dialectical materialism, soon to be largely extinguished in the Soviet Union, meant that their attempts at a new socialist synthesis followed a path unlike that of anywhere else. Moreover, they developed their views of historical materialism in relation to their own, primarily British conditions, their strong Darwinian backgrounds, and their own distinctive interpretations, particularly of the classical historical materialist approach to science. Most Marxists, Haldane was to write in the 1940s, are Darwinists, something that applied to British Marxists perhaps most of all. What emerged in Britain was thus a version of dialectical naturalism that was sui generis, with its own vernacular and its own important discoveries. Nowhere, outside of the Soviet Union itself, were science and Marxism, evolutionary theory and historical materialism, so closely connected. Moreover, the crisis of the sciences, particularly in areas related to genetics and Lysenkoism, sharply circumscribed progress in the USSR from the late 1930s on, making the discoveries of socialist scientists in Britain that much more important in terms of the evolution of historical materialist views. These thinkers were full of creativity, reflecting the scientific and cultural revolutions occurring in their times. As Eric Hobsbawm wrote, they tended to combine the imaginations of art and science with endless energy, free love, eccentricity, and revolutionary politics. These thinkers, of course, have not been without their critics, even on the left. The whole problem of determining the meaning of what was popularly referred to as red science in Britain in the 1930s can be seen via political. Theorist Neil Wood's harsh assessment in his 1959 book, based on his Cambridge University doctoral thesis, Communism and British Intellectuals, Wood traced the foundations of this whole tradition of thought to what he called the Baconian strand in Marxism, extending all the way back to Marx himself. Unaware that Marx had studied Francis Bacon directly, Wood asserted, citing H.B. Acton's The Illusion of the Epoch, that Marx had acquired this Baconian strand in his thought from Ludwig Feuerbach. Yet, both Bacon in the 17th century and Feuerbach in the 19th had self-consciously reached back to earlier materialisms. Marx had traced out this development in his own work, and in his response to Georg Friedrich Hegel, writing his doctoral dissertation on Epicurus and the question of Epicurus's famous swerve. In his attempt to chart a dialectical course that avoided the Scylla of absolute idealism and the Charybdis of mechanistic materialism, in seeking to justify his classification of the British red scientists as Baconian Marxists, Wood pointed to the fact that the left classical scholar and historian of science Benjamin Farrington had written a small book on Bacon, some of whose work Farrington had translated from Latin into English. However, Wood failed to notice that Farrington had, much more importantly, emerged as one of the major interpreters within British classicism of Epicurean philosophy. Indeed, this constituted the contribution for which Farrington was to be most esteemed, as evidenced in such works as Science and Politics in the Ancient World, Head and Hand in Ancient Greece, and The Faith of Epicurus. Other British Marxist classicists provided similar approaches to materialism, focusing on Epicurus, for example. George Thomson in his The First Philosophers. Thomson claimed Epicurus is the culmination of ancient philosophical materialism. His sense of dialectics, revealed in his conception of the interdependence of necessity and chance, of the relation between man and nature, and of the uneven development of human progress, invites comparison with the intuitive dialectics of Ionian materialism, which culminated in Heracleitos. In Needham's case, Epicureanism was so closely related to the method of modern science that they could be referred to interchangeably as the Epicurean or scientific in his Introduction to Time. The Refreshing River, Needham wrote, "I look back with pleasure on my enthusiasm for Epicurus and Lucretius, from which I have never seen any reason to depart." Moreover, the most crucial part of Epicurus for Needham, no doubt influenced by Marx's dissertation, and from Marx himself, was the concept of the swerve, which opened the way to conceptions of contingency and organization. Bernal emphasized that Epicurus applied the materialism and atomism inherited from Democritus to humanist ends. The pleasure of Epicurus was an extremely refined kind of pleasure. He was called the garden philosopher. He spent his time discussing and enjoying a very simple life. The great didactic poem On the Nature of Things, by Epicurus's Roman follower Lucretius, Bernal argued, poetically and philosophically prefigured the gene theory of inheritance mixed up with the theory of atoms, and, of course, the full essence of that mix-up has only been revealed to us in the last few years with the elucidation of the nature and actions of the molecules of DNA. 4. Haldane observed that Charles Darwin's great discovery that today's animals had evolved from simpler forms by means of natural selection was prefigured in Epicurus and Lucretius, while Hogben recalled how Farrington early on had gotten him to read Marx's dissertation on Epicurus and the importance it had assumed in the development of his thought. If it is true that the British Marxist materialists of this period represented in a very qualified way a Baconian strand of Marxism, and thus were related to a distinctively English tradition, it would be much more accurate and meaningful to see them as representing an Epicurean strand of Marxism via Marx himself, reflecting a more fundamental and critical, as well as more ancient, of materialist thought, attuned to dialectics and the struggle for human freedom. Indeed, materialist philosophy itself, Marx pointed out, lay in a line that extended from Epicurus to Bacon to Feuerbach, out of which historical materialism was to emerge as a critical perspective. These lines of intellectual descent, derived from ancient materialism, converged in important ways within the Darwinian and Marxian traditions, to which all of these thinkers critically subscribed. The new innovations in the dialectics of science that leading Marxian-oriented scientists sought to promote were aimed principally at developing a wider, more dynamic materialist synthesis, extending to the interrelations between natural historical and social historical systems. That they were materialists and not idealists was not at all shocking in the context of the time. What they sought to combat, however, was a mechanical materialism, or crude mechanism, within science, and to replace it with a more active, dialectical, and praxis-related form. Wood went on to characterize these so-called Baconian Marxist thinkers as sympathetic interpreters of Soviet communism. Yet, although they were all to varying degrees favorable to the Russian Revolution and to Soviet socialism, to see these Anglo-Marxist thinkers as mere fellow travelers belies their complex outlooks, their distinctive vernaculars arising from historically specific circumstance, the conflicts within Soviet Marxism itself, and the fact that their major investigations took all sorts of creative directions. Thus, their sympathy for the new revolutionary attempts in the construction of society and science in the USSR tells us very little in itself, since it ignores the enormous intellectual independence demonstrated by each of these scientists, who were among the most important of their time. In presenting dialectical materialism, for example, Haldane was sharply critical of what he called the utter nonsense in this regard, often coming out of the Soviet Union, and self-consciously developed his views of the dialectics of nature directly on Engels, Marx, and Lenin, with some references to Bukharin, Vavilov, Hessen, etc. Hence, the frequent suggestions of Wood and others that scholars like Bernal, Haldane, and Levy became sympathetic interpreters of Soviet-style dialectical materialism only serve to blunt our awareness of the suppression in the Soviet Union from the late 1930s on of the critical views that these thinkers expressed, the distinctiveness of the dialectical vernaculars that they promoted in the British context, and the extent to which almost all of them openly broke with the ruling Soviet line, particularly after the invasion of Hungary in 1956.4. One of the leading British social scientists, it was Bernal, as we shall see, who for a short period in the early Cold War years was most vulnerable to criticism for an uncritical adherence to the then rigid Soviet ideology. But this hardly explains his relation to Marxism in the 1930s and 40s, or indeed in the late 1950s and 60s. Nor would it be reasonable on that basis to overlook his legendary originality as a thinker, the immense impact of his ideas, his rebelliousness in many areas, or his leadership in the Cold War-era peace movement. The 1930s and early 1940s were a time in which scientists in Britain became increasingly radical in their political orientation, reflecting the battle against fascism. C.P. Snow estimated that of the 200 brightest young physicists in Britain, around three-quarters considered themselves left of center. Being an advocate of complete socialism, in the case of a figure like Patrick Blackett, who received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1948, tended, if anything, to enhance his public prestige among scientists, until the Cold War produced the opposite effect. Many of the intellectuals operating within the old left introduced their own critical judgments. Indeed, there were, as E.P. Thompson himself a product of the old left as well as an initiator of the new, declared, all sorts of proto-revisionists in the Communist Party in those days, which for all of its increasing rigidity was also a sphere in which much of the most creative, critical activity was taking place. This was true not only of philosophers like Christopher Caldwell and David Guest, both of whom were killed in their 20s in Spain fighting for the Republican cause, and historians like Thompson, Hobsbawm, and Christopher Hill, but also applied to the Red scientists, none of whom restricted their judgments to a party line. Nevertheless, for Wood, as for numerous other Cold War-era critics, the leading red scientists such as Bernal and Haldane were to be especially marked for condemnation. The extreme views of these communist sympathizers, Wood charged, entailed the insatiable impulse to control nature and society, pointing almost exclusively to the young Bernal's early Wellesian, futuristic analysis in the world, the flesh, and the devil. Wood argued that the goal of such red scientists was dictatorship by the scientist as the apotheosis of control, complete and totalitarian. Here, science would become the absolute director of human destiny. Yet this was a studied overreaction to Bernal's first book, written in his 20s, in which he had sought to be fanciful and provocative, in the spirit of Haldane's Daedalus and Bertrand Russell's Icarus. It was an important book, but it had no real relation to Marxism or dialectical materialism, which Bernal at this point was still only beginning to grasp, other than a reference to the possibilities opened up by Soviet. Planning in a future where the Soviet Union was no longer in danger of capitalist attack. It is true that the young Bernal's argument raised the idea of an aristocracy of scientific intelligence in a world where the peace and prosperity of humanity were secured. Yet his work at that time was oriented more to the reform of capitalism than the development of socialism, suggesting that the idea of private interest be broadened in order to include, almost necessarily, some consideration of humanity, something missing in the capitalist reality of the time. The argument of the world, the flesh, and the devil was, as the British left scientists Hillary and Stephen Rose later wrote, that of a 28-year-old thinker becoming a Marxist, but one far from there yet. The fact that Bernal, in his mature work, out resolutely in opposition to such absolute control of society by scientists, as in his landmark The Social Function of Science, did not go unnoticed by Wood, but was consigned to a mere footnote. Such harsh criticisms leveled at the red scientists of the 1930s, of which Wood's was typical, were largely propagandistic in nature. They did not attempt to examine, but simply dismissed out of hand, what from another point of view would be regarded as the courageous attempts of these leading left scientists and historians of science to develop a non-mechanistic, non-reductionist materialism, which would serve as a theoretical guide to empirical investigations and social practice. Historically, this radicalization of scientists was occurring in the context of the Great Depression, with millions of workers unemployed and the rise of the fascist threat. Two overarching historical phenomena that propelled these thinkers to action. These same left scientists were to support peace efforts in the early 1930s, and, once the Spanish Civil War and the rise of fascism had proven peace to be impossible, were to commit themselves to what was known as the Great Anti-Nazi War. In 1939, John Anderson, the British Minister for Civil Defense Planning, declared of Bernal, "Even if he is as red as the flames of hell, I want him." 6. Bernal was to emerge as the leading scientific advisor of the combined military operations in the D-Day invasion. Haldane became the foremost scientific authority on civil defense, aiding the British government during the Nazi blitzkrieg. Needham was sent as a scientific advisor, diplomatic figure to the Chinese government during the war, inspired by the new possibilities opened up by the revolutionary science of the Soviet Union in the 1920s and early 1930s. The British Marxian-oriented scientists of the time undertook an extraordinarily audacious set of investigations into the complexity and dynamism of natural processes, along with the developing rifts in the human relation to nature. Recognizing, with the clouds of war already approaching, that the future was increasingly dependent on the development of science and technology, they nevertheless saw this as producing frightening results in a society dominated by the profit motive. For Blackett, capitalism was a retrograde movement that shaded over into fascism. For Levy, the dangers of science in an irrational society were enormous. Collectively, these thinkers were to stand out in their insistence on the need for greater social foresight and control, to be introduced by means of revolutions in the social relations of science and in society itself. Underlying all of this was the idea of a new scientific philosophy developing in the 20th century. Hessen's work on Newton and the 17th century scientific revolution gave rise to the idea of a similar scientific revolution in the 20th century. Just as mechanism had dominated all materialist science since Newton, so it was suggested, in the analysis of thinkers such as Hessen, Bukharin, and Zawodowski, and carried over into the work of Bernal, Haldane, Needham, and Levy, that materialism was at long last freeing itself from its overly mechanistic and reductionist past. The historical context in which science and society were now developing was increasingly a consciously dialectical one, in the sense of pointing to complexity, dynamics, relativity, interdependence, emergence, qualitative transformations, and integrative levels. Socialist revolution, like the bourgeois revolution before it, these thinkers believed, was opening the way to new transformative views of reality. The diachronic or historical reality of the physical world was now at long last coming to the fore, leading to the deep conviction that history, with its punctuated equilibriums, governed all of existence, both natural and social, in endlessly complex, still to be ascertained, ways. Bernal, The Dialectics of Science. Among the British socialist scientists, leading roles in developing what was commonly referred to in line with Soviet philosophy as dialectical materialism were taken by Bernal Haldane and Needham. Although aware of Soviet contributions in science and philosophy, particularly the more revolutionary ideas of the 1920s and early 1930s, they drew almost all their inspiration with respect to the application of dialectics to the material world from Engels's four later works, written in the 1870s and 80s, Anti-Düring, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, Ludwig Feuerbach, and, after its publication in German in 1925 and in English in 1940, The Dialectics of Nature. Beyond Engels's works, references were primarily to Marx's Capital and Lenin's Materialism and Empirico-Criticism, although Marx's contributions to the critique of political economy and to the critique of science were studied closely. As were Lenin's early contributions to philosophy, his philosophical notebooks became available only later. It was to Engels that intellectuals like Bernal and Haldane primarily turned for inspiration in the attempt to connect materialist natural science and dialectics. At the time, Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts were virtually unknown, only becoming available as a result of the efforts of David Ryazanov in Russia, and were not widely available in the West until after the Second World War. Although Bernal was one of the earliest to draw on Marx's early manuscripts in the British context, translating important passages from the German. Hence, Marx's philosophical views, in the eyes of the British socialist scientists, were largely seen in what was a distinctive approach to Marx's philosophy, mainly influential in the sciences, as related to Epicurus's resolutely non-mechanistic materialism, to which dialectical notions derived from Hegel were attached as a corrective to contemplative materialism. The role of Epicurus constantly reappeared, reflecting the publication of Marx's doctoral dissertation and the discovery that Marx had anticipated modern Epicurean scholarship by almost a century in his treatment of Epicurus's swerve, the unpredictable swerve of an atom from a linear path, which, with its emphasis on contingency, broke with all mechanical, passive conceptions of nature and all rigid determinisms, while pointing to the possibility of human freedom. Nevertheless, for those seeking to understand the relation of science and philosophy within classical historical materialism, the main guide was Engels. It was Engels, in his major works, who had directly connected dialectics to materialist science. Moreover, this was only to gain further impetus with the publication in English of The Dialectics of Nature in 1940. The renewed appreciation of Engels, which now began in the 1930s to exert an influence on some of the most prominent scientists of the day, particularly in Britain, can be seen especially in Bernal's writings in the early 1930s, which exhibited a deep appreciation of Engels's contributions to the dialectics of nature, science, and society. John Desmond Bernal's father, Samuel Bernal, was an Irish Catholic small farmer in the county of Tipperary. He had traveled widely, living for 14 years in Australia. In 1900s, he married an American, Elizabeth Miller, one of the first women to attend the then new Stanford University in California, and who had attended lectures at the Sorbonne, traveling widely in Europe and working as a journalist for such papers as the San Francisco Argonaut. She was, as C.P. Snow remarked, a woman who was a little like a character out of Henry James, expatriate, literary, cultivated. Desmond, their first child, was born in 1901. Desmond's brilliance was apparent early. His first solo chemistry experiment, which he initiated after reading a lecture that Michael Faraday had written for children on the chemistry of the candle, took place when he was 7 and resulted in a most magnificent explosion. His mother insisted that he be educated in England, where she believed the schools were better. He attended Bedford School, beginning at age 13, and in 1919 obtained a scholarship at Emmanuel College, Cambridge University, excelling in science and mathematics. As a young man, Bernal, in the words of Worski, was a wiry, red-haired, audacious Irishman with a quicksilvery brilliance and had a capacious imagination. His friends and followers knew him in the 1930s as Sage. At Cambridge, he took up physics and X-ray crystallography. In 1927, he was appointed first lecturer in structural crystallography at Cambridge. A decade later, in 1937, he was made a Fellow of the Royal Society and was appointed Professor of Physics, later Physics and Crystallography, at Birkbeck College in the University of London, a post he was to retain throughout his career. Bernal became widely recognized by his colleagues as one of the most outstanding scientists of his day, a figure who was at one and the same time a crystallographer, physicist, molecular biologist, social scientist, planner, Marxian theorist, visionary, and peace campaigner. Joseph Needham referred to Bernal as one of the greatest minds of his generation. C.P. Snow wrote, "He is the most learned scientist of his time, perhaps the last of whom it will be said, with meaning, that he knew science." Snow's novel, The Search, focused on the brilliant crystallographer Constantine, who inspired everyone around him, modeled on Bernal. Bernal's major specialty in X-ray crystallography was to give him a central role in the development of physics, chemistry, and molecular biology. He was at the center of the revolution, which was to carry physics and chemistry into biology. Crystals and crystalline solids are common in nature, with a crystalline structure composing most natural solid substances with which we come into regular contact. Familiar large simple crystals like snowflakes, table salt, and diamonds exhibit the common crystalline form characterized by flat faces and sharp angles, though not all crystalline substances take this form, with a crystalline lattice or periodic arrangement extending in all directions. The scientific understanding of crystals, however, had to await the development of John Dalton's atomic theory in the early 19th century, in which it was recognized that atoms combined in larger structures that are now called molecules. The better-known crystals were thus macromolecules, arising from the building up of the same structural arrangements of atoms repeated over and over. The key to analyzing such substances was thus understanding the atomic structures making up the individual cellular molecule. Polycrystalline substances, including metals and most inorganic substances, were made up of numerous crystals. The discovery of X-rays in the late 19th century led to the development, beginning in 1912, of X-ray crystallography, which provided a way, through the analysis of diffraction patterns, of ascertaining the arrangement of atoms within a crystalline structure, and thus the structure of molecules. Suddenly, there was a process, as Bernal himself put it, comparable only with the analysis of molecules by the chemists in the 19th century, but far quicker, for the analysis of the structure of solid materials by X-rays. The methods of X-ray analysis are essentially those of optics. If we had eyes that could see X-rays, the atomic structure of matter would itself be visible to us. Lacking those eyes, we can supplement them by photographic detection and mathematical calculation. Bernal's work in X-ray crystallography began with the examination of graphite, considered the most stable form of carbon. He then turned to copper and tin. In the 1930s, he turned to biochemistry with the idea of delving into the physical basis of life. The complexity of arrays in biological substances was the result of the fact that biological molecules can be composed of hundreds of thousands of atoms. He began with substances of biological significance, such as amino acids, sterols, and vitamins. He then turned to water, since this was the key to most organisms, and then pioneered in protein crystallography and the molecular structure of proteins. This helped establish the basis for some of the great discoveries in molecular biology that were to follow. He argued that proteins were the stuff of life, always emphasizing the intuitive brilliance of Engels's insights in that respect. With the use of these new methods, the structure of matter, Bernal contended, was finally revealed in physics, as well as chemistry, and increasingly in biology. This played a major role in the discovery of DNA. At Cambridge, Bernal had gone in a decisively radical direction, picking up socialism at the instigation of his friend Henry Dickinson, later a noted professor of economics, famous for his Economics of Socialism. Bernal's initial introduction to Marxism in 1920, however, was a deterministic and heavily distorted one, judging from the first work he read in the area that had a considerable influence on him. Enrico Ferri's social Darwinist tract, Socialism and Positive Science, which Engels had detested. That same year, however, he read Leon Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution. He joined the National Union of Scientific Workers and the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, in 1923. In his Cambridge years, he was friends with Marxist economist Maurice Daub. Still, Bernal's 1929 work, The World, the Flesh, and the Devil, referred to by science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke as the most brilliant attempt at scientific prediction ever made, showed an interest in socialist and Soviet planning but little real knowledge of Marxism. Bernal's intense scholarly interest in Marxism was to await the 1930s, following his encounter with the Russian delegation led by Bukharin at the International Congress to the History of Science in 1931. And Bernal's visit to the USSR for the first time that year. In his early Cambridge years, Freud actually trumped Marx in Bernal's interests for a while, due to his awakening interest in sexuality, which was to characterize his life. He studied feminist works, beginning with Olive Schreiner's Women and Labor and Cicely Hamilton's Marriage as a Trade. He was later to be deeply influenced by Engels's argument and the discoveries in anthropology with respect to original matrilineal families and the historical emergence of patriarchy tied to relations of private property. He backed feminist struggles and was a strong supporter of the progress of women in science. In 1922, Bernal married Eileen Sprague, a graduate of Newnham College, University of Cambridge, then working for a secretarial agency in Cambridge, where she had transcribed Keynes's Economic Consequences of the Peace. They both agreed prior to the wedding that it was to be an open marriage. They had 2 children in what was to be a stormy, if strong, relationship. Bernal was far from monogamous and went on to have numerous intimate relationships. He was both a proponent of and an active participant in the new ideas of free sexuality. He saw the liberation of women as tied to the growth of birth control, which made sexual intercourse more a matter-of-fact occurrence, while also making it possible for women to break from domestic life and pursue careers, including science. Some of these ideas, widely held among leftists at the time, were of course naive, and rightly open to criticism later on, as all too convenient for males and underestimating the challenges women faced. Opinion was divided even among Bernal's friends on how responsive he was to his many lovers' needs. Yet there is no doubt that Bernal was enormously attractive to his many women partners, as much for his ideas as his personality. He had long-term relationships not only with his wife, Eileen, but also with 2 other women, Margaret Gardiner and Margot Heinemann, with whom he was to set up households. All 3 women would often appear together with him, apparently without rancor. Part of this attraction was undoubtedly the sense of community and equality that were part of his being. He told a friend, "No love affair will ever work where there isn't a community of social feeling." In the 1930s, Bernal's studies in Marxism became increasingly evident. In 1934, he wrote his important essay on dialectical materialism as part of a lecture series organized by the Society of Cultural Relations, which resulted in a short collection of essays under the title Aspects of Dialectical Materialism that included Levy, Bernal, and others. This was followed by Bernal's key work, Engels and Science, the year after, first as a Labor Monthly article and then released as a pamphlet. Bernal's essay on dialectical materialism was an extraordinary attempt to explain the significance of dialectics for a scientific worldview based on his reading of Engels and Marx. It was also a unique interpretation of dialectics that reflected Bernal's originality as a thinker. He started out by declaring, "Dialectical materialism is the most powerful factor in the thought and action of the present day." What distinguished his analysis, though, was a strong emphasis on the limitations of the dialectic. Dialectical materialism, he wrote, is not a formula to be applied bluntly either in the natural or the human world. Rather, it was aimed at issues of complexity and transformation. Dialectical analysis was no substitute for materialism or the scientific method, but added coherence to scientific investigation. The materialist dialectic was particularly significant in Bernal's sense, in that it allowed science to escape idealism in the form of God or any of his more concealed equivalents, such as emergence, or vitalism, or an agnostic skepticism, without falling prey to mechanical materialism or reductionism. As opposed to idealist thinking, dialectical materialism, in Bernal's sense, was non-teleological except in its recognition of the entropy law. All the teleology in modern physics, he wrote, is included in the second law of thermodynamics, and it is only in this sense that dialectical materialism is teleological. Materialism was essential to meaningful scientific analysis, but mechanical materialism, despite its strengths, was based on a reduction of all the universe to a number of separate abstract categories: space, time, matter, motion. Yet, science in practice, he argued, was forced to depart from this due to various impassable breaks that occurred in any such rigid perspective. In contrast, dialectical thought was a way of intellectually attacking the universe at all points. In Bernal's view, the scientific method built on materialism and empirical analysis was correct, but dialectics, or rather dialectical materialism, achieved importance precisely where the standard mechanistic approach ran into dead ends. Dialectical thinking broke through the specialization that compartmentalized science, Bacon's idol of the den, and dealt with the world as an integrated whole and as a process, describing the complex relation or mediations between any part and the whole. From the most general standpoint, he wrote, the only field for operation of the dialectic is the universe as a supplement to standard science. Dialectical analysis was concerned primarily with the origin of the new. Indeed, the essential task of the materialist dialectic is the explanation of the appearance of the qualitatively new, in a world where static systems are mere abstractions, and in any process it was important to take into account residual effects and oscillating changes, movement beyond mere cyclic change, encompassing new and qualitatively different conditions. Continuous change, pictured in Darwinian evolution, is envisioned in dialectical analysis as an important, even essential forerunner of discontinuous change. For Darwin, Bernal noted, evolution was a matter of continuous, imperceptible variation. Now it appears as genetic. The role of dialectics in envisioning the new was evident in Engels's materialistic inversion of Hegelian thought in the analysis of natural processes. Thus, Engels had pointed to general abstract laws, or cognitive principles standing for complex natural processes, such as the transformation of quality into quantity, the identity or interpenetration of opposites, and the negation of the negation. Ultimately, the dialectic for Bernal was a means of discovery. Methodologically, Marx, according to Bernal, had been working on a wider generalization. What he was seeking was essentially the origin of origins. This was an outlook that was radically materialist, historical, and one that employed dialectical forms of reasoning to understand the origin of the new, of the continuous-discontinuous change that was integral to the material. Transformative change resulted from the internal contradictions in a developmental process and was precipitated by some critical event. This was not unique to human beings, although human history was replete with such transformations, but was evident as well in the biological world as a whole by the relation of organism and environment, considered as a dialectic pair. But dialectics, in the sense of the complex changing relation, associated with matter and motion, went beyond the organic world and was applicable to the universe as a whole, inorganic and organic. In one of his most pregnant notions, Bernal pointed to the residual elements associated with any given process that, if they take a cumulative form, can lead to opposing tendencies and a new synthesis. Explaining how changes at one stage are due to inner contradictions of the previous stage, he wrote, "It is possible to state this part of the dialectic in a more or less physical and mathematical way, though, as we shall see later, this is a very partial statement. Given any system whatever, not a static system, because static systems are mere abstractions given any system, then besides the main activity of the system, there will always be left certain cumulative residual effects. Now, these residual effects can be divided into those that contribute to the main activity and those that oppose it. The former may be reckoned as simply part of the main activity, but the latter are bound in sufficient time, and in the absence of external disturbances to accumulate to such an extent that the whole nature of the system and its activity are transformed. In the simplest possible case, this is merely an explanation of the universally recurring oscillatory changes. Any process, once set going by an initial impulse, continues in the absence of external forces until, passing its equilibrium position as a result of its own momentum, it is brought to a stop and reversed. But in more complicated cases, instead of mere oscillatory back and forth movement as the type of cyclic change everywhere, we get as the result of the opposition and stopping of the primary activity a new and qualitatively different one. In Engels and Science, Bernal emphasized Engels's role as both a philosopher of science and a historian of science. Based primarily on his reading of Engels's Dialectics of Nature, the German edition, the English translation did not appear for another 5 years. Bernal argued that Engels was clearly far beyond the professional philosophers of science of his day, such as Herbert Spencer and William Whewell in England and Friedrich Lang in Germany. Behind Engels's extraordinary understanding of the historical development of science in his time was a dialectical perception in which the concept of nature was always as a whole and as a process. In this, Engels had borrowed critically from Hegel, recognizing that behind the latter's idealist presentation of dialectical change in his logic were processes that could be said to inhere objectively in nature itself, as captured in human cognition. These constituted, in Bernal's words, movements that were complex, reflections of those in the objective world. Indeed, much of Engels' studies were devoted to exemplifying the Hegelian dialectical modes. Bernal particularly stressed Engels' emphasis on changes in quantity, leading to changes in quality, that is, qualitative transformations. With remarkable insight, Bernal wrote, Engels says, "The so-called constants of physics are for the most part nothing but designations of the nodal points where quantitative addition or withdrawal of motion calls forth a qualitative change in the state of the body in question." Bernal also stated, "We are only now beginning to appreciate the essential justice of these remarks and the significance of such nodal points. The whole theory of quanta depends, like the theory of acoustic vibrations, with which it has formal relations, on the distribution of nodes which mark out two qualitatively and quantitatively different sets of vibrations." Bernal stressed Engels' reference to Mendeleev's periodic table as exemplary of qualitative transformations arising from continuous quantitative change. The interpenetration of opposites was a more difficult concept in an operational sense, though of supreme importance in the process of scientific inquiry. In Bernal's explanation of Engels' analysis, this stood for two related principles: everything implies its opposite, and there were no hard and fast lines in nature. With respect to the former, Bernal contended, Engels approached very close to the modern ideas of relativity. The negation of the negation, which, as Bernal indicated, seems so paradoxical in terms of mere words, was meant to convey that in the course of its historical development or evolution over time, Anything within the objective world is bound to generate something different, a new emergent reality, representing new material relations at new levels of reality. Material existence as a whole was reflected in a hierarchy of organizational levels, and transformative change often meant the shift from one organizational level to another, as in the seed to the plant. Referring to the omitted fragment of Engels's Ludwig Feuerbach, intended for the dialectics of nature, Bernal celebrated Engels's remarkable insights into the three great scientific revolutions of the 19th century, namely thermodynamics, the laws of the conservation of forms of energy and entropy, the analysis of the organic cell and the development of physiology, and Darwin's theory of evolution. Among Engels' concerns, according to Bernal, was pursuit of the synthesis of all the processes affecting life, animal ecology, and biological distribution. And 2. More significant for Bernal, in pointing to Engels's dialectical perspective, was the progress that Engels made with respect to all four materialist problems of origin that remained after Darwin. The origin of the universe, which Engels insisted was a self-origin as envisioned in the nebular hypothesis of Kant and Laplace. The origin of life, in which he refuted Liebig and Helmholtz's notion of the eternity of life, and pointed to a chemical origin focusing on the complex of chemicals underlying the protoplasm. The origin of human society, in which Engels went further than any other thinker in his time in explaining the evolution of the hand and tools through labor, and with them the brain and language, anticipating the later discoveries of paleoanthropology, and the origin of the family, in which he explored the matrilineal basis of the family and the rise of the patriarchal family with private property. It was the socialist and Marxian thinkers Alexander Oparin in the USSR and Haldane in Britain who, independently in the 1920s, developed the modern materialistic theory of the origins of life, known as the primordial soup theory, which arose virtually in tandem with Vernadsky's development of the biosphere concept. As summed up by Harvard biologists Richard Levins and Richard Lewontin, life originally arose from inanimate matter, but that origination made its continued occurrence impossible, because living organisms consume the complex organic molecules needed to recreate life de novo. Moreover, the reducing atmosphere, lacking free oxygen that existed before the beginning of life, has been converted by living organisms themselves to one that is rich in reactive oxygen. In this way, the Oparin-Haldane theory explained for the first time how life could have originated out of inorganic matter and why the process could not be repeated. Equally significant, life, arising 3.5 billion years ago, could be seen as the creator of the biosphere. These developments were to be critical in the later emergence of systems ecology. Bernal was himself to take this up in The Origin of Life in 1967.75. It was clear that Engels's method of dialectical inquiry had anticipated or prefigured many of the developments in materialist science. Moreover, Engels, who welcomed the principle of the conversion of one form of energy into another, Bernal observed, would equally have welcomed the transformation of matter into energy, that is, Einstein's great discovery. Motion as the mode of existence of matter, Engels's great postulate, would here acquire its final proof. The central idea in dialectical materialism, Bernal wrote, is transformation. The essential task of the materialist dialectic is the explanation of the appearance of the qualitatively new. In this sense, dialectics was aimed at the understanding that the conditions governing the emergence of a new organizational hierarchy, as the interaction between chance and necessity, generated critical events that heralded qualitative change. As a physical scientist, Bernal was naturally drawn to Marxism at first via Engels, and only later engaged in a study of Marx's own outlook. This was to lead to his 1952 pamphlet Marx and Science, of which Farrington rightly said, "I do not think that Bernal has ever written better than here." Here Bernal drew on Marx's early writings, his doctoral thesis on Epicurus, his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, from which Bernal translated long passages, his theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology, as well as the Communist Manifesto and Capital. Marx, in his doctoral dissertation, Bernal observed, although still writing in Hegelian terms, was beginning his exploration of the social and political implications of materialism. Marx preferred Epicurus to Democritus because Democritus appeared to him as merely a naturalist, materialist philosopher, reducing everything to atoms and void, whereas Epicurus wished to make this atomic philosophy, with certain variations, the basis of a moral and political theory. Marx's thesis had recognized the limited and unsatisfactory character of pure natural science, and the importance of Epicurus's law of atomic deviation in which chance is introduced into the rigid atomism of Democritus. The purport of the thesis, however, was by no means academic. It was to set out the liberating role of Epicurean ideas, particularly in the struggle against state-supported religion. Recent researches have shown how far Epicureanism was considered a subversive philosophy in ancient Greece and Rome, and how it had largely been destroyed by the efforts of the official Platonic and Stoic philosophers. Bernal traced this materialist scientific orientation, which pointed to the eventual development of one science, reflecting the unity of man with nature, if presently alienated, through the whole course of Marx's theoretical development. Great emphasis was placed on the mature Marx's admiration for Darwin. By the time Bernal was writing, the broad idea of an evolutionary dialectic had spread beyond the world of organism to the Earth and the whole universe. In the light of recent discoveries, scientists are now more willing to accept the phenomena of nature as processes, not things, given or created. Intellectually, therefore, Marx, who saw it all over 100 years ago, stands revealed as a scientific mind of the first caliber. 1. Bernal dramatically concluded Marx and science with Engels' speech at the grave of Marx, where Engels had juxtaposed Marx and Darwin. For Bernal, a staunch Darwinian and no less staunch Marxist, such a comparison was entirely fitting. The great discovery of Marx was that the ultimate motive force of human social development was not to be found in abstract ideas or mystical intuition. It lay in the very productive process by which they human beings got food, clothing, and shelter. Production, social from the outset, brought with it social productive relations leading to the appearance of rival classes. Their conflicts, which form the significant part of history, can be followed in unbroken sequence to the present day and beyond it, and are the source of the intellectual productions of human culture. As Engels had put it, just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history. 2. In Haldane, the convergence of genetics and ecology. Like Bernal, Haldane drew his inspiration with respect to the dialectics and nature chiefly from Engels. Haldane was one of the leading figures in the neo-Darwinism, or the modern synthesis, that linked Mendelian genetics to Darwinian evolutionary theory. In the 1970s, Stephen Jay Gould wrote that English biologist J.B.S. Haldane probably anticipated every good idea that evolutionary theorists will invent during this century. Much of this had to do with the inspiration associated with his dialectical approach to natural and social phenomena. John Burden Sanderson Haldane was born on November 5th, Guy Fawkes Day, 1892, into the British intellectual aristocracy. His father, John Scott Haldane, was a famous physiologist, fellow of the Royal Society, and philosopher of science, originally a mechanist and later an idealist. When J.B.S. Haldane was a boy, his father took him down into coal mines to study coal gas, principally carbon monoxide, and its physiological effects. This gave the young Haldane an early sympathy for miners. One of his uncles, John Burden Sanderson, fellow of the Royal Society FRS, had been a colleague of E. Ray Lancaster at University College London in the 1870s, and was Wayneflete Professor of Physiology at Oxford. Another uncle, Richard Burden, Viscount of Clone, was a distinguished Liberal and later Labour cabinet member, twice Lord Chancellor. He was a devotee of Hegel and Schopenhauer, and translated the latter's The World as Will and Representation. J.B.S. Haldane had all the benefits of this background, coupled with his own natural gifts. He could read English at 3 and could speak German by 5. He was educated at the Oxford Preparatory School, later the Dragon School, Eton, and at New College, Oxford. Haldane's initial break with his family's political values. His father was an urbane liberal, his mother a strong supporter of Joseph Chamberlain's imperialist policies, came with the First World War. Haldane served as an infantry officer on the front line and was wounded twice in the war. Following the introduction of chlorine gas in the war in 1915, JBS joined his father, the physiologist John Scott Haldane, who had been sent on a mission to France by Lord Haldane, Richard Burden Haldane, Viscount of Clone, JBS's uncle, a member of the War Cabinet, to investigate the situation. The Haldanes discovered that gas masks that were utterly useless in protecting against poison gases of any kind were being widely distributed to the troops. Their report revealed that a more effective respirator was needed and that the soldiers were being put into needless danger. Nevertheless, the General Staff did not proceed immediately to implement their recommendations. The result was the enormous British casualties, amounting to some 2,600 at Loos in September 1915. The British released 140 tons of chlorine gas, but the wind changed direction and it blew back on the British troops. When an incensed Lord Haldane made the issue into a crusade, he was removed from the leadership of the Liberal Party for his efforts. Outraged, J.B.S. Haldane was driven by these events to condemn the entire political establishment. He later fought in the Middle East during the war, where a British shell wounded him, resulting in several months of convalescence in India. The entire experience of the First World War had the effect of driving him in the direction of socialism, much to the shock of some members of his family. Haldane was a Fellow of New College, Oxford, between 1919 and 1922, where he worked primarily in physiology and biochemistry. In 1924, he was appointed the Dunn Reader in biochemistry at Cambridge University. However, he soon strayed into the relatively new field of genetics, specializing in the highly mathematical area of population genetics, and in 1926, agreed to also head the genetics department of the John Innes Horticultural Institute, Between 1924 and 1934, he wrote a series of papers in genetics, mathematizing Darwinian natural selection and establishing him as Britain's most illustrious figure in this realm. In 1930 to 1932, he was Fullerian Professor of Physiology at the Royal Institution in London. In 1932, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. In the following year, he accepted a position as Professor of Genetics at University College, London, where he was to remain until 1956. In 1924, Haldane met Charlotte Berghes, a newswoman and novelist. They soon became attached to each other. However, Berghes was already married and had a son. In order to obtain a divorce for her, which required cause, they arranged to be discovered committing adultery in a hotel. However, they decided to change hotels midstream and went so far as to ask the private detective, who had been hired to catch them in the act and whose identity they had detected, to carry one of their suitcases to their new hotel, lest he lose sight of them. It went off without a hitch, and the next day, the detective, according to Haldane, appeared in our bedroom with the morning papers. The hoped-for exposure led to Haldane's formal dismissal as a reader at Cambridge by a body called the Sex Viri, referring to the 6 men that composed the body, a name that encouraged much jocularity among those observing the scandal. Haldane immediately took his case to the National Union of Scientific Workers, and with their help managed to have the decision immediately overturned. The consequence was that Haldane's name was now firmly placed in the vanguard of the two married in 1926. Working in the orthodox Darwinian mode, Haldane emerged as one of the principal figures in what Julian Huxley famously called the modern synthesis, which merged Darwinian theory and Mendelian genetics. Accounting for evolutionary change by mathematizing Darwin's metaphor of natural, Haldane's 1925 paper on The Causes of Evolution, delivered to the Rationalist Political Association, induced the elderly E. Ray Lankester to write to H.G. Wells saying that Haldane was the model of a well-trained materialist evolutionary theorist in his generation, incorporating a powerful critical method. It was here that Haldane first incorporated the concept of degeneration, as pioneered in evolutionary theory by Lankester, to question the notion of progress and to raise issues of ecological complexity and ecological catastrophe. These themes were to carry over into his great book of the same title, which helped to restore the prestige of Darwinism. In The Causes of Evolution, Haldane reached as far back as Lucretius in pointing to the strengths of a materialist approach to evolution, and incorporated, as in many of his works of the period, Charles Elton's ecological writings, referring also to Wells, Huxley, and Wells's The Science of Life. He was forthright in questioning Bergsonian vitalism and any simple conception of progress on evolutionary grounds. Degeneration, he wrote, is a far commoner phenomenon than progress. Certainly the study of evolution does not point to any general tendency of a species to progress. In a work that was to become a classic of evolutionary theory and the neo-Darwinian synthesis, Haldane did not hesitate to mention Marx along with Darwin on the first page, or to quote Lenin, H.G. Wells, and George Bernard Shaw, the last of which he chided for his rejection of evolutionary theory. Haldane's interest in Marxism and dialectical thinking was already evident. In his early daring work, Daedalus, Science in the Future, Haldane had reflected on the eventual exhaustion of coal and oil fields and of an economy based on fossil fuels. He did not perceive this as a tragedy, however, since the pollution from fossil fuels was very great. Instead, he looked forward to an energy economy based on solar, wind, and hydrogen energy. Demonstrating enormous foresight and ecological concern, he wrote, "Ultimately, we shall have to tap those intermittent but inexhaustible sources of power, the wind and the sunlight. The problem is simply one of storing their energy in a form as convenient as coal or petrol. If a windmill in one's back garden could produce 100 weight of coal directly, and it can produce its equivalent in energy, our coal mines would shut down tomorrow. Even tomorrow, a cheap, foolproof, and durable storage battery may be invented, which will enable us to transform the intermittent energy of the wind into continuous electric power. Personally, I think that 400 years hence the power question in England may be solved somewhat as follows. The country will be covered with rows of metallic windmills working with electric motors, which in their turn supply current at a very high voltage to great electric mains. At suitable distances, there will be great power stations where during windy weather, the surplus power will be used for the electrolytic decomposition of water into oxygen and hydrogen. These gases will be liquefied and stored in vast vacuum-jacketed reservoirs, probably sunk in the ground. Liquid hydrogen is weight for weight the most efficient known method of storing energy, as it gives about 3 times as much heat per pound as petrol. These huge reservoirs of liquefied gases will enable wind energy to be stored, so that it can be expended for industry, transportation, heating, and light as desired. The initial costs will be very considerable, but the running expenses less than those of our present system. Among its more obvious advantages will be the fact that energy will be as cheap in one part of the country as another, that industry will be greatly decentralized, and that no smoke or ash will be produced. Haldane's vision in Daedalus was so broad that Vernadsky in the early 1920s listed it as one of 3 crucial books, along with works of Alfred North Whitehead and Alfred J. Lotka, that were central to the development of his conception of the biosphere. In 1928, Haldane made his first trip to the Soviet Union. The following year, possibly influenced by the kind of thinking he had been exposed to there, he published his famous 1929 article in the Rational Press Annual on the Origin of Life, in which he introduced, parallel to Oparin in the USSR, the modern theory of the origins of life via chemical action from non-living inorganic molecules, known as abiogenesis, or the primordial soup theory. In this theory, the origins of life were made possible by a reducing oxygenless atmosphere and the accumulation in the oceans of a vast quantity of materials from which organic substances are made. Until, in Haldane's words, the primitive oceans reached the consistency of hot dilute soup. The spontaneous generation of newly formed organisms, such as cyanobacteria, out of this soup were, in turn, to alter the conditions that had made this generation of life de novo possible. The general approach was consistent with Vernadsky's theory of the biosphere, in which the planetary influence of living matter became more pronounced over time. Rachel Carson was later to characterize the Haldane-Oparin theory of the origin of life as constituting the core of an integrated ecological view of life on the planet. From all this, we may generalize that, since the beginning of biological time, there has been the closest possible interdependence between the physical environment and the life it sustains. The conditions on the young. Earth produced life. Life then at once modified the conditions of the earth, so that this single extraordinary act of spontaneous generation could not be repeated. In one form or another, action and interaction between life and its surroundings has been going on ever. In the early 1930s, when he took up his appointment at the University of London, Haldane, now a Fellow of the Royal Society, was already a materialist and a socialist, and had begun the serious study of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, but was not yet a historical materialist. The change in his outlook was to follow the rise of Hitler in Germany and the onset of the Spanish Civil War. In March 1936, Germany remilitarized the Rhineland, and 4 months later, the Spanish Civil War began. Within a few months, Haldane was offering his help. He made 3 journeys to Spain to advise the Republican government on gas attacks and on aerial bombardment. In support of Franco, the Nazis dropped millions of bombs on Spain in 1936-39. This was the first major experience of massive aerial bombing in Europe, which shook the world when Germany in 1937 used Guernica as experiment for testing a blend of high explosive, incendiary, and splinter bombs, utterly destroying the city. Haldane visited the front lines to see the fighting. At one point, he was sitting next to a woman on a bench in a park in Madrid when an air raid began and a splinter from a bomb swiftly killed her. Haldane's stepson, Ronald Burgess, changed from Burgess, joined the international brigades fighting in defense of the Spanish Republic. Soon after, Haldane's wife, Charlotte Haldane, joined the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB. And Haldane, though not a member of the party, began writing for the Daily Worker. He gave frequent lectures on the Spanish Civil War to working class groups, as the Communist Party urged aid to the Spanish Republic. By the late 1930s, Haldane had become a convinced Marxist and rapidly turned himself into a major theorist of the role of dialectics in science. In the Second World War, based on his experiences of aerial bombardment as well as gas warfare, Haldane emerged as Britain's leading scientific advisor to the War Ministry on civil defense. He also aided in determining escape and rescue techniques for sailors in the military use of submarines. Haldane's most famous discussion of the dialectic of science was his 1939 book on Marxist philosophy and the sciences, based on a group of lectures that he delivered in Birmingham the year before. The main influences on his thought in this respect were Engels' 3 works, Anti-Düring, Ludwig Feuerbach, and the dialectics of nature and Lenin's materialism and empirico-criticism. His goal was to elucidate how the materialist and dialectical philosophy provided in such works bore on problems in natural science, particularly biology. Marxism, Haldane stated, directly challenging the view of Georgy Plekhanov in his Fundamental Problems of Marxism, was not a system in the sense of a closed and all-encompassing framework, and was only in the second place theoretical. It is not complete because it is alive and growing, and above all because it lays no claim to finality. All of which was not to deny that Marxism included a great deal of systematic content. Nevertheless, it was primarily an outlook and a guide to investigation. Marx, like Descartes, regarded his philosophy as primarily a method, and although theory is essential to Marxism, Marx proclaimed the primacy of practice over theory. Marx's theory, like natural science, derived the details of its analysis from applying the method to concrete. With respect to the application of the Marxian method to the investigation of the natural material world, Engels was the chief guide. In discussing the relation of Marxism to science, Haldane wrote, "We shall mainly be concerned with the views of Engels. Lenin's work was crucial, but Engels, Haldane stated, was the chief source." Nevertheless, Engels himself had indicated that most of the leading principles in his work derived from Marx. In self-consciously developing his ideas almost exclusively on the basis of Engels, although drawing on Lenin and Marx as well. Haldane was careful to distinguish his approach to dialectical materialism from crude interpretations that had often characterized Soviet thought. Employing the term dialectical materialism, first introduced by Joseph Dietzgen and popularized by Georgy Plekhanov, he nonetheless interpreted this in terms of a line of inquiry emanating almost exclusively from Engels and Marx. The Marxian dialectic was no universal key, but was a method that could only tell a scientist what to look for. It will rarely, if ever, tell him what he is going to find, and if it is going to be made a dogma, it is worse than useless. He emphasized the utter nonsense of much of what had been written in the name of dialectical materialism in the USSR in the first 2 decades. Moreover, the worse a scientific paper was, the more likely it was to be laced with irrelevant quotations from Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Good science needs no such justification, and an experienced Marxist will notice evidence of dialectical thinking without any need to draw attention to it. There were plenty of examples, he pointed out, of bogus dialectical materialism in the USSR, which did not, however, disprove the importance of materialist dialectical analysis in general. He indicated that he was the last to suggest that all biologists in the Soviet Union are thinking as dialectically as they might. Haldane was critical of the mechanical view of Lamarck, in which changes in organisms in response to changes in the environment were directly inherited. He contended that the renewed emphasis on Lamarckianism in the USSR was to be faulted not so much in absolute terms, since important questions were being raised, but rather in its practical consequences, since it had led to the proliferation of views that appear to be untrue in the light of actual biological research. Engels himself, Haldane pointed out, had adopted some Lamarckian views, but only in about the same degree as Darwin. It was not until the 1890s that Lamarckianism had come under strong attack in England, principally through the agency of E. Ray Lankester, who promoted the research of August Weismann, and had himself presented a devastating logical critique of Lamarck's laws on evolution. As early as 1938, in his lectures that made up Marxist philosophy and the sciences, Haldane took pains to separate himself from what he called the violent discussions which have taken place on this question in the Soviet Union. He preferred to develop his own approach to the dialectic of nature, based straightforwardly on Engels and a few other sources, rather than drawing on Soviet thought outside of Lenin. He claimed that Soviet scientists, though subject to criticism in some areas, were taking the lead in exploring the dialectical opposition of mutation and selection, raising issues with respect to the internal and external causes of evolution, which were also being addressed in a different way in his own laboratory. Nevertheless, he was clear about the distinctiveness of his individual research into material conditions, which he pursued on his own, with no direct connection to research being conducted in the USSR. Where the convergence between Haldane's work and Soviet science in the 1930s was the greatest was in a shared philosophical commitment to dialectical materialism in the broadest sense of the term. Haldane's approach to dialectics was sometimes philosophically crude. He made references to mind mirroring nature rather than nature mirroring mind, as if this was a one-dimensional, one-way process. He thus had a tendency to speak in terms of a non-nuanced correspondence theory of knowledge. Yet, his actual scientific applications were marked by considerations of dialectical reflectivity, interpenetration, and contradiction. He was, in general, little interested in epistemology and content with simple metaphors in that respect. But he was much more interested than were the epistemologists themselves in the endless complexity and dynamism of the material world. Haldane presented Engels's 3 principles rather than laws of dialectic, unity of opposites, quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation, and the negation of the negation as constituting useful forms of inquiry into a complex, contradictory, changing reality. At the same time, he noted that such principles, taken by themselves, had the appearance of mere rules of thumb, approaches to dialectical thinking, which was, in truth, far more complicated. Downplaying his own presentation, he said that it necessarily bordered on a kind of caricature and was open to severe criticism from a philosophical viewpoint. Nevertheless, his grasp of these principles was acute in the sense that he was able to use them to elucidate scientific practice and to extend that practice. More important, he excelled at demonstrating how these principles could generate crucial insights within both natural and social science. His greatest successes in this regard had to do with those areas with which he was most familiar: biology, genetics, and ecology. In exploring the identity or unity and interpenetration of opposites, Haldane followed Lenin in contending that this reflected the contradictory and contingent nature of reality, in which any given state was conditional, and subject to change through interaction with opposites and forces of attraction and repulsion. Metabolism, he emphasized, consisted of both anabolism and catabolism, that is to say, the building up of complicated organic compounds and their breaking down. This particular unity of opposites is part of the very nature of the higher animals. Life and development could thus be seen as a unity of opposites and their reciprocal correlation. At another point, he observed similarly that the living organism is a union of anabolism and catabolism, which together constitute metabolism, while the end of this unity of opposites is death. In addressing the transformation of quantity into quality, Haldane referred to Democritus's, and after him Descartes's and Locke's mechanistic contention that only quantity was real while quality was ephemeral. As he put it, now according to the view of matter, which was first clearly formulated by Locke, though it goes back to Descartes and Democritus, the quantitative aspect of matter is real, whilst many of its qualities are illusory. Thus what we call colors and tones are really only vibration frequencies. Yet for Marxian dialectics, both quantity and quality are properties of the real Hymen Levy, stressed in a philosophy for a modern man that such qualitative transformations related to quantitative changes could be seen in the various phase changes, for example, from solid to liquid to gas in physics. The negation of the negation expressed how development was neither a matter of increase nor decrease, much less repetition of the same forms in different quantities, but the emergence of qualitative transformations as a result of the reciprocal correlation of mutually exclusive opposites. This led, as in C. Lloyd Morgan's theory of emergence, to novel entities, which nonetheless reflected early phases of development. The expropriation of the means of production, land and tools of the peasants, resulted in the development of both the capitalist class and the modern working class. Within biology, as in nature altogether, there were no fixed lines, rather, species shaded into each other, producing various hybrid species, such as amphibians, that negated their earlier forms. Similarly, in The Causes of Evolution, Haldane emphasized the importance of understanding nature as giving rise to new integrative levels of existence that in some ways negated other levels of organization, though this needed to be understood in strictly materialist terms. Haldane and Levy emphasized that there were both internal relations of isolates or systems and external relations, and that these gave rise to both internal and external contradictions. The fact that nature consisted of processes, rather than things, meant that many of the lines drawn between distinct entities and even between the inorganic and organic were fluid and changing. Haldane argued in dialectical fashion that although an organism is defined in relation to its environment, there is no sharp line between an organism and its environment. This is because of the complex dynamism of both the organism and its environment, both separately and together. It is part of the very nature of an organism to interact with its environment, but to some degree it adapts the environment to itself. 109. Hence, it was possible under certain circumstances for an organism to negate, that is, transform its environment, which would, in the process, transform the organism, and vice versa. None of this, of course, occurred in a linear or symmetrical way. There is a law of uneven development in animal and plant evolution, as in the social evolution of. Levy emphasized that a dialectical understanding allowed one to surmount the crude notion of humanity and nature as separate entities, and to capture the unity in opposition. Hence, the notion of man as opposed to nature is progressively broken down and re-erected in a new way, man and nature. Hence, the dialectical method in science, Haldane stressed, is to push theory to its logical point of conclusion and show that it negates itself. 112 Marxism found in creative antagonism, reasons for hope and struggle, and the negation of the negation, in which the expropriators would eventually be expropriated and a more egalitarian society would triumph. Charles Dickens, in works such as Bleak House, Hard Times, and Our Mutual Friend in Engels in the Condition of the Working Class in England, had both recognized the deep poverty and pervasive pollution that characterized proletarian life in the industrial cities. But their responses were different. Dickens had a first-hand knowledge of these conditions. He described them with burning indignation and in great detail, but his attitude to them was one of pity rather than hope. Engels saw the misery and degradation of the workers, but he saw through it. Dickens never suggested that if the workers were to be saved, they must save themselves. Engels saw that this was not only desirable, but inevitable. 113. An analogous emphasis on creative antagonisms, even where divorced from conscious social action, was evident in Haldane's Evolutionary Ecology. A strong defender of Darwinism, Haldane nonetheless argued that a good Marxist would expect the Darwinian theory of natural selection to contain its own contradictions. Darwin had taken variation for granted and thought they were all inheritable. Modern genetics had uncovered a far greater complexity of inheritance, including such elements as mutations and recessive genes. This, coupled with the leaps in the paleontological record, later to be explained by Gould and Niles Eldredge in terms of punctuated equilibrium, raised questions about Darwin's exclusive emphasis on the slow process of natural selection. Not only was it untrue that nature makes no leaps, but Darwin's tendency to place almost exclusive emphasis on the adaptation of species to their environment was called into question. All of this raised larger dialectical questions. Richard Lewontin explained much later in The Triple Helix. In Darwin's theory, variation among organisms results from an internal process, what is now known as gene mutation and recombination, that is not responsive to the demands of the environment. The variants that are produced are then tested for acceptability in an environment which has come into being independent of that variation. The process of variation is causally independent of the conditions of selection. Darwin's alienation of the outside from the inside was an absolutely essential step in the development of modern biology. Without it, we would still be wallowing in the mire of an obscurantist holism that merged the organic and the inorganic into an unanalyzable whole. But the conditions that are necessary for the progress at one stage of history become bars to further progress in another. The time has come when further progress in our understanding of nature requires that we reconsider the relationship between the outside and the inside, between organism and environment. In contrast to the simple story of the adaptation of species to a changing environment, Lewontin has argued, it is necessary to recognize the constructionist role of organisms in altering their environments, and the role of genes as transforming filters and transmitters in this complex process of evolution, governed by both internal and external change. Lewontin has called this the triple helix of gene, organism, and environment. It was this dialectical relation between gene, organism, and environment that Haldane, more than a half-century earlier, was aiming at in much of his work on genetics, population dynamics, and evolution, which questioned the simple Darwinian adaptationist framework, focusing rather on the complex dynamic interactions. Evolutionary theory, in the modern synthesis or neo-Darwinism, as developed by Haldane and others, suggested that the extent to which internal or external factors dominated in the evolution of a given species at a given time might be governed primarily by the population density, which could dramatically alter the chances of survival of an individual organism in a species, either in relation to competition with other species in its environment or competition to members of its own species. For example, so long as a species is sparse, the fitness of an individual will depend almost wholly on its success in coping with inorganic nature and other species. But if it exists in dense populations, and occasionally under other circumstances, fitness comes to depend largely on defeating other members of the same species. Thus, in the case of animals where each individual or pair lives in a restricted territory, a gene favoring the habit of devouring young members of the same species will diminish fitness, for its possessors will eat their own young. But where they live in large aggregates, that will not be so. The first few cannibal fish in a school of many thousands will rarely eat their own young. They will generally eat those of others, and will thus have more food to turn into eggs and spermatozoa. Thus, a gene favoring cannibalism will tend to spread. And insofar as it becomes common, it will depress the fitness of the species as a whole. Exactly the same argument applies to polygamous species where the males fight for females. Such males commonly develop special weapons and instincts, or modes of behavior, if a more neutral word is preferred, which fit them for mutual combat, but not necessarily for the struggle for food and against enemies of other species. They also tend to be much larger than the females, and it is probable that some of this increase in size is transferred to the females, that is, that not all the size genes selected are sex-limited. Thus, the size, behavior, and so on are shifted from the optimum configuration needed for the struggle with external nature, and the species become less fit. An obvious example, no doubt on Haldane's mind with respect to special weapons, was the famous case of the Irish elk, the largest deer, not elk, species that ever lived, now extinct, with its extraordinary 12-foot span of antlers. Gould was to argue in Ever Since Darwin that the Irish elk's antlers can be seen as adaptive in Darwinian terms, but that, like so many species, though well-equipped for its environmental conditions, the Irish elk was ill-equipped for climatic changes that radically altered those conditions. It flourished in the warmer Alarod interstadial phase, lasting for about 1,000 years at the end of the last glaciation, but could not adapt to the subarctic tundra that followed in the next cold epoch, or to the heavy forestation that developed after the final retreat of the ice. In this complex process of evolution, Haldane insisted, the simple notion of the survival of the fittest was not very meaningful. A species could become over-specialized by means of natural selection, either with respect to their relations to inorganic nature or in their competition with members of their own species. This could lead to evolutionary paths that were blind alleys. It was the growth of such interconnected analysis that focused on genes, organisms, and environment that led to what Charles Elton, the leading British animal ecologist, called the convergence between genetics and ecology. Here, Elton referred in particular to Haldane's work. The older idea of a constant balance of nature, keeping numbers at a steady rate, he observed, has been completely abandoned by biologists. Instead, the concern was with complex interactions and a kind of moving equilibrium. Elton was particularly concerned with the relation between population dynamics and community metabolism, and how genetic variation played a role in a natural selection process that was much more complex on all sides than Darwin had envisioned. Much of Elton's early research, using Hudson's Bay Company data, had focused on the hunting of caribou populations by indigenous peoples in Labrador. He demonstrated that the efficiency of the hunters had increased with the change in technology from bows and arrows to rifles, yet due to the ability of the last remaining caribou to find hideaways and cover, which led to decreases in killing, the deer populations had been able to recover, while the hunters were prevented from destroying this part of their food supply. From this, Elton theorized that only moderate efficiency or fitness in relation to the environment might be an evolutionary survival trait, guaranteeing a moving equilibrium and preventing an extinction that would undermine the existence of both populations. Summarizing part of Elton's argument in an article titled Beyond Darwin, Haldane stated, "The Oxford biologist Elton has given many examples of this principle, that is, that too great efficiency may cause a species to destroy its food and starve itself to death. Hence, only a moderate level of efficiency may be optimal. For example, the Red Indians in Labrador used to hunt caribou with spears and other primitive weapons. When they got guns, they killed off so many deer that they starved or were compelled to buy imported food and live in settlements, where they caught European diseases." Elton takes the view that it does not always pay a species to be too well adapted. A variation making for too great efficiency may cause a species to destroy its food and starve itself to death. This very important principle may explain a good deal of diversity in nature, and the fact that most species have some characters which cannot be accounted for on orthodox Darwinian lines. Elton is not, so far as I know, a Marxist, but I am sure that Marx would have approved of his dialectical thinking and that it is on such lines that Darwinian theory will develop. I do not think that Darwinism will be disproved, but it will certainly be transformed. Elton influenced Haldane's connection of genetics to ecology via population dynamics, as well as his explorations of ecology, which were also influenced to a lesser extent by what Haldane called the beautiful work of Alfred Lotka on mathematical ecology. Haldane returned to Elton's work again and again, particularly Elton's early works, Animal Ecology and Ecology and Evolution. He was impressed by Elton's insistence on the active role played by animals with respect to their environments. For example, the contention that every animal has at least a motile period in its life cycle during which it chooses its environment. At the same time, Haldane believed that Elton sometimes gave too little a role to natural selection. Elton was right in pointing out that species were at times prey to their environment in ways that were largely independent of Darwinian fitness, such as the appearance of major epidemics or large natural catastrophes, which introduced an element of random extinction. But such events, Haldane argued, only played a subordinate part in evolution. As a theorist of genetics, population dynamics, and evolution, Haldane's concerns regarding crises of natural ecosystems focused especially on questions of extinction. Here he did not employ the concept of ecosystem, which, though introduced by Arthur Tansley in 1935, had little influence prior to Raymond Lindemann's analysis of trophic dynamics of lakes in the 1940s, and did not come into general usage until the 1950s, when Eugene Odum made it a core concept in his Fundamentals of Ecology in 1953. Instead, Haldane employed the term bioeconomic, related to E. Ray Lancaster's Bionomics, to refer to plant and animal communities. Nikolaevich Sukachev in the USSR was to expand the concept of bioeconomic in the early 1940s to one of biogeocoenosis, integrating the inorganic part of the environment, creating a concept that was the functional equivalent of ecosystem and more developed in spatial terms, but linked to the Soviet frame of analysis associated with Vernadsky's biosphere. The scientific study of plant and animal species is called ecology, Haldane observed in 1940 in a World Biological Survey. The greater part of our knowledge in this respect, and the main reason for concern, he insisted, was a result of imperialism. It was colonialism and imperialism that not only opened up knowledge of species worldwide for figures like the great Swedish biologist Linnaeus, but also how these same colonial and imperial expansions across the globe had devastated the world's ecology by disrupting natural systems, driving many species into extinction. Often this was due to the human introduction of invasive species, such as the importation of rabbits into Australia, which was a national calamity. Other ecological destruction was due to a rapacious relation to the earth promoted by capitalism. Large tracts of the Earth's surface, he wrote, have been devastated. Wild animal species such as the American and European bison, and others like the American passenger pigeon and the tarpon, one of the wild horse species, are dead. Many forests have been cut down, leaving bare rocky hillsides. Large areas of the central United States have turned into a dust bowl. Today, whales are being exterminated and many areas grossly overfished. The extinction of a species is far worse than the killing of an individual. The individual is replaced in one generation. It may take 1,000,000 years to make a new species. The only answer to such ecological devastation was ecological and social planning. Hence, a world biological survey inspired by socialism was essential. Attention had to be given to the protection of climax plant and animal associations, which, though subject to change, were normally characterized by relative stability over long periods of time. Hence, human activities in relation to the environment needed to be assessed for their long-term, often unintended ecological effects. Irrigation, for example, though leading to a big cotton crop, could also lead to unintended ecological disasters. In a planned world community, Haldane insisted, the probable results of any change in agricultural methods or of clearing forests would be investigated before this was done on any scale. In the same way, the exploitation of the sea would be controlled. Significant efforts needed to be made with regard to the preservation of valuable. Haldane was unusual for his time in the degree to which he recognized affinities between humans and animals, something that developed out of his materialism and Darwinism and was later extended due to the influence of Hinduism on his thought. He argued that mammals besides Homo sapiens and birds not only learned but communicated, transmitted culture, and had traditions. There was no definite line between the higher animals and the human species. Haldane thus demonstrated considerable sympathy for other species and deplored their treatment under capitalism. On the topic of overcrowding in the zoo, he contended that the way in which animals were kept was a reflection of imperialism. This allowed for the diversity of life forms that were brought home from the empire, many of which were not taken adequate care of in the overcrowded zoos. It was important to recognize, he asserted, the right of animals to freedom. He deplored the class-based customs that, until recently in England, had led to the ritual killing of foxes, grouse, salmon, and so on, at appropriate times of year, as the hallmark of ecology. Of course, extended to human ecology. In the urban industrial environment, of the central issues was air pollution. Building on an interest that went back to his childhood investigation of gases in coal mines with his father and his later studies of gas warfare, Haldane explored issues of bad air or air pollution, particularly as it related to occupational health conditions. He singled out the 7 occupations with the highest death rate for respiratory disease: cutlery grinders, tin miners, china and earthenware kiln and oven men, cotton strippers and grinders, potters, cotton blow room operatives and stevedores, and proposed various ways in which trade unions could fight for compensation cost to be forced on employers in order to push for improvements. A big concern, he argued, was lead tetraethyl, which is used as an anti-knock in petro. In industry, lead tetraethyl had killed large numbers of workers and subjected others to brain injury. Industry in the 1930s was claiming that the problem was solved and that workers were protected, but he argued that, as lead may accumulate in the human body over long periods, this may only mean that they are not now being killed so quickly. 130. Haldane made explicit reference in the late 1930s to the theory that great weather changes are due to change in the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. His father was one of the pioneers in this area, having measured carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere in 1935, coming up with a figure of 324 plus parts per million based on instrumentation he had developed. John Scott Haldane died in March 1936, and his results were published the following month in Nature by JBS, in an article entitled Carbon Dioxide Content of the Atmosphere in April 1936. Like most scientists at the time, JBS Haldane continued to believe that another ice age, still thousands of years in the future, was the main challenge that humanity could expect from changes in the climate. Such climate change would affect the population of the world unevenly and would, he believed, be most detrimental to the northern climes. Although humanity might find itself able by then to reverse the glaciation process by melting the ice, this would require economic sacrifices that would likely be thought impractical and would be detrimental to other parts of the globe. Haldane was a strong advocate of a switch from fossil fuels to alternative forms of energy. In the 1940s, he insisted that countering pollution, even more than resource scarcity, constituted the key reason for shifting away from coal and petroleum. Extending the argument he had made in Daedalus in the 1920s, he argued that a shift should be made to hydrogen power, tidal power, wind power, and liquid methane from underground natural gas, while also relying more on water, hydroelectric power. Power would be available in vast quantities, but it would not be based on the yearly sacrifice of thousands of coal miners and the spoiling of vast areas of what was once beautiful countryside. The nearest approach to this idea is found today in countries such as Switzerland, where water power is very abundant. In a properly organized world, it will be the normal human. Haldane also made a strong case for afforestation in Britain, arguing that absentee ownership had led to poorer woodland management. Another critical issue, he recognized, was the maintenance of the soil metabolism, and particularly the prevention of the loss of soil nutrients, such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. In line with ecological modernization, he insisted that there were possibilities for farming the sea, which would also require that efforts be devoted to the conservation of aquatic resources. This general ecological perspective led Haldane to take seriously the question back to nature. In a 1938 Daily Worker article with that title, he argued that just as it was impossible politically to go all the way back to primitive communism, it was necessary to start from humanity's current historical conditions. Still, he suggested, we have got much farther from nature than was necessary. An indication was the fact that even well-to-do people in the towns have shorter lives on average than agricultural laborers. The same point was made in an article titled The Disorder of Nature, published about the same time, where he stated, "It is no good saying that we should go back to nature. We have certainly gone too far from nature in some respects, but we can't go all the way back." In Back to Nature, Haldane pointed out that many of the chemicals that entered into our food and drink were not adequately tested. Disease resistance of the population had decreased. Numerous recently introduced foods were less nutritious than the ones they replaced. If every new invention which takes us farther from nature were judged on a basis of social utility rather than individual profit or prestige, Haldane wrote, I do not doubt we should reject a great many artificialities, including stiff colors, bombing aeroplanes, and high-speed motor cars. But we should realize that a complete return to nature would mean living without clothes, houses, cookery, or literature. Instead, society should be oriented to changing its economic system in order to enhance human life and the natural conditions of human existence. The rational reconstruction of the human relation to nature, along socialist lines, would constitute not a backward turn to an earlier, irretrievable era, but a kind of negation of the negation, and a moving forward. The general humanistic value system that Haldane, as a socialist theorist and scientist, promoted made him a strong opponent of social Darwinism, eugenics, and theories of racial superiority, as well as a critic of most biological race conceptions generally. He insisted on the fundamental equality of the major racial groupings of humanity, and argued that perceived differences, beyond those of the most superficial kind, were due to varying social environments. While not all individual human beings were entirely equal in their individual capacities, there were no systematic inequalities attributable to race or gender or class. Everything has a history. 137 indeed, at bottom, Haldane suggested, the natural world consisted of processes, not things. Marxian theorists were concerned with how these processes interacted with human processes, and with the creation of a better society. Vavilov's great discovery of the point of origin of the world's major crops, and of the areas of greatest diversity in the germplasm leading to these crops, was based on a notion of human nature coevolution that was a reflection of historical materialist dialectical thinking. In the end, as Haldane emphasized, it was the rational organization of this coevolution of nature and society that was most important. Needham, integrative levels. When Joseph Needham died at 94 on March 26, 1995, an obituary in The Independent in the UK referred to him as one of the greatest scholars of this or any country, of this or any century. For more than 30 years, Needham had been the greatest sinologist in the West, having previously achieved an international status as a research biochemist and as an historian of more than science. Intellectually a bridge builder between science, religion, and Marxist socialism, and supremely so between East and West, he has been called the Erasmus of the 20th. Noel Joseph Terence Montgomery Needham was born in London on December 9, 1900, an only child, to Dr. Joseph Needham, a physician and pioneer in anesthesiology, and Mrs. Alicia Needham, known to the wider public as Alicia Adelaide Montgomery. A flamboyant, Irish-born composer of popular songs, she instilled in her son a love of music. More than 200 of her published compositions are to be found in the British Library. The marriage was, in Needham's own account, a misalliance between a sober scientific father and a stormy artist mother, helping account for his lifelong role as a bridge builder between different spheres of thought. Needham's mother was a romantic lover of nature, writing of the environs of their house in South London. Each spring, there was a glorious show of chestnut, lilac, laburnum, and hawthorn, and one of the last windmills was nearby. Dr. Joseph Needham was a strong supporter of Darwin and a rationalist, a disbeliever in miracles, who opposed the Church of England's fundamental beliefs regarding the sacraments. Although coming out of Anglo-Catholicism, he subscribed to a kind of philosophical theology that he passed on to his son. He would take the 10-year-old Needham each Sunday to Temple Church in central London, where they listened to the sermons of its master, mathematician E. W. Barnes, FRS, and later Bishop of Birmingham. Mixed into the sermons were lectures on the pre-Socratic philosophers, and a wide variety, including Eastern religious doctrines. Needham was to adhere for the rest of his life to devout Christianity, though of a highly individualized, philosophical, and compartmentalized kind, which did not conflict significantly with his strong commitment to materialism in science and history, or his recognition of the value of other religious traditions. For Needham, the kingdom of God on earth would come to be, but it would be as a result of human struggles for social betterment. Late in life, he described himself as an honorary Taoist. 140. At the time of the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, Needham was sent off to Oundle School in Northamptonshire, which was one of the oldest English schools, having been founded in 1485. Its headmaster during Needham's time there was the modernizing F.W. Sanderson, who incorporated physical science and engineering into the curriculum. Sanderson's good friend H.G. Wells lauded the headmaster's vision of the school as a center for the complete reorganization of civilized life. In addition to the usual classical education in modern languages, students were all required to work in the metals shop and were given the fundamentals of engineering. In the classics, students were not only educated in the Greek and Latin grammars, but were also encouraged to read classical thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle in English, in order to better absorb their philosophical ideas. Wells sent his sons to Sanderson's school and was eventually to write a biography of Sanderson. The young Needham encountered Wells there and became enamored with his socialist views and progressive outlook on science. At an early age, Needham had already devoured many of Wells's science fiction novels, viewing Wells as a great hero and preferring his works to the writings of Jane Austen and the Brontes. In 1918, Needham was accepted to study at Cambridge University at Gonville and Caius College, usually known simply as Caius. Needham had originally intended to pursue medicine, but became interested in biological studies more generally, beyond physiology and zoology. In the electrifying atmosphere in Cambridge immediately after the First World War, he was soon to be caught up in dramatic changes occurring in science, in which biological phenomena were increasingly discovered to follow physical, especially chemical, laws. As a result, he was pitchforked, as he put it, into areas such as biochemistry. He was also busy exploring Freudian views. At around the time he received his BA at Caius in 1921, the year after the death of his father, we talked about nothing else but psychology, and especially Freudian psychology, then being introduced widely to European readers through the explanatory books of a G. Tansley. After receiving his degree, Needham spent a year doing research in Breisgau in Germany under the physiological chemist Franz Knoop, becoming fluent in German. In 1922, Needham was admitted as a postgraduate student at the Cambridge Biochemical Laboratory, directed by Frederick Gowland Hopkins. For the next 20 years, he made the biochemical lab at Cambridge the center of his activities, first as a student, then a researcher, demonstrator, and finally a William Dunn reader in biochemistry, beginning in 1932. Under the inspiration of Hopkins, Needham made the biochemistry of embryonic development his main specialty, researching the borders of biochemistry and morphology, the structure and forms of organized beings. Haldane described the ultimate aim of biochemistry as an attempt to provide a complete account of intermediary metabolism, that is to say, of the transformations undergone by matter in passing through organisms. Needham sought to combine biochemistry with embryology in order to take on the enormous problem of seeing the connections between the chemical level and the morphological form, the atoms and molecules on the one hand and the organism and tissues of the body on the other, indeed the whole structure of the developed human organisms. He carried out one experiment after another on the metabolism of the developing egg for all kinds of invertebrates. His crowning achievement was to be his 3-volume Chemical Embryology, published in 1931. It consisted of more than 2,000 pages and almost 1 million words, including a history of embryology that drew on original sources in German, French, Italian, Spanish, Greek, Latin, and Arabic. In 1924, the year before he received his doctorate, Needham married Dorothy Moyle. She was a researcher in the Cambridge Biochemistry Lab, specializing in the biochemical processes occurring in muscular contraction and in carbohydrate metabolism. Theirs was from the beginning an open marriage, reflecting the changing sexual mores of the time, with each pursuing, and in Joseph Needham's case, numerous extramarital relationships. The Needhams were the first practicing scientists, husband and wife team, to be elected Fellows of the Royal Society. Joseph Needham receiving his FRS in 1941, around the time of his completion of his biochemistry and morphogenesis. Dorothy Moyle Needham received the same honor in 1948.14. In 1937, Needham met Lu Gui-jen, a brilliant biochemical researcher, who had traveled from China to Cambridge to work with Dorothy Needham. Liu and Needham soon became lovers. Dorothy Needham and Liu Guizhen were also close friends, and the intimate relationship between Joseph and Guizhen was seemingly not a problem in Dorothy and Joseph's marriage. It was from Liu that Needham learned Chinese, which was to lead later to his second career as a sinologist. Liu joined Needham in the writing and editing of the multi-volume Science and Civilization in China. In 1987, Dorothy Needham died at age 92. 2 years later, Needham and Liu married. Needham always emphasized that he had sought liberation from the bondage of conventional ideas on race and class, and also sex. On sexuality, he had been strongly influenced by writers such as Edward Carpenter, Havelock Ellis, and D.H. Lawrence. On race, he drew upon historical materialist scientists like Hogben, Haldane, and U.S. geneticist H.J. Muller, who attacked scientific racism. But it was on class issues, related to Marxism, that Needham devoted the greatest attention in the sphere of social science and in the understanding of how social science impinged on natural science over the course of his life. Here, his source of inspiration was the Marxian classics. In 1925, Joseph and Dorothy visited the Marine Biological Station in Roscoff, in Brittany, where they met Louis Rapkine, a biologist and a Marxist. Rapkine came from a Jewish Lithuanian family that had settled in Canada to escape the pogroms. Much of his life had been spent in France, where he also did his scientific work. Rapkine introduced the Needhams to the Marxist classics, including Marx's Capital, but Needham's favorite was Engels's Dialectics of Nature, which had been published in German only that year, and around which there was undoubtedly much excitement. This work was to be crucial to his subsequent work. Although Needham had prior to this been well versed in Fabian tracts, such as the works of Wells and George Bernard Shaw, it was from this date that his serious study of Marxism began. Needham's introduction to Marxian theory was interrupted by the Great Rail Strike of 1926. Needham had a long-standing hands-on interest in trains. While still at Oundle, he had convinced a train driver to take him into the cab and together with the fireman teach him the principles and practical aspects of driving a steam locomotive, which extended to his taking over illegally the regulator and the brake and getting some practical experience. Needham's eagerness to have a chance to drive trains partly explains how he participated in the general strike of 1926 on the wrong side. He joined the group of volunteers who jumped in to help run the railways, thereby playing the role of a strikebreaker. But when the general strike had ended, and the private company he was working for wanted to keep on the volunteers and victimize the workers, Needham spoke against it and led an exodus. From then on, he was ever more firmly on the side of the workers in every struggle, concluding, "The people are never." Another crucial development in Needham's life around this time was his and Dorothy's first acquaintance with the church at the parish of Thaxted in North Essex and its revolutionary socialist vicar, Conrad Noel. Noel had been a member of H.M. Hindman's Social Democratic Federation in the late 1880s and 1890s, when it was avowedly Marxist, and his approach to society continued strongly to reflect Marxian views. Frances Brooke, the Countess of Warwick, herself of strong socialist convictions, had appointed Noel to Thaxted, the largest of the churches under her patronage. Noel was a founding member of the British Socialist Party in 1911. He hung in his church the tricolour of Sinn Féin after the Irish Uprising in 1916 and the red flag after the Russian Revolution. Noel's militant Christian socialism, which earned him the nickname of the Red Vicar of Thaxted, had a strong impact on Needham, who dedicated his time, the refreshing river, to Conrad Noels, priest of Thaxted and prophet of Christ's kingdom on earth. It was under the influence of Noel in particular that Needham was to adopt something like an early version of liberation theory. As Needham later recalled about the personal transformation that occurred in his thinking at this time, he adopted the conviction, never afterwards abandoned, that the kingdom of God should be regarded as a realm of justice and comradeship on earth, to be brought about by the efforts of men throughout the centuries, not primarily as some mystical body already existing, or some spiritual state to be expected somewhere in the future. Gradually, this became linked up with a conviction of the essential unity of cosmological, organic, and social evolution, in which the idea of human progress, with all due reservations, would take place. Parallel with this was the conviction that the Christian must take Marxism extremely seriously, such doctrines as historical materialism and the class struggle being perhaps recognition of the ways in which God had worked during the evolution of society. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, Needham, like his comrades Bernal, Haldane, and biologist and geneticist C.H. Waddington, became increasingly involved in socialist groups and political actions of all kinds. He was a member of zoologist Solly Zuckerman's Dining Club Tots and Quotes, which was a kind of meeting point of the socialist scientific left, also including Bernal, Blackett, and Waddington. He was a member of the National Council for Civil Liberties, founded in 1934, where he rubbed shoulders with leading left figures such as Clement Attlee, Havelock Ellis, Julian Huxley, Harold Lasky, R. H. Tawney, H. G. Wells, and Rebecca West. In the 1931 general election, the Needhams took an active role in supporting the Labor Party. Needham also helped in these years with the building of the Association for Scientific Workers. In 1935, he was elected Cambridge branch chair of the Socialist League. The Needhams were early on involved in the Cambridge Anti-War Group, which took to carrying out studies on bomb shelters and protections against gas and chemical warfare as the likelihood of war increased. As with many others on the left, he saw the Spanish Civil War as a historical turning point, and his attitudes toward war changed with the growing fascist threat. Needham put considerable effort into providing political, financial, and even scientific, though his design of a new kind of ambulance was a failure support for the Republican cause. Intellectually, the 1931 Second International Congress on the History of Science and Technology was to constitute the greatest turning point in Needham's thought, propelling him in the direction of dialectical materialism. For Needham, it came just as he had completed his chemical embryology, in which he had delved into the history of science. Hesson's reinterpretation of Newton's discoveries within the context of an externalist history of science thus had a big effect on him. Yet more important than that for Needham, at least initially, were the papers of Bukharin, and especially Zawodowski. The latter's presentation of dialectical materialism as an answer to the controversy between mechanism and materialism, as well as between materialism and vitalism, helped inspire Needham's later work on integrative levels. In his key concept of integrative levels, Needham's central contribution to dialectical thought, he sought to bring together a complex synthesis of the overlapping ideas to be found in the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels, the organic mechanism of Alfred North Whitehead, the axiomatic biology of J. H. Woodger, the evolutionary naturalism of Roy Wood Sellers, the emergent evolutionism of C. Lloyd Morgan and Samuel Alexander, the holism of Jan Christian Smuts. 155 materialist dialectics as a general worldview, he indicated, was another way of expressing the fact of emergent evolution, i.e., the principle that social evolution should be understood as the continuation of biological evolution, part of the rise in organizational level that has happened throughout the development of our. Needham's general approach to materialism can be broadly defined as Epicurean Marxist. He emphasized, as had Engels and Ludwig Feuerbach, materialism's fundamental character as a non-teleological view, whereby nature was explicable in and of itself without recourse to final causes in evolutionary terms. He traced this outlook within Western thought particularly to Epicurus, and within Eastern thought to Taoism, declaring at one point, "Today we are all Taoists and Epicureans." 157. Epicurus's and Lucretius's attempts to transcend any merely mechanical materialism or rigid determinism via the famous concept of the swerve were crucially important in defining Needham's basic view. Finally, he saw in Epicurean materialism the beginnings of an analysis of emergence or integrative levels that represented a dialectical perspective on reality. Drawing on the research of Farrington on Epicurus, Needham viewed Epicureanism as a social and political, as well as materialist philosophy, one that had resisted the idealism of the ancient. It was the kind of non-mechanical materialism that ancient Epicureanism had sought to promote, and which was developed more fully within critical realism. For example, Sellers and Marxian-influenced materialist dialectics. That represented for Needham the most advanced philosophical view. A realist metaphysics, he wrote, joined with a clear understanding of the successive stages of evolutionary levels of organization, in which mind is seen as originating, like any other natural phenomenon, at a definite point in the history of the world, proved in the end to be a far better philosophy than either mechanical materialism or metaphysical idealism. Although materialism of any sort was, Needham believed, superior to idealism, a vitalistic view of the kind represented by John Scott Haldane had the virtue of pointing to the complexity of life in the universe and its active form. A critical dialectical materialism was thus the key to transcending both vitalism and mechanical materialism, and the sterility of the debate between the two. Yet, in developing dialectical materialism, he sought to synthesize it and to give it an English idiom via Whitehead's organic philosophy and the emergent evolution of Alexander, Morgan, and Sellers. As a materialist, Needham was not concerned simply with the materialist conception of nature, but also with the materialist conception of history. His most original contribution to the latter was his little 1939 book, The Levellers and the English Revolution, written under the pen name of Henry Halloran-Shaw, chosen because Needham did not want to jeopardize his chance to be elected a Fellow of the Royal Society, an honor he did not receive until 2 years later. In this brilliant and accessible book, Needham characteristically saw the Levellers and Diggers as prefiguring a higher level of society still to come, though in a form that could not then have been imagined, a future cooperative social commonwealth now known as socialism. In this respect, history was a weapon, and English socialists were too ignorant of their own history. The notion of society reaching a higher level based on a process of revolutionary historical transformation, drawing on emancipatory traditions of the past, was one that Needham consciously took from Marx and Engels. Marx and Engels, Needham declared, adumbrated the idea of levels of organization in setting the Hegelian dialectic, actually within evolving. Moreover, Marx, he said, went further than previous thinkers and showed that the evolution of social systems continued from that of biological systems, and urged the optimistic but tolerably convincing view that human misery is essentially connected with a low and inferior stage of social organization. If history is the history of class struggles, and to some extent it undeniably is, there is room for hope that when mankind has united in a world cooperative commonwealth unmarked by social classes, a good many of the more unpleasant features of life in a semi-barbarous state will have ceased to exist. Needham first took up the issue of emergence, or what he called integrative levels, a re-evaluation of the idea of progress, in his Herbert Spencer lecture at Oxford University in 1937. The Spencer lecture series was extraordinarily prestigious. Lecturers in the first decade of the lecture series had included figures such as Francis Galton, C. Lloyd Morgan, and Bertrand Russell. Only a few years before, in 1933, Albert Einstein had presented On the Method of Theoretical Physics as a Spencer lecture. Recognizing its importance, Needham delved deeply into the works of Darwin, Spencer, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Blaise Pascal, Lloyd Morgan, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and many others, taking down extensive notes on the organization of the material and ideas. On a page in his notes, he prepared a parallel chronology of published works divided into 3 parts: Spencer, Marx, and Darwin. Boldly taking up the issue of integrative levels or emergence in his lecture, Needham suggested that the first formal use of levels in this sense probably came from Samuel Alexander, although Sellers and Lloyd Morgan had had large roles to play in its development. The original idea, however, went back to the ancient Greek and Roman materialists, particularly Epicurus and Lucretius, and was advanced by Marx and Engels, among others. The whole idea was a dialectical one. Referring to emergence in order and life, Needham stated, translated into terms of Marx's philosophy, it is a new dialectical level. We cannot consider nature, he observed much later in his notes for his Spencer lecture, otherwise than as a series of levels of organization, a series of dialectical. This reflected the arrow of time, as he wrote in his unpublished preparatory notes for his integrative levels. Science can hope to grasp and to control higher levels, but not to reduce them to the lower levels. 172. Such a view, Needham suggested, was consistent with Whitehead's non-obscurantist, non-vitalistic organic philosophy, which took as its immortal dictum that physics is the study of the simpler organisms and biology is the study of the more complicated. In such an organic dialectical view, the world could be conceived as consisting of succession in time and envelopes in space, with higher, more complex levels of organization, in a sense, governing both. In what was to be his most powerful statement in this respect, he wrote, "The syntheses at all the successive levels of being, resolving the successive contradictions, form a series of envelopes, for they each include the elements of the contradictions on the levels below them as a series of parts. Like so many things in nature, the successive syntheses form a dendritic continuum or hierarchy of Needham therefore declared in his essay on Whitehead. The fundamental thread that seems to run through the history of our world is a continuous rise in level of." Although believing in progress in this broad sense, a view he never entirely abandoned, Needham was critical of Victorian optimism and disdained the Whig interpretation of history. Influenced by Engels, he did not discount the prospect of ecological degradation and social disorganization coming to dominate the world for long periods of time, and even the likelihood of an end at some point of human advancement. Decades later, he was to declare, "It seems that abundance, unless controlled by ethics, brings deep evil with it. More washing machines, more television sets, more private cars, more large flats for small families may mean higher purchase debauchery and the selfish passion for the acquisition of things at the expense of real-life conditions and connections." For Needham, the dialectical perspective offered by the theory of integrative levels or emergence offered not just a more complex evolutionary picture of development, but, more important, demonstrated that one level of reality was irreducible to another, thus providing an answer to reductionism in science. The question of irreducibility was given a central place in Needham's understanding of dialectics. Not only was there an irreducibility of biological categories to physico-chemical or biological laws, it was also to be understood as a general principle that higher levels, representing succession in time and envelopes in space, were not reducible to lower levels, since they constituted qualitatively new organizational relations, giving rise to emergent properties. The search for organizing relations, Needham noted, was more and more the aim of science. In his Order in Life in 1936, Needham quoted Zavodovsky on dialectical hierarchy and irreducibility. The true task of scientific research, Zavodovsky had stated in his 1931 Second International Congress on the History of Science and Technology, is not the violent identification of the biological and the physical, but the discovery of the qualitatively specific controlling principles which characterize the principal features of every given phenomenon, and the finding of methods of research appropriate to the phenomenon studied. Affirming the unity of the universe and the qualitative multiformity of its expression in different forms of motion of matter, it is necessary to renounce both the simplified reduction of some sciences to others and the sharp demarcation between the physical, biological, and socio-historical sciences. What this meant, according to Needham, was that the biological order is both comprehensible and different from inorganic. He saw understanding this as one of the major contributions of dialectical materialism. Indeed, just as he wrote of the irreducibility of the biological to the physical, so he emphasized the irreducibility of the social to the biological. Denial of the sociological level led to a crude biologism, or even a cruder physicalism. 100 and integrative levels was thus utilized by Needham to combat eugenics, social Darwinism, and the Nazi philosophy, and later on in the 1970s, the kind of biological reductionism associated with Desmond Morris's popular The Naked Ape. Citing the work of Hogben, Haldane, and Muller, Needham strongly opposed eugenics proposals in the 1930s, often emanating from prestigious scientists, for sterilization of the most inferior elements of lower classes and races. In the struggle against all forms of biological reductionism, Needham believed dialectical materialism was the most important weapon. It was neglect of the analysis of integrative levels, the significance of which was most fully developed within Marxian dialectics, Needham was to argue. That led to notable sociological heresies such as the Nazi fascist determination to apply purely biological standards to human societies, or the use of physico-chemical concepts for high organisms, which is associated with the name of Pareto. And 81. The analysis of integrative levels or emergence of new organizational forms resulted in the entire liquidation, in Needham's words, of all controversies of the vitalism mechanism type. Descartes had compared the body to a machine, which led others to argue that there was an inscrutable anima or vital principle that set it working. For mechanists in science, all could be explained by physico-chemical and mechanistic properties of matter. With the rise of dialectical materialism, theories of emergent evolution, and non-obscurantist organicism, as in Whitehead, it was recognized that it was no longer necessary to assert some vital principle to explain different levels of material existence. As Bukharin put it, every new form of moving matter has its own special laws, but this enriched form and these new laws are not cut off by a Chinese wall from those historically preceding them. The latter exist in these in sublated form. 1 and 84. With the transcendence of the distinction between mechanism and vitalism, the latter was essentially obliterated, while the role of the former was only circumscribed because it postulated properties outside the realm of scientific investigation. Here Needham turned to J. H. Woodger's biological principles. According to Woodger's criteria, Needham wrote, "The term vitalism must henceforward be restricted to all propositions of the type. The living being consists of an X in addition to carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, plus organizing relations." But this destroyed the whole notion of vitalism by refusing to allow such an inscrutable and mystical concept as anima to account for organizational relations, which were themselves to be the object of biological science. Vitalism was left with nothing but a redundant and obscurantist tenth. Nevertheless, Needham, in his usual fairness of mind, did not underestimate the service that vitalism had contributed to the advancement of thought in safeguarding complexity and creativity. However, these concepts were the proper domain of materialist dialectics, rather than a mystical vitalism or idealism. Dialectics in its widest sense, Needham argued, was concerned with the emergence of the qualitatively new. Needham's analysis of integrative levels and emergent evolution led to his wider insights into dialectical synthesis. In a section titled The Creativeness of Contradictions in Metamorphoses of Skepticism, the introductory chapter of Time, The Refreshing River, Needham based his analysis of dialectic contradictions on the notion that, rather than violations of formal logic, the principle of contradiction, they constituted real contradictory oppositions, the transcendence and synthesis of which occurred on a higher level. Such contradictions within nature and society were thus real and reflected shifting organizational relations and the emergence of new levels, thus embodying the heterogeneity and complexity, as well as syntheses or relatively stable organizational relations and laws pertaining to a given level, within existence itself. Dialectical ways of thinking were thus rational and scientific insofar as they captured complex evolutionary movements and integrative levels, a material process of which human beings themselves were a part. In what ranks as one of the most direct and powerful statements on materialist dialectics ever written, worth quoting at length, Needham stated. But it was left to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in the last century, building on the dialectic process of the idealist philosopher Hegel, but profoundly influenced through Darwin by the new understanding of evolution which was then dawning on men, to take the revolutionary step of placing the resolution of contradictions within the historical and prehistorical process itself. Contradictions are not resolved only in heaven, they are resolved right here, some in the past, some now, and some in time to come. This is the dialectical materialist way of expounding cosmic development, biological evolution, and social evolution, including all history. Marx and Engels were bold enough to assert that the dialectical process, happens actually in evolving nature itself, and that the undoubted fact that it happens in our thought about nature is because we and our thought are a part of nature. We cannot consider nature otherwise than as a series of levels of organization, a series of dialectical syntheses. From the ultimate particle to atom, from atom to molecule, from molecule to colloidal aggregate, from aggregate to living cell, from cell to organ, from organ to body, from animal body to social association, the series of organizational levels is complete. Nothing but energy, as we now call matter and motion, and the levels of organization or the stabilized dialectical syntheses at different levels have been required for the building of our world. In Needham's view, materialist dialectics, rather than obscurantist or irrational, constituted the only entirely rational way of understanding a world and a universe characterized by heterogeneity, evolution, complexity, and integrative levels, one that made possible the understanding of change, that is, the emergence of the qualitatively new by way of contradictions, mediations that eventually arose within any given level of evolving material reality. The fact that humans were capable of thinking dialectically, that is, in ways that captured a world of Heraclitan movement and change, was itself no mystery, since we were ourselves part of this complex, dialectical process of evolution that characterized the universe. Idealist thinkers like Kant and Hegel claimed that the world was mind-like. Dialectical materialists, in contrast, claimed that the mind was, in a sense, world-like, result of the whole process of human social evolution and the human practical relation to the world. Yet the complexity was such that the material relations of nature and society could not be comprehensively grasped except by means of dialectical reason. Dialectical materialism, for Needham, was far removed from the mechanical materialism that dominated 19th and early 20th century science. He listed 3 limitations of mechanical materialism indicated by Engels: the notion that chemical and organic processes could be reduced to the logic of mechanics, the anti-dialectical character of mechanism, which did not allow for ever-shifting boundaries in natural processes, and that mechanism permitted the existence of idealism up above in the realm of the social. In opposing mechanism, Needham supported the view presented by M.J. Adler in his 1927 dialectic that there was, in Needham's words, a natural affinity between dialectical and organicistic thought. Both Needham and Adler argued that entities in opposition are likely to be parts on one level, of which the whole, the synthesis, occupies the next higher level. 190. Needham saw his own understanding of dialectical materialism, based on Marx and Engels, as congruent with Whitehead's organic philosophy. It may be, he wrote, referring to Whitehead's science and the modern world, that we are on the threshold of a long period, lasting perhaps for several centuries, in which the organic conception of the world will transform society. In Alfred North Whitehead, we surely have to recognize the greatest living philosopher of the organic movement in philosophy and science. If Whitehead in some places spoke in terms of Lloyd Morgan's emergent evolution, in other places he spoke like Marx. Little though the philosophers of organic evolutionary naturalism may have borrowed from one another, they march in the same. What Marxian materialist dialectics offered that was truly distinctive, Needham suggested like Bernal and Haldane, was a conscious focus on the origins of the qualitatively new in an evolving material reality. However, dialectical materialism, he claimed, has been perhaps more successful in emphasizing the existence of the levels of organization and in showing the dialectical character of human thought and discovery than in elucidating the dialectical character of the transitions between the natural levels. An exception to this was Oparin's The Origin of Life. Moreover, there had been useful suggestions. In Needham's organic dialectical view, the successive envelopes of space that represented syntheses of what had gone before were introduced by processes that contained within themselves their own negation. Here he relied on the argument in Bernal's essay, Dialectical Materialism, with its emphasis on residuals. As Needham put it, a key aspect of such a dialectical perspective was an emphasis on reciprocal forces, which informed Needham's approach to ecological issues. Needham viewed Lawrence J. Henderson's 1913 The Fitness of the Environment as the classic account of the reciprocal fitness of the environment and the fitness of the organism, in Darwinian evolution. Henderson's book had started off with the words, Darwinian fitness is, compounded of a mutual relationship between the organism and the environment. Of this, fitness of environment is quite as essential a component as the fitness which arises in the process of organic evolution, that is, of the organism. Through this reciprocity and the resulting synthesis arose the particular organizational relations. They generated a specific physicochemical and ecological niche in the external and internal. From this, Needham concluded, in the case of an animal occupying a known ecological niche, there is but one possible environment, and the dominant species may be said to be well fitted for it. But the environment of man is not given a priori. 198 human beings were especially adept at transforming environments to meet their needs through their social production. For this reason, human beings had to be seen as social beings living in a social environment at a higher, more organized level than other animals, but not free from ecological influences. Although all life forms, for example an amoeba, took part in metabolism, there was something qualitatively different and more varied about the human social metabolism. Needham followed Marx in believing that ecology essentially began with the critical science of Liebig, which, for all its shortcomings, was not afraid to attack the capitalist robbery system, rather than the closed political economy of Malthus, with its narrow class-determined logic. Liebig had shown that the issue was one of the metabolism of the human relation to nature, not simply a static set of natural limitations in relation to the soil. In this same vein, Needham explored the issue of metabolism and irreversibility, that is, the thermodynamic basis of life. Incorporating the thermodynamic analyses of physicist Erwin Schrödinger and mathematical biologist, ecologist Alfred Lotka, the metabolic theory, he wrote, asserts that biological order and thermodynamic order are identical, but that the former is overcompensated as a dissipative structure. Yet, Needham wanted to emphasize the distinctiveness as well of biological order. That is, biotic relations were not reducible to energetics, though conforming to thermodynamic laws. According to Schrödinger in Science and the Human Temperament, as quoted by Needham, the radiation of heat from the sun, of which a small proportion reaches us, is the compensating process making possible the manifold forms of life and movement on Earth, which frequently present the features of increasing order. A small fraction of this tremendous dissipation suffices to maintain life on the Earth by supplying the necessary amount of order, but of course, only so. Long as the prodigal parent, in its own frantically uneconomic way, is still able to afford the luxury of a planet which is decked out with cloud and wind, rushing rivers and foaming seas, and the gorgeous finery of flora and fauna, and the striving millions of mankind. For Needham, such thermodynamic conditions pointed to the ecological limits of the organic world, and the need for conservation, and restraints on the wasting of physical energy and human effort. At the same time, it did not preclude progress in a more ordered world if regulated by science and human reason. It was his theory of integrative levels that pointed most dramatically to the unifying role of ecology in Needham's thought. Hence, in his 1932, Thoughts on the Problem of Biological Organization, he captured in the briefest possible form the newly emerging understanding of the time. The hierarchy of relationships, from the molecular structure of the carbon compounds at one end to the equilibrium between species and ecological wholes at the other, will probably be the guiding idea of the future. 203. The return of Engels's Dialectics of Nature. The publication in 1940 of the English translation of Engels's Dialectics of Nature was a major event for English-speaking Marxists. Even in Germany, it had taken over 40 years from its date of composition before the Dialectics of Nature first appeared in print, and in the case of the English edition, it had taken another decade and a half. A work that had been written by Engels in London in the late Victorian age, when the horse and buggy was the most common form of local transportation, was now available for the first time to English readers in the year of the Blitz, when Germany was massively bombing London from the air. In the 6 decades that had gone by, science had advanced enormously. Some things that Engels had written, though perfectly in accord with the science of his time, were clearly no longer viewed as valid. But the dialectical method of inquiry he had promoted had lost none of its significance. Haldane wrote an extensive preface for the English edition of the Dialectics of Nature, coupled with detailed annotations throughout the book, in which he related Engels's analysis to science as it had developed over the succeeding 60 years. While we can everywhere study Engels's method of thinking to advantage, he said, I believe that the sections of the book which deal with biology are the most immediately valuable to scientists today. Had his remarks on Darwinism been generally known, I, for one, would have been saved a certain amount of muddled thinking. Most remarkable was Engels's insistence, in Haldane's words, that life is the characteristic mode of behavior of proteins. This appeared to be very one-sided to most biochemists, since every cell contains many other complicated organic substances besides proteins. Only in the last 4 years has it turned out that certain pure proteins do exhibit one of the most essential features of living things, reproducing themselves in a variety of. In Haldane's view, Anti-Düring, which covered the whole field of human knowledge, was possibly a greater book than Dialectics of Nature. The main weakness of the Dialectics of Nature was that it was never finished, and indeed could be seen as never fully having been written. Much of it would have been altered as Engels completed the work. What Engels left were extensive drafts and a large series of rough notes. If the originally planned book had been written, it would have been of immense importance for the development of science. But Engels had been forced by circumstances to consign it to the gnawing of the mice following Marx's death in 1883, faced as he was with the immense task of editing the second and third volumes of Capital for publication. Yet this was not to deny the importance of the 4 files constituting the drafts and notes to the Dialectics of Nature that Engels left behind. The modern reader could everywhere gain from Engels' manner of thinking and his attempts to apply dialectical inquiry to nature and natural science, drawing, as we know, on the first 2 subdivisions of Hegel's logic, the doctrine of being and the doctrine of essence. Haldane wrote in his preface to Engels' Dialectics of Nature, Marx and Engels were not content to analyze the changes in society. In dialectics, they saw the science of the general laws of change, not only in society and in human thought, but in the external world which is mirrored by human thought. That is to say, it can be applied to problems of pure science as well as the social relations of science. 219. Here Haldane, with his reference to mirroring, showed his lack of epistemological sophistication. But the idea that dialectical inquiry was, as Haldane emphasized, and as Marx and Engels clearly believed, a much more sophisticated form of human reason, able to address the complexity of relations both in the social reflexive and external natural, physical, intransitive realms, was certainly correct. Following the lead of Lenin and Bukharin, Haldane contrasted Engels' dialectical approach to such issues as the idealist views propounded by Pearson in his Grammar of Science. Engels' attempts in the Dialectics of Nature to explore the dialectical laws of movement were aimed at nothing less than grasping the quantitative dynamics and qualitative breaks the continuities and emerging discontinuities of change in a world in which the human species and human society evolved with nature. Indeed, in his discussions of life, proteins, and metabolism, Engels most fully demonstrated the superiority of his thinking in his time. Life, Engels wrote, as noted in Chapter 6, is the mode of existence of protein bodies, the essential element of which consists in continual metabolic interchange with the natural environment outside them, and which ceases with the cessation of this metabolism. This is a definition of life similar to that offered more than 2/3 of a century later by Nobel Prize-winning Austrian physicist Schrödinger in his famous What is Life? Such metabolism, Engels noted, can also occur in the case of inorganic bodies, and in the long run it occurs everywhere, since chemical reactions take place, even if extremely slowly, everywhere. The difference, however, is that inorganic bodies are destroyed by this metabolism, while in organic bodies it is the necessary condition of their existence. 213, like Marx, and like much of modern systems theory, Engels, as we have seen, employed a concept of the universal metabolism of nature in order to explain the complex dialectical interchanges that constitute life as a whole. For Bernal, who discussed the dialectics of nature in 1940 in a review of the English language edition, Engels' erudition and insight, given that the work was 60 years old, was breathtaking. He saw more clearly, Bernal wrote of Engels, than most distinguished physicists of his time the importance of energy and its inseparability from matter. No change in matter, he declared, could occur without a change in energy, and vice versa. In many ways, his questioning of fundamentals was of the kind that many years later led to the formulation of the quantum theory and the relativity theory. Indeed, Engels' general physical standpoint, Bernal pointed out, was based on the dialectical relation of attraction and repulsion, though it is clear from the way he uses these terms that they are not to be understood as merely mechanical forces drawing bodies together or pushing them apart, but essentially as motions, the one tending to bring everything in the universe together, and the other to keep them apart, the first associated with potential and the second with kinetic energy. This substitution of motion for force, which Engels battles for throughout, was the starting point of Einstein's own criticism of. For Bernal, however, it was the broad perspective on ecology emanating from Engels' dialectics that constituted the most important insight of the dialectics of nature, and the reason why a return to Engels' way of reasoning was so important. A crucial contribution on Engels' part, he argued, was his critique of notions of the human mastery of nature, from which Bernal quoted at length. Engels had powerfully diagnosed the failure of human society to foresee the ecological consequences of its actions, including, in Bernal's words, the effects of undesired physical consequences of human interference with nature, such as cutting down forests and the spreading of deserts. 116 Human progress under the present system could by no means be assumed. For Needham, too, Engels's analysis raised the question of the ecological limits to human expansion. He observed that Engels, whom nothing escaped, wrote in Ludwig Feuerbach, "It is not necessary here to go into the question of whether this mode of outlook, evolutionary dialectical materialism, is thoroughly in accord with the present position of natural science, which predicts a possible end for the Earth, and for its habitability a fairly certain one, which therefore recognizes that for the history of humanity also there is not only an ascending but also a descending curve. At any rate, we will still find ourselves a considerable distance from the turning point at which the historical course of society becomes one of descent." Commenting on this passage, Needham observes, "By this, he Engels would seem to have meant that a time may some day come when the struggle of mankind against the adverse conditions of life on our planet will have become so severe that further social evolution will become impossible." 218. Indeed, there was a fundamental ecological issue here, Needham insisted, related to the second law of thermodynamics. The most highly organized social community should also be the least wasteful, raising the question of the wastefulness of the present order of society, which could be characterized as wasteful of human effort, when infinite care is devoted to the growing of a crop of coffee, only for it to be shoveled into locomotive fireboxes; wasteful of energy, when heavy goods, the transport of which is not urgent, are transported by air or rail, while for purely financial reasons canals lie unused or derelict. Is there not a thermodynamic interpretation of justice? Is not injustice wasteful? Is not the failure to utilize to the maximum the available talent and genius of men a wasteful thing? 219. Here Needham questioned the disorganizing and dissipative nature of the capitalist system, which wasted energy and human creativity along with the gifts of nature, in accordance with purely financial or commodity value relations. When placed against both the real, human possibilities, still unrealized in the present, and alongside Engels's point on natural ecological limits to human society, the present system based on waste and class domination must give way to another, more sustainable path of human development. The object was to create a society in which the alienation of nature and the alienation of labor no longer fed upon the other, a condition that, if allowed to continue, could only result in humanity rapidly moving from its ascending to its descending phase. Forward movement in history, for thinkers such as Bernal, Haldane, and Needham, echoing the Engels of an earlier century, required a struggle over the social relations of science and the social relations of what we now call ecology. Above all, it required an understanding of the freedom of necessity. Chapter 10, Dialectics of Art and Science. Social relations must be changed so that love returns to the earth. Christopher Caldwell. In December 1936 and January 1937, JBS Haldane gave some military training in Madrigueras, Spain, to the British Battalion of the International Brigades fighting on behalf of the Spanish Republic. A photograph at the Imperial War Museum in London shows Haldane giving gas mask instruction along with his assistant against the background of a bombed-out, devastated area. Haldane was responsible for helping to train the British volunteers, not only with respect to how to protect themselves in the event of gas warfare, but also in the handling of Mills grenades, a type of fragmentation hand grenade that had been used by the British Army in the First World War. As it turned out, neither form of training proved to be of practical value in the conflict. Gas did not play a significant part, if any, in the Spanish Civil War, and the British battalion never acquired more than the half-dozen diffused Mills grenades used for training purposes. Yet, even though the training that Haldane gave in 1936 was of little direct consequence for the fighting that followed, it can be seen as of symbolic significance. It constituted the only moment of contact between two of Britain's leading Marxist thinkers of the 1930s. For among the few hundred British volunteers that constituted Haldane's audience was one Christopher St. John Sprigg, better known to the world today by his pen name Christopher Caldwell, the author of such posthumously published works as Illusion and Reality, Studies in a Dying Culture, Further Studies in a Dying Culture, Romance and Realism, The Crisis of Physics, and Heredity and Development. Caldwell's identity as a writer and Marxist theorist was entirely unknown to his comrades in Spain and to the British left as a whole. His only published works at the time, mostly under his real name, were in the areas of aeronautics and detective novels. Within the British battalion, he was seen simply as a particularly modest and likable person, affectionately referred to as Spriggy, but otherwise an ordinary private infantryman, largely indistinguishable from the rest of the British volunteers, all of whom had crossed the sea to commit their lives to the Republican cause. On February 12, 1937, on the first day of the Battle of Jarama, the British battalion was forced to pull back in the face of an onslaught by Francisco Franco's fascist forces. In Company 3, Caldwell and Clem Beckett, who had achieved notoriety in England as a motorcycle rider, had been operating a Schaushat light machine gun, one of the most undependable weapons of its class ever manufactured, all that day on Casablanca Hill. Disobeying the call to withdraw, they stayed behind to cover the retreat of their comrades. buying them some extra time. Their gun jammed and the enemy charged, killing them both. Caldwell was then a few months past his 29th birthday. Caldwell's death in the Spanish Civil War at such a young age. Before his major works had been published, and before most of those works had achieved what would have been their final form, has contributed to an enduring controversy on the long-term historical significance of a figure who constituted the most brilliant and agile mind among the British Marxists of his generation. Caldwell has often been praised and then dismissed, as E.P. Thompson observed, as an extraordinary shooting star crossing England's empirical night, a forerunner of the more sophisticated cultural Marxism of the 1960s. Yet such a view, with its neat closure, Thompson argued, is a grave error. For Caldwell's dialectics, though uneven, allowed him to cross the various chasms of thought from art to science, giving his work a boldness and complexity all its own, and demanding that his work be interrogated again and again. In his famous foreword to Studies in a Dying Culture, Caldwell wrote, "Either the devil has come amongst us having great power, or there is a causal explanation for a disease common to economics, science, and art." In essence, Caldwell can be understood as a thinker who sought to give new life and meaning to William Morris's view that art and science were the two inexhaustible forms of human knowledge. The intellectual failures of bourgeois modernism, he argued, were all traceable to the fact that these two inexhaustible fountains of knowledge were alienated in capitalist society. It is the special achievement of later bourgeois civilization, Caldwell contended, to have robbed science of desirability and art of the cultural chasms this created, extending to every aspect of the human consciousness, from the estrangement of the human metabolism with nature, and thus the alienation of human labor itself, attributable in most developed form to the rise of the commodity-based economy. Caldwell's work was deeply ecological in structure in aesthetic and historical as well as scientific terms, at a time when this form of materialist analysis was still largely undeveloped within the left. It was this unifying element of his thought that allowed him to develop in just a few years surprisingly sophisticated philosophical critiques of bourgeois aesthetics and science, although sometimes displaying signs of the enormous haste and the considerable pressures in which his works were written. The Caldwell phenomenon. Christopher St. John Sprigg, Christopher Caldwell, was born on October 20th, 1907, in Putney, England. Christopher's father, William Stanhope Sprigg, a journalist, was literary editor for the Daily Express and the Provincial Yorkshire Observer, and was founder-editor of Windsor Magazine and Cassell's Magazine. He wrote books about world affairs and several novels. Christopher's mother, Jessica Mary Caldwell, was a graphic artist and a miniaturist who died when he was only 8. His older brother, Theodore Stanhope Sprigg, with whom he was close, became a journalist and wrote some 12 books on aviation. His father was a convert to Catholicism, and his sister, Paula Sprigg, became a nun. Christopher received his initial education at a Roman Catholic preparatory school in Bognor Regis in Sussex. From there, he went to Ealing Priory School, later called St. Bené's, near London. The Benedictine curriculum to which he was exposed at Ealing as a member of the Roman Catholic middle class was crucial to his later development. At Ealing, he was taught some Greek and considerable Latin. He left school, ending his formal education, before his 15th birthday due, to family financial difficulties when his father lost his job as the literary editor of the Daily Express. In November 1922, upon turning 15, Caldwell obtained a job as an apprentice reporter on the Yorkshire Observer in Bradford, where his father was then employed. In May 1926, he returned to London to take up an editorial position, first as sub-editor and then editor, in the trade journal British Malaya in London, a publication of the Association for British Malaya. The following year, he and his brother Theodore received a legacy from an aunt, which allowed them to establish an aeronautical publishing company, Airways Publications, and its monthly publication Airways. Caldwell wrote advertising copy and became manager of Aeromarine Advertising Limited. He also became a director alongside his brother of another company, the Air Press Agency. In 1929, he published Theoretical Notes on Improvements of the Automobile Gear and Automotive Engineer. The following year, he was to patent a design for a variable speed gear that attracted some interest in the industry, but was never adopted. Airways Publications went bankrupt at the end of 1933, ending this phase of Caldwell's career. Prior to the work for which he is best remembered, Caldwell wrote 5 books on aviation, 7 crime novels, a serious novel, This My Hand, numerous short stories, and 150 pages of poetry. Most of this, aside from the poetry, he only published 1 poem in his lifetime, was mainly to earn a living. In one 3-month period in 1934, while working in an office part-time 4 days a week, he wrote a detective novel, an aviation textbook, 30 articles on flying, 6 short stories, and various poems. In late 1934, he took up an interest in Marxism, and during the 2 years that followed, while continuing to support himself through his commercial writing, he composed all of the major works for which he was to become famous. working at the furious pace of up to 5,000 words a day on these manuscripts alone. All of these works were written in 2 years, under his new pen name of Christopher Caldwell, using his mother's maiden name, first adopted in May 1935 for his novel, This My Hand. Much of Caldwell's immense creative output in this period was carried out during the summer and early fall of 1935, which he spent in relative isolation in Porthleven, Cornwall, where he immersed himself in the works of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and V.I. Lenin, and completed illusion and reality. Later that fall, he moved to Poplar in the Dockside district of London, in order to become more acquainted with working-class life and experience the atmosphere of the times. He had 3 different mailing addresses during his year in Poplar, suggesting that he had no stable residence. He soon joined the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, and took part in various street rallies, particularly against fascists. He visited Paris briefly to experience the Popular Front firsthand and came back with renewed energy and enthusiasm. He also took a course on Marxism and literature with Alec West and Douglas Garman, who knew him as Christopher Sprigg. He told them nothing of his writings, however, of which his comrades in the CPGB were also unaware. He would write until 5 p.m. every day and then go to the CPGB branch and participate in open-air meetings or sell the Daily Worker on the streets. On June 7, 1936, he was arrested as a result of a fight with Oswald Mosley's Blackshirts and was accused falsely of assaulting the police. Very little is known about Caldwell's personal relationships. His closest friends were his school friend Paul Beard from Ealing Priory, who had become a literary critic and editor, and Paul Beard's wife, Elizabeth Beard, a writer. Both took great interest in Caldwell's work. Those who knew Caldwell best referred to him as quiet, reserved, and sincere, but not without humor, a good companion able to entertain others. He had various romantic relationships, without making any lasting commitments. Interestingly, Celia Harrison, Caldwell's protagonist in the first part of This My Hand, has been described as a fictionalized female version of his younger self, learning Greek and Latin at an early age, along with geometry, French, history, geography, and literature. Moving with her father at age 14 to Yorkshire, she attends university extension courses and the Mechanics Institute, loves poetry, and writes book reviews for the local paper. This manifests in part Caldwell's own ideals with respect to women in life. Caldwell was supportive in his writings of the early feminist movement and its intellectual aspirations, but argued that figures such as the Brontes, George Eliot, George Sand, and Virginia Woolf were not at that time fighting for substantive equality, but rather for equality in a male bourgeois world. Thus, the woman revolts within the categories of bourgeois culture. Of course, this revolt is bound to fail because it asserts woman's right to be man, in other words, to enslave herself to masculine values. It is like those pseudo-socialisms in which the proletariat is given bourgeois rights. The problem was that none of these revolutions, including the vote for women, gain real equality because they are ultimately parasitic on male values. Real, substantive equality was essential to any genuine conception of socialism. As Helena Sheehan has commented, his Caldwell's sensitivity to the life experience of women as aliens within the bourgeois worldview was particularly extraordinary. With uncanny perceptiveness, he showed how the dominant worldview was based on the male experience of life, and how the first stages of rebellion took the form demanding women's rights in male terms and in a male world. He traced the stages of development of women's consciousness as at first partial, inchoate, non-cognitive, as a result of exclusion from control of the economy and the cognitive and cultural apparatus of society, and he expressed his expectation that a fusion of male and female experience would occur in the course of the revolutionary process and would result in the transformation of both in a new and higher synthesis. Caldwell's love of poetry is full of earthly passion and longing for the fulsomeness of love foregone. When I could bite my tongue out in desire, to have your body, local now to me, you were a woman, and your proper image unvarying on the black screen of night, what are you now? A thigh, a smile, an odor, a cloud of anecdotes, and fed desires bubblingly unfolds inside my brain to vex its vision with a monstrous beast. Caldwell soon became the secretary of his branch of the CPGB. Late in 1936, he was chosen to drive an ambulance purchased by the members to aid the Republican cause in Spain. In December 1936, rather than returning from Spain, he enlisted in the British Battalion of the International Brigade and was trained as a machine gunner. He also became the political representative of his group and the joint editor of the battalion's newspaper. It was there that Caldwell gave up his life, covering the retreat of his comrades on the first day of the Battle of Jarama, fought in defense of Madrid and the Spanish Republic. In his final letter to his friend Paul Beard, on December 9, 1936, shortly before he left for Spain, Caldwell wrote, "There is always the possibility that I may not come back from Spain, in which case I shall leave behind me a mass of manuscripts, some of which may be worth publishing." The letter, contained a list of these manuscripts and his opinion of the state in which he had left them. Studies in a Dying Culture, he said, was only drafts with some good ideas, and the Crisis in Physics was half written, half ready for the press. The other half needed to be redone for grammar and sense. His plays and novels, he claimed, were all completely worthless, and his short stories were a product of his earlier sentimental period, partly worth publishing. Caudwell's failure to mention other manuscripts, such as Romance and Realism and Heredity and Development, was no doubt due to his seeing them as part of his studies in a dying culture, which was itself later published. More than a decade apart in two separate collections, Studies in a Dying Culture and Further Studies in a Dying Culture. Illusion and Reality was already in press when he left for Spain. All the manuscripts were left with his brother Theodore, with the stipulation that decisions on publication would be guided entirely by Beard, and presumably his wife, Elizabeth Beard, Caudwell's closest friends, critics, and advisors. Within 3 years of his death, Illusion and Reality, Studies in a Dying Culture, and The Crisis of Physics all appeared. With the publication of Further Studies in a Dying Culture, the main corpus of Caudwell's work had been published. Nevertheless, such important works as Romance and Realism and Heredity and Development, and much of his poetry and correspondence did not appear until the 1970s and 1980s. The Caudwell Controversy. The controversies that Caudwell's work generated in left circles were so great that it would be naive to attempt to approach his work directly, without first taking a look at the debates his work stirred. Caudwell's Illusion and Reality, The Crisis in Physics, and Studies in a Dying Culture created a sensation in left circles in the late 1930s. As Maynard Solomon has written, Marxist criticism had virtually disappeared from English letters after William Morris's lectures of the 1890s. Caudwell was the first to fill this as well as other gaps, and his work was initially greeted enthusiastically on the left. The Marxist classicist George Thompson wrote in his opening biographical note to Illusion and Reality that Caudwell's work marked an entirely new departure in literary criticism. It is the first comprehensive attempt to work out a Marxist theory of. Haldane declared, "No one who has read Illusion and Reality can doubt that Caudwell was one of the ablest men of his generation." Of Caudwell's The Crisis in Physics, he said, "I know of no writer of our time whose analysis of the problem of freedom goes so deep." Haldane added that Caudwell's book would be a quarry of ideas for future generations of philosophers, and that he would be surprised if some at least of his ideas are not accepted by physicists. In its final form, it might have been one of the most important books of our time. 1. Hyman Levy, in his preface to The Crisis of Physics, observed that Caudwell provided a combined social and scientific understanding that would be rare in a scientist of mature experience. To find them in this man is almost phenomenal. 22. But it was Caudwell as the aesthetic theorist that stood out most at the time. In a review of Illusion and Reality, the celebrated poet W.H. Auden wrote, "We have waited a long time for a Marxist book on the aesthetics of poetry. Now at last Mr. Caudwell has given us such a book." Illusion and Reality is a long essay on the evolution of freedom in man's struggle with nature, and of the essentially social nature of words, art, and science, an approach which enables Mr. Caudwell to make the clearest and most cogent criticism of Freud and Jung, while using their discoveries which I have ever read. This is the most important book on poetry since the books of Dr. Aya Richards, and in my opinion provides a more satisfactory answer to the many problems which poetry raises. Georg Lukács referred respectfully to Caudwell numerous times in his own writings on aesthetics, calling him a highly gifted English aesthetician, a discerning philosopher, and spirited and progressive. Although Lukács criticized Caudwell for going too far in the direction of romantic subjectivism, he nonetheless praised him for the acuteness of his theoretical observations. Nevertheless, Caudwell's work, which was initially looked upon so favorably on the left, was to spark a fierce debate within the old left in the late 1940s, involving such figures as Maurice Cornforth, J.D. Bernal, and Thompson, followed shortly after by an intervention by Raymond Williams, a new left figure. A second debate on Caudwell's work, no less fierce than the first, took place in the 1970s, between the first and second New Lefts, involving such celebrated theorists as Terry Eagleton, Francis Mulhern, Thompson, and Williams. In general, the second New Left, representing younger theorists who were more dismissive of Caudwell, triumphed over the first New Left on this issue, despite the power of Thompson's and Williams's responses. The result of these cumulative critiques was that Caudwell's reputation was severely marred, especially in relation to the New Leftists of the 1960s, influenced by the Althusserian tradition. Interest in his work therefore waned. A number of sophisticated works on Caudwell's literary and cultural theories were written in the late 1980s, and some of his still unpublished work was released at that time, including Heredity and Development, published in a 1986 collection called Scenes and Actions, Unpublished Manuscripts, edited by Jean Duparc and David Margulies. None of this work, seeking to rehabilitate Caldwell in the eyes of cultural theorists, seems to have attracted the attention of the more prominent left cultural theorists, who by that time had moved on, and thus interest in his work continued to wane. Nevertheless, the publication of Heredity and Development was to lead to renewed appreciation of his dialectics of art and science, and the relation of this to the human interaction with nature through production, emanating this time not so much from Marxist literary theorists but from Marxian ecologists, who were linked with the older Romantic socialist tradition, associated with thinkers like Morris and Caldwell. Caldwell's reputation originally took a beating in the Cold War era when Cornforth, a philosopher known for his writings on dialectical materialism and a leading figure within the CPGB, launched a major attack on Caldwell's work in an article titled Caldwell and Marxism in the winter 1950 one issue of Modern Quarterly. This was to result in a larger debate within the CPGB in particular. Most of the criticisms were directed at Caldwell's illusion and reality, although they extended to his other works as well. Cornforth argued that Caldwell, despite the prestige his work had attained, had not developed a Marxist aesthetics. Rather, his approach was contaminated from the start with Sigmund Freud's theory of instincts, as well as bourgeois genetics, specifically the work of August Weismann and his notions of germplasm. A criticism designed to place Caldwell outside the Lysenko camp and thus opposed to the then Soviet orthodoxy. In Cornforth's interpretation, Caldwell's whole conception of the changeless instincts and their contradictory relation with cultural environment and environmental reality is borrowed from bourgeois ideologists and is foreign to and hostile to Marxism. Applied to human affairs, this is a singularly reactionary theory. It teaches that human nature never changes, but remains at bottom always the same. It was precisely this that undermined Caldwell's theory of poetry and aesthetics in general. Caldwell had declared that all art is emotional and therefore concerned with the instincts whose adaptation to social life produces. Emotional Caldwell's theory of poetry, thus, Cornforth charged, derived from his Freudian idealist premises and from his overall Weismann-Freud metaphysics that led him dualistically to write of both the inner world of the unconscious self and the outer world of external reality, both of which were seen as affecting poetic imagery. Rejecting Caldwell's purported idealism, Cornforth faithfully quoted Stalin. Poets, as Stalin said, are engineers of the human soul. Cornforth condemned Caldwell especially for contending that poetry and art are based on illusion, a concept that Caldwell used in the sense of the theory of mimesis, art as creative imitation in Aristotle's Poetics. Mimesis here referred to the ideal potential as well as the actual, and was seen as having a cognitive reality all its own. It was Caldwell's claim, following Aristotle, that poetic images in his sense represented a secondary, but in many ways higher and more complex interaction with the world that Cornforth rejected as inherently anti-Marxist. Likewise, Caldwell's notion of the genotype, which stood for the human biological and psychological inheritance as constantly transformed in human social life but still existent, was condemned as the crude, emotional underworld that supported Caldwell's concept of illusion. For Cornforth, this was to be categorically rejected as denying the full malleability of human beings. This despite the fact that the concept of genotype was fundamental to biology at the time and has remained so. Most objectionable, Cornforth insisted, was Caldwell's notion of the inner energy flowing out from the individual human being, which was characterized as idealist in nature, stemming from sources that were not social. All of this was taken as evidence that Caldwell's aesthetics, and his thought in general, had been initially embraced by the left with uncritical enthusiasm and now had to be rejected as idealist and un-Marxist. Reflecting the different atmosphere of the 1950s from the 1930s, Cornforth's charges clearly emanated from an official Marxism, which had become much narrower in its overall conception and less open to critical synthesis with other perspectives than ever before. Among those who strongly backed Cornforth's criticisms of Caldwell was Bernal. The attraction of Caldwell's thinking and its major flaw, he contended, was its introduction of concepts derived from the sciences to explore issues primarily in the realms of aesthetics and philosophy. Caldwell's ideas were largely those of contemporary bourgeois scientific philosophy, Einsteinian, Morganist, Freudian, and not those of Marxism. No attentive reader can escape an uneasy feeling on reading Caldwell, as if written in two languages at once. Freud, Einstein, and Marx are uncomfortable bedfellows. Quite untypical of his thought in general, Bernal here seemed to narrow Marxism down to a dogmatic doctrine, walled off from all other traditions of thought. And Caldwell had dangerously ventured outside this walled-off discourse. More meaningfully, Caldwell was accused of a kind of biological determinism. For all the emphasis on society and labor, Bernal wrote, Caldwell cannot escape from biologism, the introduction into human social affairs of concepts derived from the lower levels of non-social organic evolution. Caldwell's dialectic was far more Hegelian than Marxist. The material unity is not objective matter in any sense, but much more like the matter-mind stuff of Russell's neutral monism. Bernal concluded, though Caldwell's work contains many original and suggestive ideas and much closely woven argumentation, it cannot be considered as a Marxist classic. To read it with profit and without danger of confusion requires an already matured grasp of the principles of Marxism. Yet, as if contradicting his own argument, he acknowledged that Caldwell criticized brilliantly and destructively the philosophical conclusions of Bourgeois. Thomson defended Caldwell against such attacks in an article for the spring 1950 issue of the Modern Quarterly titled In Defense of Poetry. He contended that his own Aeschylus in Athens, his most influential book and destined to be recognized as a classic, could not have been written without the basis that Caldwell had provided in illusion and reality. The two leading ideas in illusion and reality, Thomson argued, were: first, science and art are complementary and mutually indispensable activities of the human mind, both concerned with the extension of man's understanding and control of nature and himself, the one directly, through the reason, by changing the external world, the other indirectly, through the emotions, by changing the subjective attitude to it. Secondly, neither can be understood without reference to their origin and development, and the origin of both is to be sought in the emergence of those interdependent characteristics which distinguish man from animals, tools, and speech. For Thomson, it was Caldwell's larger dialectics of art and science, and his tracing of these issues, particularly art, to their anthropological and historical origins in the long path of human evolutionary and social development that capture the brilliance of Caldwell's work, and which he applied to his own investigations. Overall, Caldwell, in Thomson's interpretation, was engaged in a long argument in which he is trying to define the complementary functions of art and science in associated men's struggle with nature. As with Marx, Caldwell begins with man acting on nature, and his position is like that of Marx, who describes the labor process as one in which man of his own accord starts, regulates and controls the material relations, metabolism, between himself and. It was from this that he develops his understanding of the origins of art and science, which can only be seen in relation to the human interrelationship with nature through labor and production. The extraordinary range of Caldwell's analysis and the synthesis at which he aimed, Thomson contended, made his work difficult. Aesthetics, anthropology, linguistics, psychology, philosophy, history, economics, all these disciplines are harnessed to the argument of illusion and reality, and in his other books he explores physics, mathematics, and. Thomson was not aware of Caldwell's unpublished Heredity and Development and his treatment of biological evolution. Thomson adamantly rejected the notion that Caldwell's concept of genotype reduced human beings, as Cornforth said, simply to a pack of genes, or that it denied the social and historical development of human nature, and he provided passages in Caldwell to demonstrate that this was not the case. He pointed out that Caldwell's analysis was always dialectical, relating the organism to its environment, or as Caldwell put it, its ecology, but invariably connecting this to the distinctly human role in mediating this relation through the organization of production. Although Caldwell drew on Freud's theory of instincts, he did so in a critical fashion, transforming it in relation to historical materialism through a focus on human labor. Caldwell's treatment of poetry as arising out of the process of mimesis in Aristotle's sense, and having its anthropological origins in the mimetic dance, as described by Jane Harrison and the Cambridge ritualists, opened up whole new vistas for historical materialist analysis, which had inspired Thomson's own investigations. To give all this up for a mechanical dogmatism represented a threat to historical materialism itself. Appeals to Stalin, Thomson dryly remarked, in response to Cornforth, can never be a substitute for a serious study of one's. A different response, more distant, came from Williams in his Culture and Society, 1780-1950. Looking at the Caldwell debate from the standpoint of one who is not a Marxist, Williams noted the extraordinary difference of opinion on Caldwell and Marxism that separated thinkers like Bernal and Thomson. Williams indicated some doubts about Caldwell as a literary theorist, since he seemed to display little subtlety in the knowledge of actual literature. Indeed, for the most part his discussion is not specific enough even to be. Nevertheless, Williams conceded that Caldwell was immensely prolific of ideas over an unusually wide field of interest. What was of interest to Williams was that Caldwell did not approach issues of culture through a rigid superstructure model, but rather focused on the relationship between science and art and the role of illusion, the imaginary, of mimesis, in the treatment of the latter. As Caldwell had written, just as the scientist is the explorer of new realms of outer reality, the artist continually discovered new realms of the heart. The case of Caldwell, Williams observed, raised the issue in this respect of an improvement of Marx, one in which the English Romantic tradition of culture came together with Marxism, reminiscent of Thomson's interpretation of Morris. In fact, as we look at the English attempt at a Marxist theory of culture, what we see is an interaction between Romanticism and Marx. Between the idea of culture, which is the major English tradition, and Marx's brilliant reevaluation of it, we have to conclude that the interaction is as yet far from complete. This was, of course, to define Williams's own later work as well as Thompson's as leading figures of the first New Left. As John Higgins writes, what Williams finds in at least some of the English Marxists, and most explicitly in Caldwell, is a significant debt to Romanticism in their conception of the value of art as an active force in social. In Culture and Society, Williams, as he later observed, was still reading against Caldwell. However, this had changed 3 years later, in The Long Revolution, where Williams, in his opening chapter on the creative process, drew on Caldwell's essay on consciousness as representing a sophisticated dialectical epistemology. It was at this time that Williams began a serious reassessment of Caldwell's contribution, focusing not on illusion and reality, but rather on Caldwell's later, though not much later, studies in a dying culture, and more significantly, his further studies in a dying culture. Nevertheless, Williams's reconsideration of Caldwell was left largely implicit and undeveloped, and its significance was not widely recognized. Williams, as he was at pains to indicate at the time, was not a Marxist. The Caldwell controversy of the 1950s seemed to have put Caldwell beyond the pale. As E.P. Thompson later observed, by the time the dust had settled, his work had fallen into general disrepute. 2. But it was in the 1970s, rather than the 1950s, that Caldwell was subject to the harshest criticism, when he came under criticism emanating from the emerging Second New Left. In The Marxist Aesthetics of Christopher Caldwell, in New Left Review in 1974, Francis Mulhern, in criticizing Caldwell, charged that his whole theoretical structure was, in Louis Althusser's sense of the term, historicist, lacking in all theoretical determination. Caldwell was mainly concerned, Mulhern's readers were told, with freedom from the forces of nature, that is, an abstract bourgeois conception of freedom. Moreover, besides being historicist, Caldwell was said to have propounded a timelessness and a fixed human nature. Poetry itself was supposedly defined by Caldwell in suprahistorical terms, minus the theoretical foundations later provided by Althusserian structuralism. According to Mulhern, the regression in Caldwell's analysis, from which his historicism derived, was, at heart, a psychologism. Caldwell saw art simply as emotion, and thus as mere expression, the poetic counterpoint of the reflection of crude materialism. Mulhern alleged that Caldwell's analysis was aimed at the Promethean goal of freedom from nature through the mastery of nature as society's objective, whereas, in truth, Caldwell, in the cited passages, had argued for a much more dialectical view, seeing the growth of freedom and individuality as occurring reflexively through organization imposed by nature, and in his The Human Actor's interaction with it. And Terry Eagleton's dismissal of Caldwell in his 1976 Criticism and Ideology, a study of Marxist literary theory, was even more severe. Here, in a well-known passage, Eagleton remarked, "Who is the major English Marxist critic? Christopher Caldwell, Hellas." It is in such pat question and answer that the problem of a Marxist criticism in contemporary Britain is most deftly posed. For though Caldwell is the major forebear, major at least, in the sheer undaunted ambitiousness of his project, it is equally true that there is little, except negatively, to be learnt from him. Not that we can learn only from the English, or that Caldwell's limitations were just his own, insulated from much of Europe, intellectually isolated even within his own society, permeated by Stalinism and idealism. Bereft of a theory of superstructures, Caldwell nonetheless persevered in the historically hopeless task of producing from these unpropitious conditions a fully fledged Marxist aesthetic. His work bears all the scars of that self-contradictory enterprise, speculative and erratic, studded with random insights, punctuated by hectic forays into and out of alien territories, and strewn with hair-raising theoretical vulgarities. If Caldwell lacked a tradition of Marxist aesthetics, it is a measure of that absence that we, coming after him, lack one too. These unrelenting attacks on Caldwell by figures from the Second New Left, represented by Mulhern and Eagleton, were to generate powerful critical rejoinders from those identified with the First New Left, such as Thompson, and to some extent, Williams. Responding to Eagleton and Mulhern's criticisms of Caldwell, but also to those emanating from Cornforth and Bernal 2 decades before, Thompson wrote a long, passionate essay on Christopher Caldwell for the Socialist Register in 1977, in which he defended Caldwell and emphasized his importance, but not without some sharp criticisms of his own, directed at Caldwell's work. Key to Thompson's response was a devaluing of Caldwell's illusion and reality, which Mulhern and others had characterized as Caldwell's major work. Illusion and Reality was, in Thompson's words, a bad book, if seen as a single, coherent argument. It was an ill-organized, involuted, and repetitive book, and some of its concepts were unsatisfactory or undeveloped. It was beyond the repair of close but illusion, and reality was also a misunderstood work, to which many of the criticisms directed at it did not apply. and though its faults were apparent, it contained elements of originality and brilliance, making it a source of considerable critical inspiration for later thinkers. These seemingly contradictory appraisals arose from the circumstances in which Illusion and Reality was composed. Caldwell had started writing it at his usual breakneck pace early in 1934, but by the summer of 1934, he had become engaged in Marxist theory. The book thus had the character of an analysis that had been started under one set of preconceptions and then shifted to another, with considerable rewriting along the way, giving it an inconsistent and even contradictory shape. It was best seen as an incomplete, hasty synthesis, and a radical but partial breaking away from earlier forms of thinking. It read neither like a Marxist work, particularly in terms of the orthodoxy of the time, or a non-Marxist one, but a kind of unsettled amalgamation of the two, which nonetheless revealed much of Caldwell's creative process and the heretical nature of his analysis. On top of this, the book's argument was interrupted by 4 misconceived chapters on the development of English poetry that were universally seen as an embarrassment, indicating Caldwell's lack of any real sense of history and its relation to literary forms, or even the particulars of the poetry to which he referred. This tended to highlight, especially for those interested in literary criticism, Caldwell's specific weaknesses, including his lack of knowledge of particular art forms, rather than his theoretical strengths. Thomson noted that his later Romance and Realism, which was spun off from studies, partly altered this verdict. Romance and Realism reveals a quite new specificity of judgment, a more watchful eye, and a more attentive ear, notably in its treatment of Meredith, Hardy, Kipling, Moore, and Virginia Woolf. This suggests reserves of critical power only casually drawn upon in Caldwell's earlier writings. 8. In Thomson's view, it was not Illusion and Reality that represented the best in Caldwell, but rather the essays that Caldwell had written in his Studies series, Studies in a Dying Culture, Further Studies in a Dying Culture, The Crisis in Physics, and Romance and Realism. Heredity and Development had not yet been published. Although these works were all written only a year or so after Illusion and Reality, they represented not the mature Caldwell, but as mature as Caldwell became. Astonishingly, in the transition from Illusion and Reality to the Studies, Thomson noted, more had changed in Caldwell than could be expected in the passage of 1 year. Of particular importance were the 5 essays, published in the late 1940s in Further Studies: The Breath of Discontent, a study of bourgeois religion; Beauty, a study in bourgeois aesthetics; Men and Nature, a study in bourgeois history; Consciousness, a study in bourgeois psychology; and Reality, a study in bourgeois philosophy. Of the 5 essays, only the one on history, in Thomson's judgment, had little to recommend it. Together, these works, plus parts of The Crisis in Physics, and no doubt a few of the elements of Illusion and Reality, were what Thomson wanted considered of lasting significance. Perhaps 90% of Caldwell's work, he wrote, no longer affords any point of entry into the present. Yet the remaining 10% displayed an extraordinary, searching vitality. It offered a heretical and synthetic approach to historical materialism that brought the subjective back into the argument, in many ways linking up with the romantic tradition of Marxism going back to Morris. For Thomson, Caldwell's unfinished manuscripts represent the most heroic effort of any British Marxist to think his own intellectual time. Caldwell's virtue lay in his deep insights, promising a more critical, heretical, and constructive historical materialism. Yet, his entire intellectual corpus did not extend beyond his early writings. There were no later ones, written in a few years in his late 20s. Although undoubtedly the most powerful and precocious Marxist theorist in Britain of his generation, his enormous promise was cut short by an early death. Nothing he wrote, Thomson stated, perhaps conceding too much, is of a maturity or a consistency to merit election as a Marxist or any other kind of. Yet, what was interesting in Caldwell was what he attempted and how far he got in his bold attempts, which caused thinkers in his generation to return to him again and again. His dialectical imagination was daunting. The consensus on Caldwell, Thomson believed, was correct, that he presented an immense quarry of ideas, in Haldane's words. Indeed, what was surprising was the sheer productiveness of this quarry in providing much of the stone necessary to reconstruct historical materialism on new foundations. Illusion and Reality, although containing flaws, was, in Thomson's view, grossly misunderstood by most of his critics, including Cornforth, Eagleton, and Mulhern. Caldwell had never perceived it as providing a Marxian aesthetics. Instead, its subtitle was A Study of the Sources of Poetry. It was primarily anthropological in its emphasis, seeking to understand the role of the imagination in the form of art and also science in human evolution and the evolution of human society. One of the difficulties faced by English literary theorists in reading Caldwell's book is that it extended far beyond their bounds. Caldwell's Illusion and Reality had started out as a much larger manuscript called Verse and Mathematics. The published book had a bibliography of over 500 titles, A rough and ready breakdown into categories gives us linguistics, philosophy, general science, including genetics, physics, ancient civilizations, Egypt, Greece, Rome, Marxism, history, economics, general politics, literary criticism, and the arts. 75th, psychology and neurology. 78, anthropology and archaeology. 122. A few titles evade even these classifications, and there are 2 or 3 volumes of poetry. 52. Although Eagleton had described Caldwell's book as an excursion in literary analysis that included hectic forays into and out of alien territories, such as anthropology and psychology, it was rather the other way around, with the anthropological origins of art as the imaginative correlate of the mediation between human beings and nature through labor, constituting the principal emphasis of Caldwell's theoretical endeavor. The fact that there was so little poetry contained in his bibliography reflected that literary exegesis was not his principal concern. Caldwell's focus on the anthropological origins of art was an area in which Thompson declined to tread. But there was no doubt, as later thinkers were to discover, that the most important work in the development of Caldwell's Marxian theory of the origins of art was the anthropology of Jane Harrison and the Cambridge Ritualists, or that Caldwell's Marxian analysis of the sources of poetry had opened up a whole new realm for historical materialism. This, as Thompson contended, was realized less in Caldwell's own work than in that of those most directly influenced by him, notably in George Thompson's Aeschylus in Athens and in his lucid Marxism and poetry. And more important than this, for Thompson, was Caldwell's dialectical and materialist approach to issues of art and science, and to the whole question of culture, one that provided a kind of prologue, never followed up due to Caldwell's early death, to an alternative, heretical, historical materialist approach to culture. Attempts to dismiss Caldwell's approach as a crude psychologism were wrong. His concept of the formation of myth, ritual, and poetry, accompanying production and language, both seen following Marx and Engels as mediations between human beings and nature, relied on a broad psychological construct that Caldwell called the genotype, that is, a notion of pre-human, instinctual characteristics that persisted in a timeless though transformed way throughout human culture. But Caldwell's insistence that humanity was a product of society and particular cultures saved him from an essentialist paradigm that constantly threatened to take over in his work. The concept of genotype was transformed in Caldwell's treatment from a purely genetic physiological basis into something that was more socio-psychological, owing as much to Emil Durkheim as to Freud. This gave to Caldwell's work a sense of the perennial human conflict between those primitive aspects of human evolution and existence that were, in his analysis, pre-human, and the social-cultural developments that defined humanity in society. Such ideas did not arise from Marxism, rather they emanated from Caldwell's pre-Marxian phase. But he sought to integrate it in complex ways with the Marxian theory of human nature as something that was made in history, through the development of society in the context of human labor and production. Moreover, Caldwell's tendency to an essentialism of sorts almost completely fell away in his studies, as he got further into Marxism. What was important for Thompson was Caldwell's refusal, though this was never worked out consistently, simply to consign culture to the superstructure, seeing it rather as integral to production and the imaginative counterpart of human labor. Here Caldwell's dialectics came into play. It is true that he often paraded binaries as if this was in itself dialectics, but this was only to express the extent of the antagonisms within bourgeois society itself, particularly in the struggle between human beings and nature, which could only be traversed by various mediations, at root labor and language, and manifested imaginatively in art and science. In Romance and Realism, Caldwell counterposed the liberal diet of dualisms, which could not conceive that subject and object are not mutually exhaustive opposites, to a conception of the unity of opposites, arising through various mediations. Indeed, Thompson stressed, Caldwell strongly condemned the crude reflection or correspondence theory that dominated Marxian epistemology at the time. At all times, he conveyed a complexity of relationship which cannot be sustained by the image of reflection. In his studies manuscripts, he was openly antagonistic to any idea of simple reflection or mirroring as a valid epistemological view. Social consciousness, he wrote, is not a mirror image of social being. If it were, it would be useless, a mere fantasy. Caldwell's way of seeing coincident and opposed potentialities within a single moment, and of following through the contradictory logic of the ideological progress, Thompson argued, was a rare gift, attained fully only in his final year. After Blake and Marx, this faculty of dialectical vision has been rare enough for us to regard it with special. This dialectical character of Caldwell's thought could be seen in his treatment of the notion of the struggle of man with nature, that was a constant trope, particularly common in the natural sciences and in Marxism, in his day. At times he seemed himself to have fallen prey to this trope. But Caldwell, as Thompson said, was not at all Promethean. And indeed it was this struggle in the human transformation of nature, and the transformation at the same time of the human relation to nature and of human beings themselves, that he sought above all to understand, particularly through kaleidoscopic reflection in the main repositories of human knowledge, art, and science. For Caudwell, even the notion of production needed to be broken down and removed from dualistic conceptions. In his essay on love, he wrote, "Just as human life is being mingled with knowing, society is economic production mingled with love." It was this alienation of love and community through an alienated system of production that was in fact his guiding concern. Thompson's defense of Caudwell was complemented by Williams's insistence on a need for a reassessment of Caudwell's contribution to cultural theory. In the introduction to his important Marxism and Literature in 1977, the same year as Thompson's essay, Williams insisted on the need to read Caudwell differently, as part of a much wider Marxian tradition, of which the stale official Marxism of the Stalin era that Caudwell rejected was merely a part. Williams did not there, however, disclose his own new appreciation of Caudwell. 2 years later, though, Williams addressed the problem of Caudwell again in his Politics and Letters, indicating that it was much more useful to read with him, recognizing the partial breakthroughs he represented rather than against him, and that Caudwell's work had reached another level with his various works associated with studies, which transcended illusion and reality. Williams was most critical of Caudwell's reliance on anthropology and psychology, reaching back to the concept of genotype, which had largely disappeared from Caudwell's writing after Illusion and Reality. In the late 1970s and in the 80s, a number of significant studies dedicated to reclaiming Caudwell as a literary theorist were written in the Academy. None of these served to revive Caudwell as a thinker within the broader literature. However, one crucial development was a reemphasis on the deep anthropological origins of art, so central to Caudwell's aesthetics. This was to dovetail with the interest in Caudwell as an ecologically oriented theorist, which arose with the publication in 1986 of his Heredity and Development. A whole new conception of his work began to emerge, in which his contributions were seen as directed at both an aesthetic materialism and an ecological materialism, providing a long coevolutionary view of the rise of art and science, rooted in the changing human metabolism with nature as a whole. Caudwell declared in a letter to Paul and Elizabeth Beard in November 1935 that his weakness hitherto had been the lack of an integrated Weltanschauung, allowing him to link art and science in human development. He by then had found his worldview in historical materialism, but Caudwell was not tied to some rigid orthodoxy. "My approach," he wrote to Elizabeth Beard later that month, contemplating his work on studies and already achieving some distance from his illusion and reality as a milestone, but one not without limitation, will of course be that of historical materialism. But I hope to avoid thrusting the richness of our heritage of knowledge of art into sterile formulae. Rather, he sought to confront the question, how can we think of the future without holding it to our own barrenness? Historical materialism was for Caudwell a creative form of inquiry, allowing him to explore the complex and contradictory developments of culture in contemporary capitalism. As Paul and Elizabeth Beard were to note, Caudwell was fully aware that his thought was heretical from the standpoint of the Marxism of his day, which he saw as somewhat outmoded and requiring development. Although he adhered to classical historical materialism in its fundamentals, the wider connections related to human consciousness, the dialectic of subject-object, and the relation of art and science all approached anew. The final stage of Caudwell's thought, as Paul Beard remarked, was that of the Marxist who believed he had at last discovered a worldview to which both science and art had to be adjusted to become fully intelligible and purposeful. Fundamentally, every way of understanding the world is shown to be a form of art or science. Illusion and reality are the names he gives to these two fields of feeling and knowing, subject and object, which together, polarized yet interpenetrating, symbolize the complete dialectics of art. Even as strong a defender of Caudwell as Thompson, as we have seen, was to decry Caudwell's Illusion and Reality as a bad book. Yet the brilliance and complexity of that frequently misunderstood work have continued to fascinate subsequent thinkers, despite the overall decline that Caudwell's reputation suffered. If Illusion and Reality was criticized in the 1950s by thinkers like Cornforth and Bernal for having given in to psychologism, and if it was rejected in the 1970s for having huge inadequacies in its treatment of modern literature, both criticisms can be seen as having largely missed the point of Caudwell's book, resulting from narrower concerns than those that Caudwell exhibited. To regard Caudwell as a literary critic, Robert Sullivan wrote, is to look for his weaknesses rather than his strengths. 7. Trained in the Greek and Latin classics from an early age, Caudwell was inspired primarily by the revolution in the understanding of the classics that emerged in the interwar years. The works of Jane Harrison, Francis Cornford, Gilbert Murray, and the Cambridge ritualists in general sought to reinterpret the classics based on new anthropological and archaeological studies, as well as new developments in psychology. It was also in this period that Marxist interpretations of the classics emerged in the work of figures like Benjamin Farrington, Thompson, who was heavily influenced by Caudwell, W.K.C. Guthrie, and Jack Lindsay. A contemporary of Caudwell's and later a leading Marxist classicist, G.M.E. Distacroix, whose major writings were to come later, was also a product of the Marxist, classicist research of the time. Additionally, this period saw the emergence of social archaeology in the work of the influential Australian Marxist V. Gordon Childe, who resided in London in the 1920s and published The Dawn of European Civilization, which influenced Caudwell. Decades of scholarship have established, in the words of Henry Stead and Edith Hall, that Caudwell's fundamental thesis in illusion and reality is inspired by the argument between Plato and Aristotle on the topic of the relationship between the empirically discernible world reality and the worlds conjured up in art mimesis, 8 for Plato, the mimesis imitation, representation that characterized poetry or imaginative art was harmful, to be banned from the utopia depicted in the Republic. In Aristotle's Poetics, in contrast, mimetic art played a crucial constructive role in the life of the polis. Caudwell's analysis of the sources of poetry, art in illusion and reality, derives its inner logic from the attempt to unite a historical materialist aesthetics with Aristotle's Poetics, Aristotle's theory of mimesis. So far from being superficial, Caudwell writes in Illusion and Reality, is fundamental for an understanding of the function and method of art. Aristotle had distinguished rhetoric, which was devoted to persuasion, from poetics, including more generally drama and art, which had its basis in mimesis. Yet mimesis was not mere imitation in today's sense, but was directed at activating the emotions, bringing to the fore what was merely potential, and doing so precisely by virtue of the forms of mimesis evoked. Poetics, in the Aristotelian view, Caudwell wrote, is a mimesis whose success in imitating reality can be judged by the poignancy of the emotions roused. 72. In this sense, mimesis, for Caudwell, following Aristotle, was be understood as an imaginary representation, itself creative, an illusion aimed at emotional affect. Caudwell's emphasis on Aristotle's theory of mimesis, his conception of the anthropology of art, and his entire aesthetic view were deeply affected by the work of Harrison in her Art and Ritual. Indeed, this is so much the case that Caudwell's own aesthetics is most usefully seen as a synthesis of Aristotle and Marx's historical materialism. Mediated by the Cambridge ritualists and the anthropological and archaeological, as well as psychological discoveries of his day. Jane Ellen Harrison was born in 1850 to a wealthy family and was educated by a series of governesses from whom she learned German, ancient Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, eventually extending her knowledge to 16 languages. She studied at Cheltenham's Ladies' College and then went on to the study of classics at Newnham College, Cambridge University, where she was to spend most of her professional life. Building on recent archaeological and anthropological discoveries, she pioneered the view that classical mythology and ritual are interlinked, seeing this as the key to unlocking the origins of classical art and literature. In the early 1880s, a set of private theatricals were set up in conjunction with a King's College lecture for ladies. Harrison played the part of Penelope in a production of The Tale of Troy, dramatizing the Iliad and the Odyssey. In preparing for the role, she had as her coach the classicist and archaeologist Charles Waldstein, later Sir Charles Wollston, a friend of Karl Marx. Harrison, through her books and lectures, was to emerge as one of the most successful women of her day, helping to inspire figures like Eliot and Woolf. Woolf classified Harrison as one of the pantheon of English women who had contributed to the world of letters, alongside Jane Austen, the Brontes, and George Eliot. In 1888, both Harrison and Waldstein were considered for the Yates Chair of Classical Archaeology at University College London, for which both were eminently qualified. Waldstein at this time was a lecturer in archaeology at Cambridge. Harrison had already written 4 major books on the archaeology, mythology, and art of ancient Greece. Neither was offered the chair, with the extant evidence suggesting that anti-Semitism played strongly against Waldstein and sexism against Harrison. One of those who opposed Harrison on sexist grounds was Edward Spencer Beasley, professor of ancient and modern history at University College. Beasley was a socialist and had played an instrumental role in the formation of the International Working Men's Association, chairing the meeting in which it was founded. Harrison's most important works, in which she developed her interpretation of ancient ritual as a medium for the understanding of ancient mythology and art, were written when she was in her 50s and 60s. Her best-known presentation of her ideas was in Ancient Art and Ritual, which was to have a strong impact on Caudwell. For Harrison, the conceptualizations of mimesis underlying art in Plato and Aristotle were absolutely crucial. Focusing on ritual, however, she emphasized that mimesis was not mere imitation, but an imagined thing desired, which is either represented or pre-presented, and thus a call to the emotions and tied to future actions. Ancient rituals were designed to promote the habit of this mimesis of the thing desired, and thus served a practical end. In this sense, mimesis, in line with Aristotle, is the very source and essence of all art. In ritual, such as the Dionysian festival, representation repeated helps generate abstraction, which helps the transition from ritual to art, explaining, for example, the roots of Greek tragedy. For Harrison, the origin of art is not mimesis, but mimesis springs up out of art, out of emotional expression, and constantly and closely neighbors it. Art and ritual are at the outset alike in this, that they do not seek to copy a fact, but to reproduce, to reenact an emotion. Greek statues, she remarked, in a manner similar to Marx, but unaware of Marx's observation in this respect, were like the gods of Epicurus, cut loose alike from the affairs of men, and even the ordered ways of nature, resembling some distant ideal brought out in epic literature, testimony to the powers of imagination. Harrison's notions of the emotional function of art and mimesis were partly a product of an age in which an emphasis on vitalism, irrationalism, emotion, and the psyche partly displaced the Enlightenment emphasis on reason. Yet the rooting of art in material reality and social relations, via discoveries in archaeology and anthropology, constituted a break with the more idealist character of classical studies before, and to a considerable sense since, so much so that the Cambridge ritualists continue to stand out in the history of classicism. Harrison and the other Cambridge realists saw art as taking a collective social form. In this sense, the work of the Cambridge ritualists was influenced by the work on the collective consciousness of Durkheim. As Harrison put it, in almost philosophy of praxis terms, in art, the life of the imagination, cut off from practical reaction as it is, becomes in turn a motor force, causing new emotions and so pervading the general life, and thus ultimately becoming practical. Caldwell was to draw on all of Harrison's views, along with, more critically, the psychoanalysis of Freud and Carl Jung. For Caldwell, Lindsay, Thompson, and other Marxian theorists in the 1930s, 1950s, Harrison's neo-romantic conviction that the origins of art lay in ritual praxis helped prepare a labor theory of culture. Caldwell's discovery of Marxism, in the midst of writing Illusion and Reality, however, gave real coherence to his ideas. In Caldwell's conception, Harrison's work, and that of Cornford and Murray, fit with an understanding of art or culture as inextricably connected to production, and in that sense, economic. The theory of art as mimetic, emotional, and connected to the inner world could be seen as part of a dialectical unity, only when viewed within the context of production and the human material interaction with nature. For Caldwell, art, via mimesis, was a product of the necessity to harness man's instincts to the mill of labor, to collect his emotions, and direct them into the useful, the economic channel. Just because it is economic, social, productive, that is non-instinctive, this instinct must be directed. The instrument which directs them is therefore economic, productive in origin. Caldwell's own term for this process of creative mimesis, emphasizing its imaginative, emotional, and practical characteristics, and its dialectical connection to the human productive interaction with nature environment, was fantasy or illusion. But artistic illusion is not, in Harrison's or Caldwell's view, the same thing as religious illusion, since art has illusion as its emotive object, while the inverted world of religion seeks to translate illusion in the form of myth into actuality. In line with historical materialism, Caldwell argued that with the division of labor and class, art became increasingly alienated from work, undermining its creative productive role, and creating new forms more related to ideology. Yet the evolutionary social origins of art were not, in Caldwell's view, superstructural, but rather related to essential human needs and production relations directly. And his general analysis thus had an emphasis quite distinct from the dominant Marxian orthodoxy of the time, more closely related to the earlier views of Morris. Art, Caldwell wrote in a manner akin to Morris, ultimately is completely separated from work in capitalist class society, with disastrous results to both. Caldwell's whole materialist and dialectical approach, his focus on human freedom, and his emphasis on how human relations with the world of nature, of which humanity was a part, were mediated by production and language, pushed his analysis beyond that of Harrison, which had placed so much emphasis on the social role of emotion in the formation of the inner world of art. The dialectic of subject and object, however, required for Caldwell some way of conceptualizing the subject in bodily terms, both physiological and psychological, if necessarily abstract, in order to understand how that struggle of human subject was in permanent contradiction with an alienated class society, in the struggle for freedom as necessity. For this reason, Caldwell, rather than adopting a strict biological view, introduced the genotype as a stand-in for all that was not merely social and cultural, and in that sense the pre-human aspects of the individual. In his original manuscript, Verse and Mathematics, Caldwell had been careful to indicate that the genotype is a pure abstraction, one of Hans Vaihinger's as-ifs. As Sullivan says, the genotype and the instincts are, in Caldwell's system, something like Kant's thing in itself, unknowable, but a necessary postulation, a necessary thesis in contradistinction to the antithesis of the social. Caldwell's concept of the genotype was a kind of useful fiction that stood for the whole question of the body, or corporeal existence, and of innate inherited characteristics, instincts, and emotions, underlying human subjectivity. The genotype, while interwoven with and inseparable from the social, nonetheless contained elements that were not explainable simply in terms of the social. In later works, he was to refer more simply to the body in this respect. If there was an essentialism here, it was the essentialism of freedom as necessity, kind of summation of human drives in relation to the environment. It was here that Caldwell referred abstractly to inner energy and the realm of desire and the possible, which together serve to constitute the human subject through society, but also antecedent to all known society, related at most to its more primitive communal forms. Although Caldwell studied the psychological theories of his time, besides Freud and Jung, Jean Piaget, and Ivan Pavlov, he opted in the end not for specific psychological postulates, but for an abstract concept of the genotype, as an unknowable thing in itself that allowed one to recognize, without being able to explain, the continuing role of innate instincts or genetic predispositions at some level in the determination of the subject. The genotype stood abstractly for the fact that human beings are a complex product of prehistory and history, or the long coevolution of hominins with the environment, stretching all the way back to the pre-human. The evolution of the genotype was most visible in the social origins of art, which drew upon this inner necessity and inner energy, manifesting a realm of desire and possibility that was not strictly historical, and certainly could not be explained in terms of mechanical materialism, and was only to be viewed in terms of historical effects in the human relation to the environment, the dialectic of subject and object. The concept of the genotype was thus a kind of conceptual marker for Caldwell, a necessary abstraction or as-if in constituting an idea of the human subject, but representing at the same time his rejection of Freud's theory of instincts, or any of the dominant psychological theories of his time, all of which no doubt appeared to him as too reductionist, not allowing sufficiently for human coevolution with the environment. He seems to have been influenced in this respect by K. and Kornilov's psychology in the light of dialectical materialism, which rejected both Freudian psychology and the mechanical materialist views of physiological reflexology. Kornilov insisted on the imaginative faculty of the human mind. He followed Marx and Engels in arguing, "My relationship to my environment, this is my consciousness." Caldwell would have agreed with Kornilov that instincts or drives were transient forms, with material development organically wedging them into the formation of habits of man. For Marx and Engels in the German ideology, as Caldwell seems to have been aware, consciousness was a historical product, while instinctual drives had preceded consciousness. These drives were not simply displaced, they had rather increasingly become conscious drives resulting from the social relations of human beings to one another and their environment. The question of the innate, pre-conscious inheritances of human evolution thus remained, mediated by historical cultural developments. For Caldwell, the genotype, in its current form in society, therefore stands for the whole complex anthropological development of human beings in their concrete bodily forms, but also as transformed by the social ego in the context of the struggle with and through the environment. Art is only one part of this, the other is science. At the center of the unity of opposites that constitutes human corporeal development is the mind-body of the historical actor. It is the alienated character of class society, with what Caldwell called its alienated cultural capital, that splits the world apart and creates the mock world, where science is connected to the external reality and art to the social ego. In truth, art and science are inherently connected, and this splitting them apart is a sundering of the human being, which reaches its apex in bourgeois society. Art is necessary to science, just as science is to art. Science and art, Caldwell writes, are like the two halves produced by cutting the original human hermaphrodite in half, according to the story of Aristophanes in Plato's Symposium, so that each half evermore seeks its counterpart. But science and art do not, when fitted together, make a complete concrete world, they make a complete hollow world. An abstract world, only made solid and living by the inclusion of the concrete living of concrete men, from which they are generated. 85. Humanity's struggle with nature, that is, the increasingly complex interpenetration of human society with the natural conditions of its existence. That generated both art and science as the two principal organized forms of human consciousness. Both were indispensable to the two primary forms of mediation between human beings and nature, labor and language. Art is the science of feeling, science the art of knowing. We must know to be able to do, but we must feel to know what to do. The value of poetry's illusions in securing catharsis, as compared to religions, is that they are known for illusion, and as compared to dream, that they are social. Poetry and art can therefore be seen as a kind of social dream work. Art, for Caldwell, is born in struggle because there is in society a conflict between fantasy and reality. It is not a neurotic conflict because it is a social problem and is solved by the artist Thus, the primitive who would lose interest in the exhausting labor necessary to plow an arid, abstract collection of soil will find heart when the earth is charged with the effective coloring of Mother Nature. For now, by the magic of poetry, it glows with the appetitive tints of sexuality or filial love. The very existence of a genotype in Caldwell's conception, which stood for the human body and its reservoir of hidden emotive needs, potentials, and drives, which were subject to historical development, guaranteed an unending conflict with class property relations that went against such emotions, needs, and potentials. In these circumstances, art was able to play a truly revolutionary role in history through the creation of whole new social structures of feeling, to be realized in a society of associated producers. In Caldwell's materialist aesthetic, mechanical materialism, which rejected the realms of imagination and emotion, needed to be replaced by a broader, richer conception, one that Marx and Engels had aspired to when they referred in the Holy Family to an earlier materialism in which matter, surrounded by a sensuous poetic glamour, seems to attract man's whole entity by winning. Caldwell's aesthetics were carried forward in the later essays that constituted his studies series. There, the analysis was more developed and elegant, yet the short essay format of studies and further studies aimed at wider audiences lacked the more integrated, systematic approach displayed in illusion and reality. Nor were the anthropological historical roots of his analysis, particularly as pertaining to the classical era of Greece and Rome, as apparent. For these and other reasons, illusion and reality remains crucial to understanding Caldwell's aesthetics as a whole. In D.H. Lawrence, A Study of the Bourgeois Artist, Caldwell once again emphasized the mimetic nature of art, its form as illusion, and that it necessarily contained a measure of reality. Art was a mimetic social representation. Indeed, it is the property of art that it makes mimic pictures of reality which we accept as illusory. We do not suppose the events of a novel really happen, that a landscape shown in a painting can be walked upon, yet it has a measure of reality. The mimic representation, by the technique appropriate to the art in question, causes the social representation to sweat out of its pores an effective emanation. The emanation is in us, in our effective reaction with the elements of representation. Given in the representation are not only the affects, but, simultaneously, their organization in an affective attitude towards the piece of reality symbolized in the mimicry. 90. The nature of the aesthetic mediation is most fully explained in Caldwell's essay on beauty, in which he sought to give concrete meaning to John Keats's famous lines so important to the Romantic movement. Beauty is truth, truth beauty, that is all ye know on earth and all ye need to know. The conception of beauty and the whole realm of the aesthetic, Caldwell argued, could only be understood if, in addition to naked subject and naked environment, had a third mediating term to account for changing relations. That third term was social production or the labor process, which entailed effective forms as well as practical action. This labor process, in this sense, is to be seen as cultural in its inception. From the very start, the labor process gives rise to material capital, simple enough at first, taking the form of mere tools, customs, magico-scientific objects, seeds, huts. These were yet all important at the beginnings of culture. Once established, the labor process, extending as remotely as observation of the stars, as widely as organization of all human relations, and as abstractly as the invention of numbers, gathers and accumulates truth. Truth is the past relation of society to the environment accumulated in ages of experience. It is actually created by the conflict of social organisms with new situations in the course of the labor process. Truth, then, is in my environment, that is, in my culture, in the enduring products of the labor process. But I do not regard myself as bound to the social criteria of truth. On the contrary, it is my task to change their formulations, where my experience contradicts them. In Caldwell's conception, both science and art, like social consciousness, are products of the active interrelationship of the human being and the physical environment, enacted through the labor and production process. Here he used the concept of the body to refer to the physical subject in this dialectic, replacing his earlier notion of the genotype. Both art and science, as elements of social cognition, partake of truth, one the felt truth of the subject, the other reasoned truths with respect to objects, but neither is usefully separated from the other, and indeed mathematics is a bridge between the inner and the outer. Just as the scientist is the explorer of new realms of outer reality, the artist continually discovers new kingdoms of the heart. Beauty, for Caudwell, is the product of the social organization of things within the affective domain. It arises from the labor process, because there must not only be agreement about the nature of outer reality, but also agreement about the nature of desire. For Caudwell, the artist takes bits of reality, socially known, to which affective associations adhere, and creates a mock world, which calls into being a new affective attitude, a new emotional experience. New beauty is thus born as the result of his social labor. 4. Presenting a historical materialist conception of art and culture that seems to have been inspired by Morris, whose hopes and fears for art he knew well. Caudwell refused to see art or beauty as something removed except in the context of alienation from the labor process and from all forms of labor. Our own proposition about beauty is this: whenever the affective elements in socially known things show social ordering, there we have beauty, there alone we have beauty. The business of such ordering is art, and this applies to all socially known things, to houses, gestures, narratives, descriptions, lessons, songs, and labor. 95. It is no wonder that Williams in Marxism and Literature, where he systematically reordered the Marxian theory of culture, rejecting a primarily base superstructure approach in favor of one that saw cultural production as material, prefaced his book by noting, as if in a debt unfulfilled, that he had learned to read even the English Marxists of the 30s differently, and especially Christopher Caudwell. Caudwell, if taken seriously, had opened Marxism to wholly different forms of inquiry, playing into Williams's own later cultural materialism, and that of others like Lindsay. The notion of beauty as the result of the labor process, that is, the metabolism between human beings and nature, however, appears to make beauty simply artificial, separating it from nature. This causes Caudwell to write, "But if art workers were artificial and beauty is a social product, how do we find beauty in the natural thing, in seas, skies, a mountain, and daffodils?" His answer is, society itself is a part of nature, and hence all artificial products are natural. But nature itself, as seen, is a product of society. The primitive does not see seas, but the river Oceanus. He does not see mammals, but edible beasts. He does not see, in the night sky, blazing worlds in the limitless void, but a roof inlaid with patines of bright gold. Hence all natural things are artificial. Does that mean that we can make no distinction between nature and art? On the contrary, we can clearly distinguish two opposites, although we must recognize their interpenetration. We may oppose the artwork just made to the enduring mountain as an artificial to a natural beauty, but the difference is one of degree. In both cases, beauty emerges as a quality due to a man, in the course of social process, gazing at a piece of his environment. The ancient town, with weathered walls, full of history and character, is a part of nature, and is yet a completely artificial product. The sun lights it and the wind weathers it. There is no dichotomy between nature and inhabitants. Settled and pioneers between difference the only art, and the distortion and alienation of the labor process, the fetishism of commodities in the interest of capital accumulation, and the distorted mediation between the human subject, body, and the environment, thus combine to create the alienation of art and the alienation of science. The everyday alienated art of bourgeois society is indifferent to effective form, except insofar as it serves the cash nexus, and hence the production of the unbeautiful. In contrast, the highest form of art takes the form of the completely imaginary, no longer connected to active life, but providing an alternative escapist world of the aesthetic as personal distraction devoid of truth. The bourgeois floods the world with art projects of a baseness, hitherto unimaginable. Then, reacting against such an evident degradation of the artist's task, art withdraws from the market and becomes non-social, that is, personal. It becomes highbrow art, culminating in personal fantasy. The artwork ends as a fetish because it was a commodity. Both are equally signs of the decay of bourgeois civilization due to the contradictions in its foundation. Money becomes the god of society. Thus, the complete disintegration of a culture on the affective side is. These contradictions, however, create their social antagonists. In Illusion and Reality, Caudwell praised the aesthetic movement in England in the late 19th century, led by the pre-Raphaelites, including Morris before he became a socialist, as revealing the aesthetic contradictions of capitalist society, engendering a revolt which took the form of the struggle for art's sake. This eventually spurred all sorts of revolutionary movements among artists, evident in the 1930s. The contradiction between art and society, however, could only be resolved by the reconstitution of society at large, so that labor was no longer alienated art, and art was no longer alienated labor. Concluding his essay on beauty, Caudwell wrote, in a manner reminiscent of Morris, "In a society which is based on cooperation, not on compulsion, beauty will then return again to enter consciously into every part of the social process. It is not a dream that labor will no longer be ugly, and the products of labor once again beautiful." Dialectics of Science. For Caldwell, the dialectical reconstruction of science was as essential to the critique of capitalist society as the dialectical reconstruction of art. Both had been severed within contemporary culture from their ultimate ground in the labor process, that is, from the social metabolic relation between human beings and their environment. The analysis of these contradictions as they played out in the present as history was to lead him in the direction of a broad ecological metaphysic. Caldwell's best-known work on science is The Crisis in Physics, which grew out of his studies manuscripts and developed into a full-sized book in its own right, the second half of which only existed in a rough, incomplete draft. The Crisis in Physics was directed at the disarticulation of philosophical conceptual basis of physics due to the displacement of Newtonian physics in the early decades of the century, and the successive impacts of relativity theory, quantum mechanics, and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. The paradigm shifts represented by these new scientific conceptions had given rise, in the work of figures like James Jeans and Arthur Eddington, to indeterminateness and idealism supplementing a more basic mechanism, along with various forms of positivism. This was widely viewed as constituting a crisis, related to the general crisis of the economy and culture that characterized the 1930s. The Crisis in Physics was thus primarily about how a subtler, and at the same time more complex dialectical view allowed a transcendence of the ontological and epistemological problems plaguing bourgeois science. It was a dialectical and materialist perspective centered in the human metabolism with nature, and relying on such conceptions as relation, contradiction, qualitative change, emergence, and unity of opposites, which offered the essential solution to this crisis, a solution, however, that could only fully manifest in the new society of the associated producers. In the process of developing this view, Caldwell referred to the entire philosophical history of physics from the Enlightenment on, beginning with such early modern figures as Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. He argued that the mechanistic materialism of Newton and the idealist teleology of Leibniz simply reinforced each other, forming the overall bourgeois outlook. The dominant mechanism had stripped nature of all qualities and conceived nature as passive and essentially timeless, an outlook that was breached but not fundamentally altered with the introduction of evolutionary theory. Caldwell focused considerable attention on Leibniz's notion that the universe consisted of extensionless, figureless, and windowless monads, a term based on the Greek word monos, meaning unity, or that which is one. Monads were simple substances without parts, analogous to souls, mirroring a predetermined totality constituted by God. They represented Leibniz's teleological answer to the atoms of the ancient materialists like Epicurus and Lucretius, and to that of most 17th century materialist science. In Leibniz's monadology, the weaknesses of the reigning mechanism, with its exclusively external relations, reductionism, and dualism were highlighted, but only by wedding 17th century concepts of substance to the most illusory forms of idealism that were based on notions of harmonious final causes in a perfect universe consecrated by God. In Caldwell's words, how impossible it is for bourgeois man to escape at that period, the 17th century, from this rigid deterministic conception of objectivity, is shown by the contemporary conception of Leibniz. Superficially different from Newtonianism, but in fact the same in essence. The self-moving particles are monads. The regulating principle of the market is the God to which all the monads open. Their Leibniz's monads were thus soul-like, reflecting nothing so much as God. Leibniz, in spite of his idealist approach, equally bases his system on absolute determinism. Although his monads are windowless, they appear to act and react on each other according to causal laws, because all has been arranged by God beforehand according to a pre-established harmony. This harmony is therefore an overriding necessity. It is absolute determinism. It is true that Leibniz attempts to introduce pure possibles and a distinction between hypothetical necessity and absolute necessity. At each stage, the monad has before it various pure possibles in the form of a choice of acts, of which it chooses one. Thus, it is free. God, however, foresaw that it would choose this pure possible, and therefore there is a pre-established harmony. These same dilemmas, in terms of a mechanistic and deterministic worldview, of which idealism itself was a part, were reflected in the metaphysical system of René Descartes, with its mechanism and dualism, and that of Baruch Spinoza, with its resolute Immanuel Kant's critical idealism with his concept of the thing in itself, did not reject determinism, but set limits to it by establishing the importance of a priori knowledge. Kant, however, in Caldwell's view, was supplanted by George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, who gave centrality to dialectics. It remained for Hegel to point out the non-existence of the unknowable and delete the thing in itself. This did not, however, lead to positivism, for he substituted for the necessity of objective reality, or mechanism, the necessity of subjective reality, or logic. Phenomena unfolded themselves with the determinism of logic. But in doing so, the mind dissolved into ideas which began to lead an existence independent of the subject, They were absolute ideas and unfolded themselves according to their own necessity. They had therefore become objective reality, and logic had become equivalent to the God of Malebranche, the substance of Spinoza, the spirit of Newton, and the matter of Diderot. There were two important differences. These ideas, just because they had sprung from the loins of the human subject, changed, they unfolded themselves. Cartesian and Newtonian objective reality, being grounded on God, had always been eternal and changeless. Thus, objectivity for the first time had been given the quality of self-evolution and change because of its former history attached to the subject. It had become dialectic, or, as Malebranche would put it, pagan. It had returned to the live matter of Epicurus, but containing within itself all the subjective complexity developed in the interim. Hegelian dialectics grasped the emerging of the unlike, the birth of quality, the movement of evolution, the passing of history, the process of real time. It was thus the dialectical opposite of mechanism. But the difficulty of this supreme idealist dialectic in Hegel was, though it recognized change, a closed, speculative universe of pure logic. Hence, it could no longer incorporate change as experienced by the concrete subject. It could not drag into itself any fresh knowledge from outside as man does by practice on objects, because there was no outside. Hence, Hegelianism could not be a physicist's creed, for it denied the need for physics. It could only be a speculator's creed. In developing these views, Caldwell returned again and again to Epicurus and Lucretius. In his notebooks, he translated extracts from the ancient materialists, including Diogenes Laertius on Epicurus's death and Lucretius's Epicurean account of time. Like Marx, Caldwell placed key importance on Epicurus's notion that time was not an absolute category in and of itself, but rather represented qualitative change, as exhibited particularly in the human bodily relation to the world. He pointedly quoted the Epicurean axiom, time exists, not by itself, but simply from the things that happen. Caldwell wrote, "As long ago as Lucretius, philosophers have advanced theories as to the relativity of motion and the secondary and dependent character of abstract time. But they did so metaphysically, without all the advances of modern science. For Epicurus, Marx observed, time is the abstract form of sensation, of experience and change in relation to the material world. Human sensuousness is therefore embodied time, the existing reflection of the sensuous world in itself. Thus, time becomes the absolute form of appearance. Epicurus was the first to grasp appearance as appearance, that is, as alienation of the essence, activating itself in its reality as such an alienation. What time represented abstractly was change itself, the activation of irreversible qualitative differences experienced through the bodily senses. This constituted the real essence, the coming to be and the passing away. Death the immortal." 109. In a similar fashion, Caldwell, following Epicurus, argued, "These transitory qualities do not come into being in time. Time does not flow on while they emerge. The emergence of such qualities is what time is. Time is then an aspect of, or abstraction from, change. Time is not something in which things change, but the change itself, experienced in bodily form, through the senses, in interaction with the..." It was this materialist conception, via Epicurus, that led Caldwell to his wider conception of the dialectics of historical materialism, in a manner that was to replicate aspects of Marx's early development and his struggle with the Hegelian system. Here it is significant that Caldwell, like Marx, saw Epicurus, as rendered by Lucretius, as the leading ancient philosopher of the Hellenistic period, following Plato and Aristotle. Central to Caldwell's crisis in physics was the rejection of the predeterminism and strict determinism that characterized mainstream mechanistic science, along with the rejection of indeterminism. Instead, he defended determinism in terms of causality, but seeing this as related to open systems and emergent form, going against the closed world of bourgeois physics. As the contemporary classicist A. Long has noted, Epicurean materialism introduced the idea that life and mind are not basic to the world, but emergent properties of particular types of atomic conglomerates. 114. With his deep knowledge of Epicurean philosophy, Caldwell readily grasped the materialist approach to emergence, developed in J.H. Woodger's Biological Principles, which he studied, together with Joseph Needham's The Skeptical Biologist. In Caldwell's materialist and dialectical concept of emergence, any two terms, representing the identity of opposites, both repulse and attract each other in the relation, constituting the real realm of material interaction and creating the synthetic quality that emerges the unity of opposites. He strongly opposed, while recognizing the value of, the idealist theories of emergence associated with Samuel Alexander, C. Lloyd Morgan, and Henri Bergson, arguing that they saw the qualitative leaps as arbitrarily imposed and thus having a jack-in-the-box appearance rather than arising out of genuine material development. The critical realist approach to emergence, extending back to Epicurus, introduced into the modern discussion by Roy Sellers, and further developed by figures like Woodger and Needham, offered, in Caldwell's terms, a materialist and dialectical approach to life and to the existence of different levels within reality, emanating from the evolutionary process itself. In the bourgeois outlook, Caldwell believed the world was inherently deterministic and mechanistic, insofar as it was materialist, and disembodied and teleological, insofar as it was idealist. Mechanistic materialism and idealism reinforced each other. All of this had to do with the denial of the social and the attempt to root reality entirely in the individual. Since human society could only control its relation to nature through social action, and this was denied to each individual, a world conceived in atomistic terms was necessary, strictly determined, and freedom was conceived as merely the denial of determinism, including the denial of the social. Alienation, in the bourgeois view, then became freedom. The characteristics of the dominant approach to the philosophy of nature and modern physics all carried these characteristics based in a reified society of possessive individualism. Only a society of associated producers, acting socially in all of its relations, could conceive that freedom was, as Engels had said, the consciousness of necessity. Such a conception allowed for the successive emergence of new qualitative forms of the human interaction with nature and the changing consciousness of these relations, which were themselves the result of the historical process of the active metabolism of socialized humanity and nature. In Caldwell's words, the new organization, once it emerges as the conscious, that is, controlled organization of society, generates a new view of the world as a whole, as the integration of all the rich parts uncovered by the separate descriptions. This emergence represents the uncovering of a whole new body of knowledge about nature, nature in its interconnectance, nature as dialectic. The crisis of physics is solved by the emergence of a new worldview as the condition of the shattering of the old. 117. It was, however, in Heredity and Development, a study of bourgeois biology, rather than his more famous Crisis in Physics, where Caldwell's dialectical approach to science was most fully developed. Heredity and Development was a little more than 40 pages in length in print, and had a somewhat unfinished quality, perhaps lacking a conclusion. A product of the study series, it had evolved like the Crisis in Physics and Romance and Realism into a monograph, in this case, a short one. Caldwell's plan was no doubt to extend it and publish it as a short book, when literary theorists. Duparc and Margulies finally published it in 1986, around a half-century after Caldwell's death, in the edited collection. Scenes and Actions, unpublished manuscripts, it was myopically treated as a minor and faulty manuscript, though in reality it represented an extraordinary achievement for its time. As evolutionary biologist Rob Wallace, author of Big Farms Make Big Flu, wrote, "It is as perspicacious a meditation on biology as I have read, one that prefigured many of the conceptual breakthroughs in dialectical biology associated with figures such as Richard Levins, Richard Lewontin, and Stephen Jay Gould." The explanation given by Egil Rickword, the editor of Further Studies, as to why Heredity and Development was not included in that volume was that it was quite long. But the real reason, as Helena Sheehan indicates, was that the publication of Further Studies occurred during the high tide of Lysenkoism in the world communist movement in 1948. 1949, hence Caldwell's heretical approach, which constituted a repudiation of Lysenkoist and certainly Lamarckian views, went against the official Communist Party ideology. In reality, Caldwell's analysis transcended the whole debate by offering a dialectical alternative to the simplistic controversies between neo-Darwinianism and neo-Lamarckianism and Lysenkoism. The central theme of Caldwell's Heredity and Development was that the dualisms that continually tore at bourgeois biology, and that seemingly forced it to choose between environment and organism, evolution and genetics, mechanism and vitalism, and innate and acquired characteristics, were the products of the alienation that characterized bourgeois thought itself. Applying a dialectical view to these questions and exploring the mediations and qualitative transformations, Caldwell again and again pointed to a broader ecological and evolutionary view and dynamic systems perspective. There was in this work no mention of the concept of genotype that has played such a fundamental role as a stand-in for biological inheritances of the human species in illusion and reality. Rather, Caldwell focused on the more dialectical relations between environment, gene or genetic predispositions, and organism. Caldwell's approach was evolutionary and broadly Darwinian. Darwinism, as found in Darwin's writings, he stated, is still fresh from the contact with the multitude of biological facts then being discovered. It does not as yet pose organism aridly against environment, but the web of life is, still seen fluidly interpenetrating with the rest of reality, the extraordinary richness of the pageant of change, history, and conflict in life which Darwin unfolds, gives an insurgent revolutionary power to his writings and those of such immediate followers as Huxley. Biology is still. Nevertheless, Caldwell was critical of Darwin's natural selection. He argued that the problem with Darwinian natural selection was Not that it explains too little, but that it explains too much. What was needed was an understanding of the complex relations and mediations between organism and environment, rather than the abstract concept of fitness. Viewing things ecologically, in terms of developmental systems theory, he declared, "It is not possible to separate organism from environment as mutually distant opposites. Life is the relation between opposed poles which have separated themselves out of reality, but remain in relation throughout the web of becoming. This relation is mutually determining. It is a relation of antagonism. But just because it is a relation, the poles remain he continues. The laws of the environment, insofar as they constrain the operations of life, are not given in the environment, but given in the relation between environment and life. The laws of the human environment are therefore different from those of the amoebic environment. There is no universal law of supply and demand ruling nature. Hence, we can never postulate as primary a system of external laws governing the interaction between environment and organism. For any such laws emerge from the relation between the two, and this is a developing relation. In Caldwell's conception, the treatment of the environment, what he called the whole question of ecology, as solely inimical to the organism, as in crude versions of Darwinism, was a gross misconception. Like Engels in Anti-Düring, he emphasized that both competition and cooperation belong to nature. Within the environment of one species lived other species, all of which were mutually dependent, forming a system of environmental interaction. The emergence as discontinuities of new material qualities, reflecting the developing relations of organism and environment. Hence, the environment, by interaction with the incipient organism, produces in history a multiplication and elaboration of life. Its effect on life is therefore such as to increase its domain and complexity. How can it be conceived as solely inimical? 125. Most remarkable was his anticipation of the broad contours of Lewontin's argument in the triple helix, arguing that gene, organism, and environment always had to be seen in their interrelationships, that none could be seen in isolation or as inherently dominant, and that all one-way cause and effect relationships had to be abandoned. In Caldwell's version of the triple helix, the gene is discontinuous. We can locate and separate genes, but its expression is continuous. The genes can only be expressed as an interpenetrating relation between the whole organism and the whole environment. And 26. In this way, as Wallace argues, Caldwell sketches out many of the core themes and precepts of modern dialectical biology. It is quite a shock to see so boldly analyzed, 80 years ago, such staples as the idea of the gene as a Platonic abstraction, the alienation of gene and environment, causal interpenetration, the pre-formationist trap, norms of reaction, genetic canalization, niche construction, a refutation of Lysenko from the left, and, as E.P. Thompson noted, the myopia of the bourgeois scientist. All of this is a full 50 years before Richard Levin's and Richard Lewontin's The Dialectical Biologist, which developed many of the same ideas. Ecology, viewed in relation to society and economy, stands for the whole domain of the interpenetration of humans or organisms and their environment, the interaction of men and the environment together. And the environment, human body, mind, and human environment, Caldwell observed, cannot exist separately. They are all parts of the one. His dialectical biology thus gravitated toward evolutionary ecology. In the young Caldwell's analysis, and there was no older Caldwell, there is no sign of a generalized ecological concern in the sense of a critique of the concept of progress, which, however, he seldom referred to except in terms of the broad trope of the conquest of nature, standing for the advance of science and production. Nor is there any concrete discussion of environmental waste or destruction. Yet his thought was thoroughly anti-mechanist, despite his fascination with technology in relation to automobiles and aircraft, and pointed toward a wider ecological ontology. The environment, he argued, was always changing partly as a result of human activity, for example, through anthropogenic forest denudation. The human relation to the natural environment is one of constant change and mutual interaction, in which human beings play an active role by transforming their environment and their relation to nature through production. History constitutes, in its most general terms, the creation of new ecological syntheses between human beings and nature. This takes the form of the humanization of nature and naturalization of humanity. The environment, consequently, is never the same. Such transformations in the relation between human beings and their natural and social environment do not occur on an individual basis, but are the product of societal production. Yet, in class society, and particularly capitalist class society, control of human production and of the human relation to the natural and social conditions of production underlies the entire system of exploitation, which comes to serve the interests of capital rather than society as a whole. Hence, the human social relation to nature and to society as a whole is alienated. The owner and master of social capital stands in a dominating relation to nature, his environment, and to all of humanity. For the first time in history, bourgeois culture produces a science of the environment of nature, but it is an estranged science, put in service of the manipulation of nature for purely exploitative ends, aimed at the domination of the rest of humanity. In Caldwell's romantic communist view, social relations must be changed so that love returns to the economic production in its primary individual form of metabolism necessarily appears before love, for it is the essence of life. But because metabolism in the very dawn of life's history precedes the relation of love, it does not follow that love is a chance iridescence on life's surface. Rather, we love with our bodies, and we eat and labor with our bodies. And deep love between two persons is generally distinguished from more transient forms of it by this test. That the two want to live together and thereafter function as one economic unit of love is thus connected to the subject-object relation of organism to environment, humanity to ecology, human being to human being, lovers to each other. For Caldwell, love is a mediation in the creative process, linked to production in its broadest sense, encompassing all of our material and affective relations, our connections to the earth and to the stars, our knowledge of ourselves and what is outside ourselves. Love thus stood for the unity in difference at its highest level. The deepest fissures in bourgeois society are apparent in the breakdown, or as Morris would have said, sundering of the institutions of love, that is, of our human metabolic relations in their most earthly, passionate, and at the same time most socially developed forms. In present-day circumstances, Caldwell wrote, "Love could prepare an appalling indictment of the wrongs and privations that bourgeois social relations have inflicted upon it. It is as if love and economic relations have gathered at two opposite poles. All the unused tenderness of man's instincts gather at one pole, and at the other are economic relations, reduced to bare coercive right to commodities. This polar segregation is the source of a terrific tension, and will give rise to a vast transformation of bourgeois society. They, love and production, must, in a revolutionary destruction and construction, return in on each other and fuse in a new synthesis. This is communism." Caldwell saw the human metabolism with nature in its most complete manifestation as economic production mingled with love, since it had its roots in associated labor. The alienation of humanity and the earth, the estrangement of human beings from each other via class, and the commodification of art and science all propelled the world in a revolutionary direction, toward the reunification of humanity on a higher level. Writing in his notebook, Caldwell penned the formula, "class equal to the night of the thing in itself." His outlook was both dialectical and ecological, Marxist and romantic, as manifested in his call for a synthesis of art and science, of human sense and sensibility. At the core of Caldwell's analysis of the world was dialectics. Thought, he declared, is naturally dialectical. 138. The usual way of thinking about dialectics focused too much on the terms, subject and object, mind and matter, humanity and environment, and not the relation itself. Human beings were a part of nature as a lived relation. Dialectics was the metabolizing in thought of this lived relation. The external world, he wrote, not impose dialectic on thought, nor does thought impose it on the external world. The relation between subject and object, ego and universe, is itself dialectic. Man, when he attempts to think metaphysically, merely contradicts himself, and meanwhile continues to live and experience reality dialectically. 139. It was the lived material relation of human beings, in which freedom was an outcome of the continual struggle with necessity, requiring the constant transformation of the human relation to the world and of human social relations themselves. That gave rise to dialectic as a mode of thought expressing this complex material relation. A relation to a thing, Caldwell wrote, mutually determining relation, whether it be a relation of knowing or fabricating. In learning about or acting upon outer reality, man is himself altered, and this forms the basis for new for Marx, Caldwell contended. The active subject-object relation was nothing but man's living in our knowledge of change in the universe, arises from our own interactions with the world. These, though, can be distorted through the cleavage in our social relations that arises with class society. With the development of class, theory and practice were sundered in consciousness because they were divided in social reality. The dialectical unification of consciousness and of reality could only be achieved together through revolutionary praxis. Although materialism was the key to dialectics, Caldwell's approach was at odds with any approach that discounted the role of consciousness and a priori knowledge. His critical apprehension of the world was that of a dialectical critical realism. He wrote, "Prior to mind, and this is the vital sense for science, nature therefore produced mind. But the nature which produced mind was not nature as seen by us, for this is importing into it the late subject-object relationship called mind. It is nature as known by us, that is, as having indirect, not direct relations with us. It is nature in determining relation with, but not part of, our contemporary universe. Yet, by sublation, this nature that produced mind is contained in the universe of which the mind relation is now a feature, and that is why it is known to." Caldwell was extremely critical of attempts to replicate within dialectical materialism the closed world of bourgeois consciousness. Rather, the world and the universe needed to be seen as open, and thus not a circle Hegel's good infinity. It was also necessary to reject thought as a mere mirroring of reality, and thus so-called reflection theory, in this crude sense. Attempts to overcome the inherent difficulties of the classical materialist dialectics of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, which had entailed a view of the universe as open. By simply dissolving it into the pre-Marxian outlooks of Hegelianism or mechanical materialism, were bound to fail. This pointed to the limits of the dialectical perspective itself. Taking a strong stand on such limits, Caldwell declared, "Dialectics is not therefore, as the scholastics imagined formal logic to be, a machine for extracting the nature of reality from thought. It is the denial of the possibility of the existence of such a machine. It is a recognition of mutually determining relations between knowing and being. It is a creed of action, a constant goad forcing the thinker into reality. Thought is knowing, the experience is being, and at each new step, new experience negates old thought. Yet their tension causes an advance to a new hypothesis more inclusive than the old." 146. Bending Descartes's "I think therefore I am" in a more materialist and dialectical direction, Caldwell concluded. "I live, therefore I think I" for Caldwell, like Marx. It is only when theory detaches itself from the abstractly concrete and becomes practice that theory becomes truly revolutionary. All of this was related to what could be called Caldwell's broader ecological dialectic. The real factors in history, he argued, are environmentalized men and humanized environment. But what is meant by environmentalized men? How can a human being be said to be conditioned by the environment? Whereas the organic adaptations of the otter or the whale to their environments, Caldwell contended, are primarily individual, although he would surely have modified this had he known more about the social actions of these and other creatures. With human beings, the adaptation is always social, as organized social production mediates between humanity and its natural surroundings. The otter is adapted to the water through his innate corporeal transformations. Man is still better adapted to the water, but only through society, because society has built ships, created ports, developed navigation, and so can master the. For Caldwell, history is the study of the object-subject relation of miniature, and not of either separately. It is the study of the products of men acting on nature and being acted on by it in a coevolutionary process. Nature never finds itself faced by individual men, but always by men working cooperatively in economic production, and man never finds himself faced by nature directly, but always by society organized by nature. History occurs not only on the human side, but on the side of a changed nature as well. What lies between humanity and nature is the social metabolism of the labor process, mediating between the two and establishing at the same time the basis of all social relations. But this metabolism means that as human beings socially transform nature through their production, they also transform themselves and their natural needs, creating new dependencies on nature, which imposes new social requirements. The ancient Britons lived over coal seams, but for them the coal did not exist and could not therefore determine the development of ecology. Caldwell suggested, like genetics and embryology, each transforming our notions of evolution, had broken through the dualism, mechanism, and idealism of the bourgeois standpoint, requiring more complex, integrated dialectical visions, recognizing the contradiction laden nature of change and the necessity of a coevolutionary outlook, breaking through the circle of bourgeois categories into a more open universe, and the recognition of qualitatively new forms and levels of existence. The interpenetration of reality went against any notion of the fixity of relations. This complex process of coevolution and emergence could be best conceived if we were to picture life diagrammatically as a series of steps. Then at each step, the environment has become different. There are different problems, different laws, different obstacles at each step, even though any series of steps besides its differences has certain general problems, laws, and obstacles in common. Each new step of evolution is itself a new quality, and this involves a newness, which affects both terms, organism, and environment. The environment lives as well as life, because both affect each other through and through. 151. Caldwell's dialectic exuded ecology, and his ecology exuded dialectic. Already in illusion and reality, he wrote, but men cannot change nature without changing themselves. The full understanding of this mutual interpenetration or reflexive movement of men and nature, mediated by the necessary and developing relations known as society, is the recognition of necessity, not only in nature, but in ourselves, and therefore also in society. Viewed objectively, this active-subject relation is science. Viewed subjectively, it is art, but as consciousness emerging in active union with practice, it is simply concrete living. the whole process of working, feeling, thinking, and behaving like a human individual in one world of individuals and nature. Caudwell's attempt to develop a dialectic of art and science led him in the course of his investigations to a dialectic of nature and society, and a deeper, more ecological conception of socialism. Still in his 20s when he died, he had achieved much. R.F. Willits, in his 1962 Homage to Christopher Caudwell, wrote, "Last heard of alive on a hill crest in Spain, expecting to die at his gun, alone, his youth and work all over, his stars and planets reduced to yards of ground, hoping others will harvest his crop." Chapter 11. A Science for the People. The years of the Second World War marked the peak of the influence of the scientific left in Britain, followed by its decline and eventual defeat in the Cold War period that followed. Yet, even in an era of political dissent, the major red scientists sought out new forms of struggle devoted to anti-racism, anti-imperialism, peace, and the promotion of a global human ecology. The year that the Second World War commenced in Europe, 1939, saw the publication of J.D. Bernal's influential The Social Function of Science, the foundational work in what became known as the Social Relations of Science movement. It was under this banner that the scientific left, at the height of its influence, argued for increased funding of science by government, the development of scientific teams to address society's problems, and the conscious redirection of science to the social needs of the population in a class-divided society. The Soviet Union's greater support for science and its early achievements in this respect were seen as indications of what might be accomplished. Other key works in the social relations of science movement, beyond Bernal's book, included Patrick Blackett's The Frustration of Science, Lancelot Hogben's Science and the Citizen, C.H. Waddington's The Scientific Attitude, and J.G. Crowther's The Social Relations of Science. The Social Relations of Science movement had a broad backing in British science, which was dominated by leftists, with 3/4 of British scientists in this period supporting the Labour Party. Under the editorship of Richard Gregory, the leading scientific journal, Nature, promoted the idea of the social responsibility of science, providing a forum for ideas on the radical reconstruction of science to give it a larger role in the reconstitution of society. Nevertheless, despite considerable successes, the scientific left was soon confronted with oppositional movements. In the fall of 1940, John R. Baker, an Oxford zoologist, eugenicist, and virulent anti-communist, wrote a letter to 49 prominent British scientists on the threat of Bernalism. Two of the scientists to which his letter was sent were Baker's Oxford colleague, the ecologist Arthur Tansley, and the physical chemist Michael Polanyi, a Jewish-Hungarian refugee, the brother of the no less famous economic anthropologist Karl Polanyi. Baker, Polanyi, and Tansley proceeded to draft a circular in 1941, which became the basis of the formation of the Society for Freedom in Science, SFS. Referring to their opponents as gangsters and Bernalists, they argued against planning in science and condemned the Soviet Union. Polanyi published The Contempt of Freedom in 1940, and Baker wrote The Scientific Life in 1942, both of which attacked the red scientists, focusing primarily on Bernal. Similarly, Tansley's 1942 Herbert Spencer lecture, The Values of Science to Humanity, sought to promote the ideal of pure science removed from practical concerns, such as those voiced by the social relations of science movement. In 1941, Polanyi launched a polemic in Nature directed at Bernal and Hogben for their advocacy of a planned society and socialized science. It was not, however, until after the Second World War ended and the Cold War had begun that this struggle became acute. Finding themselves increasingly beleaguered and isolated and faced with the deep contradictions of the actually existing socialist societies, the Marxian scientists in these years nonetheless stuck to their radical principles, opposing racism, imperialism, nuclear contamination, and ecological destruction in the context of a widening struggle for socialism and world peace. The Social Relations of Science. Bernal's The Social Function of Science, which was highly acclaimed when it first appeared, was an extraordinary treatise for the comprehensiveness and clarity of the vision it propounded. The book was divided into two parts, What Science Does and What Science Could Do. It began by referring to the revolt from reason, represented by the development of fascism, and went on to discuss the more general problem of science in capitalist class society, including its distorted ideological and religious forms and the corruption of science by profit. Given all of this, Bernal asked, what was the future for science and society? This led to an extended discussion of science as it had developed historically since ancient times, followed by science in the modern world in its various forms. The first part of the social function of science posed the question of theory and practice in science in the past and present, displaying the virtues of Bernal's historical, holistic, and dialectical thinking. In his historical discussion, he highlighted the role of Francis Bacon in the 17th century scientific revolution in emphasizing science as power, and in presenting the views that then led to the formation of the Royal Society. In the 20th century, however, new institutions of science that were more socialist in character were. An important element in Bernal's discussion of the current organization and reorganization of science was his consideration of the new sciences, like ecology and social psychology. With respect to the emerging field of ecology, he declared, "The study of the relations between organisms is as important as that of the organism in artificial isolation. The animal and plant world form between them a beautifully balanced system of chemical and physical interchanges, but this system is not invariant. It changes both in place and time, and particularly it has been altered by human interference. Agriculture implies the imposition of a new ecology and produces, besides its immediate objects of humanly valued goods, many other results, some of them highly undesirable from the human point of view. The integration of the lessons of ecological science was vitally necessary for contemporary agriculture, which tended to impair the soil due to such complexities as the relations between crops and domestic animals, soil bacteria, and insect pests. Ecology was also essential for the understanding of the problem of parasitism and the relations of organisms, as well as infectious disease. Closely related to this were issues of animal behavior and animal societies. Just as history had proven crucial to understanding the evolution of human society, so it was crucial, Bernal argued, to focus on the evolution of animal societies more generally, where issues of biology, geology, paleontology, and history came together. Bernal's early approach to ecological issues was in many ways a contradictory one, reflecting the discordant trends of the time and the difficult emergence of the ecological worldview in a context dominated by economic growth and planning. This led at times to his exaggeration of the degree to which a rational society, if once freed from capitalism, could dictate to nature. Still, characteristic of Bernal's thought from the beginning was an emphasis on the dialectical relation of organism, including the human organism and the environment, breaking with the one-sided adaptationist perspective characteristic of Darwinism. This inner struggle in Bernal's thought around environmental issues, growth, and planning was to continue into his later years, during which increasing ecological concerns with respect to the misuse of technology, particularly in relation to the development of nuclear weapons, drove him toward more critical environmental insights. Nevertheless, even in his most eco-modernist phase, he stood out in his recognition of the developing dangers, both for humanity and other species, arising from widening ecological depredations. Smokes and noxious dusts and gases, he explained, were responsible for the degradation of life and ill health in urban centers attributable mainly to industry. New sources of energy and prohibition of smoke and dust and gas emission in populated areas could help solve these problems. In line with what Justus von Liebig, Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels had argued in the 19th century, Bernal wrote, "We are throwing away and polluting rivers and sea in the process, essential elements such as phosphorus and complex and valuable, emphasizing the frequent failure of modern society to anticipate the destructive consequences of its own actions," he observed. "The tragedy of man has too often lain in his very success in achieving what he imagined to be his objects." 11. Bernal's concerns with respect to ecology and the retrogressive features of so-called progress were to be even more evident later in his 1954 Science and History, where he wrote at length on organisms and their environment, ecology. He noted that Darwin had made the first steps toward an ecological view in his work on the fertilization of flowers and on the earthworm. But the work that has been done up till now only emphasizes the extreme complexity of the relations between organisms and our practically total ignorance of their significance. For example, soil science had previously been treated as largely inorganic, based on geology and mineralogy. We are only now beginning to realize that the soil itself is a whole complex of organisms, not one of which can be changed without affecting all the rest. The interrelated complex of organisms, of animals, plants, and bacteria, wherever they are found, is the subject of the study of ecology, the analysis of the total effect of all organisms in a specific locality on each other. Bernal emphasized that the association of organisms in, for example, field or a pond, is found to have a coherence and permanency of its own greater than those of any individual organism. The old crude concept of the struggle for existence is giving place to one of the evolved cooperation of different organisms. Ecology raised issues of complexity and irreversibility once there has been a breakthrough onto a new level of complexity. However, qualitative changes create definite pathways in evolutionary development, such that the possibility of similar jumps occurring elsewhere rapidly vanishes. Once, for instance, the green plants had spread onto the land, there was no more room for plant forms with any other metabolic basis to do the. Science and history stress that man's interference with the balance of nature had become a major threat to ecological systems, introducing a whole new history of organic systems. large-scale intensive ecological devastation, is simply due to the essentially predatory nature of capitalism, now spread as imperialism over so large an area of the world. Recognizing the systematic role of capitalism and colonialism in the degradation of the soil, Bernal avoided the dominant ideological tendency to blame some of the worst forms of ecological destruction on the poor, placing such destruction rather in its wider social and ecological context. Thus, he wrote, "The success of modern mechanical agriculture and lumbering has been at the expense of ruining a dangerously large proportion of the soil of the planet, and of changing its climate unfavorably to almost all forms of life. The destruction of the soil has been enormously accelerated in the last 50 years by the methods characteristic of ruthless capitalist exploitation for immediate profit. The actual destroyers of the soil need not themselves be the capitalists. They may be poor sharecropping farmers who have to secure a large harvest of cash crops in order to prevent themselves from being evicted, or Africans, driven onto reserves by Europeans who take all the best land. The different causes lead to the same result, and the process is continually accelerating. The less there is in the land, the more it has to be exploited and the worse its condition gets. Because of this, the destruction of the soil had expanded enormously over the last half-century, calling for an emphasis on conservation in response. Conservation, though, could not be left to private industry. It required state planning. Yet, at this point, Bernal undermined his argument by characteristically adopting an uncritical attitude toward the USSR. Although the Soviet Union had clearly played a pioneering role with respect to forest preservation and nature reserves, and was to be rightly congratulated in that respect, Bernal also praised it uncritically for its role in promoting megadams and vast irrigation, including river diversion schemes. These were commonly seen at the time, in the United States as well as the Soviet Union, as great boons to food production, and even as examples of good environmental management, but were later to be recognized as ecological disasters. On population, Bernal was stridently anti-Malthusian. He opposed on ethical as well as scientific grounds the Malthusian racial position presented by physiologist V. Hill in his presidential address to the British Association of Science. Hill insisted that medicine and hygiene not be promoted in those countries where men breed like rabbits. As Bernal disparagingly said of Hill's views, the whole of the work of medical science is to be thrown away, rather than face the full implications of economic freedom for backward peoples. The sanctity of human life, one of the highest professions of Western civilization, is discarded in the ultimate cause of the protection of private property. Only by raising the standard of living, particularly the development of industry and agriculture in poorer countries, and thus leading peoples through the demographic transition, was it possible to rise above the vicious circle of population growth and the struggle for subsistence. For that, however, underdeveloped nations needed to be free of the chains of imperialism. Such arguments reflected genuine concerns for the wretched of the earth and a recognition of the social, as opposed to purely demographic causes of overpopulation. Nevertheless, in the late 1930s and early 1940s, Bernal's anti-Malthusianism, coupled with his faith in science and technology, if coupled with planning, took exaggerated forms, leading him in this period to spout extreme productivist claims about the carrying capacity of the earth, undermining his more careful arguments. He rashly wrote in The Social Function of Science that not only could deserts be turned into greenhouses, but if we used our reserves of coal, or even limestone, as basic food materials, we should have enough for a population thousands or millions of times that which exists at present on our globe. And the approach to environmental issues adopted in The Social Function of Science, and later, but to a lesser extent, in Science and History, thus displayed at times the modernizing and eco-modernizing vision almost universal at the time, the age of megaprojects in the United States, the Soviet Union, and elsewhere. Here, problems of overpopulation were seen as solved through the development of new hybrid crops and new technological methods, including greater irrigation that required big dams and diversion of rivers. In a more grating and short-sighted observation from today's perspective, Bernal in 1939, in The Social Function of Science, pointed to the possibility of planned climate change based on Soviet attempts to tame the Arctic. As he put it, in terms that cannot but strike today's reader, some 80 years later, as naive the dialectics of unintended consequences seems to have failed him here. By an intelligent diversion of warm ocean currents together with some means of coloring snow so that the sun could melt it, it might be possible to keep the Arctic ice-free for one summer, and that one year might tip the balance and permanently change the climate of the Northern Hemisphere. Bernal presented this view decades before the post-Second World War development of modern climate science and Earth system science. Ironically, it was the Soviet promotion of climatology as a science in the context of the attempt to alter the climate of the Arctic that led to the first discoveries of the heat balance of the Earth system by M.I. Boudico and the first warnings on accelerated global warming as a threat to humanity. Still, An indication of the often contradictory, Janus-faced character of Bernal's thought at this time can be seen in the juxtaposition of ecological concerns that pervade much of science and history with extreme Promethean and eco-modernist notions, particularly where issues of overcoming famine were concerned, often reflecting his susceptibility to Soviet ideology. Thus, he wrote in an ecologically tone-deaf manner near the end of Science and History, in a section titled The Transformation of Nature. The transformation of nature, along lines indicated by the biological and geological sciences, will be undertaken with the use of heavy machinery, including possibly atomic energy. In this way, all the river basins of the world can be brought under control, abolishing floods, droughts, and destructive soil erosion, and widely extending the areas of cultivation and stock raising. The transformation should establish a new level of human control over its total environment. Such views did not entirely obliterate the ecological insights that pervaded science in history. Nevertheless, they did suggest that Bernal still believed, in line with most other scientists and industry in his time, that the solutions to problems such as famines, drought, and loss of soil fertility could be addressed by megaprojects such as large dams and diverting rivers. Most telling is his reference here to the use of atomic power. Yet Bernal's ecological views in this respect were to change dramatically, and to take on a far more critical perspective, following the Bikini Atoll test and the revelations about radioactive fallout. In the end, his growing integration into the world peace movement was to affect his ecological views in this and other areas. Despite his major missteps in this period, Bernal's deep concern for ecological problems in areas such as the degradation of the soil and deforestation frequently gave his work a critical edge well ahead of his times, as did his recognition that the severe ecological problems of much of the globe emanated largely from imperialism. One work that was to influence him immensely in the latter respect was Josué de Castro's The Geography of Hunger, a classic study of poverty, population, and hunger. In this vein, Bernal strongly criticized monocultures in agriculture, writing in Science and History, the soil is exhausted by single-crop agriculture, often on foreign-owned plantations. However, more significant in the development of his ecological views, as we shall see, were his deep concerns about the development of nuclear weapons. Bernal's expansive view of science, and the wider, dynamic, though not yet Earth system perspective presented in both the social function of science and Science and History were to attract much less attention than his proposals for the reorganization of science, as suggested in the second part of the social function of science. Looking at the major proposals with respect to the future of science, very little would seem controversial today. Indeed, Bernal was to remark in his 1964 essay, After 25 Years, in which he looked back at the social function of science a quarter century after its publication, that almost everything he argued for on practical grounds had already been accomplished, though, unfortunately, often under the domination of the military-industrial complex. In the social function of science, Bernal was particularly concerned with the funding of science and the need for the state to increase its direct role in this respect. Since the only other sources of financing scientific research were from universities, whose main purpose was education, and from private industry or philanthropy. He strongly emphasized the importance of state involvement in funding research, including through universities, on the grounds of the practical importance of science with respect to human welfare. Indeed, many of his proposals on the need for state funding of science, and for promotion of the sciences in the university curriculum, resembled those that E. Ray Lankester had put before the British Association for the Advancement of Science more than 3 decades before in his 1906 presidential address. A science for the people in a more democratic and egalitarian society would be a necessary complement to a state for the people. Although freedom in science should be at all times maintained, this did not conflict with the notion of the organization of science to place greater stress on practical social goals, since freedom, as Engels had famously said, is the insight into. Such a stance, however, necessarily involved a critique of the hegemonic ideal of pure science. For Bernal, pure science, conceived as an isolated ideal, was often a form of snobbery, a sign of the scientist aping the don and the gentleman. An applied scientist must needs appear somewhat of a tradesman. By insisting on science for its own sake, the pure scientist repudiated the sordid material foundation on which his work was based. The ideal of pure science had arisen historically in accompaniment with the development of capitalist machine industry. Scientific results were increasingly exploited for material means, while scientists were portrayed, not least among themselves, as independent of and oblivious to the practical purposes to which their research was put. The scientist's responsibility in this hegemonic, pure science view was limited to carrying out his own work while leaving the results to an ideal economic system, ideal because natural and open to the free play of economic forces, Hill had argued in 1933, in a letter to Nature, that science should see itself completely independent of social and political needs, and neutral in the face of the rise of fascism, a view that Bernal considered both ideologically naive and ethically reprehensible. There was no getting around the fact that science had become a power in the world and could be used in ways that served the needs of humanity, or that, alternately, it could undermine those pressing needs, in some cases promoting actual destruction. The notion of pure scientific detachment under these circumstances was naive. Freedom in this realm, as in others, could not simply be a case of absolute individuality and detachment. Rather, freedom could only exist in science, as in all other domains as well, if accompanied with struggle. Freedom in science, Bernal insisted, required not only the absence of outside control, but also funding, since science required a material basis. To leave such funding to private sources and class-based philanthropy was likely to impede the freedom and independence of science. Bernal was personally aware through his own career of the deplorable funding of scientific research in Britain. He had been forced to carry out his early experiments in X-ray crystallography, one of his ex-students recalled, in a few ill-lit and dirty rooms on the ground floor of a stark, dilapidated gray brick building. The difficulties of producing critical research under these impoverished conditions were worsened by a lack of technicians and poor support for student researchers. In documenting in his book the paucity of scientific funding in Britain compared to other advanced capitalist countries, Bernal must have recalled these poor laboratory conditions. The reality of the late 1930s was that science was being organized primarily by capitalist class forces, limiting the actual self-organization of science by scientists themselves, as well as attention to the genuine needs of society as a whole. Moreover, under monopoly capitalism, there was the danger that science would simply become subject to corporations and the military. Thus, Bernal pointed to the increasing tendency to national monopoly of science in the interest of state power, economic, and in confirmation of this. A quarter century later, he was to note that though science was now more than adequately funded, it was dominated by military spending and military priorities. This was the effect of the Second World War, followed by the Cold War and the rise of a permanent military-industrial complex. As a result, the freedom of science was compromised in a climate where military science with secrecy motivated by national security had displaced the freedom of scientific communication. What gave a radical, even revolutionary character to the social function of science was the focus on the movement toward socialism as a necessary complement to the advancement of science. This was most evident in his final chapter, The Social Function of Science. There, Bernal presented his thesis that though the bourgeois revolution had been essential for the development of science, giving it, for the first time, a practical value, the human importance of science transcends in every way that of capitalism, and indeed, the full development of science in the service of humanity is incompatible with the continuance of not only the physical sciences were impaired under capitalism by the class nature of the society, but social science was made virtually impossible by the dominance of bourgeois ideology and the ignoring or indeed active marginalization of all social science research that pointed to the need for fundamental social change. He was later to devote a quarter of his Science and History to a devastating critique of the ideological role of the social sciences in capitalist society. The stress on the importance of Marxism to science revolved around its emphasis on origins, and thus its concern with qualitative change and contradiction. Socialism emphasized the cooperative and popular character of science, making it a popular possession, an organic science for the people. Rather than pretend to a false detachment, historical materialism looked squarely at how science was affected by the structuring of social and economic development, leading to a more rational, reasoned, and critical scientific inquiry, and thus to the laws of discovery. As an example of this, Bernal pointed to Nikolai Vavilov's discovery of the main centers of the origin of agriculture around the globe, and thus the world's reservoirs of germplasm. Yet, Bernal's approach to socialism and science was pragmatic as well as radical, tied to the Communist Party, dominated and trade union sections of the Labour Party. An appendix to his book included the policy statement and principles of the British Association of Scientific Workers, which was a principal force in the social relations of science movement. Bernal believed in working generally with governments, whether capitalist or socialist, on the promotion of science, adhering to a notion of complete socialism that required the transcendence of capitalism rather than social democracy. He nonetheless was actively engaged in transforming the relations of science and society in the context of the present system, a philosophy of reform and revolution. Nevertheless, it would be absurd, he noted, to imagine that a rationalization of scientific application to industry would be easy to adapt to the conditions of monopoly capitalism. Opposed to any system like those proposed by Plato and H.G. Wells, in which philosophers or scientists were the rulers of society, Bernal stated, We may dismiss as fantasy the prospect of the scientist ruler. He also rejected mechanical utopias, particularly scientific utopias, such as those associated with Wells, or earlier figures like Edward Bellamy in Looking Backward. The reactionary dystopias of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World or E.M. Forster's The Machine Stops simply carried forward the worst aspects of the Wellesian-type utopias that they were meant to criticize, with the notable exception of William Morris's remarkable News from Nowhere, which romance concerned with the emotional detail of a complete communist society. All utopias, he suggested, had two repulsive features: a lack of freedom consequent on perfect organization and a corresponding lack of effort. To be a citizen of a modern utopia, the critics feel, is to be well cared for, regulated from birth to death, and never needing to do anything difficult or painful. The utopian seems, notwithstanding his health, beauty, and affability, to partake too much of the robot and the prig. Fairly envisaged, it seems hardly worthwhile sacrificing much in the present if this is all the future has to offer. In contrast, the Marxian outlook was quite different, that of open-ended historical development, of freedom and struggle. What was needed was faith in humanity. The last paragraph of The Social Function of Science, however, was to be most widely quoted by friend and foe alike. There he audaciously wrote, "Science is communism, already. We have in the practice of science the prototype of all human common action, the task which the scientists have undertaken, the understanding and control of nature and of man himself, is merely the conscious expression of the task of human society. The methods by which this task is attempted, however imperfectly they are realized, are the methods by which humanity is most likely to secure its own future. In its endeavor, science is communism. In science, men have learned consciously to subordinate themselves to a common purpose without losing the individuality of their achievements. Each one knows that. This work depends on that of his predecessors and colleagues, and that it can only reach its fruition through the work of his successors. In science, men collaborate not because they are forced to by superior authority or because they blindly follow some chosen leader, but because they realize that only in this willing collaboration can each man find his goal. Facts cannot be forced to our desires, and freedom comes by admitting this necessity and not by pretending to ignore it. For humanity as a whole, the difficult but urgent task was one of welding a really organic. Waddington's scientific attitude and Crowther's The Social Relations of Science adopted similar stances on the natural communism of science. Like Bernal, Waddington insisted that in their free sharing of information and ideas, their consciousness of working toward collective ends, and their general interest in the promotion of social betterment, scientists could be said to behave like communists in the broadest sense of the term. The prestigious sociologist of science, Robert K. Merton, adopted the notion that communism, along with universalism, disinterestedness, and organized skepticism, constituted the four key scientific norms. However, he later changed communism to communalism. Science, in this view, was a collective enterprise based ideally on the free and collaborative exchange of ideas and aimed at general human welfare. Anti-communist intellectuals and the CIA. The social relations of science movement of the scientific left generated an immediate reactionary response from conservative scientists, which would have little real effect until it merged later with the wider Cold War attacks on these same scientists. From the start, Polanyi and Baker, who, together with Tansley, founded the SFS, were the main critics of Bernal's The Social Function of Science and the Social Relations of Science movement. In his book, The Contempt of Freedom, Polanyi objected to Marxism's attack on pure science as an unrealizable ideal in a class society. For Polanyi, Bernal's approach was simply the propagandist attitude to which Marxist thinkers commonly deferred. And it was hypocritical in its advocacy of freedom, since it constituted in reality the denial of freedom in science. Polanyi complained that Epicurus and Charles Darwin were beyond criticism, requiring compulsory acceptance in Marxist circles, simply because Marx had praised them. Marxism, Polanyi went so far as to contend in his book, was a more complete philosophy of oppression than either Italian or German fascism. 42. In The Scientific Life, Baker charged that Bernal's The Social Function of Science preached the doctrine of the reduction of freedom for research workers. Waddington and Crowther were likewise accused of advocating the ushering in the totalitarian regime for scientists. Alarmed by plans for post-war reconstruction in Britain under the Labour Party, in which Marxian scientists were influential, Baker warned, another and a vastly different prospect looms ahead. An ugly new god called the state demands worship. Nourishment, shelter, health, and leisure are falsely regarded as ends in themselves. Culture is looked down on with contempt. Science is equated with technology and both decay. Individualism and free inquiry are ridiculed. Everything is planned from above. A dreary uniformity descends. Each person is a cog in a vast machine, grinding towards ends lacking all higher human. Both Baker and Polanyi were animated by reactionary views, with Baker an arch-conservative, avid eugenicist, and believer in racial inequality, and Polanyi an early neoliberal thinker and virulent anti-communist. In a friendly response to Baker's initial letter in 1940, which was to lead to the formation of the SFS, Polanyi declared outright, "We cannot defend the freedom of science unless we attack collectivism." It was the socialist outlook of the scientific left, rather than their alleged contempt of freedom and science, that was the real issue for him from the start. Tansley's role in the SFS was that of a moderate left or social democratic figure. He insisted, in contrast to Baker, that the SFS did not oppose scientists working at times in teams. Tansley supported social planning in science, while rejecting centralized planning of science by the state. His most important statement as a representative of the SFS was his 1942 Herbert Spencer lecture on the values of science to humanity. He stressed, in opposition both to Baker and Polanyi, that if the Association of Scientific Workers and the Bernalists were actually supportive of freedom in science, then there was indeed no quarrel, that is. The battle was not a general political, ideological one. In sharp contrast to Tansley, Baker and Polanyi saw the SFS as a key part of the anti-communist struggle, in which so-called Bernalism became the primary ideological target. Baker's extreme polemical approach was evident in his piece Counterblast to Bernalism, published in the New Statesman and Nation in 1939. It started out with the sentence, "Bernalism is the doctrine of those who profess that the only proper objects of scientific research are to feed people and protect them from the elements. That research workers should be organized in gangs and told what to discover, and that the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake has the same value as the solution of crossword puzzles." Professor Bernal will no doubt permit the immortalization of his name by the introduction of this new word, Bernalism, into the English language. Baker went so far as to charge that a socialist scientist would stop for lunch in the countryside with Tansley's types of British vegetation in his haversack, without pausing to think of the extent of his debt to Tansley in allowing him to perceive the ecology around him. Baker's fantastic criticisms were completely off the mark here, since Bernal and other figures on the scientific left, for example, Hogben, J.B.S. Haldane, Joseph Needham, and Julian Huxley, had indicated many times over their interest in the nascent field of ecological science. Nor was their argument on science as praxis and its role in the promotion of human welfare to be confused with mere bourgeois utilitarianism rooted in possessive individualism. Still, in the virulence of his condemnation of these leading figures in British science in his day, Baker knew few bounds and went so far as to refer to the Bernalist rut and explicitly calling Britain's leading socialist scientists. Science for the aristocratic Baker was an elite, gentleman's endeavor, beyond the ordinary individual. What he objected to most in Bernal, then, was the idea of a science for the people. Baker believed strongly not only in the inherently low level of culture of the common people, but also in the deep inferiority of non-white races. Hence, he was also concerned to keep eugenics alive, characterizing those opposed to it as communists. This reflected the fact that Hogben, Haldane, and Bernal were all leading opponents of eugenics. In a 1933 BBC broadcast debate with Haldane, Baker openly declared, "The people who were inferior we would encourage to have few." In November 1942, during the Battle of Stalingrad, Baker wrote to Carlos Blacker, "I do not at all appreciate our alliance with the USSR. I should have preferred to have nothing to do with her, whatever. The consequences, the regime seems to me more evil than Hitler's Germany." Polanyi was not overtly racist in his outlook, but highly elitist, attracted to classical liberalism with its possessive individualist ideology and class bias. He was to form a view of science as a personal endeavor based on tacit knowledge. However, it was not the supposed centralism of the scientific left that so disturbed Baker and Polanyi as the wider, public character insisted on by the Bernalists, who believed in enlisting the state for social betterment. The SFS's criticisms of the Red scientists in the midst of the Second World War had little effect initially, and it was only later, as it merged such criticisms with a broader anti-communism and Cold War anti-totalitarian ideology, that the condemnations began to tell. In the Cold War era, it was not altogether surprising that a left figure like political theorist Neil Wood, in his 1959 Communism and British Intellectuals, would take his cue from Polanyi, whose help he acknowledged in the book. The stances of Baker and Polanyi, along with that of the SFS, were dutifully presented. While Wood harshly criticized the British Marxist scientists, he presented as enemies of scientific freedom and critical thought. As Edwin Roberts has noted, Wood simply adopted the criticisms used by Baker and Polanyi for the most part, without any qualification. The main vulnerability of the Marxist scientists was not in their immediate ideas or proposals with respect to British science, but rather their close identification with the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of Great Britain (CPGB), in which they were hostage to events beyond their control, and frequently beyond their knowledge, as in the case of Stalin's wider purges. This was particularly the case with Lysenkoism, which arose around the work of Trofim Denisovich Lysenko, a dominant figure in Soviet biology from the mid-1930s to the late 1950s, who attained enormous power and influence, particularly after 1948, through his directorship of the Lenin-Alunian Academy of Agricultural Sciences and the Institute of Genetics of the USSR Academy of Sciences. Lysenko introduced exaggerated claims with respect to vernalization and hybridization that went against traditional genetics, but which were attractive to the Soviet state, because the implementation of these methods promised to speed plant growth and produce greater productivity in agriculture in a harsh environment. Lysenko and his associates raised some important questions about the relation of genetics to the environment that fed the controversy. However, their scientific methods were defective. The British Red scientists, most notably Haldane, as one of the world's leading geneticists, but also Bernal, were under pressure to respond by taking one side or the other in the controversy generated by Lysenkoism. Instead, they mostly sought to respond rationally, presenting the controversy as an important scientific debate to be decided on its merits on scientific grounds. In Bernal's words, there is nothing like controversy to stimulate theory and experiment. He stressed that there were genuine Marxist biologists. Here he singled out B.B.M. Zavadovsky, whom he had first met at the Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology in 1931, and who was strongly opposed to Lysenko on both sides of the controversy. Haldane, for his part, made it clear in 1949 that he did not share all of Lysenko's views, which had gone a great deal too far and rejected a lot of sound biology, and that he was himself a Mendel Morganist. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to condemn the developments in Soviet biology altogether. At the center of the controversy, and close to the British Red scientists, was Nikolai Vavilov, Lysenko's chief opponent and the Soviet Union's leading geneticist, who, like Zavadovsky, had been a member of the Soviet delegation under Bukharin that visited Britain for the Second International Congress of the History of Science and Technology in 1931. Vavilov was a pioneer in the study of the centers of origin of the germplasm associated with world's principal crops. Haldane, Bernal, Needham, and Hogben also had close connections with H.J. Muller, the U.S. Marxist geneticist and later winner of the 1948 Nobel Prize in Physiology of Medicine, who had worked closely with Vavilov at the Institute of Genetics in Leningrad. The very nature of these close connections and the clear recognition on the part of the British socialist scientists that Lysenko and his associates had often gone too far in their rejection of Western genetics meant that they avoided any straightforward adoption of Lysenkoist ideas, which were portrayed at best as at the experimental stage, and thus as mere hypotheses, some of which were doubtless worth investigation. In the end, the real problem with Lysenkoism, as Richard Levins and Richard Lewontin argued in The Dialectical Biologist in 1985, was not so much its promulgation of ideas that were to prove to be of negligible scientific value, but rather the political backing given to Lysenko by Stalin. This had the effect, as Waddington put it, of placing the full power of the state behind Lysenko and his close colleague Isaac Present, a pair of able charlatans who did much to corrupt the growth of Soviet genetics. The result was the purging of scientific opponents, including Vavilov, who was arrested and died in prison of malnutrition during the war, facts that were not known for many years. In the developing Cold War context, Lysenkoism was presented by figures like Baker and Polanyi as representing the absolute rejection in the Soviet Union of modern genetics. All attempts of Haldane and others to bring some degree of critical rationality to bear on the question failed to take hold in the deepening political divide. Meanwhile, the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, adhered slavishly to the dominant Soviet view, undermining the British left scientists, who sought to chart an independent course. More than anything else, Wersky wrote, it was Stalin's sudden decision in July 1948 to put T.D. Lysenko in charge of Soviet biology that served to catalyze the decline of the scientific left in Britain. One member of the SFS with whom Polanyi and Baker developed a strong alliance in their attempt to undermine the Marxist scientists was Friedrich Hayek, the arch-conservative. Neoliberal professor of economics at the London School of Economics and author of the leading anti-communist tract, The Road to Serfdom. Hayek approached Polanyi in 1941, asking him to enter into combat against the propaganda of the Haldanes, Hogbens, Needhams. He encouraged Polanyi to write a vitriolic review essay titled The Growth of Thought in Society, attacking Crowther's social relations of science and the scientific left in general. The review essay was published in 1941 in Economica, which Hayek edited. Polanyi's 28-page calumny for Hayek's journal was one of the most rabid attacks on Marxian scientists. taking on the whole social relations of science movement, dating back to the Soviet delegation led by Bukharin to the 1931 Second International Congress on the History of Science and Technology, and encompassing Hogben. Bernal and Crowther-Polanyi charged that any criticism whatsoever of pure science amounted to a criticism of scientific ideals and was a form of totalitarian doctrine. The views of the British Marxian scientists concerning the position of science, he contended, were identical in principle with those of fascist totalitarianism as enunciated by Adolf Hitler. Polanyi based these allegations on a grossly distorted treatment of the argument in Crowther's Social Relations of Science, in which Polanyi claimed falsely that Crowther was defending the methods of the Spanish Inquisition. Crowther, as one would expect, had in fact taken the side of Galileo, which represented the rising bourgeoisie, against the Inquisition, seeing the repression of the heliocentric view as a sin against science and the new revolutionary class. Yet, Crowther also observed that during the rule of Cromwell, who had introduced repressive measures to defend the revolutionary parliamentary forces in the midst of the English Revolution, science had advanced rapidly, a fact impossible to deny. If Crowther's historical argument raised questions from a moral standpoint, it could hardly be seen as a defense of inquisitions. Instead, he was seriously grappling with the complex relation of scientific advancement to historical change, as opposed to the usual Whig history. Rather than confront Crowther's historically based argument directly, Polanyi, with Hayek's support, simply lifted phrases out of context, suggesting, inaccurately, that Crowther was defending inquisitional methods. Readers were led to believe that these criticisms of Crowther, a well-known socialist science writer, sufficed to dispatch the scientific left in general, including leading scientists such as Bernal and Hogben. Baker and Polanyi were both enthusiastic readers of Hayek's Road to Serfdom, part of which had been devoted to polemics against the scientific left, focusing on Waddington. Baker, in private correspondence, emphasized its enormous propagandistic value in relation to their cause. Hayek, in recognition of Polanyi's role in the SFS and their shared values, invited Polanyi to the original organizational meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society in Switzerland, the birthplace of neoliberalism. Not only was Polanyi one of the original 38 organizers, he was also one of the 64 founding members. In 1950, the Anti-Communist Congress for Cultural Freedom was founded. Based in Paris, it aimed to fund and facilitate a larger number of cultural publications. Acknowledged funding for the CCF came from recognized foundations, including the Rockefeller Foundation, which the CIA regarded as providing excellent funding cover. What was undoubtedly the greater part of the CCF's funding, though, was channeled through a number of dummy fronts, such as the Fairfield Foundation, the Price Foundation, and Vernon Foundation, all with false boards of directors which served as CIA conduits. The journal Encounter was directly connected to the CCF and thus the CIA, while sociologist of science Edward Shill's journal Minerva Polanyi wrote, "The Republic of Science" for the first issue received covert CIA funds. In this way, the CCF served as a clearinghouse for a wide array of journals, including Daedalus, the Journal of the History of Ideas, and Partisan Review. Its secretariat, responsible for running the organization and obtaining funding, was headed by Michael Josselson, a CIA operative. Josselson's second in command, John Hunt, an Oklahoma novelist and a direct descendant of Davy Crockett, was handpicked by the CIA in 1956. After Josselson had a heart attack in 1955, lest the CIA lose control of the organization, Hayek, Polanyi, and Baker were all directly involved with the CCF, with Polanyi playing a leading role throughout. Polanyi was soon enlisted to chair the CCF's Committee on Science and Freedom. He was also president of the organizing committee for a 1953 CCF meeting in Hamburg, under the theme of Science and Freedom, the first large meeting of the CCF following its founding. In Hamburg, 120 scholars and scientists were to gather, including Polanyi, Baker, and Hayek, along with such dedicated Cold Warriors as French philosopher Raymond Aron, the American philosopher Sidney Hook, and the American sociologist Shills. The scientific left was to be the major target. Baker commented in his correspondence on the free flow of money and the lavish expenditure at the conference, beyond anything he had ever seen at a scientific cultural gathering. Polanyi, who joined the executive committee of the CCF in 1953, went on to organize its Milan meeting in 1955. The CIA's role in the CCF, as one participant indicated, was an open secret to those deeply involved in the organization. After the CIA's central role in the organization was exposed in 1967 by Ramparts magazine, among those who admitted to knowing or strongly suspecting CIA involvement were Daniel Bell, Willy Brandt, James Burnham, Louis Fisher, Hook, George Kennan, Mary McCarthy, Dwight MacDonald, Robert Oppenheimer, Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Shills, and Lionel Trilling. Polanyi, though not admitting having known of CIA's role in the organization, a position that was hardly credible given his membership on the executive committee and the numbers of others with lesser roles who knew. Nonetheless, strongly supported Jocelyn once it all came into the open. In his words, "I would have served the CIA had I known of its existence in the years following the war, with pleasure." In the United States, the earlier Committee for Cultural Freedom had been started in 1939, largely at the instigation of Hooke, but also with the help of John Dewey. Hooke was to dissolve the CCF in 1951 and replace it with the new American Committee for Cultural Freedom, ACCF, in order to secure funding from the Congress for Cultural Freedom. The American Committee under Hooke was even more openly anti-communist than the much larger European-based CCF, of which it was then an affiliate. Whittaker Chambers, who testified against Alger Hiss in the McCarthy era, was a member of the executive committee of the ACCF. Many of the European intellectuals associated with the CCF, such as Aron and Polanyi, believed that communism had been largely defeated in the West by the mid-1950s and wanted to give the CCF a wider focus. The ACCF was thus seen as a liability given its visible participation in the vigilantism of the McCarthy era. The Paris-based CCF therefore decided to rein in the American Committee, particularly in the wake of the demise of McCarthyism, a dispute that was described by historian Francis Saunders as a conflict between the gunslingers in New York and the sophisticates of the Paris operation. In 1954, Jocelyn cut off the funds to the ACCF, depriving it of its indirect access to the financing from the CIA. In response, Hooke went directly both to the CIA operative Cord Meyer, who worked with the CCF, and then to CIA Director Allen Dulles, and managed to obtain direct CIA funding for the ACCF. However, the ACCF was to find itself in growing financial difficulties in subsequent years due to its conflict with the CCF and its inability to continue obtaining CIA support. It disbanded in early 1957.64. Hooke's enmity toward the British Red scientists and their avowed commitment to dialectical naturalism was deep-seated and unending. He had early earned a reputation as a leading American Marxist philosopher with the publication of his Towards the Understanding of Karl Marx. By 1939, however, when he played the leading role in founding the original Committee for Cultural Freedom in the United States, he had already shifted his views considerably, making the scientific left his main target. Hooke was early in adopting the position to become widespread among Western Marxists that Engels had distorted Marxism by introducing the notion of the dialectics of nature, refusing to address the complex issues of epistemology and science associated with dialectical realism, materialism. He claimed that the only sense in which the dialectic is applicable to nature is the sense in which it is an abbreviated synonym for scientific method. In these terms, he sought systematically to undermine all of Engels's discussions with respect to the dialectics of nature, as well as that of the entire scientific left, characterizing any attempt to see dialectics as applicable to nature as either a form of metaphysical idealism or else merely a stand-in for the scientific method and thus redundant. On this shallow basis, Hooke proceeded to throw scorn on Needham's notion of integrative levels, Haldane's discussions on how dialectical evolutionary thinking could help one understand hemophilia, and Hyman Levy's use in A Philosophy for a Modern Man of the concept of phase change to explain the material significance of dialectics. At times, Hooke highlighted the real philosophical difficulties in the analyses of some of these natural scientists. More generally, he sought to throw utter scorn on their analyses by focusing on what he viewed as particular weak points, such as Levy's claim that fascist thinking was prone to mechanism. Engels was said to have fallen prey to Aristotelian essentialism. For Hooke's, the pragmatist philosopher, there was nothing to be gained by applying dialectical thinking to nature, that is, nothing that was not already comprehended by science apart from dialectics. Dialectics in relation to science represented nothing more than a new obscurantism. Hooke was somewhat less severe with respect to the application of dialectics to history, but here too he claimed it was of little true value. Hooke's enmity toward the Marxist left was further on exhibit in 1969 in the support he offered to the regents of the University of California system and Governor Ronald Reagan on the firing of Angela Davis. Davis was a newly appointed philosophy professor with a 2-year contract at the University of California at Los Angeles. But Reagan and the UC regents sought to fire her before she had even taught a course based on political grounds. Hooke, in his Heresy, Yes, but Conspiracy, No, a pamphlet version of which was published in 1952 by the ACCF and later in his 1970 Academic Freedom and Academic Anarchy, argued that a communist should never be allowed to teach in the United States because Marxists were politically opposed to principles of academic freedom. For Hooke, Reagan, and the California regents, mere membership in the Communist Party was evidence of Davis's incompetence, despite her being a student of Herbert Marcuse at Brandeis, where she graduated magna cum laude. followed by her year of study in France, her 2 years in Germany at the University of Frankfurt, and her PhD candidacy at the University of California at San Diego. The attempt to fire Davis in 1969 was stopped by the courts, but Reagan and the California regents managed to fire her at the end of the 1969-70 academic year on trumped-up charges based on the inflammatory language she had used in a number of speeches. The American Association of University Professors censured the University of California regents for their actions. Hooke was to end his career at the right-wing Hoover Institution. The race controversy. The SFS was to persist until May 1963, when it was brought to a rather ignominious end at the hands of Baker. Its demise is often seen as due to its task being completed through the defeat of the scientific left. However, the SFS's decline was precipitated by internal disputes that broke out in its last decade, particularly in relation to Baker's criticisms of the role of the scientific left in developing UNESCO's famous statements on race, discussed below. For Baker and his closest allies, it was the war of the scientific left on eugenics, which was their greatest crime, leading to criticisms on their part that were to split the SFS. There were several years of discussions in the early 1950s over whether the SFS should merge into CCF's Committee for Scientific Freedom, now chaired by Polanyi and occupying the greater part of his time, with Baker also a member. The incentive for such a merger was that considerable funding would flow from the CCF and its Committee on Science and Freedom to the SFS. Yet Baker continually raised the question of the apparently illimitable funds and the absence of any explanation where the CCF was concerned. The secrecy around the CIA's funding of the CCF, which Baker was not party to, leading to his persistent questioning therefore, became a significant issue blocking the SFS's direct affiliation with the Paris-based organization. A bigger conflict in the SFS arose in 1955 when strikes and protests broke out at Göttingen University over the appointment of a former Nazi and neo-Nazi publisher, Leonhard Schluter, as Minister of Education and Culture for Lower Saxony. The CCF came out in favor of the protests. This outraged Baker, who wrote a circular for the CCF leadership indicating that they should not take sides in the dispute. Baker's action was strongly opposed by Polanyi, who refused to have Baker's circular distributed, arguing that the CCF could neither take the side of Nazis nor remain neutral. Baker resigned from the Committee on Science and Freedom in defiance, and the relations between the two turned cold, although they continued to work together for a time. Baker was also an adamant opponent in these years of non-white immigration into Britain, and openly supported continued white rule in South Africa and Rhodesia. Baker had been a member of the Eugenics Society since the 1920s and was encouraged in this respect initially by his supervisor and mentor, Julian Huxley. But by 1936, Huxley, a scientific humanist closely connected to the British socialist scientists, had moved to a position that was strongly critical of the biological concept of race. In 1931, Hogben, having returned from a position in South Africa where he had opposed Jan Christian Smuts and the developing apartheid movement, had published his pioneering genetic principles in medicine and social science with its famous chapter on race, where he had shown the fallacy of the genetic concept of race. Hogben's book created a great stir and was strongly attacked by figures like the psychiatrist and eugenicist Carlos Blacker, General Secretary of the Eugenics Society, author of Voluntary Sterilization, and Baker's closest friend. In Voluntary Sterilization, Blacker explicitly defended Nazi Germany's Sterilization Act. He later criticized Haldane for his general rejection of eugenics and for his position in favor of remodeling society as a means of human improvement. Hogben's sophisticated critique of biological race theories was soon taken up by Haldane, Huxley, and the scientific left in general, and was to gain widespread support throughout the scientific community. The work of Hogben and Huxley in this regard inspired Ashley Montagu to write his famous Man's Most Dangerous Myth, The Fallacy of Race, in 1942, in the midst of the Second World War. The rejection of eugenics was given further impetus by the effects of Nazism. In his 1950 piece They Wanna Geld the Poor, Haldane wrote a scathing attack on sterilization aimed at the poor and racial minorities in the United States. He pointed to a book by R.L. Dickinson and C.J. Gamble called Human Sterilization, Techniques of Human Conception Control, distributed by the Planned Parenthood Federation in the United States, in which the authors, in Haldane's words, sought to alter one of the Christian Beatitudes, to blessed are the poor, for they shall be sterilized. He strongly criticized this book for its apologetics with regard to sterilizations conducted in Nazi Germany, along the lines of Blacker's argument in Britain. The criticisms of eugenics by the scientific left sparked a major cultural and scientific assault on biological racism immediately after the war in the context of the formation of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. UNESCO was to issue a series of landmark authoritative statements on race between 1950 and 1967, in which figures in the British scientific left played central roles. Responding to UNESCO and left scientists, Baker sought to enlist the SFS in a counterattack on the influential UNESCO statements on race equality. As early as the Council of Allied Ministers on Education, which was in the process of forming a United Nations cultural organization, eventually to become UNESCO, created a science commission, in which Crowther was secretary. This was followed by the appointment of Huxley in 1946 as the first Director General of UNESCO. Huxley was the grandson of Thomas Huxley and had been a close friend of E. Ray Lankester. He was also co-author of The Science of Life with H. G. Wells and G. P. Wells, which had promoted the concept of ecology and its crucial relation to human society via human ecology. At the time when The Science of Life was written, Huxley was to note in his memoirs, ecology was a new subject, not fully approved of by classical. From 1926 to 1929, Huxley was president of the National Union of Scientific Workers that preceded the Association of Scientific Workers, and around which the scientific left was organized. He was close friends with Needham, Haldane, and Hogben. Animal ecologist Charles Elton and Tansley were former colleagues of Huxley, and Huxley worked with Tansley in the early stages of the creation of the Nature Conservancy. In 1947, Huxley wrote an essay on ethics and the dialectics of evolution that provided a materialist and ecological perspective as the basis of a general ethical stance, reflecting a scientific humanism. Here he quoted Marx's statement on religion as the opium of the people, in line with his own secular humanist views. In the same essay he raised, via a commentary on his brother Aldous Huxley's The Perennial Philosophy, the question of how human beings were to view their control of nature, and whether society was inherently Promethean in this respect. Looking back to William Blake, Julian Huxley declared, "We must build the new Jerusalem in the green and pleasant lands of the physical." On March 5, 1946, soon after he was made Director General of UNESCO, Huxley sent an urgent telegram to his friend Needham in China, where the latter was then a scientific counselor in Chongqing, asking him to become a member of the Preparatory Commission of UNESCO, in charge of creating a division for the natural sciences. Needham immediately traveled in great haste from Chongqing to London. Needham's role in bringing science into the new organization during its first few years was so significant that he became known as the person who was largely responsible for the S in UNESCO. He stepped down in 1948 to return to Cambridge, but in 1949 the Executive Board of UNESCO conferred on him the title of Honorary Counselor, and he continued to play a key role. For UNESCO, a crucial challenge in seeking to provide a unified cultural and scientific outlook after the Second World War was addressing the question of race. In 1950, UNESCO provided its first Statement on Race, which emphasized the equality of races, authored by a group of 8, mainly sociologists. Natural scientists entered into the final version, however, and the text was revised by Montague in response to criticism by a number of important figures, including Huxley, Muller, and Needham. Still, some biologists thought that the 1950 statement did not reflect fully the shift in the understanding of racial traits towards statistical conceptions. In 1951, a second statement on race, titled Statement on the Nature of Race and Race Differences, was issued by UNESCO, this time by a group of 14 authorities, including natural scientists, zoologists and geneticists, and anthropologists, with the weight this time on the natural scientists. Haldane, Huxley, Montague, and Solly Zuckerman were among the authors. 96 other geneticists and physical anthropologists were asked to provide comments on the 1951 statement, including Hogben, Muller, Huxley, Needham, and Waddington. UNESCO then published a booklet in 1952 that contained the statement and the responses, including those of Needham. The 1951 statement, like the statement from the year before, was adamant that available scientific knowledge provides no basis for believing that the groups of mankind differ in their innate capacity for intellectual and emotional development. UNESCO's final statement on race was issued in 1967, titled Statement on Race and Racial Prejudice. Here the goal was to go beyond the biological and anthropological aspects of the race concept to address the philosophical and moral issues. This statement was authored by sociologists, anthropologists, lawyers, a social psychologist, a historian, and 2 geneticists, of which one was Waddington. This report went beyond statements on racial equality to examine racism. Racial prejudice and discrimination in the world today arise from historical and social phenomena and falsely claim the sanction of. Baker was enraged by UNESCO's publication of the 1951 Statement on Race, particularly by its statement that all races were equal with respect to innate intelligence, a claim he believed had no scientific basis. UNESCO, he complained to the SFS, was inappropriately setting itself up as a scientific authority led by the scientific left, including Huxley. He therefore proposed to the SFS that it devote itself to a struggle to reform UNESCO, attacking the influence that socialist scientists had played in the process. Others within the leadership of the SFS rejected the idea of confronting UNESCO. Frustrated, Baker declared to his SFS colleagues that he would take the issue up with the CCF in Hamburg in 1953, where there would be no committee to silence him. He followed up this threat and got in a public row with the German geneticist Hans Nachsheim over racial equality. Baker, who considered himself a physical anthropologist as well as a zoologist, subsequently devoted his efforts primarily to disproving the innate equality of races, leading to the research for what he considered to be his life work, his book, Race, published by Oxford University Press in 1974. Baker was an admirer of the eugenicist Karl Pearson, formerly of the Men and Women's Club of the late 1880s, who, in Baker's words, was to be praised not only for his commitment to eugenics, but also for his view that the advancement of man could only come about by natural selection between races. He dedicated race to Blacker as a lifelong friend in recognition of their common lifelong promotion of racial eugenics. In Race, Baker did not so much present original research as compile all the information he could, much of it merely anecdotal, that pointed to the inequality of races. Much of his book was concerned with historic anthropological observations attached to European colonialism on various indigenous peoples. His thesis was that only the races he designated as Europeids and Mongolids, together constituting Eurasians, had been successful at building civilizations, whereas Indianids, the Indians of the Americas, had only done so to a small extent, in specific subraces. In contrast, Australasids, a category he used for Australian Aborigines, had not done so at all. For Baker, these results with regard to racial inequality were confirmed by genetic speech characteristics, craniometry, and IQ testing. His supposedly scientific conclusion was that the races were innately unequal. He wanted to incorporate into his book attacks on UNESCO and the American Anthropological Association, as well as diatribes on the dangers of miscegenation, but his Oxford press editors dissuaded him. Oxford published Baker's Race largely at the recommendation of Peter Medawar, who had won a Nobel Prize in 1960 for his work on immunological research directed at tissue transplantation. Medawar, however, had not read the final draft of the book. The critical reception to Baker's book outside the eugenics community was cold, an expected response that his friend Blacker attributed in advance to communists and other ill-disposed people. Oxford University Press quickly let the book go out of print. Baker eventually had his book reprinted in the United States by the right-wing Foundation for Human Understanding, financed by the openly racist Pioneer Fund. His work was to influence later proponents of biological race inequality, such as Arthur Jensen. Baker's single-minded dedication to attacking UNESCO and the scientific left on race, and to promoting the notion of innate racial inequality while advancing eugenics, divided the SFS. After Tansley's death in 1955, the SFS membership waned, the defeat of the scientific left. The British Marxian scientists, not at all adverse to debate, responded to the attacks of the SFS with reasoned arguments. It was Needham who first provided a powerful rejoinder in a major 1941 address, Pure Science and the Idea of the Holy, given to the annual conference of the National Union of Students. Here he criticized Polanyi's notion that pure science, removed from all social relations, was in some sense more holy than socially connected science, and to Tansley's contention that a sharp distinction could be made between pure and applied science. In response to such claims, Needham pointed to the 17th century formation of the Royal Society of London, highlighting the obvious fact that the scientists in the Baconian tradition who saw science as power and who were behind the establishment of the Royal Society were anything but socially uninvolved, nor were their scientific discoveries detached from the reality around them. Science, Needham stressed, does not exist in a vacuum. It is essentially a product of society, and the communism of its cooperating observers is but a prefiguration of that economic and social solidarity which humanity is destined to achieve. Replying specifically to Polanyi's association of science with the holy, Needham indicated that the notion of the holy as something pure and above the people and a means of class oppression had been challenged on genuine, scientific grounds as far back as the Epicureans in antiquity. The freedom of science required a free society, but this was to be achieved at its highest level, not in a society of possessive individualism and class rule, but in the world co-operative commonwealth. 8.6. Bernal, in responding to Baker, wrote, "I protest against the addition of this barbarous perversion of the language, in the use of the term Bernalism. I do not know where Dr. Baker has met the Bernalists. I have never seen one myself, and I don't believe they exist. For Bernal, there was absolutely no contradiction between considering the practical use of science to a community as a justification for encouraging it, and considering that the scientist carries on his work for what he thinks is a sheer love of truth and beauty. Nor was there any conflict between the organization of science, which was already taking place, and freedom. Since the keys to the successful organization of science are freedom and democracy, replying to still further attacks on another occasion, he observed that the only way to ensure that science served humanity as a whole was for scientists to develop a much closer, more personal, day-to-day and working contact between them and the rest of the population, particularly the organized working class. In this way, science can become such an integral part of society that science will never be in danger of destroying. Hogben not only defended planning in science, but went after his arch-conservative economics colleagues at the London School of Economics, including Hayek, an SFS member, and Lionel Robbins, whom he depicted as astrologists of the machine age and professional apologists for social paralysis. He wrote, "Professor Polanyi, who opposes scientific planning in the name of freedom, has suggested that we should compile a complete code of moral behavior. I only wonder he didn't suggest a world conference on Mount Sinai to draw up a code. How easily one is led into spiritual planning if one rejects economic planning." Avoiding direct confrontation with the SFS critics, Haldane simply declared, "I agree with Spinoza, Hegel, Engels, and Caldwell, to whose analysis of freedom in illusion and reality I am profoundly indebted, in defining freedom as the recognition of necessity. Science divorced from either freedom or necessity was a contradiction in terms. Such attempts on the part of the scientific left to ward off the attacks of the SFS were fairly successful at first, but then the Cold War set in and changed the balance." As William McGuckin notes, Wood could not have been more wrong in his claim that the decline of the social relations of science movement was largely due to the growth of a small but extremely articulate and hard-hitting opposition among the scientists, that is, the Society for Freedom in Science, a view he probably got directly from Polanyi. Rather, the successes of the social relations of science movement in forging a growing role between science and government were palpable in the late 1930s and in the 40s. The declining influence of the Marxian scientists, particularly by the mid-1950s, was to be attributed to wider social causes associated with the Cold War. Only then did the ideological attacks directed at them begin to tell. The barrage of attacks that Marxian scientists faced seemed to come from every direction, not only from the SFS and the Polanyi-led Committee on Science and Freedom within the CCF, but also from the other side, the humanities as distinct from the sciences, of what Bernal's friend and supporter C.P. Snow famously called the two. The leading representatives of the humanities and the arts in the British Isles at this time were mainly on the other side of the political divide. Some figures like D.H. Lawrence and William Butler Yeats even exhibited sympathies with fascism, while others were often virulently anti-communist. George Orwell, not ill-disposed to playing the Cold War game, savagely declared that Bernal's writing is at once pompous and slovenly, for like all apologists for totalitarianism, he is unable to say what he Forster went so far as to compare scientists as a group unfavorably to intellectuals, whom he treated as an entirely different breed. The scientist, Bernal was presented as the leading example, patronizes the past, oversimplifies the present, and envisages a future where his leadership will be accepted. He is subsidized by the terrified governments who need his aid, pampered and sheltered as long as he is obedient, and prosecuted under official secrets acts when he has been naughty. In contrast, the intellectuals, largely associated with the humanities and encompassing creative artists, were the Platonic guardians of humanity itself. The main precipitating factor in the fall from grace of the Red Scientists was not the hostility of anti-communist intellectuals, however, but the Cold War itself, which came to dominate all aspects of capitalist society in the post-war years. Left scientists were essentially given a choice between co-optation on the one hand or isolation on the other. Those who refused to join the anti-communist crusade, and indeed continued to characterize themselves as unreconstructed Marxists, were considered fair game in the repression of these years. In some cases, such as Bernal, the most intransigent positions taken by figures on the scientific left were products of the fact that they were in a sense already isolated and backed into a corner. As Gary Werski put it, leading communist scientists like Bernal and Haldane were naturally singled out in the ensuing onslaught. Others within the scientific left, such as Patrick Blackett and Solly Zuckerman, became part of the state planning apparatus, advancing left liberal or social democratic views in some areas, focusing, for example, on economic development issues and the need to limit nuclear weapons, while increasingly distancing themselves from the class-based critique. Huxley, who had been close to the Red Scientists, was to distance himself from them by the end of the 1940s. The Association of Scientific Workers lost thousands of members beginning in the late 1940s. Bernal was stripped of his various positions as a scientific advisor to the government and was not re-elected to the Council of the British Association in 1949, partly in response to a pro-Soviet speech he had delivered. The British Marxian scientists, particularly Bernal and Haldane, because of their political affiliations, were held hostage in the late 1940s to the actions of the Soviet Union, with which they had somewhat uncritically identified themselves. Lysenko's 1948 speech denouncing Mendelian genetics placed the British Marxian scientists in an untenable position, followed less than a decade later by Khrushchev's revelations on Stalin and the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956, which together split the British left. Fully a fifth of the CPGB would resign or let their membership lapse in the immediate aftermath. Major intellectuals within the British communist movement left the party and created, together with independent socialists, who had not been members of the party, what is known as the First New Left. This was followed by the emergence of a new, younger intellectual left, the Second New Left, in the 1960s, mainly in philosophy, history, and cultural studies, what was understood as Western Marxism, largely defined by its rejection of the dialectics of nature and thus dialectical materialism. Both groups, and particularly the Second New Left, were virulently critical of Stalinists, a term that was often applied indiscriminately to nearly all members of the CPGB. Bernal, the most influential British Marxist of his generation, was suddenly rejected not only on the right, but by much of the left as well. Cultural theorist and historian Perry Anderson, writing in the New Left Review in 1968, dismissed Bernal and a whole generation of British Marxists with such phrases as false science and the fantasies of Bernal, citing Wood's communism and the British intellectuals as his sole source. The ecology of peace. For the besieged scientists of the old left, who were caught in the Cold War onslaught, coupled with attacks from the new left, there seemed to be no simple and easy response to the multiple forces buffeting them, none consistent with their past beliefs. After 1956, the major British Marxist thinkers of the 1930s were all compelled to carry out their own individual metamorphoses as best they could. Levy entered into a fierce struggle with the CPGB from within, and then became an important figure in the origin of the First New Left. Hogben sought to advance his own conception of scientific humanism while seeking to help third world states. Haldane left for India, forging a more holistic, ecological, organic worldview. Bernal turned to the struggle for world peace, unifying this with a wider ecological perspective that also encompassed the origins of life and the growing threats to organic existence. Needham focused on Chinese science and civilization, ultimately finding in it, particularly in Taoism, a humanistic, organic, ecological, and dialectical outlook akin to Epicureanism, a viewpoint compatible with historical materialism. Each of these thinkers was to exhibit a widening engagement with what can be called an ecology of peace. Hogben's course in the late 1950s and 60s reflected the romantic Morrisian socialist values that had shaped his outlook. He and Enid Charles finally parted company after 40 years. When she took a position as Director of Statistics for the Southeast Asia branch of the World Health Organization. Hogben settled in the panoramic Ceiriog Valley in North Wales, where he had a riverside cottage that he later shared with his second wife, Sarah Jane Evans. Nevertheless, his withdrawal into North Wales was far from complete. He found himself drawn to the decolonization movement in the Third World, and to the new post-colonial states breaking from the British Empire. In the late 1950s, he served as educational advisor to Kwame Nkrumah's government in the Gold Coast, Ghana, with its philosophy of African socialism. Beginning in 1963, at the request of the socialist premier Cheddi Jagan, he took up a position for 2 years as vice-chancellor of a new university in British Guiana, soon to become Guyana. He later relinquished his post there during the political instability of the period, which he attributed to a considerable extent to Washington's attempt to bring down the quasi-Marxist government, conditions that Hogben, who was under no illusions, later compared to the role the United States played in the coup in Chile. Hogben's opposition to biological race conceptions and his advocacy of human ecology continued to guide his actions. In a 1959 address to the Institute of Race Relations in honor of the Darwin centenary, he spoke out strongly against the biological race concept and genetic determinism, and presented an outlook aimed at bringing together biology, anthropology, as well as historical and cultural studies to address human ecological systems. Drawing on anthropologist Darrell Forday's Habitat, Economy, and Society, Hogben argued that racist accounts as to why, for example, indigenous peoples in the Americas had not perfected the wheel had to give way to wider, human ecological explanations that recognize the absence of horses and other large draft animals in their environments. An issue raised long before by Lewis Henry Morgan and Engels. He launched excoriating attacks on eugenics and biological racism. Social responsibility in science, he insisted, required a rejection of the new secrecy in science, promoted by corporations and the state. What was emerging in the context of the new military-industrial complex was a new authoritarianism that was destroying the community of knowledge essential to freely developing science. He argued for a radical reform of human communication in face of the dangerous degradation of political discourse in the Cold War era. For nuclear deterrence, he insisted, we must learn to say incentive to annihilation. For civil defense, we must learn to say there is no hideout. For massive retaliation, we must learn to say universal suicide. 102. Hogben's consistent ecological perspective made him an adamant critic after 1945 not only of nuclear weapons but of nuclear energy generally. As he explained, in the closing pages of his unfinished autobiography, written in 1974-75, that we can use this new source of energy for peaceful purposes if we sidestep the suicide of our species is of little comfort to me. On a long view, disposal of radioactive waste material has formidable dangers to add to the pollution of our atmosphere and its degradation through denudation of forests, which contribute to the maintenance of a viable balance between oxygen, carbon dioxide, and water vapor. Unless we can devise some not as yet foreseeable way of disposing harmlessly of atomic waste, peaceful use of atomic power has no long-term future. Conscious of his Jewish heritage and shocked by Nikita Khrushchev's revelations about the Stalin period, Levy entered into an intense struggle within the CPGB after 1956, focusing principally on the issue of anti-Semitism in the USSR under Stalin. Levy was closely allied with historians E.P. Thompson and John Saville and novelist Doris Lessing at the Reasoner during a brief period in which they sought to change the CPGB from within. Dismayed by reports of widespread persecution of Jews in the USSR between 1948 and 1952, Levy led a fact-finding mission to the Soviet Union in fall 1956 and published a report in January 1957. The report dealt with the Black Years when numerous Jews were dismissed from their posts and when many Jewish writers had their works suppressed, were arrested, accused of treason, and purged. A summary of the report, complete with Levy's signature, was published in the CPGB's Weekly World News and Views. But at the CPGB's Congress in spring 1957, during which Levy criticized the leadership for having misled party members for so long about the reality in the Soviet Union, he was met with a vituperative response. As the official party organ, the Daily Worker reported afterward, revisionist views smashed. 100. Rather than retreating, Levy responded by waging a virtual one-man oppositional struggle within the party that lasted from 1956 until his expulsion in 1958. Lessing, who was close to Levy and deeply involved in these events, wrote in her novel The Golden Notebook, her most important work, which earned her the Nobel Prize in Literature. About 3 weeks ago, I went to a political meeting. This one was informal at Molly's house. Comrade Harry, one of the top academics in the CP, recently went to Russia to find out, as a Jew, what happened to the Jews in the Black Years before Stalin died. He fought the communist brass to go at all. They tried to stop him. He used threats, saying if they would not let him go, would not help him, he would publicize the fact. He went, came back with terrible information. They did not want any of it made known. His argument, the usual one from the intellectuals of this time. Just for once, the Communist Party should admit and explain what everyone knew to be true. Their argument, the old argument of the communist bureaucracy, solidarity with the Soviet Union at all costs, which means admitting as little as possible. They agreed to publish a limited report, leaving out the worst of the horrors. He has been conducting a series of meetings for communists and ex-communists in which he had been speaking about what he discovered. Now the brass are furious and are threatening him with expulsion, threatening members who go to his meetings with expulsion. He is going to resign. But rather than resigning in 1956, as the above suggests, Levy joined with Thompson, who had only recently published his biography of William Morris's Saville Lessing, and others in supporting the cyclostyle, similar to mimeograph publication The Reasoner, edited by Thompson and Saville. For a very short time, 3 issues, The Reasoner sought to transform the party from within, under the banner of a new socialist humanism. By the fall of 1956, however, it was clear that the CPGB was not going to accept the new dissident publication within its midst. In August and September of 1956, Thompson and Saville wrote several times to Levy and Lessing, explaining that though the original plan in the face of the party's orders had been for Thompson and Saville to resign, they had decided to bring out one last issue of The Reasoner and then cease publication. Soon afterward, they were suspended from the party for 3 months. But at this point, following the Soviet invasion of Hungary in October, November 1956, and the refusal of the CPGB to protest, they both resigned, having given up on any attempt to change the party from within. Thomson and Saville, along with others, including Lessing and the Marxist economist Ronald Meek, founded the New Reasoner in 1957, the goal of which was to ensure the continuity of the Marxist movement from outside the party. The members of the editorial board of the New Reasoner all sought to convince Levy to join with them. Both Thomson and Saville wrote letters to him separately, strongly urging him to agree to be on the board of the new publication. However, at the time, Levy was still deeply engaged in his own struggle within the party, seeking to get it to acknowledge and criticize Soviet anti-Semitism and related crimes committed under Stalin. He was therefore not yet ready to break with the party, a step that joining the editorial board of the New Reasoner would have. Levy continued to battle the CPGB leadership, writing a letter to John Gollin of the party's political committee, pointing to the hypocrisy and apologetics of Andrew Rothstein's The Soviet Union and Socialism that was published by the party in 1957, calling the book a howling failure. He took his struggle over the Stalinist persecution of Jews to the public realm in 1958 in his book Jews and the National Question, arguing that self-criticism was essential to the future of Marxism. The result, however, was his expulsion from the party. In his later years, though alienated from much of the old left, Levy continued to support Marxian analysis, if now as an independent socialist. Significantly, he was to become a subscriber in 1959 to Monthly Review, an independent socialist magazine in the United States, then edited by Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy, and to which various figures of the British New Left were to contribute, including Thomson and Williams. Levy increasingly gravitated towards socialist humanism, but his active political contributions were much reduced in his later years. Still, he was a strong opponent of the escalating nuclear arms race and an avid supporter of the World Council of Peace led by Bernal. In 1968, at age 80, he was still fighting racism and drawing new hope from the revolutions in China and Africa. Haldane went through a more complete metamorphosis. Faced with the events of 1956, he chose to leave England altogether. In 1957, with Helen Spurway, his second wife and former research assistant, he left for a position at the Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta. There he inserted himself into the culture of the newly independent state, then under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru. Ever since 1917, when he was sent to a British Army hospital in India while recovering from a wound in Mesopotamia, now Iraq, Haldane had wanted to return. He was excited by the prospects of the new, independent, non-aligned India, with its emphasis on socialist-inspired planning and economic and scientific development, along with its Third Worldist stance. Haldane quickly embraced aspects of Hindu cosmology and ethics, including vegetarianism and animal rights. He became an opponent of all violence in the scientific study of animals. As his colleague Krishna Dronamraju later recalled, he enjoyed returning to nature, as was evident in his participation in birdwatching, observing wasp and fish behavior, and other studies of an ecological, in two places, first at the Indian Statistical Institute in Calcutta from 1957 to 1961, and then in Bhubaneswar in the state of Orissa, now Odisha, in 1962-63, where the chief minister was building an institute for genetics and biometrics for him. Haldane trained younger Indian scientists and directed experiments in genetics, botany, biometrics, and ecology. He stressed the need for the development of tropical plant varieties and agriculture aimed at food self-sufficiency, breaking with the monocultures of Western agribusiness. He also explored problems of animal behavior, including the nest building of wasps and the selective visits of butterflies to flowers. In all of this, Haldane sought to bring Darwin to India. He took the position that Darwin's most unique contributions to science lay not in his theory of evolution, an area in which many others had made contributions, but rather in his research in experimental botany together with his later study of earthworms. Most important were Darwin's experiments with respect to insectivorous plants, climbing plants, sexuality in plants, and inbreeding in plants. Carefully replicating some of Darwin's experiments, Haldane concluded that the greater density of the tropical flora generated interdependencies among plant and animal species, involving both competition and cooperation among species. This pointed in a direction directly opposed to Western capitalist monocultures in agriculture. He also developed quantifiable studies to test his hypotheses with respect to symbiotic relations. This great project came to an end abruptly in 1963. When he was diagnosed with cancer, he died the following year. Haldane's most distinguished student and younger colleague at University College London, the leading evolutionary geneticist and ecological theorist, John Maynard Smith, was, like Haldane, heavily influenced by Marxism, joining the CPGB in 1938, and like so many others, leaving the party in 1956. He remained sympathetic with socialism throughout his life. His classic The Theory of Evolution, first published in 1958 with the object of presenting the neo-Darwinian synthesis. incorporated a theory of human evolution, focused on the development of the hands and tools giving rise to language and a more developed brain. That was closely related to Engels's argument in The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. And 13. As an evolutionary geneticist, Maynard Smith generally eschewed dialectics, though strongly supporting Engels' law of the transformation of quantity into quality, which he saw as subject to mathematical presentation. Nevertheless, he was fascinated by developments in dialectical biology and was part ally, part critic of thinkers like Lewontin, Levins, and Stephen Jay Gould, writing pieces like Reconciling Marx and Darwin on Lewontin-inspired research, Molecules Are Not Enough on Levins and Lewontin's The Dialectical Biologist, and Tinkering on Gould's The Panda's Thumb. Maynard Smith was highly critical of genetic determinism and its use to justify the enslavement of blacks, the confinement of women to a reproductive role, and the poverty of the laboring class, along with similar arguments directed against gays and lesbians and the handicapped. All human beings, he argued, were unique products of the interaction between genes and the environment. Haldane's influence on Maynard Smith, as well as that of Levins and Lewontin, could be seen in such works as Maynard Smith's seminal 1974 Models in Ecology. Bernal metamorphosed in the post-Second World War years from his role as a war advisor into a leading exponent of an ecology of peace, representing the overall tendency of the radical scientists in response to the growing dangers of the Cold War years. What we see is the emergence, albeit not without contradictions, of a wider ecological worldview that increasingly embraced planetary issues. Bernal devoted himself almost completely in the late 1950s and early 1960s to the struggle for world peace. But in the meaning he gave this, it encompassed not only resistance to nuclear armaments, but also a growing focus on the effects of imperialism and the need for independent and sustainable development in the Third World. Moreover, ecological considerations came more and more to the forefront in his attempt to develop a more critical social relations of science analysis, and to address the new concerns that arose with the nuclear age. In Bernal's later work, peace and ecology were thus merged. This reflected that the first great ecological movement of the post-Second World War years was the struggle against nuclear testing in the atmosphere and the oceans. It was this that laid the foundations for all the ecological movements that were to follow. Bernal's immediate response to the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was that the world will never be the same. A qualitative change that would affect the entire future of humanity had occurred. Like many, before increasing concerns about radiation arose, he initially saw immense possibilities with respect to the peaceful use of the atom. Yet this gave way soon to concern over nuclear radiation and the growing threat of nuclear war, all of which effaced the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Within a year, he had written an article explaining that the nuclear arms race was only just the beginning, and that there would soon be a proliferation of nuclear weapons, with hundreds of times the explosive power of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Galvanized into action, he became involved around the clock in every major peace effort dedicated to addressing the problem, beginning with the Conference of Intellectuals for Peace in Wrocław in August 1948. Bernal's speech at the Soviet Peace Committee in August 1949, in which he explained that the majority of expenditures in science in Britain and the United States were going into war preparations, and that this had a direct effect on scientific freedom with the growth of national security secrets, thus limiting the dissemination of knowledge in vital areas, led to his suspension from the Council of the British Association. Nonetheless, he persisted. He was appointed vice president of the World Peace Council, WPC, and in 1958 president, succeeding the eminent French physicist Frédéric Joliot-Curie. The WPC was dedicated to banning nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction and to ending the Cold War, though it relied on Soviet state funding for its operations. Bernal threw himself fully into these efforts with his usual indomitable energy, a struggle for world peace that put him in direct contact with figures such as Nehru, Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, Khrushchev, Linus Pauling, Georg Lukács, and many others. At the center of Bernal's concerns, following the Castle Bravo test on Bikini Atoll on March 1, 1954, was the question of radiation from nuclear testing and nuclear war. On that date, the United States set off a thermonuclear bomb with an explosive power 1,000 times greater than the fission bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The blast was 2.5 times greater than what the scientists conducting the test had predicted, since they had overlooked an important nuclear fusion reaction. Much of the atoll where the test took place was vaporized by the underwater explosion, while a Japanese fishing boat, the Lucky Dragon, 80 miles outside the exclusion zone, covered in radioactive fallout. More than 100 Marshall Islanders were exposed to radioactive fallout. Only in February 1955, due to enormous public pressure, did the Atomic Energy Commission reveal its results on the enormous range of nuclear fallout. The USSR tested its first partial thermonuclear weapon in August 1953 and dropped a hydrogen bomb from a plane in 1955, demonstrating that they not only had the H-bomb, but could also deliver it. This was followed by the first British H-bomb tests in 1956. Meanwhile, scientists in the United States such as Pauling, Ralph Lapp, Muller, and Barry Commoner pressed the fallout issue. In 1958, a test ban moratorium was initiated that lasted until 1961, when the Soviets were the first among the 3 signatories to resume testing. In response to the threats represented by the U.S. U-2 spy flight over the Soviet Union and French nuclear tests, in 1963, the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty was signed, banning nuclear tests in the atmosphere, underwater, and in outer space. Throughout this process, as the vice president and the president of the World Peace Council, Bernal played a leading role in pushing for limits on nuclear weapons. In 1961, he wrote to President Kennedy, "The world cannot live indefinitely under a balance of terror. The powers of destruction are already only too ample to attempt to guard against their use by increasing them is a proved way to disaster." At the same time, he opposed Khrushchev's decision to resume nuclear weapons testing in 1961, telling him, "With the backing of the WPC, lovers of peace throughout the world will deeply regret that the Soviet government has, however, reluctantly found it necessary to resume the testing of nuclear." Some figures on the left saw Bernal's stance as too ideologically chained to the USSR to be truly effective in promoting peace. Philip Morrison, a U.S. physicist who had been part of the Manhattan Project in Los Alamos during the war and was then a regular columnist for Monthly Review, wrote to Bernal in 1962, stating emphatically that his treatment of the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union over Cuba was ultra-leftist and too tendentious to be sober politics. Morrison added that he would like to see the WPC play a role that was not necessarily more neutral, but at least more objective in a coming rapprochement between the superpowers. Bertrand Russell, then president of the Committee for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, took the stance that it was necessary to challenge both superpowers, which the WPC had failed to do. For Russell, the problem encompassed the militaristic imperialism by Russia and China, in addition to the economic imperialism and warmongering of the United States and its Western allies. Despite the inevitable Cold War contradictions, there was no doubting Bernal's commitment to peace. He continually reached out to all peace movements and peace activists worldwide. Of nuclear weapons, he stated, "We must find ways to make it clear that the mere existence of such weapons is a permanent threat to peace and inevitably creates international tension. The central case is that these weapons are inhuman in themselves and that their use cannot be tolerated whatever the excuse. Atomic bombs are evil things, whatever government makes them, American, Soviet, or British." Bernal was horrified by the level of fallout from thermonuclear devices, the long-time effects of radiation, and by what had happened to the Pacific Islanders and the Japanese fishermen on the Lucky Dragon. In World Without War, he raised the issue of strontium-90 and the massive incidence of leukemia arising from nuclear tests and the increase in background radiation. In November 1958, Bernal sent his newly published World Without War to his friend Pauling, who had sent him his own book, No More War. Pauling was playing a leading role in international peace efforts in relation to nuclear weapons. He was to receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in 1962. Bernal told Pauling he was horrified by what he had learned from a brief article by Danish biochemist Hermann M. Kalkar in Nature in August 1958, showing an autoradiograph of a tooth. Kalkar indicated in the article that this would be the best way of measuring radioactive isotopes, using the teeth of babies. It was this technique that was to be used by Commoner and the Committee for Nuclear Information, in close cooperation with Pauling, in the famous St. Louis baby tooth survey, which showed the prevalence of strontium-90 in the teeth of children in the United States, providing conclusive proof in the most powerful way imaginable, 300,000 baby teeth of the effects of nuclear radiation. World Without War became Bernal's major work on world peace. It advanced a new world approach emphasizing national development, peace, and economic and environmental planning, seeking to transcend the Cold War ideology of the time by placing greater emphasis on the Third World within a global perspective. He criticized the new imperialism of the world of monopoly capitalism and argued for the necessity of socialism. His was a picture of socialism as embracing progress for the entire world, with a focus on the solving of the world's most urgent problems. Although he placed his emphasis on how the scientific and technical revolution then taking place in the world could promote modernization, and therefore once again supported many of the big ecological modernization schemes that captured the imagination of the time, such as big dams and irrigation, he demonstrated growing ecological concerns. Both in World Without War and his shorter 1960 work, A Prospect of Peace, Bernal raised issues of pollution and ecological destruction, arguing, for example, for the displacement of coal as an energy source because of its inefficiency and the pollution it generated. As early as 1947, he had pointed out that of the coal we burn in our houses, only about 5% goes to heat them. Looking back to the problem of fertilizer, he addressed the structural problem or metabolic rift, raised in the 19th century by Liebig and Marx, of the loss of natural soil nutrients from the land with the shipment of food and fiber to the towns. In this context, he highlighted the various proposals of conservation agriculturalists relying on intensive agriculture, as in China, to address this. Ultimately, however, he suggested that, given urban density, there was no alternative to the reliance on mineral fertilizers combined with the most advanced forms of soil conservation in many countries. He raised issues of the detrimental effects of urban heat islands, cities with temperatures significantly higher than the surrounding rural areas, and remarked more generally that the climate itself is not a fixed thing. Much of his analysis criticized Malthusian gloom with respect to the population-food ratio. An important point was that meat eating and other dietary tendencies of the industrialized countries were inherently inefficient even in providing protein, and that movement back to a more vegetarian diet was desirable. Bernal put his hope, in this as in other areas, in world economic development, cooperation in science, and peace. Central to his thinking was the waste of resources led by the United States. In Science Against War, written in the early 1950s, Bernal pointed to the excesses in the U.S. per capita consumption of oil, which, according to United Nations statistics, was 6 times that of Britain, 10 to 50 times that of most countries in Europe, and as much as 100 times that of many less developed countries. The wastefulness of the American economy, he wrote, due primarily to the capitalist nature of its exploitation. It is not an intrinsic feature of the scientific transformation of industry. A fully scientific economy would be much more economical in the use of materials by reducing the amounts required for any purpose and by a planned system of recovery and reuse. 127. Building on similar stances taken by Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre, Bernal argued that the Cold War had become an international political order in itself, conducted in military terms, and needed to be set aside if the whole world was to advance. The Cold War had become a large and vested interest, generating untold profits. Indeed, one fundamental reason for condemning the state of the Cold War, he stated, as before 1917, without the fear that their system may be upset by military force, as they often claim but do not really believe, or by foreign subversion. But this worldwide capitalist system was precisely that which broke down in the First World War and gave rise in 1917 to the first socialist government. Nothing has happened since to alter it so fundamentally as to remove the internal strains that led to these events. The prospect for the underdeveloped countries is likely to be far worse. With the destruction of the only socialist governments of the world, there would be no longer the restraint on imperialist exploitation and oppression which their presence exercised, particularly during the last 15 years. Bernal's concern over the plight of underdeveloped countries was a continuing theme in his writings throughout the 1950s and 60s. This was evident in an extraordinary article on science and natural resources that he wrote in 1953 for The Indian Student, a journal published in Britain. Here, he presented perhaps his most critical analysis of science, viewed from the standpoint of third world countries. Although most poor countries had abundant natural resources, they were unable to make use of them in ways that fulfilled their own needs. Not only is the poverty in most parts of the world not alleviated by the use of science, but in certain places it may have actually increased as a result of the misuse of science. This arises because no account is taken of conditions, economic, social, and political, that determine the application of science to any country. Science is not a thing which can be given or bought and then used. It is an activity with a history, and its development and utilization are determined by factors outside its own disciplines. The use of science to release natural resources must be considered not as a static thing, but as an operation. 129. Most important here was the imperialist structure of science. Science in the capitalist world was concentrated in a small number of countries, in the highly industrialized centers of England, Germany, and certain parts of America. This led Bernal to formulate his important thesis that the pattern of scientific research is even more centralized than that of capitalist investment. This helped create a condition where the hard work is done by natives and the profits and the scientific knowledge acquired in their exploitation flow back to the centers of world capitalism. It was important to recognize that much of the science of so-called Western civilization is in fact of Indian origin, including the mathematics, which is the distinguishing mark of modern science. Development in underdeveloped, post-colonial countries required a revolt against the profit system so that the actual needs of the people could be addressed, along with a revolt against the empire of capital and its exploitative use of science. How best to use science in India, he contended, is something that only the Indian scientists themselves can find. It is for them to assess the problems and to determine the solutions. The one thing they must not do is to accept the opinions of foreign experts. Their minds work in an atmosphere of company flotation, profits, and dividends. Instead, the practical object should be how to create in the shortest possible time the basic elements of a planned industrial and agricultural civilization in India, and to do it almost entirely from the resources of the soil of India and the labor of her people. Here, Bernal encouraged creative ecological responses. Large dams, he now concluded, were not necessarily the answer. Rather, the rivers of India could be channeled through millions of ponds in little tributaries and gullies, a method that constituted the secret of Chinese river control. He also argued that India could free itself from energy limitations by making widespread use of solar power. Much, he wrote, can be learned by scientists on the spot of the traditional ways of peasants and craftsmen so as to make small and cheap modifications and additions, blending new with old knowledge. But it is not for us, the scientists of the old industrial countries, who are not in India, to prescribe such remedies. The real lesson of modern science is that it is not something that is taken from outside and given to people for their good, but something they must learn and want to use for themselves. 130. It was this new thinking that underpinned Bernal's analysis of third world conditions and world without war, and that guided his efforts in this period. In an attempt to ensure the advancement of all of humanity, Bernal argued, the World Council of Peace sought to act as a kind of parliament of man, attempting, and with some success, to influence governments to halt their conflicts, to negotiate, to disarm, and to ban all nuclear. Bernal's own attempts in the late 1950s and in the 1960s to promote this parliament of man, while also continuing with his efforts in science, involved him in what were superhuman commitments. This can be seen in his extensive activities in 1962. In January, Bernal, at age 61, presented a lecture in Paris on the theory of liquids. This was followed by a lecture tour in South America in January-February. In March, he delivered 2 lectures in Berlin. In April-May, he delivered 7 lectures in the New York area, including at Yale. Topics in these lectures included the origin of life, molecular structure, the order of disorder, crystal synthesis and solid state, fossils and meteorites, and were accompanied by private talks with U.S. peace leaders. In May, he was in Stockholm for the World Peace Council preparatory. In June, he presented the Beckerian Lecture to the Royal Society on the World Without the Bomb and lectures in Accra and New York. In July, he participated in a meeting in Munich to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the discovery of X-ray diffraction. In September, he attended a World Peace Council General Assembly in Moscow and a Pugwash Conference peace meeting in London. In October, an urgent World Peace Council meeting in Finland on the Cuban Missile Crisis was called, at which he was present. In the same month, he also delivered scientific talks in Amsterdam and Groningen. In November, he participated in a meeting in Brussels on the problems of divided Germany. A similar hectic pace continued into 1963. In June of that year, he suffered his first stroke on the day he returned from a trip to the United States. With his health deteriorating, Bernal was forced to resign as president of the World Peace Council. He made the announcement in his opening address to the delegates at the 8th WPC Congress in Helsinki in July 1965, an address that was devoted primarily to the Vietnam War. He condemned the use of military force by the United States to prop up governments it favored and to carry out destructive regime change throughout the globe, thereby seeking world dominion. At the final session of the Congress, as Bernal was about to step down officially as president of the World Peace Council, Chilean Pablo Neruda read a poem he had written just moments before as a tribute to him, ending with the stanza, Bernal, Bernal, and doves will fly. Neruda's voice caressed the Spanish syllables, Bernal, Bernal, as the thousands present rose cheering and Bernal himself presiding, this time indeed blinking and unable to. Bernal continued to work as before, but he suffered a second disabling stroke in September 1965. Unable to use his right arm, consigned to a wheelchair, his ability to communicate impaired, but his mind still clear, Bernal persisted with his efforts right up to his death in 1971. His remarkable work, The Origin of Life, which presented an extraordinarily rich, of the materialist conception of life, arising from the earlier work of Haldane and Alexander Oparin, integrating Vernadsky's biosphere, and contemporary ecological analysis, was published in 1967. In explaining the basis of this book, he wrote, "Biology is a particular field of the behavior of certain common chemical systems occurring on this earth, which have differentiated into a number of different kinds of organisms and yet have an underlying unity." I had a very interesting discussion on this point with Einstein in Princeton in 1946, from which it appeared to me that the essential clue was that life involved another element, logically different from those occurring in physics at that time, by no means a mystical one, but an element of history. The phenomena of biology must be, as we say, contingent on events. In consequence, the unity of life is part of the history of life, and consequently is involved in its origin. In The Origin of Life, Bernal strongly emphasized history and ecology as governing our understanding of life, pointing to the essential self-creativity of life itself. The great liberation of the human mind, of the realization first stressed by Vico and then put into practice by Marx and his followers that man makes himself, had been enlarged with the essential philosophical content of the new knowledge of life and the realization of its self-creative character. Yet this new ecological understanding came also with the realization that the destruction of the environmental conditions of life, extending to the entire biosphere, was now emerging as a product of industrial civilization. The destruction of the environment, in the unintentional or intentional slaughter of wildlife, from butterflies to whales, Bernal emphasized, was a major concern. Our growing scientific knowledge of ecology and the biosphere had to be measured against the reality of increasing threats of destruction. In the nuclear age, ecological considerations were applicable to humanity itself. The pursuit of old ends by modern means is already going far to destroy civilization and threatens the complete destruction of humanity. Life on Earth, as currently known, the product of a long evolution, was in danger. If life is not to die, we have to see to it that we stop now the forces threatening it. Bernal's mature ecological views were rooted in his understanding of the physical basis of life. Here he emphasized the role of the processes of metabolism, the biochemical character of life as a process, and the thermodynamics of living organisms. Presenting a view associated with Vernadsky, which was to play into his later work on the origins of life, he declared in Science and History, in the fully developed biosphere, as it has existed at least for the last 1,000 million years, relatively few organic molecules are permanently set aside, but those that are, such as coal and oil, are of the greatest value to man. Most go round in endless cycles of transformation through plant, animal, and bacterium, back to plant again. The whole biosphere can be considered as one evolving biochemical. Responding to the work of Paul Ehrlich and others, Bernal wrote an editorial for the Morning Star London in 1968 titled, "Can Humanity Be Saved from World Starvation?" Here he took on the population and food questions, and the application of science to these issues, arguing that neither the capitalist nor the socialist world had sufficiently addressed these problems facing the Third World. He analyzed, in terms similar to Paul Baran's The Political Economy of Growth, the siphoning of economic surplus from underdeveloped countries as a result of the class structure, and the role of international capital in robbing poor countries of needed capital resources. The answer was not foreign aid or the application of science by foreign powers, but a real use of science and technology, directed not so much to profit as to the service of the people in agriculture and medicine. Bernal believed that the natural resources of almost all countries were sufficient to feed and provide the necessities for their populations, and that the key was that it should be done by the activity and initiative of the people themselves, by them, and not for them, which implies not only social revolution but a great development of education, especially scientific and technical education, a path for which Cuba was to be a model. Ernesto Che Guevara, then head of the Banco Nacional de Cuba, wrote to Bernal on April 12, 1960, at the suggestion of monthly review editors Huberman and Sweezy. In his letter, Che invited Bernal to Cuba for the length of time as you may wish. In his response, Bernal declined visiting Cuba then, but indicated he would like to acquaint himself more fully with Cuba and its problems, for which he asked Che's help, with the expectation that he would visit Cuba in the not-too-distant future. He explained that he was most encouraged by the resurgence of popular liberties in Cuba, and by the way in which the Cuban people, together with their leader, are determined to redress the economic misery of his arduous schedule in 1961-62, followed by his 2 strokes, however, precluded his following up on Che's personal invitation to visit Cuba. Even more than Bernal, Needham was to transform himself in the post-Second World War decades, becoming the leading Western expert on Chinese science, history, and culture. On February 24, 1943, a C-47 military transport and cargo plane of the Army Corps Ferrying Command flew over the Himalayas into China, carrying the 42-year-old Needham. He had been sent by the British government to aid the Chinese nationalist government as a scientific envoy and representative of the Royal Society. Looking out of the windows of the plane, he saw the mountain peaks clearly, as the plane, seeking to reach a safe altitude, rose by spirals to 17,000 feet. With the shortage of oxygen in the cabin, he was unable to execute his plan to write a poem to celebrate his first entry into China. So he turned instead to Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, soothing his nerves with Epicurean philosophy and poetry. Upon his arrival at Kunming in Yunnan, Needham startled the British consul general with his ability to converse freely with the Chinese people. This was to be the beginning of what Needham referred to as his second half-life. To the end of his life, with the exception of his role in UNESCO at its inception, Needham's efforts were devoted primarily to his magisterial, multi-volume encyclopedic project on science and civilization in China. This, however, was consistent with his earlier intellectual and political commitments. It allowed him to deepen his materialism, humanism, socialism, and dialectical ecology. He became the principal force behind the British-Chinese Friendship Association and the Society for Anglo-Chinese Understanding, and strongly supported the revolution in Mao's China. He also courageously took a stand against the use of bacteriological warfare by the United States against North Korea in the Korean War. Needham headed the International Scientific Commission for the investigation of the facts concerning bacterial warfare in Korea and China, the report of which was published by the Chinese government in 1952, and which condemned the United States for its use of bacterial warfare. This underscored Needham's strong opposition to weapons of mass destruction. Beyond this, Needham openly deplored Washington's massive bombing and near-complete destruction of North Korea's nascent industrial infrastructure in the Korean War. Bertrand Russell was later to follow the lead of Needham in documenting the war crimes of the United States with his 1,967 war crimes in Vietnam. The writing of Science and Civilization in China propelled Needham toward what he called correlative thinking of a more synchronic relational kind derived from Chinese culture. This gave rise to a deeper ecological perspective in which he emphasized the Taoist concept of wu-wei, or non-action. Rather than referring to passivity, Needham explained, this had to do with refraining from activity that was contrary to nature or that went against the grain. It emphasized interdependence and interpenetration and the need to respect the harmony of natural processes. Needham believed there was a natural affinity between dialectical materialism and traditional Chinese thought, such that Chinese scholars might well see it as resembling their own philosophia perennis integrated with modern science, which had at last come home. Needham's admiration of the Taoist conception of nature, which he saw as a form of scientific humanism that resembled Epicureanism, was rooted in the Taoist sentiments of production without possession, action without self-assertion, development without domination. 142. In the 1970s, following the rise of the environmental movement, Needham considered the social causes of ecological problem, the growing ecological movement in the West, and the relation of this to the misuse of science under capitalism, in 2 articles, An Eastern Perspective on Western Anti-Science and Light from the Orient. In these 2 essays, he contemplated the anti-science tendencies that were then emerging in the West in response to the misuse of science, contrasting Western to Chinese views in these areas. In describing the disenchantment with science that had emerged in the counterculture in response to Hiroshima, the Vietnam War, industrial pollution, the alienation of nature, and the technological domination of human beings, he relied especially on Theodore Roszak's books, The Making of a Counterculture and Where the Wasteland Ends. Summarizing these views, which he took as representing the ecological descent of a new generation, Needham explained, he, Roszak, and the young are against modern science because they feel that it has had evil, totalitarian, and inhuman social consequences. They are not content to put this down merely to misapplied technology. Their criticism of science itself goes deep. They attack the myth of objective consciousness, detesting that alienated dichotomy which separates the observing self from the phenomena in nature, and sets up what they call an invidious hierarchy, which raises the observer to an inquisitorial level, free to torment nature, living or dead, in whatever way will bring intellectual light. They feel, too, that science encourages a mechanistic imperative, that is to say, an urge to apply every piece of knowledge in every possible way, whether or not its application is health-giving for human beings or preservative of the non-human world in which they have to live. The scientific worldview is thus accused of a cerebral and egocentric mode of consciousness, completely heartless in its activity. It is not as if scientific methods of control were applied only to non-human nature. The scientization of culture is calculated to enslave man himself. There are many techniques of human control, such as the behavioral and managerial sciences, systems analysis, control of information, administration of personnel, market and motivational research, and the mathematization of human persons and human society. In a word, technocracy is rampant, and the more complete the domination of nature, the more fully does it become possible for ruling elites to increase their control of individual human behavior. Characteristically, Needham took this critique of the scientization of culture and its effects seriously, while bringing to bear the insights of Marxism and the more holistic cultural view, less alienated from nature, of China. Turning to the Marxian analysis provided in William Leis's The Domination of Nature, Needham commented on how the domination of nature was tied to the domination of humanity in Western capitalist culture. What was needed, he argued, was not the rejection of science, but new social structures and new social relations of science, allowing for a stage in human consciousness so advanced that intelligence can regulate its relationship to nature. minimizing the self-destructive aspects of human desires and maximizing the freedom of the human individual within a classless and egalitarian society. He endorsed Marcuse's view that the distinctive aspects of non-Western cultures, where capitalism had not triumphed, when combined with the critical viewpoint of historical materialism, could be, in Needham's words, the key to avoiding the repressive and destructive uses of advanced technologies. The traditional culture of China held out most hope, he argued, for transcending both the alienation of nature and the scientization of culture, through which other realms of human experience were discarded. China, he stressed, had avoided some of the worst aspects of the metabolic rift in soil fertility, pointed out by figures such as Liebig and Marx through the continued use of human excreta as fertilizer, preventing the losses of phosphorus, nitrogen, and other soil nutrients, which happened in the West. As Needham emphasized in the first volume of Science and Civilization in China, a distinctive feature of Chinese science, despite its backwardness, in some respects was an organic philosophy of nature, closely resembling that which modern science has been forced to adopt after 3 centuries of mechanical, to its credit, Chinese culture, he observed, has never been really tempted to regard the natural sciences as the sole vehicle of human understanding. Nor did Chinese culture offer the extreme alienation characteristic of Christianity with its supreme deity. Rather, the equation of naturalism with humanism was much more central to Chinese culture. In the traditional Chinese view, the universe did not exist specifically to satisfy man. His role in the universe was to assist in the transforming and nourishing process of heaven and earth. And this was why it was so often said that man formed a triad with heaven and earth, Tian Zhen. It was as if there were 3 levels each with its own organization, as in the famous statement, heaven has its seasons, man his government, and the earth its natural wealth. Thus, for the Chinese, the natural world was not something hostile or evil, which had to be perpetually subdued by willpower and brute force, but something much more like the greatest of all living organisms, governing principles of which had to be understood so that life could be lived in harmony with it. Man is central, but he is not the center for which the universe was created. Nevertheless, he has a definite function within it, a role to fulfill, that is the assistance of nature, action in conjunction with, not in disregard of, the spontaneous and interrelated processes of the natural world. The order of nature, according to Taoism, Needham explained, was a principle of ceaseless motion, change, and return. This was a concept not of non-action, but of no action contrary to nature. In this outlook, deeply embedded in ancient Chinese thought, matter disperses and reassembles in forms ever. If these were the traditional views of Chinese culture, in Needham's view, they coincided with where his own Weltan Shaong had finally led him. The transcendence of the alienation of nature and humanity and the reunification of science and culture. For the Marxian scientists of the 1930s generation, one thing was clear: capitalism and science were ultimately incompatible. Socialism derived much of its necessity in the 20th century, they believed, from this very fact. For an ecology of peace to be promoted, what was needed, as Bernal had recognized in Marx and Science, was nothing less than a science for the people. Epilogue. By dialectics, I mean a logic capable of dealing with life and the world as process. Jack Lindsay. The age of ecology is often said to have arisen in 1962, with the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. It is more accurate, however, to see it as having its origin in the public response to the disastrous thermonuclear weapons test under the codename Castle Bravo, carried out at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands on March 1, 1954. The dire ramifications of the Bravo test were to ignite a worldwide struggle against atmospheric nuclear testing. At its initial stage, with the U.S. left disorganized by McCarthyism, the movement was heavily dependent on scientists and a relatively small number of concerned citizens. Nevertheless, the nascent protest was to lay the foundations for the larger mass movement that followed. The rise of the ecology movement was thus in many ways the product of the nuclear age, and of the first indications that it was now within the power of humanity to destroy its own global habitat. 67 nuclear weapons tests were carried out by the United States in the Marshall Islands between 1946 and 1958. The first thermonuclear device detonation, codename Ivy Mike, yielding an explosive power of 10 megatons, a million tons of TNT, took place on November 1, 1952, on Enewetak Atoll. In contrast, the Castle Bravo test was intended to have a yield of no more than 6 megatons, but it turned out to be the largest nuclear explosion ever detonated by the United States, amounting to 15 megatons. This was 2.5 times greater than what the nuclear scientists involved expected, and 1,000 times the explosive power of the bombs the United States dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In a colossal error, the scientists conducting the test failed to recognize that the dry source of fusion fuel, lithium deuteride with 40% content of lithium-6 isotope, would lead to a vast increase in the explosive yield, creating a fireball nearly 4 miles in diameter. The Castle Bravo bomb released an enormous, unexpected level of radiation, with fallout extending over L square kilometers and traces of radioactive material being detected not only in Japan, India, and Australia, but also in the United States and Europe. Populations of the inhabited atolls in the Marshall Islands, including Rongelap and Utrecht, were covered with a fine white powdered substance, calcium precipitated from vaporized coral, containing radioactive fallout. Decades after the incident, most of the Rongelap children, as well as many adults, developed thyroid nodules, some of which proved malignant. The crew of a Japanese fishing boat, the Lucky Dragon, which at the time of the test was some 82 nautical miles from Bikini, outside the official danger zone, were unlucky victims of the explosion. When the boat reached Japan 2 weeks later, some of the 23 members of the crew were already exhibiting signs of substantial radiation exposure. This had a galvanizing effect in a society that knew all too well the symptoms of radiation sickness, and an international controversy was immediately ignited. The Japanese population boycotted fish markets and marched against nuclear testing, leading to the development of a mass-based movement. Soon after Castle Bravo, Japanese scientists and officials announced that the bomb's fallout contained strontium 90.4. The Eisenhower administration attempted to downplay the disaster and to avoid releasing information on the Bikini Atoll test and on the radiation effects of nuclear testing. But the world at large was alarmed by the information that seeped out with respect to Castle Bravo. Scientists began asking questions and presenting their own analyses based on the data they had available. In February 1955, almost a year after the disastrous Castle Bravo test, the government, under enormous pressure, finally issued a statement on the full dimensions of the radioactive threat, with more and more information released over the subsequent year. The alarm this set off in the international scientific community was enormous, as the incalculable threats to life posed by human-made radionuclides released into the environment, iodine-131, which attacked thyroid glands, cesium-137, which concentrated in muscles, strontium-90, which built up in children's bones and teeth, and carbon-14, which lodged in all the tissues of the body, began to emerge over the next few years. The public soon learned that the fallout from nuclear weapons was even more dangerous than the blast and the heat, and might kill millions of additional people. In 1957, Nevil Shute's novel On the Beach, a story about a world population extinguished by radiation, became a bestseller, followed in 1959 by a film, suggesting that the American public now understood the strategic implications of the Castle Bravo test. In 1957, activists associated with nonviolent action against nuclear weapons attempted to occupy a Nevada nuclear test site in order to halt nuclear tests. The radiation scare would feed into the struggle of scientists and citizens over the following years to enact the 1963 Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the Scientists' Movement. In its attempts to control the public relations damage associated with Castle Bravo and the growing fear of radioactive fallout, the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, tried to suppress the views of the noted U.S. biologist and geneticist Hermann Joseph Muller, winner of the 1946 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, for his work on the mutagenetic effects of radiation. Muller was a friend of British left scientists, such as J.D. Bernal, J.B.S. Haldane, Lancelot Hogben, and Julian Huxley. Born in New York in 1890, Muller attended Columbia. At the invitation of Huxley, Muller took up a position as an instructor at Rice University in Houston, Texas, in 1914. And then, after a stint at Columbia, returned to Texas as an associate professor at the University of Texas in Austin from 1920 to 1932. In 1927, he startled the world scientific community with his publication of a paper on genetic mutations arising from radiation based on his studies of Drosophila. Along with his research on genetics, Muller was an active Marxian thinker and first visited the Soviet Union in 1922. In the early 1930s, he was the sponsor and editor of the Texas branch of the National Student League's publication Spark, named after Lenin's Iskra, with the result that he was under constant FBI surveillance. In 1933, after a year in Germany on a Guggenheim Fellowship, he moved to the Soviet Union, where as a foreign member of the USSR Academy of Sciences, he carried out research as a senior geneticist at the famous Institute of Genetics of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR, headed by N.E. Vavilov. One of his more philosophical contributions in this period was a noteworthy 1934 essay on V.I. Lenin, Dialectics, and genetics, in which he described the complicated processes, movements in the Marxian sense, whereby objects are interrelated to one another and undergo their development. Such a dialectical approach, he contended, was crucial to the realization of the complex realities of matter, especially of living matter, of its interconnectedness. By the mid-1930s, with growing pressure on Vavilov from Trofim Lysenko associated with the notorious Lysenko controversy, Muller's own resolute opposition to Lysenko, whom he had openly accused in a conference of quackery, and the enmity directed at him by Joseph Stalin due to his 1935 book on eugenics. Out of the night, Muller's position in the Soviet Union was in jeopardy. In 1937, he attached himself to the Canadian International Brigade in the Spanish Civil War, working with Norman Bethune on blood transfusion for 8 weeks, before returning briefly to the Soviet Union, and then moving on to the Institute of Animal Genetics at the University of Edinburgh from 1937 to 1940. He returned to the United States in 1940 and took up positions at Amherst College and Indiana University, also working, although without full knowledge, as advisor to the Manhattan Project. Although a strong critic of Stalinism and totalitarianism, Muller retained his fundamental left convictions. In 1956-58, he was president of the American Humanist Association. In 1958, on the centennial of the presentation by Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace of their papers on evolution, Muller was one of 20 recipients awarded the Linnean Society's Darwin-Wallace Medal. Others included Haldane and Huxley. Though initially supporting U.S. nuclear testing on the theory that deterrence would reduce the chances of nuclear war, Muller in the 1950s issued repeated warnings on the dangers of nuclear radiation, particularly from the standpoint of genetic effects, arguing that all radiation exposure was harmful and cumulative and that there was no safety threshold in exposure to radiation. No exposure is so tiny, he declared, that it does not carry its corresponding mutational. In the context of the international controversy generated by the Castle-Bravo test, Muller delivered a talk at the National Academy of Sciences in April 1955 on the genetic damage caused by radiation, in which he directly related genetic damage to the use of nuclear weapons in war in the cases of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and nuclear testing. He proceeded to publish his talk in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Muller's presentation to the National Academy created panic in U.S. government circles. He had been invited to speak as a technical advisor to the American delegation of the United Nations Conference in Geneva on atomic energy. The AEC, however, quickly intervened to prevent Muller from speaking, requesting that the United Nations refuse to accept his paper for oral presentation, even though it had been printed in the conference proceedings. He was, however, permitted to attend the conference at his own expense. He sat silently when it would have been his turn to speak, while the assembled scientists, acting in solidarity, gave him a standing ovation. The AEC later declared that Muller was prevented from speaking at the Geneva conference because the text of his speech had referred in this respect to the U.S. nuclear bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What was objected to was Muller's willingness to address openly the dangers of nuclear fallout. Muller was one of the 11 prominent intellectuals who signed the Russell-Einstein letter leading to the Pugwash Conference in 1957 that addressed the control of nuclear weapons. He was one of the 27 initial signatories of the 1957 petition, an appeal by American scientists to the government and peoples of the world, initiated by the Nobel Prize. Winning chemist Linus Pauling, calling for an end to nuclear weapons testing. Another central figure in the fight against radioactive fallout from nuclear weapons testing was the cellular biologist and socialist ecologist Barry Commoner, who played a key role in initiating and drafting the Pauling petition. The Atomic Energy Commission, Commoner was to declare, made me an environmentalist. Born in 1917, Commoner was a child of the Depression and of the left movements at that time. He was strongly influenced by the numerous rallies to support the Spanish loyalists in the Spanish Civil War, by socialist and communist meetings defending the labor movement, and by protests against lynchings in the U.S. South. Drawn early on to both science and socialism, he was a close reader of the work of Frederick Engels, and he saw J.D. Bernal's The Social Function of Science, aspects of which were later to resonate in his own Science and Survival, as a guide to how scientists might operate in more socially responsible ways. Commoner attended Columbia, where he received his B.A. in zoology in 1937, and then went on to Harvard, where he obtained his Ph.D. in 1941. In 1942, during the Second World War, he helped to develop an apparatus that would allow torpedo bombers to spray DDT on beachheads to reduce insect-induced diseases affecting U.S. soldiers. At the time, he noticed the large numbers of dead fish appearing as a result of the spraying, giving him an ominous sense of the damage it did to the environment. He took up a position of professor of plant physiology at Washington University in St. Louis in 1947, where he was to remain for most of his career. Commoner's deep concern over radioactive fallout had arisen in 1953, the year before the Castle-Bravo test, and was only to intensify in the face of the latter. On April 26, 1953, Troy, New York, experienced a sudden cloudburst, and as the rain fell, scientists in university laboratories nearby, who were experimenting with radiation, registered a sharp increase in background radiation. They discovered that the rain was highly radioactive as a result of what was later revealed to be the Upshot Knothole-Simon nuclear test in Nevada. Although their discoveries were not publicly announced due to the secrecy of the times, these scientists communicated with their counterparts in other areas of the country. And it became evident that the radioactive fallout was everywhere across the country, in the rain, water, soil, and food. Commoners' alarm over nuclear weapons testing was heightened by the information on radioactive fallout reluctantly released by the AEC following Castle Bravo. On a Sunday evening in the fall of 1956, Commoner was discussing the nuclear fallout question with his close personal friend Virginia Warner Brodeen, a Marxist and labor and civil rights activist in the Communist Party in the 1930s, who had worked as editor for a medical publishing house. At the time of her discussion with Commoner, she was the public relations director for the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGDWU. In their discussion, Commoner referred to Edna Gellhorn's famous campaign for the sanitary regulation of milk and suggested that milk be tested for strontium-90. Soon after, Brodeen approached Gellhorn and other women activists in the St. Louis area. Gellhorn was a founder of the League of Women Voters and a friend of Eleanor Roosevelt. Gellhorn, Brodeen, and Gertrude Faust, a local activist associated with the St. Louis Metropolitan Church Federation, and including more than 27 women altogether, some associated with the ILGWU, wrote a letter in 1956 to the St. Louis City Health Commissioner, asking them to test the St. Louis milk supply for strontium-90. Though their efforts were not immediately successful, they turned to exerting pressure on politicians at the national level, including Adlai Stevenson. As a result, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee's Subcommittee on Disarmament, headed by Hubert Humphrey, met in St. Louis in December 1956 to hear public testimony. Gellhorn, in her testimony, declared, "I am here today because many of us feel that the information already available so strongly indicates increasing danger and points to the fact that each H-bomb exploded increases the danger to such an extent that we cannot afford to wait." She went on to ask, "Do H-bomb tests add so greatly to our security that we are justified in risking the health of our children?" The struggles of these women activists in St. Louis led to the formation of the Greater St. Louis Citizens Committee for Nuclear Information CNI in 1958. After 1963, it was to be known as the Committee for Environmental Information, CEI. CNI was a science and citizens organization led by Commoner, focusing on providing citizens with the critical scientific information for the political issues of the nuclear age. Brodeen, Gellner, and Faust were all directly involved. Brodeen was on the board of CNI and was for several years its secretary. More important, she served as editor of its main publication, originally called Nuclear Information, the title of which was changed in August 1964 to Scientist and Citizen, and then later Environment, until her retirement in mid-1969, after which she remained a consulting editor. The publication in all of its phases was edited by Brodeen, but its content was subject to approval by the technical division of the CNI, made up of scientists. The CNI became famous, beginning in 1959, for its spearheading of the famous baby tooth survey, headed by Louise Reese, a medical doctor in St. Louis, and a member, along with her husband, Eric Reese, also a physician, of CNI. Over 12 years, more than 300,000 baby teeth collected in the St. Louis region were tested for strontium-90. The results of the testing showed that babies born in 1950, before most of the bomb testing and before thermonuclear testing, contained about 50% less strontium-90 than those born in 1963. In 1963, Eric Reese presented the results of the baby tooth survey to a Senate committee. CNI also demonstrated that civil defense programs and fallout shelters were practically useless in the face of the thermonuclear threat. A later CNI campaign was directed in 1961 against Project Chariot, in which the AEC proposed the peaceful use of nuclear explosives to create a harbor in Alaska, as well as a host of similar proposals, involving nuclear tests up through the early 1970s that went under the name of Project Plowshare. The Storax sedan test in Nevada on July 6, 1962, as part of Project Plowshare, was the second most fallout-intensive test to take place in the continental United States. After the Dirty Harry, Upshot Knothole Harry nuclear weapons test in Nevada in May 1953, the United States National Cancer Institute determined that Sedan had released around 880,000 curies of iodine-131. The Sedan test displaced more than a million tons of soil and created the largest human-made crater in the United States, meters deep and almost meters in diameter. Worldwide nuclear tests, both weapons tests and so-called peaceful nuclear tests, reached an all-time height of 178 in March 20, 1962. In May 1957, Pauling, who had won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1954, the nuclear physicist Edward Condon, and Commoner drafted the bomb test petition in Commoner's office at Washington University in St. Louis. It was printed, with commoners' insistence, in a union shop, carrying a union label and signed initially by Pauling, Commoner, and Condon and 24 other notable scientists, including Muller and the former Manhattan Project physicist Philip Morrison, then a columnist for Monthly Review, an independent socialist magazine edited by Leo Huberman and Paul M. Sweezy. Within a few weeks, 2,000 U.S. scientists had put their names to the petition, and Pauling presented it to President Eisenhower on June 6, 1957. Later, a total of 9,000 scientists from 49 countries signed it, and it was presented to the United Nations. It was this petition that generated the momentum that was to result in the August 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty prohibiting above-ground nuclear weapons testing. Pauling received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1962, making him the only individual to obtain 2 undivided Nobel Prizes. Beginning in the 1960s, Commoner emerged as an intellectual leader of the burgeoning ecological movement in the United States and the world. Commoner's 1966 Science and Survival, written only a decade after. McCarthyism read in many ways like Bernal's The Social Function of Science, although it was more cautious, given that it was published in the much more conservative era of the nuclear age in the United States. In this work, Commoner insisted on the importance of the dissemination of scientific information to the public and the dangers of nuclear technology, synthetic chemicals, and global warming. In his best-selling 1971 book, The Closing Circle, Commoner captured both the dangers and the possibilities of the age of ecology. Influenced by K. William Kapp's famous work, The Social Costs of Private Enterprise, which had pointed to Karl Marx's analysis of the metabolic rift, based on the work of the German chemist Justus von Liebig, Commoner observed, Marx in Das Kapital does point out that agricultural exploitation in the capitalist system is, in part, based on its destructive effects on the cyclical ecological processes that link man to in its February 1970 issue, Time magazine, in pointing to the emerging science of survival, placed a portrait of ecologist Barry Commoner on its cover. In April 1970, at the time of the first Earth Day, Scientific American published a special issue with the biosphere on the cover. The author of the article featured on the cover was the prominent ecologist G. Evelyn Hutchinson, formerly a student of Haldane and Needham, who had been introduced to limnological research and ecology by Hogben. With Commoner's support, Brodeen went on to expand her own ecological critique, aimed at mainstream audiences but with clear radical intent. She wrote 2 major informative books, Air Pollution and Radioactive Contamination, both part of an environmental issues series, published by Harcourt Brace Jovanovich and edited by Commoner. In the latter book, she discussed Castle Bravo. In the former, she took on the issue of global warming, the Silent Spring Revolution. The radical upsurge in ecology as both a science and a mass movement, however, was made possible by Rachel Carson's 1962 book, Silent Spring. Carson's deep sense of ecological disruption, which was to inspire a generation of environmental activists, had its origins in her concern over the effects of radiation from nuclear tests on ocean life following the Castle Bravo disaster. As a marine biologist, she was deeply affected by the revelations in the mid-1950s with respect to radioactive fallout, as well as information that surfaced on government dumping of radioactive wastes in the ocean. In the 1961 edition of The Sea Around Us, after noting that the concentration and distribution of radioisotopes by marine life was sometimes 1,000,000 times their abundance in the surrounding water, Carson asked the pregnant question, what happens then to the careful calculation of a maximum permissible level of radioactivity? For the tiny organisms are eaten by larger ones and so on, up the food chain to man. By such a process, tuna over an area of 1,000,000 square miles surrounding the Bikini Bomb Castle Bravo test developed a degree of radioactivity enormously higher than that of the sea. When the cloud of secrecy surrounding the fallout problem lifted in the mid-1950s, the scientific community was able to study the extent of environmental degradation and contamination caused by nuclear weapons tests. Such work required the expertise of biologists, geneticists, ecologists, pathologists, and meteorologists, who explored the effects of radiation on plants and animals, as well as the movement of radioactive materials through the atmosphere, ecosystems, and food chains. Nuclear testing had joined the world's population in a common environmental fate, as radioactive fallout was distributed globally by wind, water, and living creatures. Research on the effects of radioactive substances on food chains led to the development of the concepts of bioaccumulation and biological magnification. Bioaccumulation refers to a process whereby a toxic substance is absorbed by the body at a rate faster than it is lost. Biological magnification occurs when a substance increases in concentration along the food chain. Several variables influence biological magnification, such as the length of the food chain, the rate of bioaccumulation within an organism, the half-life of the nuclide in the case of radioactive substances, and the concentration of the toxic substance in the immediate environment. Ecologist Eugene Odum noted that due to biological magnification, it was possible to release an innocuous amount of radioactivity and have her nature give it back to us in a lethal package. Carson pointed to how biological magnification resulted in dangerously high burdens of strontium-90 and cesium-137 in the bodies of Alaskan Eskimos, Inuit, and Yupik, and Scandinavian Lapps, Sami, at the terminal end of the food chain that included lichens and caribou. In her 1963 speech on Our Polluted Environment, she emphasized the importance of CNI's investigation into radioactive contamination, pointing to Muller's most recent calculations on the hereditary damage inflicted by radiation on posterity, in addition to the physical effects on present generations. Environmental contamination by radioactive materials, she observed, is apparently an inevitable part of the atomic age. It is an accompaniment of the so-called peaceful uses of the atom, as well as of the testing of. It was hardly an accident, therefore, that when Carson wrote Silent Spring, with its emphasis on bioaccumulation and biomagnification of synthetic chemicals, resembling radioactive isotopes in this respect, that her biggest scientific supporter was Muller, whom she had cited several times in her book, and who underscored the credibility of her analysis in a review for the New York Herald Tribune. Muller wrote that Carson's book was smashing indictment that faces up to the disastrous consequences for both nature and man of the chemical mass warfare that is being waged today indiscriminately against noxious insects, weeds, and fungi. It argues that these widely heralded and sold triumphs of modern chemistry are being applied with only the crudest foreknowledge of the intricate biological hazards entailed. Carson's ecological perspective was indispensable, bringing enlightenment to the public regarding the high complexity and interrelatedness of the web of life in which we have our being. As Carson explained to the National Council of Women of the United States in October 1962, 2 weeks after the publication of Silent Spring, when I was a graduate student at Johns Hopkins University, studying under the great geneticist H.S. Jennings, the whole biological community was stirring with excitement over the recent discovery of another distinguished geneticist, Professor H.J. Muller, then at the University of Texas. Professor Muller had found that by exposing organisms to radiation, he could produce those sudden changes in heredity characteristics that biologists call mutations. Before this, it had been assumed that the germ cells were immutable, immune to influences in the environment. Muller's discovery meant that it was possible for many, by accident or design, to change the course of heredity, although the nature of the changes could not be controlled. It was much later that 2 Scottish investigators discovered that certain chemicals have a similar power to produce mutations and in other ways to imitate radiation. This was before the days of modern synthetic pesticides, and the chemical used in these experiments was mustard gas. But over the years, it has been learned that one after another of the chemicals used as insecticides, or as weed killers, has power to produce mutations in the organisms tested, or to change or damage the chromosome structure in some other way. It was these revelations about the closely related genetic effects of radiation and synthetic chemicals, made enormously more lethal as a result of bioaccumulation and biomagnificat, ion, that were to underlie Carson's powerful critique in Silent Spring of the widespread application of DDT and other biocides, as she called them. What made Carson's analysis so compelling was her ability to place this critique in a larger ecosystem frame. In this respect, she was deeply affected by the work of British ecologist Charles Elton, the founder of animal ecology, and particularly by his 1958 work, The Ecology of Invasions by Animals and Plants. In this work, Elton had combined an ecosystem perspective with a critique of the chemical warfare against animals and plants being waged by industry and reductionist science. For Elton, it was crucial to challenge the astonishing reign of death, now being systematically inflicted on life on so much of the Earth's surface without any understanding of the threat to biological diversity and the stability of ecosystems that this represented. Such mass destruction, he wrote, may someday be looked back upon as we do upon the mistakes of the industrial age, the excesses of colonial exploitation, or the indiscriminate felling of climax forests. Carson quoted Elton's statement on the reign of death in an April 1959 letter to the Washington Post in which she opened her attack on pesticides. She referred to his book a number of times in Silent Spring. Elton's analysis had also provided the foundation for the work of Carson's friend and associate, Robert Rudd, a professor of zoology at the University of California at Davis. Carson first contacted Rudd in April 1958 to get help with her pesticide research and to obtain some publications on the subject. He visited her with his children at her Maine cottage in July of that year, and the two struck up a strong friendship and working relationship. Rudd was a sophisticated left thinker with a deep sense of the ecology, sociology, and political economy of the pesticide issue. When he met Carson, he had already started his own book on the subject funded by the Conservation Foundation. In 1959, he wrote 2 articles for The Nation, The Irresponsible Poisoners and Pesticides, The Real Peril. The only real answer to the pesticide problem, he argued, was to oppose the extreme simplification of monoculture and the reductionism of pesticides as a solution. It was necessary to cultivate ecological diversity. Carson drew extensively on Rudd's research in 2 chapters of Silent Spring and No Birds Sang and Rivers of Death. Rudd's Nation articles also helped inspire Murray Bookchin's first work on ecology, Our Synthetic Environment, published in 1962, the same year as Silent Spring under the pseudonym of Lewis Herber. What angered the chemical industry more than anything else about Carson's book was that she chose to begin Silent Spring with a literary device, a fable for tomorrow, the tale of a town where all life seemed in harmony with its surroundings, and yet a town which unthinkingly, almost unbeknownst to itself, had introduced chemicals of destruction into its midst. A grim specter, she suggested, was haunting modern industrial society, threatening to silence its spring. Her fable was clearly for tomorrow in 2 senses. It represented both an unprecedented threat to all life and the possibility of overcoming it. Coupled with the devastating facts on the dangers of pesticides, laid out in page after page of her book, this approach struck a nerve, resonating with a vast public and igniting a new level of environmental struggle. But it was her willingness to confront the system, in the form of sharp attacks on industry and capitalism itself, in a society that thought it had vanquished the left only a few years before in the McCarthy era, that gave Carson's work its sharp, critical edge. In Silent Spring and after, in the 2 years that remained of her life, Carson was explicit, condemning the gods of profit and production, and an era dominated by industry in which the right to make a dollar at whatever
Cost is seldom challenged.
The economic system, blinded by the dollar sign, was geared to overproduction and intensivism. Indeed, the modern world, she declared, worships the gods of speed and quantity, and of the quick and easy profit, and out of this idolatry monstrous evils have arisen. She added, the struggle against the massed might of industry is too big for 1 or 2 individuals to handle. A view that clearly called for the formation of an environmental movement to counter the power of capital and its enormous stream of propaganda. At 9, it was Carson, above all, who introduced the broad public of her day to the concept of ecology as a new basis for the critique of industrial capitalism. Providing an overall coherence to her ecological worldview was her unified Earth system perspective. The sea around us commenced with the ocean as the setting of the creation of life from one of the fundamental conceptions of the materialist conception of the origin of life that had emerged in the early 20th century. Going back to the work of the Soviet biologist A1 Oparin and Haldane, was the notion that life had altered the atmosphere as well as consuming the complex organic compounds upon which the origin of life had depended, making such spontaneous creation of new life from non-life in what came to be called the primordial soup no longer possible. Carson, in her talk on pollution of our environment, placed enormous emphasis on this point and its significance for an ecological critique, arguing, from all of this, we may generalize that, since the beginning of biological time, there has been the closest possible interdependence between the physical environment and the life it sustains. The conditions on the young Earth produced life. Life then at once modified the conditions of the Earth, that this single extraordinary act of spontaneous generation could not be repeated. In one form or another, action and interaction between life and its surroundings has been going on ever since. This historic fact has, I think, more than academic significance. Once we accept it, we see why we cannot with impunity make repeated assaults upon the environment as we do now. The serious student of Earth history knows that neither life nor the physical world that supports it exists in little isolated compartments. On the contrary, he recognizes that extraordinary unity between organisms and the environment. For this reason, he knows that harmful substances released into the environment return in time to create problems for mankind. The branch of science that deals with these interrelations is ecology. We cannot think of the living organism alone, nor can we think of the physical environment as a separate entity. The two exist together, each acting on the other to form an ecological complex, or in 42 ecosystem. Such complex ecosystems, Carson argued, were conceived as highly dynamic and at the same time delicate entities, as were the biosphere and the Earth system. Consequently, the alterations they were undergoing and their ramifications in terms of the creation of entire phase changes were frequently unforeseen until it was too late. An activist human response was thus necessary. Behind all of Carson's analysis, as Mary McKay noted in her biography of Carson, was the fundamental materialist principle, derived from Epicurus Lucretius, of material immortality, mors immortalis, death the immortal. This was introduced early on in Carson's thought, dating back to her article Undersea in 1937, and pervaded her thinking as a whole. As a scientist, Carson approached the natural world from a materialist standpoint, rejecting all non-naturalistic explanations. The New Left and Science for the People. It was the Vietnam War that led to the formation in 1969 of what has been called the most important radical science movement in U.S. history, namely Science for the People. It arose out of the rebellion of numerous scientists against the militarization of science and the deadly consequences in Indochina. The movement initially took the name Scientists for Social and Political Action. This was later changed to Scientists and Engineers for Social and Political Action, but it came to be commonly known as Science for the People after the name of its magazine. A total of 109 issues of Science for the People were published between 1969 and 1989, when it ceased to exist. A new Science for the People, an accompanying magazine with the same title, was launched by a new generation in 2018. Science for the People, as Donna Haraway and others have argued, was in many ways an outgrowth of the earlier movement of Marxist scientists centered in Britain in the 1930s and associated with such figures as Bernal, Haldane, Needham, Hogben, Hyman Levy, and C.H. Waddington. The works of some of these earlier Marxian thinkers, including Bernal's Marx and Science and The Social Function of Science, were listed as recommended readings in Science for the People. Like their old left predecessors, the new left scientists associated with Science for the People rejected the division between pure and applied research, emphasizing the social relations of science. The very term Science for the People was taken from Bernal's Marx and Science, while the struggles of the British left scientists in the 1930s were known as the social relations of science movement. But unlike the earlier Marxist scientists, who advocated a larger role for state funding of science to meet social needs, those linked to Science for the People faced an entirely different situation in the post-Second World War period, particularly in the United States, where big science under the control of the military-industrial complex and monopolistic corporations was now dominant. Here it was the misuse rather than the use of science that was the major issue. Science for the People thus did far more than publish a magazine. Members of the organization formed chapters around the country, and these included physicists, engineers, biologists, geneticists, ecologists, as well as numerous representatives of other scientific groupings and social movements. It became well known in the later years of the Vietnam War, from 1969 to 1973, for its role in principal disruptions of the conventions of mainstream scientific organizations and for its active promotion of its central themes, as one FBI report indicated, of anti-imperialism, social control of science, and science for survival. As an organization, Science for the People was known for the intellectual stars with which it was associated, including such giants in their fields as Rita Arditi, Anne Fausto Sterling, Stephen Jay Gould, Ruth Hubbard, Richard Levins, and Richard Lewontin. In particular, Levins, Lewontin, and Gould, all of whom took up positions at Harvard, then the leading center for evolutionary biology, were to become known for the creative ways in which they drew on the dialectical, historical, and materialist views of Marxism, as well as other influences such as Darwinism, to develop their evolutionary and ecological critiques. In many ways, this constituted a further iteration, but in startlingly new ways, of the dialectic of nature and society, symbolized by the Marx-Darwin relation, that had so engaged Engels and the British Marxist scientists of the 1930s. It manifested itself practically in strong research-based repudiations of crude mechanism, idealism, teleology, and racialism in science, along with exposing the inherent misuse of science in a capitalist society. Levins, in his early years, had grown up with both Marxism and science, and assumed early on that he would end up as both a scientist and a Red. One of the earliest books he read was Bad Bishop Brown's William Henry Brown, 1932, Radical Science and History for Girls and Boys, which was inspired by the rise of the Soviet Union. In his teens, he studied the works of Haldane, Bernal, and Needham, and from there went on to Marx and Engels. As he emerged as a biologist, ecologist, population geneticist, and biomathematician, he rebelled against the reductionism that prevailed within science. Later, he was to have considerable experience working with the developing Cuban ecological movement, where ecological destruction from the start was recognized as an internality, not an externality, in humanity and nature, ecology, science, and society. Written together with the Finnish ecologist Yrjö Haila, Levins set out a broad analysis of ecology that incorporated the social history of nature as seen from a Marxist perspective. They introduced the critical concept of eco-historical periods to explain the complex, changing specificity of the human coevolutionary relation to nature, not within a static framework, but seen within a larger perspective that focused on the processes of change inherent in both nature and society, recognizing always that society was an emergent part of nature. Ecology, in this view, raised complex problems that were both social and ecological, problems that from a socialist ecological perspective had to be addressed as both red and green. Hale and Levins argued, the idea of nature lies in shambles. Unified nature has been dismembered. The privileged position accorded to humans in nature has disappeared. The foundation of the idea of linear progress has collapsed. This also, of course, implies that romantic ideals of the inherent harmony of nature adopted as the other side of rationalistic exploitation are no longer viable. The era of ecological risks calls forth a fundamental revision in our cultural view of nature. Only a dialectical understanding of the interpenetration of nature and society and the pervasiveness of the ecological crisis of society would now suffice. Lewontin, born in 1929, a lifelong friend and collaborator with Levins, became a radical activist initially as a result of the civil rights movement and its protests against police brutality toward African Americans. Both Levins and Lewontin were strong supporters of the Black Panther Party. To this was added a deep revulsion toward the Vietnam War and an attraction to materialist dialectics. Lewontin is known for his pioneering work on the mathematical basis of population genetics and as a major contributor to evolutionary biology. He has played a leading role in combating notions of the genetic basis of race and the racial use of IQ tests. His article on the race is different? For a special 1982 issue of Science for the People on Racism in Science famously stated, human racial differentiation is, indeed, only skin deep. This view was also advanced in Gould's great critical study, The Mismeasure of Man. Later, in works such as Biology as Ideology and The Triple Helix, Genes, Organism, and Environment, Lewontin was to present an elegant dialectical perspective on the interconnections of genetics, evolution, and ecology. Levins and Lewontin teamed up in writing their now classic work, The Dialectical Biologist, and later their Biology Under the Influence, dialectical essays on ecology, agriculture, and health. The hallmark of The Dialectical Biologist, which they dedicated to none other than Frederick Engels, who got it wrong a lot of the time, but who got it right where it counted, is its complex, non-teleological, coevolutionary perspective rooted in Marxian dialectics. Criticizing traditional Darwinian theory, they approach the organism as the subject and object of evolution, both responding to its environment and changing it. Organism and environment are codeterminant. The organism cannot be regarded as simply the passive object of autonomous internal and external forces. It is also the subject of its own evolution. A dialectical ecology rests on the 5 principles of materialist dialectics: historicity, universal connection, heterogeneity, interpenetration of opposites, and integrative levels. The tradition of dialectics, in this sense, goes back to Engels, who wrote in Dialectics of Nature that, to me, there could be no question of building the laws of dialectics of nature, but of discovering them in it and evolving from it. Engels's understanding of the physical world was, of course, a 19th century understanding, and much of what he wrote about it seems quaint. Moreover, dialecticians have repeatedly attempted to make the identification of contradictions in nature a central feature of science, if all scientific problems are solved when the contradictions have been revealed. Yet neither Engels' factual errors nor the rigidity of idealist dialectics changes the fact that opposing forces lie at the base of the evolving physical and biological world. Things change because of the actions of the opposing forces on them, and things are the way they are because of the temporary balance of opposing forces. The dialectical view insists that persistence and equilibrium are not the natural state of things but require explanation, which must be sought in the actions of the opposing forces. Gould was not only one of the world's leading paleontologists and evolutionary theorists, but also, in the words of Lewontin and Levins, by far the most widely known and influential expositor of science who has ever written for a lay public, able to unravel many of the complexities of the natural world and reveling in dialectical relations of complexity and change. He was best known for the theory of punctuated equilibrium with Niles Eldredge, which questioned a crude Darwinian gradualism, suggesting major discontinuities in evolution. This was often criticized as a Marxian theory, though Gould denied any direct relationship, while admitting that a dialectical way of thinking had been a significant source of inspiration. Rather, he stressed that his intellectual ontogeny with respect to Marxism was much deeper and less direct, stating he had learned his Marxism literally at his daddy's knee. In a wider sense, however, there was no doubt about Gould's commitment to socialism and to radical causes in general. He identified himself as a Marxist, recognizing that Marxism was a very rich. One of his last essays was The Darwinian Gentleman at Marx's Funeral, on the relationship between Marx and E. Ray Lankester. As Lewontin and Levins observe, Gould was a consistent political activist in support of socialism and in opposition to all forms of colonialism and oppression. The figure he most closely resembled in these respects was the British biologist of the 1930s, J.B.S. Haldane, a founder of the modern genetical theory of evolution, wonderful essayist on science for the general public, and an idiosyncratic Marxist and columnist for the Daily Worker who finally split with the Communist Party over its demand that scientific claims follow party doctrine. What characterizes Steve Gould's work is its consistent radicalism. Gould's intellectual corpus was full of dialectical accounts of the evolution of organisms in relation to the environment, considering numerous factors, including structural change and the pathways they generated, and contingent historical developments. It was contingency that destroyed all teleological accounts and made evolution a historical phenomenon. Gould's singular contribution to ecological analysis was his critique of the crude concept of progress, a critique that pervaded all of his thought and was a product of his dialectical evolutionary view. The most serious fallacy associated with Western norms, he argued, was the idea of progress, the idea that we can see ourselves as predictably and properly on top of this biological heap, and that evolution can be depicted as moving upward from single-celled creatures predictably toward the eventual appearance of some self-conscious form, like human beings. Far from advancing human progress as an inherent teleological trait, he pointed to the fact that no other species has ever had the capacity to destroy itself and drag large parts of the Earth down with it. Speaking as a paleontologist, he noted that the Earth itself was not threatened by global warming any more than by a general thermonuclear exchange. It would recover in hundreds of millions of years from the worst conceivable disaster. But humanity might not. In the case of climate change, most of our major cities, built at sea level as ports and harbors, will founder, and changing agricultural patterns will uproot our populations. In this respect, he fancifully suggested that humanity should make a sustainability pact with our planet to live and let live. The problem lay entirely on the side of humanity and its defective notions of progress. Figures like Levins, Lewontin, and Gould were not alone. In the early 1970s, Science for the People already was presenting a powerful ecological vision. Accompanying the rapid development of Marxian and neo-Marxian political economy during that period, which abated somewhat in the more conservative 1980s. In January 1973, the magazine published an unsigned editorial titled Ecology for the People, which argued against both Paul Ehrlich's populationism and Garrett Hardin's tragedy of the commons conception, the dominant liberal environmental ideas. Instead, drawing on Paul Lebaran and Paul M. Sweezy's Monopoly Capital and Barbara and John Ehrenreich's The American Health Empire. The problem was seen as lying in the mechanisms basic to the capitalist system, which produce both economic inequalities and ecological disruptions. Hence, a sound ecology was incompatible with the capitalist economic system. Rather than attribute environmental problems to population or to the commons, Science for the People declared, ecologists must struggle with the people for fundamental social change. When the life of the biosphere is at stake, ecological principle points in the direction of nothing less than revolution. Let us begin by creating an ecology for the people. 7. This call for a revolutionary ecology for the people was echoed in a number of major Marxian and neo-Marxian works that poured out at the time, including Barry Weisberg, Beyond Repair, The Ecology of Capitalism, Charles H. Anderson, The Sociology of Survival, The Social Problems of Growth, and Alan Schneeberg, The Environment, From Surplus to Scarcity. All three of these thinkers drew heavily in their analyses on the tradition of Marxian political economy in the United States, presented in Monthly Review and Monthly Review Press, including authors such as Baran, Sweezy, Magdoff, Harry Braverman, Harvey O'Connor, Barbara Ehrenreich, Edward Herman, Richard Duboff, Michael Tanzer, Frank Ackerman, Stephenheimer Mahmoud Mamdani, and Andre Gunder Frank, which formed the basis of the wider critique of capitalism. Anderson's Sociology of Survival stands out today in that it incorporated an early critique of capitalism's role in generating global warming and employed the concept of ecological debt, as well as addressing the question of a steady-state economy. Weisberg wrote of structure of social and ecological, and Schneeberg introduced the notion of the treadmill of production as both a metaphor for capitalism and a way of explaining the inherent conflict between capitalism and the environment. In this same period, Herbert Marcuse's Counter-Revolution and Revolt included a chapter titled Nature and Revolution, and Murray Bookchin's Post-Scarcity Anarchism introduced the perspective of anarchist social ecology. Sweezy's 1973 article in Cities presented a dialectical ecological critique of urbanism under monopoly capital. In the late 1970s, Brodin began writing essays on Marxism and ecology, including Rediscovering the Dialectics of Nature for Political AF Heirs under the pseudonym Grace Fredericks. However, liberal environmental reforms in the 1970s, followed by the Reagan reaction and the dire revelations about Soviet management of the environment, were all to weaken the influence of radical anti-capitalist ecology, which would only regain lost ground a generation later, as a result of the cumulative global catastrophes unleashed by the capitalist system. Ecology and Britain's first New Left. The development of a radical ecological movement in Britain, as in the United States, can be seen as arising initially out of the anti-nuclear movement. It was intertwined with the rise of the first New Left in 1956, following the revelations on Stalin and the Soviet invasion of Hungary. An important figure in both the First New Left and the Committee for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, was the historian Edward Palmer Thompson. Born in 1924, E.P. Thompson was intellectually influenced by the popular front outlook of the Second World War. After the war, in which he had served as an officer in a tank unit in the Italian campaign, he continued his studies in history at Cambridge and participated in the famous Communist Party of Great Britain CPGB Historians Group, which included such luminaries as Maurice Dobb, Christopher Hill, Rodney Hilton, Eric Hobsbawm, Victor Kiernan, George Rood, Ralph Samuel, John Saville, Dorothy Thompson, Edward Thompson's wife, and a distinguished historian of Chartism, and Donia Tor. In 1948, E.P. Thompson took a position at the University of Leeds and wrote his first major work, William Morris. Thompson's book on Morris was an attempt to resurrect his contribution to socialism and to provide a crucial moral compass to complement Marx's political economy. In this respect, Thompson was already seeking both to extend Marxism and to change it from within. This was followed in 1956 by the attempt on the part of Thompson, Saville, Levy, and Doris Lessing to publish a new journal within the Communist Party movement, The Reasoner, which would chart an independent communist path based on British history and realities. Only 3 issues of The Reasoner were published. After Thompson and Saville had left the party on the threat of being expelled near the end of the year, following the Soviet invasion of Hungary, The Reasoner was succeeded by The New Reasoner. The New Reasoner was an outspokenly New Left publication focusing on socialist humanism, largely inspired by Thompson. Here, Thompson had free rein to generate a historical materialist critique open to a wider set of historical values, rooted in the ideas of thinkers like William Morris and Christopher Caldwell, both of whom had raised humanist and ecological issues. In 1959, The New Reasoner and Universities and Left Review merged to form the New Left Review, but the new publication soon came to be dominated by a second New Left, younger socialists who did not come out of the Popular Front movement. The leading thinkers of the second New Left drew their main sources of inspiration from the work of continental Marxist theorists, including the French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser, and were less directly inspired by the historical currents of British radicalism and the endeavor to build a movement based on the peculiarities of the English. As a result, Thompson and others associated with New Reasoner and the First New Left pulled away from the New Left Review. These political shifts associated with the rise of the First New Left in Britain corresponded to the heightening of the Cold War and the growing nuclear scare. The rapid development of thermonuclear weapons and the fallout question of the mid-1950s were heightened in Britain by the detonation of the country's first nuclear device in 1952, followed by its first hydrogen bomb test in 1957. Thompson believed that a peace movement responding to these developments would need to be non-aligned, refusing to side with either of the two superpowers, charting an independent course. This stance placed him at odds with the World Peace Council, in which Bernal was then a leading figure. Thompson was attracted to the campaign for nuclear disarmament, which strove for unilateral nuclear disarmament. He was a part of a small group of notable figures at the first meeting of the CND, which also included Marxian sociologists Ralph Miliband and Stuart Hall. Bertrand Russell was elected as president of the new organization, and Julian Huxley was among the founders. Thompson himself became one of the foremost supporters of the CND. In 1957, even prior to the launch of the CND, he had approached the National Council for the Abolition of Nuclear Weapons Tests, NKNWAT, a movement that had begun in West Yorkshire, with hopes that it could be expanded into a truly national movement. In 1958, the NTNWT merged with CND. CND in its inception was a New Left organization, particularly characterized by its relation to the non-aligned movement and strongly anti-imperialist. It drew widely from left youth. There was no doubt about the depth of its concern over nuclear warfare and fallout from nuclear testing. In Easter 1958, the Aldermaston March, in which the CND as well as other peace groups took part, saw thousands, including Bernal, marching for 4 days to the Atomic Weapons Research Establishment at Aldermaston in Berkshire. In 1960, 100,000 people gathered in Trafalgar Square as a part of the Easter demonstrations sponsored by the CND. Thompson and other New Leftists sought, seemingly with considerable success at first, but in the long run unsuccessfully, to transform the CND from a single-issue movement into one with a broader internationalist orientation, representing both neutrality in the Cold War and socialism. In the end, the failure to achieve these goals was marked by CND's incorporation into the dominant Labour Party politics, which were neither non-aligned nor socialist. The movement, which had been constructed in single-issue terms despite the best efforts of Thomson and other New Left activists, declined after the 1963 nuclear test ban treaty. As he later observed, there was some hope, at one time, that the New Left might, in an embryonic way, do exactly this, that is, turn in an independent socialist direction in its political practice, and the miracle of CND was a related phenomenon. When the moral bankruptcy of the CP after 1956 actually gave rise to the resurgence of an independent left. It was a precious historical moment, and, insofar as we have lost it, it is an unqualified defeat. 8. For Thomson, the late 1960s and 1970s were periods of a relative diminishment of political activity on his part, during which he concentrated on radical scholarship. His most influential historical work, The Making the English Working Class, appeared in 1963, followed later by such major historical works as Whigs and Hunters and Customs in Common, along with a prodigious number of essays on figures in English Romantic and working-class history, and works concerned with Marxian theory, such as The Poverty of Theory. The Making of the English Working Class established a tradition of working-class history from below. Rather than seeing the working class simply as the objective byproduct of capitalism, Thomson stressed agency and self-making. He thus delved into working-class culture and the development of class consciousness on the ground. In The Making of the English Working Class, Thomson made frequent favorable reference to Engels's The Condition of the Working Class in England, anticipating his later defense of Engels against his detractors in The Poverty of Theory, containing his great critique of Althusserian structuralism. Like Giambattista Vico, Thomson insisted that we can understand history because we have made it. As a thinker who emphasized human agency, he was critical of any one-sided objectivist conception of the dialectics of nature. The attempt to see a logic inscribed within natural process itself, he wrote in The Poverty of Theory, has been disabling and misleading. But the dialectic was nonetheless necessary to epistemology and to our apprehension of nature, since it offered a description, within the terms of logic, of the ways in which we apprehend this process. In my own work as a historian, I have repeatedly observed this kind of process, and have, in consequence, to bring dialectics, not as this or that law, but as a habit of thinking in coexisting opposites or contraries, and as an expectation as to the logic of process into my own. Both William Morris and The Making of the English Working Class had focused primarily on the 19th century. In his subsequent works, Thomson was to shift his emphasis to the 18th century. Here he emphasized the struggle over the commons as the key not only to understanding traditions of popular resistance to the development of capitalism, but also in terms of what was lost in the relation to the land. Like Morris, Peter Linebaugh observes, Thomson possessed strong attachments to what I can only call the. As a historian, confining himself to the language of the eras he was studying, Thomson seldom referred explicitly to ecology. Nevertheless, an ecological perspective was deeply embedded in his writing from William Morris to his final posthumous book on William Blake. In Customs in Common, he provided a brief but devastating historical critique of Garrett Hardin's notion of the tragedy of the commons as an explanation of ecological crisis, which had been based on late 18th and early 19th century Malthusian myths. In Whigs and Hunters, he explored how a free peasantry pursuing its customary rights on the land was turned into a body of poachers, persecuted by the law. Thomson made clear his position with respect to ecology in one of his very last writings, Ecology and History, a 1993 review of this fissured land, An Ecological History of India by Madhav Gadgil and Ramachandra Guha, which he considered an important contribution to the understanding of large portions of the ecological history of the globe, and a vindication of the ecological approach to human history. Here he declared that ecology matters, while calling for a more revolutionary ecology. Is it absolutely necessary, he asked, that so much ecological writing should be so deeply depressing? Maybe it is, and should be. Yet despite all exploitation and abuses, that vast area of fissured land, from the Himalayas to the tip of the peninsula, is so rich still in so many resources and species that one wonders if one might be permitted a glimmer of utopian encouragement. Might the downward drift not yet be turned around? 86. Thomson's fascination with the English Romantic tradition was the result of his being attracted to its revolutionary rather than its conservative tendencies, as indicated in the subtitle he gave to William Morris, Romantic to Revolutionary. Pervading his work was a strong critique of the concept of progress. As he wrote in The Long Revolution, his review of Raymond, Williams's book by that title, growth can be a misleading term. Suffering is not just a wastage in the margin of growth, for those who suffer it is absolute. 87. Williams himself, beginning with his Culture and Society, was to follow this same path from Romanticism to socialism, seeing modern ecology as the emergence of a kind of common ground. In 1973, the Socialist Environment and Resources Association, a small left ecological movement organization, was founded with Williams as its vice president. In 1981, he gave his path-breaking talk, Socialism and Ecology, to the organization, insisting on the need to refashion socialism into an eco-socialism along lines best represented by Morris, but also in line with Engels's critique of the conquest of nature. But if the late 1950s and early 1960s saw the rise of the New Left in Britain and the beginnings of an ecological critique arising initially out of the anti-nuclear struggle, building on the long revolution represented by radical romantic cultural movements, this was not accompanied at first by a revival of left science or the social relations of science movement. The British Marxist scientists had lost their influence in the domestic context in the Cold War period. Consequently, some of its major figures, like Bernal, Needham, Hogben, and Haldane, had turned mainly to internationalist, anti-imperialist, anti-war, and ecological struggles. Although Levy was closely allied with Thompson and Saville in The Reasoner, and brought a science-based critique to that publication, he decided to continue his dissent within, rather than without the CPGB, until his inevitable expulsion. He thus declined Thompson and Saville's repeated invitations to join them on the editorial board of The New Reasoner, and never played a very active role in the New Left movement that followed. So divorced was the New Marxism in Britain from science in this period that Perry Anderson, at the helm of New Left Review, summarily denied any relationship between Marxism and natural science, not only in Britain in the 1960s, but even earlier. Natural science was generally depicted as outside the dialectic, viewed as the realm of the identical subject-object. In the criticisms made famous by the Frankfurt School, those who had subscribed to the dialectics of nature, following Engels, were seen as inherently leading, if by a more circuitous path, to the very positivism that characterized bourgeois science. Both the Cold War atmosphere and the new critiques of science and technology on the left thus militated against the further development of a Marxian dialectics of science in this period. In Britain, as in the United States, a new radical science arose only in response to the Vietnam War in the late 1960s, associated with figures such as Hilary Rose and Stephen Rose, and the emergence of the British Society for Social Responsibility in Science, BSSRS. Among the founding members, when the organization was launched in a one-day meeting at the Royal Society in 1969, were Bernal, Hogben, Levy, and Needham. Beginning in October 1972, the BSSRS's publication was titled Science for the People, not to be confused with the U.S. publication, which had commenced 3 years earlier. Both the U.S. and U.K. organizations took the term Science for the People from Bernal's 1952 Marxism and Science. The BSSRS was concerned initially with the use of chemical and biological weapons by the West in the Vietnam War, as well as wider environmental questions and issues of women's rights, including control over reproduction. It strongly emphasized the class component in the analysis of ecological problems. It also focused on pointing to the dangers of the new technologies of crowd control, for example, plastic bullets being used by the police in Northern Ireland. In the 1980s, the BSSRS concentrated its energies on protesting the Strategic Defense Initiative and the New Cold War. The organization was disbanded in the early 1990s. Two of the leading figures in the radical science movement coming out of the historical materialist tradition were Hilary Rose, who specialized in the sociology of science, and Stephen Rose, a neuroscientist. The Roses were founding members of the BSSRs. More than any other thinkers in Britain, they sought to bridge the gap in theory and practice that separated the social relations of science movement of the red scientists of the 1930s and the radical science movement of the New Left of the late 1960s and 70s. In the 1970s, they wrote and edited a number of books that sought to promote a critical socialist materialist approach to science, including their seminal work, Science and Society, and an edited collection, Ideology of In the Natural Sciences, published in 2 edited volumes as The Political Economy of Science and The Radicalization of Science. The Political Economy of Science contained Hans Magnus Enzensberger's A Critique of Political Ecology, which deserves to be recognized as one of the classic expressions of the whole ecological problem from a Marxist perspective. In their work, the Roses sought to renew the critique of the social and ideological relation of science. Much of their analysis was aimed at a complex negotiation between the views of the red scientists of the 1930s and the new science-based critique within the New Left. To a greater extent than Science for the People in the United States, representatives of the British radical science movement were haunted by the ghostly battles of the past. For the Roses, the dialectics of nature, as presented by Engels, pushes ephemeral humanity from the center of the stage to be replaced by the metaphysic of the disagreement, however, was more a matter of form than substance. since the issue for them as well as for Engels was ultimately the relation of humanity to nature through social metabolism production, that is, the question of the dialectics of nature and society. The radicalization of science contained essays by Needham and Levins and Lewontin, representing the perspective of dialectical biology. In November 1979, Thomson learned from an article in The Guardian that Britain would be procuring 60 cruise missiles from the Pentagon to be armed with nuclear warheads in a major NATO nuclear buildup against the USSR. Rather than turning simply to CND, which was reviving in this context, Thomson began to envisage the creation of an entirely new organization, autonomous, non-aligned left movement aimed at combating the growing nuclear threat. The new organization would be called European Nuclear Disarmament End, and had as its objective a nuclear-free Europe. The immediate goal was to create an alliance between independent anti-nuclear movements that crossed the Cold War divide separating Western and Eastern Europe. As Thomson put it, only an alliance which takes in churches, Eurocommunists, laborists, East European dissidents, and not only dissident Soviet citizens unmediated by party structures, trade unionists, ecologists, only this can possibly muster the force and the internationalist elan to throw the cruise missiles and the SS-22s back. The object was to arouse everywhere a new kind of peace consciousness founded upon the human ecological imperative of neighborly. In establishing End, Thomson drafted the European Nuclear Disarmament Appeal, which, in the words of Mary Kaldor, became the mobilizing document for literally millions of people all over Europe. 98, he also wrote the enormously successful pamphlet Protest and Survive, accompanied by his landmark article, Notes on Exterminism and the Last Stage of Civilization. Speaking to rallies of as many as 250,000 people, Thomson showed himself able to fire up audiences. As End's unofficial spokesperson, he was the leading theoretician of the disarmament. He provided devastating critiques of the fine details of deterrence doctrine, exploring both the technology and budgets. In this, he was aided in his efforts by the new critical trends within science emerging by that time. End played significantly in the massive popular mobilization in Europe and in the United States, where the grassroots nuclear weapons freeze campaign emerged and brought the world back from the nuclear brink in the 1980s. Ronald Reagan introduced the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, better known as Star Wars, in 1983, but the world pulled back from the madness for a time. Thomson's powerful Notes on Exterminism was directed at the seemingly inexorable Cold War logic that pointed toward nuclear annihilation arising from competing blocs, a danger that remains today, not only in the continuing nuclear danger, but also in our accelerating planetary crisis. Yet, exterminism as a concept was at the same time the product of a deep socialist ecological critique rooted in Blake, Marx, Morris, and Caldwell of the destructive tendencies embedded in the underlying alienated logic of capital as a system of power. Thus, Thomson defined exterminism as embodying these characteristics of a society expressed in differing degrees within its economy, its polity and its ideology, which thrust it in a direction whose outcome must be the extermination of it, referred to the historical growth of social formations so alienated that they pose the question of the common ruin of the contending classes. Indeed, to express the exterminism thesis in Marxian terms, Rudolf Bahro wrote in Avoiding Social and Ecological Disaster, one could say that the relationship between productive and destructive forces is turned upside down. Like others who looked at civilization as a whole, Marx had seen the trail of blood running through it, and that civilization leaves deserts behind it. 105, to reverse this destructive relation to nature, thus required the revolutionary reconstitution of society at large. Thomson penned, "Throw the forbidden places open. Let the dragons and the lions play. Let us swallow the worm of power and the name pass away, the Epicurean swerve." For the 1930s generation of Marxian theorists in Britain, it was the classicists who can be said in many ways to have had the last word with respect to the contradictions of the human social metabolism with nature. Drawing on the immanent dialectics that Marx and Engels had discovered in Epicurean philosophy, Benjamin Farrington's masterwork, The Faith of Epicurus, a study that can be said to have been the product of decades of research, appeared in 1967 and had a significant impact on Epicurean studies. Farrington had played a central role in introducing the British scientists of his day, such as Hogben, Needham, Haldane, and Bernal, to Marx's doctoral thesis on Epicurus and to Epicurean materialism in general. In The Faith of Epicurus, he had two signal accomplishments. First, he convincingly demonstrated that Epicurus's materialist arguments were not directed primarily against his contemporaries among the Stoics, but rather against Plato and his followers in the Academy, and to a lesser extent Aristotle's Lyceum, and particularly Plato's proposal to establish a state religion. Second, he was able to prove that Epicureanism was not a depoliticized philosophy, as previously argued, but one that had been associated, in the 7 centuries in which it was an organized movement, with rebellious political attitudes and at times mass actions, aimed at both the state and religion. As Farrington had written in 1939 in Science and Politics in the Ancient World, it is the specific originality of Epicurus that he is the first man known to history to have organized a movement for the liberation of mankind. At large from for Jean-Paul Sartre, writing in a similar vein in his Materialism and Revolution essay, the first man who made a deliberate attempt to rid men of their fears and bonds, the first man who attempted to abolish slavery in its domain, Epicurus, was a materialist. In accord with the great British Epicurean scholar Cyril Bailey, Farrington emphasized that Marx in his doctoral dissertation had been the first to point to the importance of Epicurus's concept of the that is, swerve, the of contingency in and history, breaking down any of role nature notion determinism. In thus combating both idealism and 113 mechanism, Farrington argued that Epicurus held the key to the development of a more critical Marxism. As he noted in his To the Faith of Epicurus conclusion, the searching Epicurean critique of the inherent injustice of state power set Karl Marx dreaming of the day when the state would wither away, when the freedom of each individual would be the condition of the freedom of all, and the truly human period of history would begin. Other classicists, such as the analyst of Greek poetry and drama and follower of Caldwell, George Thompson, and Jack Lindsay, translator of Latin works, novelist, historian, and poet, also turned to Epicureanism as a key to a more consistently materialist and dialectical Marxism. A similar stance was adopted by the German utopian Marxist Ernst Bloch. For Thompson, writing in 1955 in his studies in ancient Greek society, the philosophy of Epicurus is the culmination of ancient philosophical materialism. His sense of dialectics, revealed in his conception of the interdependence of necessity and chance, of the relation between man and nature, and of the uneven development of human progress, invites comparison with the intuitive dialectics of Ionian materialism, which culminated in Heracleitos. Bloch's chapter on Epicurus and Karl Marx, in his 1959 book on Karl Marx, explained that it was Marx who first understood the full implications of Epicurus' cuckoo egg, which he alone had laid in the nest of rigid mechanistics. Epicureanism thus presented a materialist approach to nature and history that allowed for both subjective and objective factors, freedom and determinacy, and, O Epicurus, vice versa, in. But it was the Australian-born classicist and writer Lindsay, a key figure in the 1930s Left Review, and a friend of Thompson, who saw him as a premature socialist humanist who reached back to Epicureanism as the basis for an ecological critique of class society. Born in 1900s, son of the acclaimed Australian artist Norman Lindsay, Jack Lindsay emigrated to England in the 1920s and became involved in Marxism in the 1930s, working with CPGB's Historians Group. Hobsbawm praised him for his encyclopedic erudition and constantly simmering kettle of ideas, a translator of Homer, Sophocles, Catullus, Petronius, and other classical authors. Lindsay became a master of the communist historical novel, writing and editing around 170 books. In his extraordinary 1949 work, Marxism and Contemporary Science, Lindsay sought to build on the ideas of Bernal, Haldane, Hogben, Levy, Needham, Waddington, and others in an analysis of the dialectics of nature, unifying this with Alfred North Whitehead's process philosophy. Close. Attention was given to Needham's integrative levels and its framework of succession in time and envelopes in space, pointing to a unity of process that encompassed the relation of organism and environment, humanity and nature. The view that dialectics apply only to human beings and not nature as well, logically applied, Lindsay contended in his Decay and Renewal, leads to an atrophy of Marxism, turning it into a mystique of praxis. Lukács later rejected it. 120. Lindsay's criticisms of the rigidity of the base superstructure model, however, antagonized the CPGB, and he was forced to issue a retraction in what he later saw as a loss of nerve. His chief supporter at the time being a young E.P. Thompson, refusing nevertheless simply to follow the party doctrine. Lindsay chose in his later works to internalize his critical views within his classical studies of the ancient world, as well as in his novels, histories, and biographies. This was evident in such works as The Song of a Falling World, Civil War in England, The Cromwellian Revolution, Thunder Underground, The Origins of Alchemy and Grecorum in Egypt, Blast Power and Ballistics, Concepts of Force and Energy in the Ancient World, William Morris, The Monster City, Defoe's London, William Blake, and The Crisis of Marxism. These works reflected his central concern with alienation of both nature and labor, and his critique of progress, evident in his conviction, expressed in Marxism and Contemporary Science, that the enormous expansion of the control of nature in the 1930s and 40s has not led to any immediate actualization of. In Crisis in Marxism, written in his 80s, Lindsay was among the first to focus on Marx's concept of metabolism as the key to a contemporary ecological critique. He highlighted Marx's treatment of use values in capital as constituting, in Marx's words, a necessary condition independent of forms of society for the existence of man, an eternal natural necessity, which mediates the metabolism between man and nature and hence makes possible human life in general. According to John T. Connor and Jack Lindsay, Socialist Humanism and the Communist Historical Novel, Lindsay envisioned a transformed ecology derived from Marx's early research into the metabolism between nature and the ecological crisis demanded that critical thought be freed from the concept of progress, viewed as merely quantitative growth. But it was in Blast Power and Ballistics, written in the early 1970s, that Lindsay sought to demonstrate through a study of classical sources how an emphasis on the technology of destruction was implicit in the development of alienated class society. His ultimate concern was to lay bare the deep cultural and historical roots, leading to the twofold contemporary reality of nuclear weaponry and environmental destructiveness. The modern world, he wrote, took the reductive line and, because this line is essentially dehumanized and alienated in its outlook, the result was a science leading into ever more devastating weapons, into nuclear fission, and into universal pollution and destruction of the most devastating classical critique of this tendency toward creative destruction in Western civilization, in Lindsay's view, was introduced by Lucretius. At the time of the beginning of the civil wars that were to destroy the Roman Republic, the gathering storm of which was already evident in the years leading up to his death, 55 BCE. In the powerful book, Six to De Rerum Natura, Lucretius pointed to how the Epicurean notion that the world is our friend was being ruptured, a rift symbolically portrayed in the earthly destruction of the world, from thunderbolts to earthquakes to fire and floods to pollution and plagues. In the Epicurean view, the physical world as a whole was subject to death and revitalization just like everything in life, presenting what Marx was to refer to, in his comments on Book 6 of De Rerum Natura, as a negative dialectic. Only atoms, the void and infinite space were permanent. Yet this reinforced the Epicurean view that nothing came from nothing, and nothing being destroyed is ever reduced to nothing. Even in decay, there was hope of renewal. In Lindsay's interpretation, this materialist worldview was symbolically employed in Book 6 of Lucretius's poem to highlight the accelerated destruction brought on human alienation from nature, together with human self-alienation. Emblematic of this was the Great Athenian Plague in the 5th century BCE, which was the subject of the closing stanzas of Lucretius's poem. In Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, however, as distinct from Thucydides' account of the plague in the history of the Peloponnesian War, on which Lucretius relied, there is a strong congruity between the physical disaster and mental terror arising from the destruction of reason, such that they are seen as mutually interconnected, and the social is even given primacy. Lucretius wants to show the infection of man pervading nature and to make the disease not a chance biological misfortune, but the inescapable result of man's inner unbalance. Society breaks down under pressures of fear and greed generated or brought to a head by plague. 132. Lucretius's Book 6, then, Lindsay argued, can be read as a symbolic portrayal of the human destructiveness arising from the alienation of nature. We may claim then that here is a picture of the pollution of the earth by man's inability to find a living and harmonious relation with nature. The destructive forces are fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of death, fear of the truth, together with the greed and powerlust thus created. The society that destroys itself and pollutes nature is one crazed with unresolved conflicts that issue in war and greed. The meaning here in Book 6 of De Rerum Natura is brought out by comparison with Book 1. The end of the poem stands in complete contrast with the opening. Book I opened with the glorification of Venus, the positive life spirit, whose advent clears away the winds and clouds of heaven, bringing into action all the healthy and creative forces. The goddess is heralded by the birds. In the last book, birds are killed off by noxious fumes and effluences, then by the lethal contagion that man has spread in nature. Now they flee before man as the winds and clouds fled from Venus. He, Lucretius, was condemning with every fiber of his being those elements in human culture which were already implicating the destructive and polluting forces that we in our world lament and seek to dethrone. 2 millennia after Lucretius's De Rerum Natura, Rachel Carson in Silent Spring evoked the killing off of birds by noxious fumes and effluvia as the symbol of a new, more lethal age of destruction brought on by the gods of profit and production. Is the idol of dethroned today is the idol of capital itself, the concentrated power of class-based avarice, which now imperils the ecology of the earth. It is this that constitutes the entire meaning of freedom as necessity and the return of nature in our time.